The system gave me a technique that could cultivate me into an immortal in 3 years, but it does not allow me to cultivate. Instead, it requires me to use this technique to help a new disciple establish their foundation within a month. Just when I thought all the dogs could do it, the newly recruited disciple threw the technique away as if it were garbage, because he suffered from the consequences of hasty cultivation in his previous life. His unstable foundation led to numerous flaws. His once courageous and steadfast Tao heart was vulnerable in the face of inner demons. Therefore, he vowed that in this life, he must take one step at a time. So when he heard that my technique could be quickly mastered, he immediately had a reactive response. Without thinking, he directly threw it away with the elixir after I left. Who knew that the little yellow dog wandering in the yard happened to be cheap? At this time, it followed the scent and found a red pill at the door of Chen Beishuan's house. The little yellow dog happened to be hungry, and as soon as its pink tongue stuck out, it swallowed the fasting pill into its mouth. The pill instantly turned into energy and surged into the little yellow dog's body. The little yellow dog barked, his eyes lighting up. This elixir not only fills the stomach but is also a good meaty treat. This little yellow dog continued to search around with its butt sticking up, wanting to search some more. Then it found the great heaven immortal technique that Chen Beishuan had thrown not far away. Xiao Huang approached the technique that was thrown on the ground and sniffed it. The book did not have the scent of the just refined marrow pill, and he didn't know if he could eat it. The little yellow dog scratched it, although there was no scent of the just opened grain pill, but there was a strange vision entering the nose. Xiao Huang opened the dog's mouth, tore out a page, stuffed it into his mouth to taste it, and the paper page unexpectedly melted in his mouth, turning into a warm stream that flowed into Xiao Huang's stomach. Shortly afterwards, the little yellow dog felt a huge shockwave in its brain, as if a great bell was ringing loudly in its ear. The little yellow dog then saw one glowing golden fawn after another in his mind, accompanied by the sound of ancient times appearing in his mind. The sound of the scripture rang in his ears. Xiao Huang looked at this passage of immortal text already engraved in his mind. He couldn't understand it but was greatly shocked. Although it is a dog, it also knows that this thing is not an ordinary item but a treasure. Just ate one page. Only got the beginning of a fairy text. If you eat the whole book, get the complete fairy text, maybe you can really open the path of cultivation. Thinking of this little yellow dog opening its mouth, one bite after another, it swallowed the great immortal decision in a few bites. The scriptures turned into a warm stream flowing into its belly. The little yellow dog lying on the ground, its skin emitting a faint golden light. The scripture not only brought the mantra of the great quality celestial immortal decision, but the scripture itself seems to have the effect of opening the mind. The golden light covers the body of this little yellow dog, subtly changing its body. As the little yellow dog absorbed the golden light, it suddenly felt like it could understand. Its breathing, inhaling and exhaling, closed its dog eyes, and the rich spiritual energy of the 5 elements fire followed the operation of the great heavenly immortal technique in its body. The dantian seemed to turn into an eye of a storm, devouring spiritual energy from all directions. In just a moment, he kicked open the path of cultivating immortality. Not only that, Xiao Huang felt that his physical body had also been strengthened a lot. There was a divine pattern appearing on his body, as if this divine pattern was branded on him. With this divine pattern, it seemed that he had gained the strength of 1,000 caddies as soon as he entered the practice. The great immortal decision is not only a fast success method, but also the top body refining technique in the 3 realms. Just breaking through the first layer of refining chi increases strength by 1,000 caddies. Each small realm increases by 1,000 caddies. By the time you reach the 9th layer of refining chi, that is the strength of 10,000 caddies. In a battle with the same realm, just the strength alone can crush people. Sure enough, it's a fairy technique. Xiao Huang is overjoyed. It doesn't understand. Who left such a fairy technique here? Could it be specifically to enlighten me? In 7 days, I sat in the main hall of the Taishan sect, calculating that Chen Beishuan had already been in the sect for 7 days, and it had been 7 days since his martial arts were passed on. I thought to myself, my disciple's talent is not too bad. The great quality celestial art is a top-notch divine art. Even if it's a dog, there should be some progress in 7 days. Chen Beishuan has been living in seclusion for the past 7 days, staying in his room after entering the sect, presumably practicing his skills diligently. 7 days have passed, and I am ready to get up and take a look. After all, the system has assigned me a task to cultivate disciples to break through the foundation establishment stage in a month. Although only 7 days have passed, I cannot be careless and need to check the situation. I quickly arrived at Chen Beishuan's courtyard. As soon as I stepped into the courtyard, I felt a hot breath coming towards me, and the rich flame aura condensed in the courtyard. I was suddenly excited. In just 7 days, such a strong flame spiritual energy has condensed in this courtyard. Chen Beishuan must have gained something. I immediately stepped into the courtyard, and as soon as I entered, I heard a dog barking, followed by a little yellow dog running towards me. I touched the head of this little yellow one, took out a pill from my arms and fed it to him. Xiao Huang swallowed the fasting pill in one gulp. The familiar taste was exactly the same as the pill he had eaten next to the immortal technique manual 7 days ago. It has a firm belief in its heart, and it was indeed this senior who passed on the divine skill to it 7 days ago. And I looked at this little mongrel at my feet. This guy looked at me eagerly, as if he had something to say. He patted the dog's head and said, "If you can understand what I'm saying, then follow me and practice with me in the future." Little Yellow wagged his tail and rubbed his head against my pants. Later, I brought this little yellow dog to the door of Chen Beishuan's room and coughed. "Disciple, you have been in the sect for 7 days. Today, the teacher has come to check your progress." Chen Beishuan, who was still absorbing the spiritual energy in the room, frowned when he heard the words. He looked outside and upon hearing my voice, a look of annoyance appeared on his face, obviously not expecting this cheap master of his to come to his door. Chen Nanxian originally did not want to pay attention. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Lu Yuan had already started knocking on the door. There was also the sound of a dog barking outside the door. Woof woof! The little yellow dog followed suit and barked twice. Little Yellow, at the 5th level of Qi refining, has already stepped into the immortal path, and his spiritual wisdom has opened up. Knowing that Lu Yuan was here to see Chen Nanyuan, in its opinion, Chen Nanxian had no manners at all, and as a disciple, he was too rude to his master. Chen Nanxian really couldn't stand these two guys. He got up and opened the door. "Master, is there something you want?" Chen Nanxian asked with a frown. Seeing Chen Nanxian finally open the door, Lu Yuan said, "Apprentice, you have already entered my great Luo sect to cultivate within it for 7 days, and as I see that you have gone through 7 days of bitter cultivation, I have come to see how your cultivation is going. After all, the path to immortality is treacherous. In case you take a wrong turn, Master can also correct you in time." Chen Nanxian said breathlessly, "Master, have you ever heard of a piebald steed traveling 1,000 miles? Not in a day? The fastest horse trying to traverse 1,000 miles is not going to get there in a day. Not to mention the practice of cultivation, which is an accumulative process of. Every process takes a lot of time, and this is only 7 days, so I'm not even in a hurry." "What are you in a hurry for?" Chen Nanxian was in no hurry at all. It was only 7 days. How is it possible to get started in the way of cultivation in 7 days? Listening to Chen Nanxuan's revitalized tone, Lu Yuan said, "Didn't Master give you the clan's #1 divine skill, the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal skill? The Great Piece Heavenly Immortal technique is a top-notch speedy success method. You followed the Gongfu and cultivated it, and you haven't had any effect up to now?" When Chen Nanxian saw Lu Yuan mentioning the Great Piece Heavenly Immortal technique, he was a bit weak. After all, he had just gotten the book of feats that Lu Yuan had given him 7 days ago and threw it away in passing. Chen Nanxian glanced outside the courtyard and, now that Gongfu had run off somewhere, maybe it had been picked up by some animal or something, he said, "Master, even if it's a quick success method, it's not that easy to understand. I'm a foolish disciple, so you must give me the time to parse and comprehend the technique." Chen Nanxian only wanted to hurry up and send Lu Yuan away right now, saying that he was going to continue comprehending the technique. Lu Yuan heard this and had to leave. He watched as Chen Nanxian closed the door to his room and continued to go back to his seclusion with a serious look. Lu Yuan shook his head and sighed. It seems that his disciple's comprehension is indeed not generally poor. It had been 7 days, the Great Piece Heavenly Immortal technique had been given to him, and it was outrageous that he hadn't even comprehended the technique thoroughly. Lu Yuan, stupid disciple. If I had known that this one's comprehension was so poor I wouldn't have taken him. How could one complete the task in a month if one had not comprehended it in 7 days? Suddenly Lu Yuan was a bit worried. I wouldn't be able to complete all the newbie quests, would I? After all, how could he have imagined that someone cultivating the great Heavenly Immortal decree wouldn't be able to reach foundation establishment for a month? Lu Yuan brought the little yellow dog back to his yard, and he was sad, still counting on his only apprentice to take him off. The quests given by his own Goldfinger were easy enough and rewarding enough. The problem is that this apprentice is really not good. Lu Yuan, ******it. This is not at all like those cool novels I read before I crossed over. Those people who traveled through the world could cultivate into gods even if they made up their feats, adopting a few disciples who are either sons of fortune or great emperors, or else they've been around for 30 years. How is it so hard for me to get to the protagonist template of the 30-year-old? At first, he thought that Chen Nanxian, his disciple, had sent him to his door, and that it was his blessing that he had arrived. I didn't realize what a blessing it was. I've seen stupid. I've never seen anything this stupid. If it wasn't for the system's stipulation that Lu Yuan couldn't practice on his own, Lu Yuan would have wanted to get on it himself. I'm better than Chen Nanxian on all of them. Lu Yuan couldn't sit still. No way. You can't fail a newbie quest. Can you? If he didn't even complete the newbie quests, wouldn't he become the shame of all travelers? Lu Yuan decided to do something to push that apprentice of his. Right at this moment, a system beep sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Ding! Detecting that your disciple is impervious to the great piece of heavenly immortal technique. Some of the Gongfu chapters are difficult to comprehend. Issue a quest, lecture on sutras in the hall of the great Luo. Assist your disciple in overcoming the Gongfu difficulties. Quest completion receives the rewards, Tangyun Heimushi technique, the art of carrying, and plus 500 points. The system is in the process of distributing the notes on the essence of the great grade heavenly immortal technique. The notes are in the process of being instilled. With the release of the new mandate, Lu Yuan felt that a large strand of knowledge was instantly poured into his mind. All of this knowledge is about the great piece of heavenly immortal technique. Inside, it contained the explanation and interpretation of the essence of the various chapters of the great grade heavenly immortal technique. Use more common language to explain the difficulties among the feats. After all, although the great piece heavenly immortal technique was the #1 speedy method in the 3 realms, it was still difficult to learn. After all, it was a top-notch feat. It's like a simple problem in OU, so it's not like it's simple enough for any cat or dog to solve. It's just relatively simple. Even the system had issued a quest. Perhaps he had really misjudged Chen Nanxian before. That great grade heavenly immortal skill was not as easy as he thought. But it's good that the system just happened to release a quest that. It was just as well that he could take this opportunity to give Chen Nanxian a good lecture. If the boy listens carefully, he will be successful. And there are new rewards for completing quests. The art of taking the clouds and the art of carrying are both good. Practical things. Lu Yuan decided that tomorrow morning, the great Luo Hall would preach. Early the next morning, after Lu Yuan finished washing up early in the morning, he wrote a note and called the little yellow dog. He handed the note to the dog. Little Yellow, give the note to Chen Nanxian, and tell him that this patriarch is going to preach at the great Luo Palace today. Lecture on the great piece of heavenly immortal technique. Go and ask him to come over and listen to the lecture. Lu Yuan had originally planned to call Chen Nanxian himself, but on second thought, it wasn't appropriate. He is his master after all. What kind of master makes a trip to come and go? If you run more, won't you lose value as a master? So he chose to just let the dog take another message. Chapter 6 Sermon at the Hall of the Great Luo. The dog listened to Lu Yuan's words, especially when it heard Lu Luomi speak about the De Luo Temple's sermon. The dog instantly lit up. A sermon? Talking about the great grade heavenly immortal technique? Good. It just so happens that Little Yellow has been practicing the great piece of heavenly immortal technique for the past few days. And even though he can comprehend it all by himself, however, there were still as much as 20 to 30% of the Gongfu chapters that were obscure and difficult to understand, and it had not comprehended them even now. It has been proven that one can't do it behind closed doors. One still needs a master to teach, but unfortunately the dog can't speak human, and its strength is too low right now. Only use body movements to express themselves. For one thing, it couldn't articulate its problem either, so even if it went to ask Lu Yuan, it was useless. 2. It also worries about its identity even if it puts its problems out there. The master may not pay attention to it either. After all, in the cultivation world, the status of is very low. Humans will keep them as pets at best. It a dog to ask questions. Lu Yuan really didn't necessarily hitch a ride on it, but it didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly, just when he really couldn't figure out a few chapters in the Gongfu. The ancestor was about to preach at the great Luo Hall today. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the dog, and his own great chance has come again. Although it knew that master was not speaking to it, but to Chen Nanxian. But there's no rule that says it can't be on the sidelines. A sidebar can also clear up confusion. The dog took a bite of the note Lu Yuan had given it and ran quickly towards the room where Chen Nanxian was to call for help. Chen Nanshuan's room. As Chen Nanyuan swallowed another aura. The aura gathered in his dantian at this moment already had hundreds of strands. Chen Nanxian carefully combed through the heaven and earth spiritual chi that he had painstakingly urged the true martial divine skill to absorb these days. He intended to use these hundreds of miles of aura to break through the powerful shackles of the first level of chi refining in one fell swoop. Chen Nanxian thought in his heart, everything is difficult at the beginning, the most difficult step in cultivation. One is the breakthrough of a great realm, and the other is to draw chi into the body when one has just been initiated. Breaking through the shackles of the first layer of chi refining, the true martial divine skill that I cultivate. Among the high-ranking immortal cultivators of the southern sky world, it also belonged to first-rate techniques. Second only to the divine secrets above the immortal realm. When the true martial divine skill was cultivated to the middle and late stages, the cultivation speed was 3 or 4 times that of other techniques. But there are problems, too. That is, Back then, the true martial godfather who created this set of gongfu was already at the transition stage when he created this gongfu, thus creating a set of gongfu that became more detailed and easier to cultivate the further back one went. The previous cultivation was instead incomparably weak due to the neglect at the time of creating the gongfu. To put it plainly is that this technique, late powerful, but the early stage appears to be a bit chicken ribs. Difficult to practice. This was also the reason why Chen Nanchuan's body went awry when he finally crossed the threshold in his last life. It was also the reason why Chen Nanyuan was so cautious after his rebirth. In his last life, when he drew qi into his body and practiced introductory, after accumulating only 10 auras in his body he chose to break through the shackles of the first level of qi refining. At a later stage he realized that drawing qi into the body is the only opportunity for the human body to open up the cultivation of the divine chakra around the body. At the beginning of human cultivation, there are 365 divine veins around the body. The more aura one accumulates before drawing qi into the body, the more and more thoroughly one opens the cultivation divine veins. Like Chen Nanxian had gone to open the cultivation divine vein in his previous life with 10 channels of Reiki and didn't care much about it. At that time, only 8 or 9 divine veins had been opened, which basically amounted to nothing. But this time, he learned his lesson, and it took him 4 days to, having painstakingly hoarded hundreds of auras. He was waiting for this moment to break through the shackles and open the divine vein. Chen Nanxian, I will succeed this time. He was just about to organize the aura around his body and break through the shackled mark of the first level of qi refining. Outside the door, a dog barked. Woof woof. Along with the barking came the scratching and slapping of doors. Chen Nanxian was just about to invoke his aura to break his shackles, and being interrupted all of a sudden made him very upset. Who is it again? Chen Nanxian got up and went to open the door. Opened the door to find a dog standing on his doorstep. It was the same dog that had come with him at the time. Chen Nanxian, what is it? He saw the dog carrying something in its mouth, which appeared to be an envelope. Chen Nanxian bent down and picked it up, unwrapped it and realized that inside was a letter written by Lu Yuan. Disciple, after half an hour, come quickly to the hall of the Great Luo, where the master will be lecturing on the sutras. You must come and listen. Chen Nanxian finished reading the letter. He admitted he had a headache. I don't know what this Lu Yuan is up to. He himself had originally worshipped the Great Luo sect for the sake of tranquility. After all, he was a reborn person. The resources, techniques, divine abilities, and martial arts within the other great sects were not of much use to him as a reborn person. He didn't need those things. He could retrain back on his own. All he needed was time. The reason why I don't join those big sects is because I know that although those big sects have a lot of resources, I don't know why I don't join those big sects, but there was also a lot going on, and all sorts of troubles would waste his time. Entering the Great Luo sect was a picture of quiet. As a result, I didn't expect this patriarch Lu to act as if he had had enough to eat. He had only been worshipping the Great Luo sect for 7 days, and he had come yesterday to test his cultivation, and today he had written to him to listen to the lecture. Chen Nanchuan's head was big, while others couldn't tell. Chen Nanxian could tell at a glance that Lu Yuan was just a mortal. There's not even a hint of a practitioner in you. What do you know? What are you talking about? Chen Nanxian hadn't wanted to go, but unexpectedly the next second this dog at the door of his own room directly bit his pants with his mouth end, to yank him outward. Dog, woof. Brother, I've never begged anyone in my life, but this time I'm begging you. Please come with me. The big opportunity is right in front of you. You've got to hear it. Watch as this dog tugs at his pants to get himself to follow. Chen Nanxian thought. This patriarch of the Great Luo sect looked like he wasn't an oil lamp, and for the first time, he let the dog send a message to himself. If he didn't go himself, he might come in person the second time and annoy himself once more. Just go. Big deal. He talks about him and I fix me. At least no one bothers me. Chen Nanxian asked the dog to wait for him at the door for a moment. He had to prepare something. With that, he turned and went back to his room. After returning to his room, Chen Nanyuan took out the package he had brought with him when he entered the sect. Taking out 2 pieces of talisman paper from inside the package, he called upon a trace of his aura within his body and lifted his pen. The brush moved like a dragon, and in a few breaths he drew himself 2 spacer notes. The sound insulation note was drawn, and Chen Nanxian stuffed it into his ears before heading out the door. Chen Nanxian pushed open the door and walked out. Looking at the show dog waiting at the door with his tail wagging, he said, "Come on, let's go to the lecture." Woof. Little Yellow led the way in front, with Chen Nanyuan following closely behind. It didn't take long to reach the hall of the Great Luo. Upon entering the hall of the Great Luo, Chen Nanxian saw at a glance that Lu Yuan was seated on top of a futon, as if the ancestor was at the altar. It's been a long time coming. Chapter 7, It's all in my effort. Seeing Chen Nanyuan and Doggy coming, Lu Yuan said, "Disciple, Master has been waiting for you for a long time, and now that you are here, sit down on the futon in front of me. Yesterday, you said that it was difficult to comprehend the techniques of the Grand Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique. Today, the Master will speak on the essence of the Dharma in this hall of the Great Luo and clear up your confusion. Today's lecture is the first 12 of the 72 subsections of the entire De Pin Tian Xian secret. Since today, the Master will begin to speak 12 small chapters per day, spread over a total of 6 days. You need to listen carefully. Lu Yuan pointed to a futon placed in front of him and told Chen Nanyuan to sit down. Chen Nanxian shook his head in his heart as he looked at Lu Yuan sitting on the sermon platform. A mere mortal, making a fool of himself. This guy really treats himself as a master. If he informs him of his past life identity, I'm afraid it will scare him to death. However, the memories of the transitional cultivation were a matter of great importance, and Chen Nanxian was definitely not likely to leak them. The immortal cultivation world is a world of danger and deceit, and he is now weak. So if this matter spreads out, inevitably, there will be people with ulterior motives who will target him. And in the world of immortal cultivation, the art of soul searching and taking away one's body is not uncommon. Chen Nanxian could only develop in a low key for now, and later when his strength grew, he would strike again with a heavy blow. Now that he was worshipping Lu Yuan as his master, he could not go against Lu Yuan in the open, so Chen Nanxian could only sit down obediently, make a serious gesture and listen up. Looking at this disciple of his, although his qualifications were dull, he looked quite good at learning. Sitting on stage at the moment with a serious face, Lu Yuan revealed a satisfied expression. It doesn't matter if you're a little stupid. It's okay to be diligent and studious, and the children are teachable. Afterward, Lu Yuan began to preach the true and wonderful secret of manifestation and mysticism. There is no other way of saying that one should practice one's life. It's all about the spirit. Be careful what you hide and don't let it leak. Lu Yuan was preaching in the hall of the Great Luo, and Chen Nanxian, who was listening to the sermon below, was preaching while he was mentally reciting a piece of incantation. He catalyzed the note that had been plugged into his ear in advance. As a faint green light lit up in his ears, Chen Nanxian instantly felt the world go quiet. Chen Nanxian, Lao Dang, just speak. Speak slowly. Listen to a word and counts me as a loser. The reason he was here today was not to listen to a lecture at all. He was trying to avoid Lu Yuan Lao Dang from continuing to annoy him, and after isolating all the voices, Chen Nanxian buried his head and busied himself with his own business. Just before, when he was about to push the hundreds of auras in the dantian of his body to break through the shackles of the first layer of qi refining, in the middle of it, but the dog interrupted it, so now you can break through in peace. Chen Nanxian was sprinting through the first level of qi refining in the Great Luo Hall. Next to him, on another futon, the little yellow dog lay on his back. The ears perked up in extra seriousness. It was listening to the sermon. It was listening to the sermon, and as Lu Yuan got to the subtleties of the sermon, the dog revealed a look of infatuation. Indulge in the essence of the way. Doggy, well, wonderful. Having failed to hear the ancestors preaching before, with the dog's spiritual intelligence, the great product Heavenly Immortal Technique was still too profound for it, and in many places it could only comprehend some of the basics and was not allowed to truly understand them. But for today's sermon, the first 12 bars of the Kung Fu, many ambiguous places that the dog had previously comprehended on his own were resolved, and he was able to go 100 feet further. It instantly realized that the great product Heavenly Immortal Technique was truly a first-class divine technique, with endless subtleties. The ancestor speaks well. The little yellow dog listened attentively, chewed on it, and recalled the avenue. The sensory path is in its doggy paws. Boom! The dog did not react on the surface, but in reality, a radical change occurred within his body. Endless true essence surged through the dantian, and it was as if waves were stirring within the dantian. When an ordinary cultivator cultivates, the dantian aura is like a gurgling stream in the mountains, flowing slowly along the meridians. The activation of the gong method was also just to give the aura a boost. However, the little yellow dog that had cultivated the great piece of heavenly immortal skill, at the moment, the aura in the dantian at the moment was actually as vast as the sea. Before, if you didn't have the true solution to the technique, you would only devour aura madly when practicing. 7 days of hoarding tens of thousands of channels of aura, hoarding a sea of oceanic chi in the dantian, not knowing how to utilize it. But at this moment, listening to the true solution, the ocean of aura in this little yellow dog's body was like opening a gate in an instant. The aura sea turned over 10,000 waves and madly rushed through the barrier. The 8th level of chi refining. 9th level of chi refining. Having realized the true solution of the gong method, the shackle barrier of the chi refining stage was nothing in front of the great product Heavenly Immortal Technique. In just an instant, this little yellow dog broke through the 9th level of chi refining realm. It was only one step away from going straight to foundation establishment. But breaking through foundation establishment moved quite a bit. The ancestor is now preaching. And the little yellow dog suppresses its cultivation and does not dare to disturb the ancestor. Listen to the word first, and then, later, seek a breakthrough. This little yellow dog listened as if mesmerized, frantically drawing on the knowledge of the great heavenly immortal technique. On the first day of the course, with 27 small sections of content, Lu Yuan spoke for more than 3 hours. After the course was finished, Lu Yuan looked down at Chen Nanxian. He's finished his lesson and this kid is still sitting still? Lu Yuan was just about to remind. And in the very next second, he saw that above the surface of Chen Nanxuan's body in front of him, a golden light actually emerged. In the dantian within Chen Nanyuan's body, the stream of aura that had been accumulating for 4 days finally broke through the sturdy barrier of the first level of qi refining with great difficulty, and it opened 100 cultivation divine veins around his body. Chen Nanxian opened his eyes, revealing a look of ecstasy. It's a done deal. In my last life, in my haste to achieve success, I forced my way through the shackles of cultivation with 10 channels of aura. Only 10 divine veins were opened. This time, hundreds of aura impacts were accumulated and 100 divine veins were opened at once. It seems that in this life, immortal father, I am stable. A mere heavenly calamity can't help me this time. Watching Chen Nanxuan's body surface explode with golden light, Lu Yuan, who was sitting across from him, also had a happy look on his face. Breaking. Well. It seems that today's 3 hours of lecturing for the master is still of some use. This disciple of his own, although stupid, is a bit stupid, but also quite diligent and willing to learn. Listening to the sermon for a day. Finally, something has been achieved, and I have officially stepped into the path of cultivation. Lu Yuan got up and smiled. Apprentice, it seems that you have gained quite a lot today. Chen Nanxian was also happy and said, after accumulating for several days, I finally broke through the first level of qi refining. It's all in my efforts. Lu Yuan frowned. What are you talking about? Master has given you a 3-hour lecture on the true understanding of the Tao. Did not the master enlighten you? Villains. Master, I've been preaching to you for a day and now you're saying it's all up to you? It was only then that Chen Nanxian reacted. Oh, you really preached for 3 hours? But I didn't listen to a word of it. Chen Nanxian casually and perfunctorily said, Master, today's speech was good, and if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Lu Yuan lectured. But Chen Nanxian didn't listen at all and didn't bother to nag at this mortal. He was only perfunctorily accomplishing his task so that Lu Yuan would bother him less. Now that the talk is over, he's gone. Lu Yuan was furious as he watched this kid's departing back. Hubris. Simply retrograde. His own mouth was dry after 3 hours of hard lecturing to this retrograde disciple. Not to say that making tea for yourself as a master to honor your filial piety is just that. The tone just now was full of concern, not putting himself as a master in his eyes at all. It's infuriating. Chapter 8, I shall ascend and become an immortal in the upper realm. Lu Yuan was annoyed. If it wasn't for the system mission, who would want to teach you? If I had known that this brat Chen Nanxian was of such a stubborn character, I would not have accepted him. But it was too late for Lu Yuan to regret now. For one thing, apprentices are hard to find and the system is on a tight schedule of tasks. Secondly, the system had already bound Chen Nanxian, and now it all depended on this kid. Although Lu Yuan was angry, he could only hold his tongue for now. Kid, you wait, for the master has no strength now. You wait for me to finish the mission of the, when master receives the full level foundation establishment reward, I'll teach you to see my methods. Lu Yuan clenched his fists. He endured for now. Lu Yuan held his tongue and whisked his sleeve away with a bellyful of anger. On the other side of the futon, the little yellow dog witnessed everything just now. The little yellow dog was burning with rage, his eyes staring fiercely at the departing Chen Nanyuan's back. Woof, asshole. See how angry you made the ancestor. Listening to the lecture today, the little yellow dog gained tremendously. It is still waiting with bated breath for the ancestor to preach and teach again tomorrow. As a result, Lu Yuan had just finished speaking when Chen Nanxian angered the ancestor. The ancestor can tolerate it. It can't even tolerate it. The little yellow dog looked outside of the Great Luo Hall. It was already dark. It got up and walked towards the outside of the Great Luo Hall, followed Chen Nanxian. Chen Nanxian left the Great Luo Hall and returned to his residence. On the way, Chen Nanyuan pondered his current situation. Having just broken through the first level of qi refining, one belongs to the thick and thin. Open 100 cultivation divine veins at once. When we break through foundation establishment, there will be a second chance to open the divine vein. As long as one accumulated carefully, one would definitely be able to get through 100 more by the time one broke through to foundation establishment. In that case, there would be a chance to open all the divine veins in the entire body before God realization. And at that time, your own potential will be huge. The potential of one's own life would be immeasurable. The Chen Nanxian of his previous life was almost invincible in this world despite his breakthrough to the transitional succession stage. But after he broke through the 9th level of the transition, he vaguely sensed the existence of the upper realm. Especially at the time of his final heavenly tribulation. He vaguely saw that there seemed to be a portal half open above the heavenly tribulation thundercloud while he was crossing the tribulation. From within that portal, he sensed a purer and more powerful aura, as well as a great pressure. Looking along the doorway, it was as if he saw several gatekeeper heavenly generals clad in silver-white battle armor. With a silver and white war halberd in hand, he stood within the heavenly gate. That portal seemed to be the door of ascension, the heavenly gate to the immortal realm. If one was able to cross the tribulation, one would surely be able to soar within that immortal door and ascend to the immortal realm. It was only a pity that the Chen Nanxian of his last life had limited talent and ultimately did not cross the heavenly tribulation. Because of his own weak foundation, he was cleaved to death under the heavenly tribulation, but God had given him a chance to start over. And in this life, Chen Nanxian was confident that, as long as he built up and laid a good foundation this time, he would definitely be able to successfully cross the heavenly tribulation this time. At that time, one would certainly be able to ascend and enter the immortal realm behind that heavenly gate. Chen Nanxian, by that time, I, too, will be able to don that mighty silver-white battle armor and wield a silver-white battle halberd, guard the immortal gate and become an immortal in the upper realm. Chen Nanxian's face showed a hopeful expression. Thinking of his promising future, Chen Nanxian couldn't help but accelerate his pace, wanted to go back and continue the hard work. And at this moment, right behind Chen Nanyuan, a figure followed closely behind him. The figure was light on its feet, walking noiselessly, hidden in the shadows, the night sweeping over its entire body. Instead, there were several silver-colored divine patterns emanating a shimmering light on his body. Following Chen Nanyuan was naturally the little yellow dog that had come out of the Great Luo Hall with him. The silver-colored divine pattern on his body was from the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique, cultivating the Great Grade Heavenly Immortal Technique. Every time one breaks through a realm, one's body will automatically condense a divine pattern. For each additional divine stripe, the strength grows by 1,000 pounds. Originally, Little Yellow Dog broke through the 7th level of Qi refining in 7 days, and had 7 silver-white divine lines on his body. But today, listening to the sermon and breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refining in 1 day, now that it had 9 divine stripes visible on its body, each of these 9 divine stripes, each of which took on a silver-white color, covered its body. Walking through the night in the shape of a god dog, the strength of the body, moreover, has exceeded the strength of 10,000 pounds. This little yellow dog was following Chen Nanxian, naturally to help the ancestor out. In its opinion, since Chen Nanxian was destined to be under the ancestor's door, it was a heavenly destiny. Ancestor for his blood. Special hall open altar sermon. To this kid as if he were his own. This boy had been taught the supreme divine skill by the ancestor, and had listened to the Tao for another day. And after turning his head to listen to the Tao, how dare you speak out against the ancestor? Smashing pots and pans when you're full? Lift the table when you're done eating? Such villains. The ancestor is inconvenient to teach them a lesson. So I, Huang, will do it for them. The little yellow dog let out a low growl. And in the next second, its figure had already transformed into a yellow wind that swept out. In an instant, he had pounced behind Chen Nanxian. Chen Nanxian hadn't cultivated to the transitional great immortal demon realm in his previous life for nothing. Almost instantly, he felt the killing intent surging through the air. Chen Nanxian reacted quickly and dodged at the first opportunity. But alas, being reborn back to the reaction time is enough, but not enough physicality. At the first level of Qi refining, no matter how strong one's consciousness was, one couldn't hide from a sneak attack at the 9th level of Qi refining. It's like a real father hitting his son. Even if the son has good sense, he can't avoid a backhanded slap from his real father. The little yellow dog backhanded a slap, directly smacking Chen Nanxian in the face. Chen Nanxian felt his mind go crazy, and in the next second, his entire body directly flew out. The left side of his face was also instantly swollen. Chen Nanxian was furious. Asshole! Who dares to hit me? I'm the reincarnation of a transmogrified immortal. I don't want to die. He was still searching around for the source of the killing aura, but the other party was too fast and his realm was a long way above his. Chen Nanxian couldn't see the other party's figure at all. When he saw the other man again, he slapped him again. Chen Nanxian flew up again, and the right side of his face was swollen. Now that's symmetry. Who the hell is it? Chen Nanchuan's face red warmed up as he was hit and jumped to his feet. 500 years in his previous life, he rose like a comet, and he suppressed all the heavenly prides of his contemporaries. Undefeated in 10,000 battles. I've never suffered such a big defeat in my life. I didn't realize that I've just been reborn back in this life. I can't believe I got thrashed by a guy who was hiding his head. How would I want to lose my face as a great immortal exalt when I say it out loud? Something that hides its head. Show yourself if you have the ability. Chen Nanxian took a fighting stance, to fight the other side in the darkness. However, Chen Nanxian didn't realize that he was in this red warmth of. The little yellow dog that had just struck out at him had already flown away from the scene. A lecture is enough. Chen Nanxian is no longer a disciple of the ancestor, so he can't go too far, or the ancestor will know that. It's time to get angry. Chen Nanxian waited in place for a long time, alerting his surroundings. 10 minutes later, there was no more movement in the darkness. Only then did Chen Nanxian react to the fact that the rat that had just sneaked up on him in the darkness had already run away. Beat yourself up and run? Chen Nanxian was annoyed in his heart. You wait for me. You see if I can pull you out. If I don't pull you out, I've wasted my time as a ferryman. Chapter 9 Prying. The room, with the lights and shadows swaying. Chen Nanxian came back with a bruise. He was beaten up violently when he walked at night. The key hadn't seen who it was that hit him. Anger was stacked up in Chen Nanxuan's heart. If I hadn't returned from rebirth with all my strength, a mortal body, and my cultivation just beginning, how can you be so insulted? Who the hell is targeting me? Chen Nanxuan's face was ugly. He had never suffered such a big loss in his previous life when he became an honorary cultivator until now. And if he didn't take this revenge, he would not be able to stabilize his Tao heart. On the path of cultivation, one seeks to have a clear Taoist mind. If the Taoist mind is not clear, the cultivation will be defective. I'd like to see who took a shot at me. In his previous life, Chen Nanxian had fought the 10,000 clans alone, and had obtained many of the 10,000 clans' secret techniques. Among them is the rather brilliant art of divination, which can take a corner of the past and future to find out the truth. Most of them have to be activated in conjunction with a high level of cultivation, but there are one or two that it could be used without the need for extremely high cultivation, but the flaw was that it required a drain on longevity. It's also commonly known as having no blue bar to burn a blood bar. Chen Nanxian is a born-again person. He will definitely break through the tribulation in the future, and his lifespan will be 10,000 years by then. 5,000 springs and autumns make a year, so the few years of longevity he had lost by casting the secret method was not important to him. He then cast a spell and filled the room with 6 starlights. The person sits in the center of the 6 star lamps, which correspond to the 6 stars of the southern dipper in the sky. The technique was performed, and within the lamps of each of the 6 star lanterns, smoke and fire rose up in exceptional splendor. A streak of smoke rose up and wrapped around Chen Nanxuan's body, turning it into a lead, and then, several threads of blood were then drawn out from within Chen Nanxuan's body. These threads of blood were just pumping his lifespan. Each strand of blood is a bit of longevity. Chen Nanxian didn't dare to waste any time. He then lightly shouted, "Open!" Immediately following, a hand trick was struck between his eyebrows, and a heavenly eye between his eyebrows was forcefully opened. To divine the man who struck at him tonight. Chen Nanxian, let me see who is making a move on me. After the heaven's eye was opened, Chen Nanxuan's soul seemed to leave his body, and the time around him was as if it had stood still. Chen Nanxuan's perspective rose, and he saw his physical body sitting in the middle of the 6 star lamp. Seeing the lines of blood draw out around you and float away in the air with the smoke, the view continues to rise. The timeline backtracks to half an hour ago. On the path of the great Luo clan, Chen Nanxian saw himself on a night walk. Behind himself, sure enough, a figure followed. Found it. Chen Nanxian maneuvered his spirit body to draw closer, to see who the other party was. However, he was just about to rush over to take a look. The next second unexpectedly crashed headlong into a golden wall, as if a golden barrier appeared in front of him, preventing him from discovering the truth. Over the barrier, Chen Nanxian saw that the black shadow figure that was hidden behind him at that time had also become blurred and could not be probed. How could this happen? Someone is covering up the sky? Chen Nanxian was hit by the golden barrier and was directly bounced back. The divination spirit body was instantly bounced back to its physical body, and the surrounding 6 star lamplights shook twice before all of them instantly went out. This is a divination technique that rarely fails. In that situation just now, unless a great power had made a move to cover up the heavenly chances, it wouldn't be impossible to probe. But, how is this possible? In this small de Luo sect, in the nooks and crannies of the land, where did the great powers come from to cover up the heavenly chances? It's not like the mighty have nothing to do. However, Chen Nanxian quickly thought of one thing. Unable to probe, there was another possibility. That is, the object being probed is very powerful in the future. So powerful that it cuts off all probing power of the past and future. the future strongman, with his secret method of covering up the sky and cutting off the past and present. Cut off all temporal probes for all information about yourself. This kind of tactic, although the Chen Nanxian in his heyday did not have it, he had heard of it. Many of the top powers, in order to protect themselves in the weak hours of the past, in order to prevent their enemies from decapitating their past selves across time and space, they would cast a spell to shield everything in the past and cover their tracks. This belongs to the top means. Chen Nanxian, could it be that the other party is really some future great power? I don't believe it. He didn't believe it. He had to see today who the other party really was. Chen Nanxian had reasons why he had to watch it. He wants to know why the other guy beat the out of himself. Also, he wondered what he had done to offend the mysterious man. After all, if the other guy is really some big shot in the future, he himself offended this great man again without knowing it. It's kinda scary too. Back to other people to wear shoes to their own secret tactics are not clear to themselves. Chen Nanxian continued to light the 6-star lamp. Since the other side of this time and space and the past time and space could not be probed, the future of the other side would be probed. Usually when great powers cover up heavenly chances, they cover up their weak past selves, just in case the enemy is on to his past time self. But there is no need to cover up your future powerful self. So the move of probing what the opponent will look like at his future peak is feasible. Chen Nanxian opened his heavenly eyes again, burning his longevity to probe the future. This immortal emperor would like to see who you really are in the future. Chen Nanxian now wanted to know who had struck out at him, and for what. How strong the future opponent really is. It would be fine if the other party was stronger than him in the future. If it was weaker than a transition. Chen Nanxian sneered twice. Humph. Then don't blame my father for being rude. Coddling above the self, punching hard below the self. Chen Nanchuan's 6-star lantern heaven's eye divination grand avatar directly peered into the corner of the future. Because this time it was the future that was being peered into. The longevity burned much faster. Previously, probing once burned 5 years of lifespan. Every second of this probe is 5 years. Chen Nanxian saw his spiritual body exit his body and leave his body. Gradually his spiritual perspective rose, continued to rise, and continued to rise. He saw himself sitting in the center of the 6-star lantern, his own physical body, and saw the entirety of the Dala sect. Seeing the vast sea of clouds and misty mountains near the great Luo sect, continue ascending to witness the entire northern landscape, and after that, the entire green sky world. Continuing the ascent, a wall of heavenly gates is seen wide open. The golden immortal door slowly opens. The moment he saw the immortal gate, Chen Nanxian sweated profusely, realizing that something bad had happened. He exclaimed, "Not good. Immortal realm powerhouse. Don't." But it's too late. Things were far beyond his expectations, and he tried to withdraw the divination spell, but it was too late. The spiritual perspective has vanished and passed through the heavenly gates. He directly saw the scene within the future immortal realm. Ascending to the upper realm, one could see the heavenly court, the whole of which was supported by 9 layers of floating cloud shields. Immortal islands stand in a forest of floating clouds straight up. The golden light rolls in red neon, and 1,000 streaks of auspicious gas spray purple mist. Chen Nanxian saw the southern heavenly gate, made of blue sunken glaze and made of brightly fronted precious jade. On both sides stood dozens of Jintian marshals, a member of the top beams and pillars, holding milling and banner. Under the 4 following dozens of silver-armored godmen, each holding a halberd and hanging a whip, holding a sword and fighting with a sword. Legend has it that the Immortal Realm's Imperial Extreme Lingxiao Palace is situated in the Great Luo Heaven, the highest place in the Miroko Palace. He saw the future Jade Emperor commanding the 10,000 gods of the heavens in this hall. Chen Nanxian was horrified to see a figure appear above the Great Luo Heaven's Lingxiao Palace. The divine patterns of heaven and earth condense into one, and they begin to become Tai Shang de Luo Xian, the divine dog with blue eyes and golden pupils. Wrapping his body around the 6 jins of divine flame, he leapt up from behind the Lingxiao Palace in the Great Luo Heaven, stepped up to the 9 heavens, and opened his mouth and sucked in, swallowed the sun in one bite. The god dog seemed to notice something and looked at his spirit body with a smile. Chen Nanxian, Chapter 10, My disciple is dead? The first moment Chen Nanxian saw the immortal gate, he knew that something big was about to happen. The method of divination, to put it bluntly, is a matter of seizing heaven's creation and stealing heaven's opportunity. To be a thief under the eyes of God, to snoop and probe into things that should not be known. If it's just probing small, unimportant things that won't have a huge impact, so be it. Deduct some bloodstains, deduct some merit, nothing more. But when it comes to big secrets, big chances, big names, with serious consequences, the diviner would be in danger. If you lose tens of thousands of lifetimes, you will die. If you lose your soul on the spot, you will be removed from the 3 realms. In situ pinning. At the peak of his previous life, Chen Nanxian, in full bloom, had only looked at the immortal gate from afar. Before he could touch the immortal gate, he was struck to death by a bolt of heavenly lightning. Now that he's reborn and back, his cultivation is now but one level of refining chi, and he's burning blood strips for divination. Just dare to go up and peek at the immortal gate, and even drill inside the heavenly gate. What the? The consequence is that the spirit body, while still in the lower realms, peers into the future and burns 5 years of life in a second. After entering the immortal gate, Chen Nanxian stayed for a total of 3 seconds and looked at the future immortal realm 3 times. But every second burns him for 10,000 years of life. It wasn't until he saw that one Tengu figure that Chen Nanyuan let out a miserable cry. A mouthful of blood spurted out as he forcibly exited the snooping state. The entire person blacked out and fainted. Nowadays, in his mortal body, how many years of lifespan is there in total? Those 3 seconds just now burned 30,000 years of his lifespan. Chen Nanxian also fell back on tens of thousands of years of longevity and fell headfirst into the room, breaking off. Ding! Your disciple had an accident. His lifespan was depleted and he died of gas. On the bed, Lu Yuan had been lecturing on the scriptures for a day. His back was sore, and he was just about to lie down. A sudden beep came to his ear. Lu Yuan's body, which had just been lying down, tensed up at once and stood up directly, and the boy stood upright. Ha! What did you say? My disciple is dead? Lu Yuan couldn't believe his ears. Wasn't he alive and kicking just now? I've been preaching to him all day. He also broke through the realm before class. How can you just die? Lu Yuan put on a piece of clothing, pushed open the door and rushed towards Chen Nanchuan's residence. When he arrived at Chen Nanchuan's yard, Lu Yuan pushed open the door as soon as he could and saw Chen Nanxian lying on the ground. Lu Yuan checked his nostrils. Is he really out of breath? He was in a hurry. What the is going on here? Is it easy for me to take on a student? The system issued a novice mission with a regular 1-month period, and now 8 days have passed. More than half a month left, looking just a little better. And the apprentice dies violently? Lu Yuan, with this kid dead, where would one find a new disciple at this time? There's still more than half a month left, and it's not certain if we'll receive an apprentice with spiritual roots. Not to mention half a month's time for the new disciple to break through foundation establishment. This guy Chen Nanxian can't die, and he hadn't finished his second mission yet. The system released the task of preaching the scripture. The great piece of heavenly immortal technique was preached in 6 days, and rewards could be obtained after the preaching. He just clocked in to finish his first day. With Chen Nanxian dead, the two of you failed your mission outright. Lu Yuan, system, is there any way to save him? Detected that your disciple has been drained of 10,000 years of life. The system has provided you with 10 rescue options. 1. The host may spend 100 points to have his soul forcibly remain within the body. Follow up with more life-enhancing elixirs to make up for the longevity deficit. 2. The host can spend 500,000 points to exchange for the fruit of 10,000 longevity, which will increase his life by 50,000 years. May be resurrected in full blood discipleship. 3. The host travels to the Sea of Taboos to snatch the flesh and blood Bodhi seeds that ripen once in 100,000 years. Refining increases your life by 50,000 years. 4. The host fights his way up to the little spirit mountain and seizes the relics of the Buddha's bones, increasing his life by 50,000 V. Host rob. The system proposes one solution after another. Lu Yuan's frown tightened the further he looked down. Stop. The Forbidden Sea. The Little Spirit Mountain. These are all places I can go? 500,000 points. Lu Yuan doesn't have any either. It looks like it's going to have to be option 1. First use 100 points to hang on to his life, and then follow up with more life-enhancing elixirs to see if he can live. It's up to him. To be honest, Chen Nanxian had only just worshipped the door. Moreover, this guy had spoken out against Lu Yuan earlier. If there really wasn't a dispute of interest, this guy would be dying violently right now, and Lu Yuan wouldn't even see fit to save him. The reason why he saved him was purely because Lu Yuan still needed him to complete the mission for himself. After all, the two of you are mission bound to this guy. This kid can't die now. 100 points. Lu Yuan asked the system. System, how many points do I have now? The host binds the system, and the system opens with a gift of 100 points. Lu Yuan, well. I've got 100 points in the opening round for you to hang on to. Not one more point. Lu Yuan, use option 1. Hang on to his life until my mission is complete. He can't die. Lu Yuan directly consumed 100 points. Then the points were deducted. A radiant light enveloped Chen Nanchuan's entire body. Lu Yuan then saw Chen Nanchuan's soul, which had originally begun to dissipate. It was collected directly by the system and stuffed back in. After an incense stick of time, Chen Nanxian coughed violently and awoke. As soon as he woke up, Chen Nanyuan let out a cry of surprise. No! He sat up with a jolt, realizing that he was sore all over and his body didn't seem like his own. After struggling for a moment, Chen Nanxian laid back down again, his entire body heavy as if he was deflated. How could this happen? Chen Nanchuan's face was ugly. He realized that his life palace was now gray, and his longevity had actually all been sucked out. Between heaven and earth, as long as it is a living thing, there is a life palace, and within the life palace, a lamp of longevity is burned. When the longevity lamp burns vigorously, the longevity grows. If the lamp of life is grayed out, the lifespan has come to an end and the person is about to die. When the lamp of life is extinguished and the oil runs out, the person is extinguished. Chen Nanxian realized that his longevity lamp was in a bizarre state at this time. Within the lamp oil was empty, and the lamp appeared gray. But for some reason, it's not out, and there's a glowing ember glowing, but the lit fires also appear gray. Some people are alive but dead? What state is this? Chen Nanxian had never heard before that anyone's longevity lamp looked like this. He looked at Lu Yuan, who appeared in his room, and inquired what was going on. Lu Yuan said, "I was going to ask you, what have you done? Got yourself to the point where your lifespan is depleted. You've lost your life? It's only because I used my great powers that I was able to hang on to your life. Or else you'd think you'd be able to live?" While Lu Yuan was talking, the little yellow dog outside the door heard the commotion over here and came over to check. Looking at Chen Nanxian, who was lying on the bed with a bruised and swollen nose, the dog revealed a smile. Chen Nanxian directly ignored Lu Yuan's words. A mortal saying that he used his great power to save his life and hang on to his lifespan? Ghosts don't believe it. Chen Nanchuan's eyes were all gathered on this dog's body. He suddenly breathed heavily, as if he had realized something extraordinary. This dog, could it be? Chapter 11, Dog Heavenly Father. Chen Nanchuan's gaze crossed over Lu Yuan and looked dead on at the dog behind Lu Yuan. This little yellow dog is incredibly familiar. Chen Nanxian instantly recalled that when he had previously used the 6-star lamp to peer up into the future heavenly court, the last glimpse of the Tengu figure seen from the viewpoint. That Tengu, with its entire body entwined with divine lines, and its feet stepping on the 6 jins of divine flame, swallowing a solar star in one bite. It's uncannily similar to this little yellow dog in front of me. Chen Nanxian, could it be the one that made a move on me tonight? This dog will grow into a fairy god dog in the future? He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in his mind. In his previous life, he had heard some ancient rumors. When some ancient beasts traveled the world, will reproduce offspring in the blessed and deep treasure world to leave behind eggs. These divine beasts' descendants, early and ordinary beasts, are not much different from the ordinary beasts. Plain and simple. Only after they grow to a certain age will they reveal their divine differences, awaken their aptitude and grow in cultivation. Divine beasts don't have to cultivate. The divine beast bloodline and flesh flowing in their bodies is the greatest treasure trove of all. They feed on the laws of the world and the aura of heaven and earth. At the end of growth, they tend to swallow the world in one gulp, absorbing the power of the world and growing to their peak. This little yellow dog, who now looks mediocre, but based on a glimpse of the future, this guy is most likely descended from some kind of divine beast. In the future, it will be able to swallow the entire solar star in one bite. How horrible. Chen Nanxian peered into the future through the 6-star lamp, and merely glanced at it. Just feel the fear from the soul. Even in his heyday in his previous life, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand a slap from that Tengu. Other than that, the divine fire entwined in that immortal world's heavenly dog, divided into a sliver of. All of them were many times stronger than the heavenly thunder that made him fall. That's a true immortal world powerhouse. You didn't die yourself, maybe because of this little yellow dog? Chen Nanxian guessed. Now that he has entered the great Luo sect with this little yellow dog, in the future, when this little yellow dog's bloodline awakens, ascending to the immortal realm, he peeked into the future and spied on it this time, and perhaps it recognized him. Taking into account some of his fellow disciples' incense love in his early years, he helped him by blocking the power of longevity decline. Let him hang on to a little life for now. That must be it. Chen Nanxian felt that he had guessed the truth. After all, if that dog heavenly father hadn't made a move, who else could it have been? No one could really think that it was his mortal master who made the move, could they? Chen Nanxian didn't put Lu Yuan in his eyes at all. A mortal who could stop 30,000 years of life decline to save someone? No kidding. But for that dog heavenly father from the future, it's a small matter. Thinking of this, Chen Nanxian smiled respectfully at the little yellow dog in front of him and nodded. The little yellow dog watched as Chen Nanxian nodded towards himself. The mind screamed sick. Has this kid been beaten silly by himself? He's still laughing after being beaten up by himself? The dog shook his head straight. Lu Yuan didn't know what was going on in Chen Nanchuan's mind as he said, "Your lifespan is depleted. In the future, you need to take in more longevity-enhancing elixirs to make up for your longevity as early as possible. So you rest first, and the master will go back first." Chen Nanxian had just recovered and couldn't talk to him for too long. Lu Yuan was afraid that he was weak and told him to rest. After that, Lu Yuan left the place, and the little yellow dog glanced at Chen Nanxian and he also followed Lu Yuan's ass. Chen Nanxian looked at the back of this little yellow dog with suppressed excitement in his heart. To think that after I, Chen Nanxian, was reborn, I would have such a heavenly chance. Surprisingly, he was able to worship in the same sect as an immortal realm godfather of this level at the early stages of cultivation. With this destiny, my future path will surely be smooth, and ascension is just around the corner. Chen Nanxian was filled with excitement. This kind of future big shot, with a little something leaking out from inside his fingers, it's all enough to make his brain fat. If you get in touch with such a big shot, you'll be on your way to the top in the future. Not to mention the fact that there was a fellowship in the early days. In the future, when this dog Heavenly Father develops and casually lifts himself up, he will take off. Chen Nanxian felt that he really had to get on good terms with this little yellow dog. As for the shame of this little yellow dog beating himself up tonight, Chen Nanxian said, "What shame? How can this be called a shame? I am a reincarnated immortal dignitary reborn, and being beaten by a minor character is called a disgrace. Being beaten by an immortal power, how can you call it a shame? My little immortal dignity, being beaten up by an immortal power, it's called a knockout. It's just a pointing out. Holding a grudge? Can't remember a thing." The next day, Lu Yuan decided to continue his sermon preaching and told the dog to go and call the people. Although Chen Nanxian had an accident last night, but listening to the lecture wasn't for him to fight. It's still okay to sit and listen to the sermon. Moreover, Lu Yuan was afraid that Chen Nanxian wouldn't live for a few days and die. It's better to do this task sooner rather than later. Woof! Outside Chen Nanchuan's house, the little yellow dog barked, calling him to listen to the lecture. Chen Nanxian heard the dog barking and immediately opened the door. Respectfully, "Senior, little yellow dog, are you out of your mind?" Looking at the little yellow dog's puzzled expression, Chen Nanyuan did not explain much. He was well aware that this dog Heavenly Father was still in his infancy now, as was the case with all descendants of divine beasts. Early on, the bloodline hadn't been activated yet, so he didn't know how powerful he was, and he'd know when he got bigger later on. Chen Nanxian also took the opportunity to strike up a good relationship with this dog Heavenly Father. The little yellow dog doesn't know what's got this guy pumped up, calling out to him for a lecture. Chen Nanxian hadn't wanted to go waste time, but nay, this little yellow dog pulled him to go, and Chen Nanxian didn't give Lu Yuan face. One must also give face to this dog Heavenly Father. Let's just go. It's not practicing anywhere anyway, right? The face of this immortal world powerhouse still needs to be given. After all, it is expected to be able to lift it up a bit in the future. Thus, for the next few days, Chen Nanxian followed the little yellow dog and went to the hall of the Great Luo daily to listen to the lectures. It's just that the little yellow dog is listening incredibly attentively. Enraptured, Chen Nanxian was soundproofed the whole time. "You talk about you, I fix me." 6 days later, Lu Yuan sat on the futon and opened his eyes. In these 6 days, he had already analyzed all the essential and difficult places of the great product Heavenly Immortal technique one by one. All told, Lu Yuan looked with anticipation to the sitting in front of him, also closed his eyes with a serious look of enlightenment. Chen Nanxian, who was caught in the midst of his meditation, lecturing for 6 days. "I don't know how much Chen Nanxian has comprehended," Lu Yuan asked. "Disciple, I've been within these 6 days of. I will tell you all the essentials of the great product Heavenly Immortal technique. The 6-day period has passed. How much have you comprehended?" Lu Yuan asked Chen Nanxian, who was listening to the lesson below. However, half a day after he finished his words, Chen Nanxian didn't move at all, as if he hadn't heard. Instead, the little yellow dog lying on the futon next to him barked. Woof! In the next second, this dog's body radiated a golden light, slowly floating up in the air. The 4 feet are off the ground, as if they had attained the way. The aura on his body was also getting stronger. Now, this little yellow dog had gained insight into the entire essence of the great Heavenly Immortal decree. It felt at once that its thoughts were clear and its path was clear. All the confusing places that were not clear about the meaning of the great Heavenly Immortal decision before were now clear. The 72 chapters of the great Heavenly Immortal decree have all been mastered. It's going to break through the foundation. Chapter 12, I, Chen Nanxian, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to you? Ha! Lu Yuan looked inside the hall of the Great Luo, where Chen Nanxian had listened to 6 days of lessons without any movement. The little yellow dog next to him was instead covered in golden light and floated up, 4 feet in the air. The 7-colored aura around his body flourished, and the aura surged into his body with the intention of a breakthrough. Lu Yuan looked dumbfounded. No, hey, what's going on here? Then, he saw with his own eyes that the little yellow dog opened its mouth and swallowed a large amount of aura in one gulp. The 9 divine patterns emerged on his body, and these 9 silver divine patterns returned 9 times to 1, converging into a single golden divine pattern. The golden divine pattern was condensed between his eyebrows. The time when the divine lines coalesced was when it broke through the foundation establishment. The aura surged from the little yellow dog, and his whole body's aura soared up a notch. Ki grows by 100,000 pounds in an instant. At this moment, it had transformed into a foundation establishment stage demonic beast. The little yellow dog was excitedly running on the ground. Shakyu, you've built a foundation? I owe my breakthrough today to the ancestor. That great heavenly immortal technique was too strong. The entire process of breaking through the foundation establishment had only taken half a month. And not only did his cultivation break through foundation establishment, his physical body also became extraordinarily powerful. Having just broken through the foundation establishment, the strength of the physical body directly soared to 100,000 pounds, a physical body strength that, it was basically comparable to a Jindan cultivator. When the great piece of heavenly immortal technique is in the chi refining stage, for every minor realm that is broken through, the silver divine lines on his body would increase by 1. And his strength would increase by 1,000 pounds. When you cultivate to the 9th level of chi refining, you have the strength of 10,000 pounds. Once one breaks through foundation establishment, there will be a direct qualitative change, and it will be due to a large realm elevation. Let the power grow to 100,000 pounds immediately, and after breaking through the foundation establishment, every time you raise a small realm, you will grow a golden divine stripe. Each golden divine stripe brings 100,000 power. That is to say, after he breaks through to the 9th level of foundation establishment, one would have the strength of 1,000,000 pounds himself. 1,000,000 pounds. Even the peak of Jindan was nothing more than that, and it's all thanks to the ancestor. The little yellow dog instantly worshipped in front of Lu Yuan. Without the ancestor, it wouldn't be what it is today. This is a great favor, like a new creation. Lu Yuan watched the little yellow dog break through, and at the moment, he was also confused. What's going on here? With the knowledge he now possesses, he could not yet comprehend what was happening to the dog that was happening in front of him at the moment. He was clearly preaching to Chen Nanxian, but as a result, after 6 days of preaching, Chen Nanyuan didn't feel a thing. This little yellow dog's cultivation rubbed off on him? You've broken through to foundation establishment directly? So you've been talking for half a day. But Chen Nanxian didn't understand. But this dog did, didn't he? Lu Yuanrun went numb. It's really just a dog on a leash here listening to all the breakthroughs. Lu Yuan now regretted that more than half a month ago, this little yellow dog and Chen Nanxian entered the Great Luo sect together. So why did he himself choose to accept Chen Nanxian as a disciple? Should have taken this dog as an apprentice then. In that case, wouldn't you be able to accomplish both of your tasks now? Lu Yuan looked at the little yellow dog that had already broken through the foundation establishment stage. He also looked at Chen Nanxian, who was still sitting on the futon with his cultivation still stuck at the first level of chi refining. It's really just a dog looking at it and shaking its head. And at this time, a crisp system beep sounded in his ears, detecting the end of the host's sermon on the 6th. I regret to say that your disciple failed to comprehend the great heavenly immortal decree. The mission has failed. The mission reward has been deducted and will not be issued. Please continue to work hard. Host. The system directly prompted the task to fail, and it was obvious that this 6-day sermon, Chen Nanxian simply did not understand. Lu Yuan's scalp tingled as he asked the system. System, this dog of mine understands. Can I count my mission as complete? And is it too late for me to be a disciple if this dog now? Lu Yuan had never thought to death that such a simple task could still fail. It's outrageous. His own sermon of these 6 days had been sufficiently plain and easy to understand that even a dog could understand it. And he could not understand it? This Chen Nanxian is afraid that he is not a pig brain. The most regrettable thing in one's life was probably accepting him as a disciple. You might as well have a dog on a leash. Lu Yuan no longer wanted to waste time on him. He wanted to take this dog as a disciple instead. But alas, the system prompted. The host has previously bound Chen Nanxian to complete the mission. No one else may be retied until the current mission is over. Lu Yuan. At this time, Chen Nanyuan, who had realized that Lu Yuan had finished speaking, climbed up from the ground. Master, you finished speaking, right? Then I'll go back first. Chen Nanxian just came every day to cope with the situation, and he left after Lu Yuan finished speaking. Look at the kid going again. Lu Yuan called out to him. Wait, Let me ask you, how much of my 6 days of lectures did you understand? Lu Yuan failed in his mission and he was annoyed. He really wanted to pry open Chen Nanquan's brain to see what was inside this guy's brain. Even a dog can understand it, can't you? Facing Lu Yuan's question, Chen Nanxian said, the Tao taught by Master is vast and profound. I understand a lot of it, but I can't fully comprehend it in a short period of time. After I go back and savor it, naturally it all makes sense. Lu Yuan asked. Then let me ask you, among the contents of what I have spoken today, the planting of the golden lotus in the fire, what is the solution? Lu Yuan randomly asked him about one of the knowledge points from today's class. He just wanted to test Chen Nanxian whether this was listening or not. Chen Nanxian really couldn't say anything. This amount. Lu Yuan, you're not listening at all, are you? No wonder the mission failed. After 6 days of preaching, this little was deserting at the bottom and didn't listen to a word. He couldn't answer the last knowledge point that he had emphasized over and over again today. Lu Yuan now knew why he had failed in his mission. I'm blessed to have you. Lu Yuan directly warmed up. There was only one apprentice in all, and he himself labored on it for 6 days to speak. As a result, his own students didn't listen to a single word. The penalty. Lu Yuan looked at the small yellow dog next to him. Bring me the ruler. The little yellow dog woofed and brought over a ruler. Lu Yuan, holding the ruler, looked solemnly at Chen Nanxian and asked, Adverse disciple, why don't you listen to the lecture? Chen Nanxian looked at Lu Yuan, this tiny mortal, holding a ruler in his hand and actually trying to beat himself. He said angrily, I can listen to it if I want to, and not if I don't want to, so what's it to you? Lu Yuan, if you join me, you should be taught by me. I'll teach you the way of immortal cultivation. I'm telling you about the magic of the Tao, but you won't listen and say it's none of my business? Hold out your hand. I told you to put out your hand. Lu Yuan swung his ruler to teach him a lesson. Unexpectedly, with a wave of Chen Nanyuan's sleeve, an air wave unexpectedly lifted Lu Yuan's ring ruler directly off the ground. Chen Nanxian laughed coldly, his deep pupils containing great wisdom. Pressure didn't put Lu Yuan in his eyes at all. Mortals always blame others for their faults, not realizing that the truly strong always be fearless and conquer all. Do I have to learn what you teach me? Do I have to listen to the lessons you tell me to? You still want to beat me? If I didn't have no choice but to borrow your land to practice, you'd be a mere mortal. Little mole cricket, you're worthy to talk to me? I, Chen Nanxian, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to you? Chapter 13, Yellow. It's all up to you. Chen Nanxian spoke with a loud voice. I, Chen Nanxian, don't need to explain my work to you. Do I have to listen to the lessons you teach? Do I have to learn what you teach? It's just a matter of borrowing your Dala sect to practice. Don't really think you can sway my life. I'm the reincarnation of an immortal. I need to listen to you? After he finished speaking, he directly walked out of the great Luo Hall in large strides, ignoring Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at Chen Nanyuan's departing back. It was surprisingly hard to say anything for a while. It's so pretentious. Where the hell did this guy get the courage? Lu Yuan remembers that this kid wasn't like this half a month ago when he just worshipped the big Luo sect. He had taken him as a disciple, passed on his techniques, and taught him to cultivate, and as a result, he still had a temper? Lu Yuan, villain. You're too stupid to tell me? Fine. You're on your own from now on. I'll see what you can fix. Lu Yuan was really angry. He himself accepted him as his great disciple, and passed on the great peace heavenly immortal determination. The first speedy success method in the 3 realms. Straight to the golden immortal. Comprehend the imperfections and specialize yourself in 6-day sermons. You really think you're the only one who can do it? The big deal is that the newbie quests won't be completed on their own. So don't bother with this kind of Thai apprentice. Lu Yuan directly flipped out with Chen Nanyuan. He wanted to see that Chen Nanxian could cultivate something by himself. Lu Yuan looked at the small yellow dog next to him. Little yellow, you have good talent. From today onwards, you are my second disciple. With Chen Nanquan's cultivation speed, teaching a dog is really better than teaching him. If the newbie quest had been left to Little Yellow to complete, his own reward would have already arrived at this moment. The little yellow dog next to him looked at Chen Nanxian, who had quarreled and left. Hearing Lu Yuan accepted as his disciple, Little Yellow let out a woof. Of course it was happy to do so. Chen Nanxian returned to his residence after a fight with Lu Yuan. In his heart, he also found Lu Yuan a mortal, funny, obviously a mere mortal, mastering such a shabby, 9th-rate sect. He really thinks that he has got some immortal scriptures to teach people to cultivate immortality. It's just that ordinary people are fooled by him. But the reincarnation of a transmigrated immortal himself. At your mercy? Chen Nanxian, no one knows more about immortal cultivation than I do. If it was before, he would definitely be leaving the great Luo sect right now. What kind of bull ******* big Luo sect? Don't stay. But right now, Chen Nanxian could not leave for the time being. After all, he'd peered into a corner of the future with a 6-star lamp before, knowing that that dog would grow into a party of immortal giants in the future. He would only be missing out on his true immortal destiny if he left now. After all, this kind of opportunity to become a fellow Daoist friend with a future immortal world powerhouse at an early stage is not many. This flavorful relationship is unattainable. So for the next half a year, Chen Nanyuan lived in deep seclusion every day and practiced on his own. Although he had fallen out with Lu Yuan, he also had the cheek to stay in the De Luo sect and did not leave on his own accord. On Lu Yuan's side, after having a fight with this big cowhorse disciple of his, it was also known that this great apprentice of the cowhorse was disobedient and full of rebels. Lu Yuan didn't report any hope in him either. The 2 missions related to Chen Nanxian all failed. Lu Yuan said, "Does anyone really expect Chen Nanxian to accomplish anything? It would be better to count on him than on Ah Huang." So for these next half a year, Lu Yuan directly carried out a free-range mode on Chen Nanxian, ignored him for 6 months and focused on raising the little yellow dog. 6 months later, De Luo sect. Inside the De Luo hall, Lu Yuan spat out lotus flowers and preached on the scriptures. In front of him, the little yellow dog is incomparably serious, sitting and listening to the Tao, such as listening to fairy music ear temporary bright. A great deal of knowledge was absorbed by Yellow. An hour later, Lu Yuan finished his lecture. He said, "Little Yellow, in the past 6 months, Master has passed on 2 sets of divine techniques to you, and you must comprehend them with all your heart. Understand?" Lu Yuan had been cultivating Little Yellow Dog for the past half a year. After giving up on the stupid Chen Nanxian, 2 sets of divine techniques were passed on to him in succession. A set of great tracking methods that are released systematically and customized for the dog based on its habits and specialties. Miles of tracking. One can track a person's whereabouts beyond 10,000 miles, imaginary number. And once cultivated, the worlds of heaven and earth. None of it escapes Yellow's nose. The other set of divine secrets was the sun swallowing technique. In ancient times, the Tengu eclipsed the sun, and the sun swallowing technique was the Tengu avatar. It contained the sun swallowing and chi replenishing technique, dark sun claw, sun destroying palm, devouring all things technique, and other Tengu divine abilities. Lu Yuan was actually worried at first. This little yellow dog comprehending the great heavenly immortal skill might just be a chance event. After all, although the great piece heavenly immortal technique was indeed very strong, and a monkey could become a heavenly immortal in 3 years. But that monkey, people are born and bred. The Lingmingshi monkey transformed by the immortal stone that existed when Pangu opened the sky, originally having a high level of enlightenment. He naturally learned quickly. Lu Yuan was also worried that what he had taught the little yellow dog, it wouldn't be able to learn, and his mission would go down the drain again. However, Lu Yuan himself froze at the final result. He finished the last lesson and a system beep sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host on the completion of the lecture. The miles tracking technique and the sun swallowing technique have been imparted. Your disciple, Huang, is gifted and intelligent, and has already integrated and reached a small level of success. Mission accomplished. Receive rewards, Foundation Stage Cultivation plus Vajra Unbreakable, Tongyun Driving Mist Technique, and plus 500 points. Issuing a new quest. 800 miles east of the Great Luo Clan, there is a calamity and fire scourge in the ancient Yin Kingdom. The host is asked to lead 2 of his beloved disciples to investigate the cause of the calamity fire scourge. Completing the quest will earn you the rewards, Peak Cultivation at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, Chi Luck Golden Dragon, and plus 500 points. Lu Yuan listened to the ear cue, hoping that what he had spoken, this little yellow dog understood all of it, and in half a year's time, they've all been cultivated to a small degree of success? You can't even take off with a dog on a leash, can you? Lu Yuan felt a powerful cultivation infused within his body, and in the next second, he felt like his entire body meridians were open throughout his entire body. The first level of Qi refining, the second level of Qi refining, 9th level of Qi refining, breakthrough to foundation building. Lu Yuan felt the powerful strength within his body. This is the power of the foundation stage? Cultivation really does make you powerful. Lu Yuan looked at this little yellow dog sitting in front of him with relief. Huang, thank goodness for you. This wave is all yours. If it weren't for you, I'd still be immortal. Counting on Chen Nanxian, the mission is not going to be accomplished in this lifetime. Traveling through the Xian fantasy for more than half a year, finally relying on a dog to complete the first task to break through the foundation, Lu Yuan looked at the next mission released by the system. The ancient Yin country, 800 miles away from the Great Luo sect, is experiencing a calamity and fire scourge? Take an apprentice to investigate the situation and get rewards for identifying the cause. when the system released the mission. It said to take both apprentices with you in full. In other words, you have to bring Chen Nanyuan with you? Lu Yuan instantly felt his head spinning. That big cowhorse apprentice. He didn't even bother with him himself. Not a single mission related to him has been completed. And he's going to be taken on this mission? To be honest, Lu Yuan really didn't want to bring it. He'd rather bring a dog. But the system's mission must be carried. Lu Yuan had no choice but to bring Little Yellow to find Chen Nanxuan's room. For half a year, he had accumulated through his own efforts, and now he had finally broken through the 5th level of qi refining. Chen Nanxian sat cross-legged in the room, and at the moment, he was sweating profusely, revealing a smile. The 5th level of qi refining is an extremely crucial, extremely important watershed amongst the qi refining stage. I have already spent a month sprinting to the 5th level of qi refining, and now I have finally succeeded in breaking through. This is the flawless 5th level of qi refining. No shame. Chapter 14, The Waste of Wastes. The Birth of Births. Feeling the solid and incomparable qi refining roots in his body, Chen Nanxian revealed a pleased smile. Half a year to break through the 5th level of qi refining. This was also an extremely explosive existence when placed in the immortal cultivation world, perhaps in the eyes of the general public. This kind of cultivation speed, that was the speed of a wastrel. However, for a reborn person like Chen Nanxian, it was completely different. It's the mortals that get tired of appearances. I'm practicing the way of ascension, and I'm walking on thin ice every step of the way. It's the rash who don't know anything that seeks a quick breakthrough and can't wait to get started in a day. 1 month to build a foundation. In fact, this kind of foundation building, in the middle and late stages of cultivation, is all defective, and it is too late to repent. Only a flawless root like his could manifest true power at the back. How slow the front end is, how solid the back end is. One step at a time is the way to go. Lu Yuan knocked on Chen Nanyuan's door. He and Chen Nanxian looked at each other, and both of them were dumbfounded. Chen Nanxian felt Lu Yuan's cultivation aura in front of him. Ha! You broke through the foundation establishment stage? Lu Yuan? Why are you still refining your qi? Lu Yuan was truly convinced. What kind of crap is this? Didn't he pass on the great grade heavenly immortal technique? 6 months. Huang has cultivated to the 9th level of foundation establishment. Moreover, in the middle of the process, there was also a long delay due to the cultivation of the other 2 great divine abilities, or else Huang would have formed the Dan long ago. Even Lu Yuan followed suit and broke through to foundation establishment. Come back over here and see that you're still in the same place? A birth within a birth? Lu Yuan, luckily, it was right not to place my hopes on this waste of a man. Chen Nanxian, half a year ago, relying on him, he won't be able to complete the mission in his own life. Chen Nanxian looked at Lu Yuan, who was also confused. What the hell? Wasn't Lu Yuan still a mortal half a year ago? I haven't seen you in half a year. You've built up your foundation? How did you do it? Chen Nanxian was a bit confused. He, a born-again man, if he doesn't consider the roots to be firm, half a year's time to break through to the foundation establishment stage from a mortal was no problem at all. But Lu Yuan, an ordinary person, breaking the foundation in one breath in half a year? How did this happen? You're on a rocket, aren't you? But soon Chen Nanxian figured it out as well. Lu Yuan had told him earlier when he gave him that great heavenly immortal technique. That kung fu was the quick success method. I guess he must have practiced that speedy method of cultivation as well. Chen Nanxian shook his head. Master, it's not that I'm talking about you. Half a year's time to break through the foundation establishment stage. Although it's fast, but not in a good way. Practitioners need to look at the long term. The fast speed of cultivation in the early stages is certainly a great experience, but the foundation is not solid, and in the later stages, it will be your biggest obstacle. Cultivation should be down to earth. Wanting to be fast is not enough. Watching Chen Nanxian shake his head and critique himself, Lu Yuan glanced at him. No, what grade are you? When is it the turn of the qi refining review to build a foundation? You're an apprentice, teaching me how to work? Rooted? Not to mention that this cultivation of his own was directly instilled to him by the system, and his foundation was as solid as a rock. We are saying that the first speedy method in the 3 realms, the great piece of heavenly immortal technique, Bodhi personally created the Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and the 3 teachings in one gong. Although the cultivation is fast, but there is no such thing as unstable foundation. Tell a joke. The first grade of physical combat power, Qi Tian De Shine rooted? Lu Yuan, are you crazy? If I don't break through, am I going to be like you, a jerk at the 5th level of qi refining? Lu Yuan didn't want to discuss this aspect in detail with Chen Nanyuan. He said directly, it's been half a year since you were initiated, and today my master received news that there is a calamity and fire within the country of Gaian. and as the patriarch of the great Luo sect, I can't just stand by and watch as the civilians are affected. I came to find you today because I want you to go to the ancient Yin country with my master to investigate this matter. Chen Nanxian heard Lu Yuan ask him to go on a mission. His first reaction was one of resistance. At that time, when I worshipped in the Dala sect, I came here with the intention of purity, except for my own cultivation. Don't want to worry about the rest of the mess. The cultivation experience from his previous life in the middle of his mind was enough for him to not need outside resources. If you cultivate your mind in peace for a few hundred years, you will be able to reach the top again. Going to the ancient Yin kingdom to investigate some kind of fire and disaster? What a waste of time. Chen Nanxian asked. Master, is it okay not to go? Lu Yuan shook his head. No, everyone has to go. Everyone? Aren't you and I the only two of us in the great Luo sect? Who else? Chen Nanxian revealed an odd expression. You and I both know each other. What's going on in your big Luo sect? Can you still hide it from me? It's just you and me. Where's everyone? Lu Yuan pointed out to him the little yellow dog that was following him. I forgot to tell you. After you, Master took it in as a disciple. So to be precise, the great Luo sect is now. In addition to you, there were 3 of them in all. Lu Yuan, you think I have no one in the Luo sect? I'll let the dog bite you. Chen Nanxian glanced at the little yellow dog following Lu Yuan. His pupils shook. Think about your peek into the future of longevity and decline. The heart was even more certain. No wonder this dog Heavenly Father would help his hand in the future. So it's not just a simple love of the same clan, but there's also a master-brother bond? If under normal circumstances Chen Nanxian was in a clan with a dog, he would definitely be upset. This was simply an insult to his immortal dignity status. However, it was known in advance that this Ah Wang's future was an upper realm heavenly exalted great power. Chen Nanxian instantly had no opinion, and even had a feeling that he was taking advantage of the situation. Such a powerful future heavenly exalt powerhouse was his own senior brother? Suddenly, it felt like this great Luo sect wasn't so worthless. Chen Nanxian, in that case, then it is my senior brother? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. You're at the 5th level of qi refining. It's at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Moreover, Ah Huang was walking into the great Luo sect with you at that time, so it's not clear who's the senior brother and who's the junior brother. Though Lu Yuan was the latter to collect this little yellow. But the matter of who was the senior brother and who was the junior brother was just a matter of Lu Yuan's word. If Lu Yuan were to directly follow the principle of strength being honored within the great Luo sect, whoever has the biggest fist is the senior brother. And, you, Chen Nanyuan, still want to be a senior? Get lost. Lu Yuan said, it is your senior brother. Chen Nanxian looked at this Ah Huang. Never in my life did I expect a dog to become my senior. However, thinking of its future heavenly exalt strength, Chen Nanxian also gritted his teeth and endured this breath. We still have to rely on this dog Heavenly Father in the future. Brother is brother. Originally, Chen Nanxian did not want to waste his cultivation time by going on a mission with Lu Yuan, but for the sake of this dog Heavenly Father, it would be inappropriate not to go. Moreover, the most crucial thing was that Chen Nanxian thought of one thing. Ancient Flame Kingdom? I think I've heard of it. In a previous life, the ancient Flame Kingdom was behind the disaster and fire scourge. It seemed to harbor the same great chance, and it seemed that a strong man had been achieved later. It was only during this time period in his previous life that Chen Nanxian was farther away from the ancient Yin country. This opportunity had little to do with Chen Nanxian in his previous life. This time, if we go to the ancient Yin country, we might even be able to obtain that chance. Just go. It's not bad to get in touch with this dog Heavenly Father and make good relations. The Dala sect. Lu Yuan took one person and one dog with him, and after cleaning up a bit, he went down the mountain. Chapter 15, Demon Fire. Ancient Yin Country, 800 miles from the Great Luo Sect. Lu Yuan brought Chen Nanxian and Little Yellow down the mountain and headed straight to the ancient Yin Country. Lu Yuan pinched a mantra in his hand, and a cloud then rose up from beneath his feet, gathering into a cloud. It held his entire body up. This was the immortal technique Tangyan Dui Mushi that the system had rewarded earlier. It's an 800-mile journey, and you can't get there on foot in 10 days and 10 nights. The mortal world is 800 miles of expedited. All riding fast horses to send messages. Lu Yuan is from the immortal sect. Who rides a horse in the foundation stage? Who doesn't know how to ride the clouds? Seeing Lu Yuan driving up the clouds, Little Yellow beside Lu Yuan also let out a woof. The forepaws fluttered twice, also making a cloud that carried its body floating up in the air. Look at Lu Yuan and the little yellow dog both ascending to heaven. Chen Nanxian, who was standing next to him, was dumbfounded. Wait, master, what am I going to do? You're all flying over there on clouds. What about me? Chen Nanxian immortal reincarnation. The immortal technique of taking off the clouds and driving mist he definitely knows. but his current cultivation level was too low, at the 5th level of chi refining, and although he had a solid foundation, but there aren't enough aura reserves to go around. The cloud-taking technique belonged to the foundation establishment stage immortal technique, so Chen Nanxian couldn't use it. Looking at Lu Yuan and Little Yellow who were ascending into the sky, Chen Nanxian could only stare dryly. Lu Yuan glanced at Chen Nanyuan. Yeah, what about you? How can a small flyer at the 5th level of chi refining and a big 180 fool go? Lu Yuan had just broken through foundation establishment, and the aura reserves in his body were only enough for him to use the Tingyun technique alone. It's definitely not a good idea to bring an extra person to the top. We can't let the dog take him, can we? Although Xiao Huang's cultivation has reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, but Chen Nanxian is such a big person, riding on a cloud with a year-old pup. Yellow? That's too beautiful to look at. What's a small horse-drawn cart? Lu Yuan sighed. It's a blessing that I am in your shoes. Lu Yuan threw him a money bag. Chen Nanxian opened it and found a few pieces of broken silver inside. Lu Yuan said, "Go down the mountain yourself and hire a fast horse. I'll see you in the ancient Yen country." He directly asked Chen Nanxian to go riding. After instructing, Lu Yuan took Little Yellow, a man and a dog in a cloud up into the air and flew towards the ancient Yen country, below the Great Luo Mountain, 10 miles away from the mortal marketplace. Chen Nanxian turned around and wanted to rent a horse, but in the end, he realized that he couldn't rent one at all. Horse market to register where he's going. I heard the guy's going to the ancient Yin country, 800 miles away. The horse trader shook his head straight. 800 miles. It's not like the horse trader rented 1,000 miles of horses. Who do you want to tire out? The horse dealer can't guarantee how Chen Nanxian will ride. In case it's an 800-mile day and night ride, what if you get up in the stirrups and tire the horse out? And they hadn't expanded their business as far as the ancient Yin kingdom yet. Chen Nanxian rented a circle without renting. The only thing to do is to buy a horse. Thereupon the east market for steeds, the west market for saddle blankets, the south market for bridles, the north market for long whips. On the way here on horseback. Meanwhile on the other side, Lu Yuan and Little Yellow had already arrived in the ancient Yin country. The sun was setting, and the afterglow of the setting sun gave a golden haze to the distant city. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow descended into the clouds, one person and one dog, and followed the flow of people into the city of the ancient Yin country. Ordinary people needed a road guide to enter the city, and Lu Yuan had the Great Luo sect master seal. Although the De Luo sect is only a 9th-rate sect, however, it is also registered among the 10,000 sect alliance in the Green Sky world, holding the sovereign seal and entering any city to enjoy inspection-free preferential treatment. This city was a remote city in the ancient Yin country called Flowing Fire City. After confirming the validity of Lu Yuan's sovereign seal, the Flowing Fire City guarding soldiers directly released him. Patriarch Lu, you can go in now. Lu Yuan retrieved the great seal of the sovereign and happened to have a chat with these few soldiers guarding the city. A few of you. I heard that the city has not been too peaceful lately. It seems to be having a disaster fire. Is there such a thing? Hearing Lu Yuan ask about this, a few soldiers glanced at each other, revealing a cautious look. They said, Patriarch Lu, originally, we shouldn't have spread this kind of thing, but the winds have indeed been blowing lately. The city is plagued by demonic infestations and nightly calamity fires, and dozens of lives have already been lost. Because of this, we've reduced the flow of people in this Flowing Fire City by 70 to 80%. These soldiers spat with Lu Yuan about some of the gossip they had learned. According to them, although Flowing Fire City is on the border of the ancient Yin country, but there are many merchants and caravans that trade in the normal way. It used to be a lot more crowded than it is now, but look at it now. With all the people going out of town, there are fewer people coming into town. It is enough to see that the matter of the disaster fire in the city of Flowing Fire is now causing a great deal of anxiety. Lu Yuan inquired. Several people. What kind of calamity fire was that? At Lu Yuan's feet, the little yellow dog was listening with the same curiosity. Lu Yuan was a traveler who had crossed over so far, although he knew that there were immortal cultivators and demons in this world, but haven't seen what a real demonic affliction looks like. The same goes for the little yellow dog, which has never seen a real demon since it was born. A few soldiers said, we haven't seen it, but we heard rumors in the city that plague fire usually appears after dusk, after nightfall, and disappears after the sun rises. Some people have seen the demon fire, said to be the size of a bamboo basket, a huge ball. The whole body is wrapped in red flame. It was burning, floating in mid-air, and once it was hit by the demonic fire, it would be instantly ignited and refined in an instant. Burned to a white bone. Several soldiers said the first victims of the plague fire were foreign merchants from a caravan. He's an old whoremonger. He's been drinking too much at night. His big head can't control his little head. Come out and find the girl. As a result, he was hit by the demon fire and burned to white ashes on the spot. The next day the caravan did a head count and found one man missing, and searched the city for him. Finally realized it was dead. After this incident, plague fires appeared more and more frequently, and the worst one, by far, it's demon fire that ignites a city inn. Half of the inn was burned to the ground. A dozen people died, and word spread. I've heard that the royal capital side of the ancient Yin kingdom has known about it, and they're going to send someone to settle it. I don't know when it will come. Lu Yuan thanked these few soldiers guarding the city and he entered the city. From these few soldiers guarding the city, they learned the basic situation of the city. The system is right. There is indeed a plague of fire at work here. According to the city, these demonic fires will appear after dusk, after the sun has set. Randomly appearing around the city at night, picking lucky passers-by at random. And during the day, there are no demon fires. Lu Yuan glanced at the sky. The sun was about to set. According to the rumors in the city, it was no longer safe outside after the sun set. On his first day, Lu Yuan decided that it would be better to find an inn to stay at and observe for a day first. In the Flowing Fire City Inn, Lu Yuan opened a room on the third floor. A room with an open perspective. A large area of the city's residential houses could be seen outside, making it easy for Lu Yuan to observe at night. And in the middle of the inn, Lu Yuan was drinking tea downstairs. More information about demon fire was also gathered through passerby chat. Guests staying at the inn, what red demonic fire? My second uncle's old sister-in-law's second aunt got up at night and saw a demonic fire with her own eyes. And that flame was clearly greenish-black. So don't you dare make up things you don't understand. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I saw with my own eyes a red flame roaming the streets last night. Green and black? Black your ass. You curse again? Black your ass. Several guests at the inn said they had seen the demon fire in the city. Some people even argued because they saw a difference in the color of the flames. Chapter 16, Are you color blind? There was a lot of noise in the inn, and a man in gray and a burly man with a beard were at each other's throats. The gray-clothed man claimed that his own relatives had witnessed the demonic fire at night to be greenish-black in color. The bearded man, on the other hand, said that he had seen through the doorway last night that the demon fire was vermilion in color. Both said the other was farting and argued. These two brothers are obviously not good people. After all, they are both traveling merchants and selling goods in this border city. An honest man couldn't do this job. Both sides had tempers, and there was a great deal of talk of fighting. Seeing that there was a ruckus at the head of the store, the innkeeper rushed out to talk it out. Two, don't argue. If you're going to argue and get physical, tomorrow daytime out of the inn is you two how to fight. Has nothing to do with the small store. But now the two are first calm down. Now that it's nighttime, the two of you are making such a big commotion again, inviting the demon fire over here. No one will be better off then. The innkeeper reminded them that it was already dark outside. Hell knows when a demonic fire will burst forth. Even though they're at the store now, demon fires aren't normally rampant these days. Previously just attacking pedestrians walking down the road, pouncing on a random lucky passerby who wasn't going home late at night. But lately, there have been rumors of demonic fires starting to attack houses. And only 2 days ago an inn was burned. The boss said that if he made a big commotion and drew the demon fire over, everyone would suffer. Meanwhile, the boss walked over to the man in gray and said to him, "Dude, almost got it. You can't beat him." This man in gray was thin and weak, and the bearded man with whom he quarreled was of a formidable build. At first glance, it's an on-the-job fighter in the caravan. The gap between the two is so big that the boss reminds the man in gray that in a real fight he could kill you with one punch. Stop pretending and sit down. Gray-clothed man sniffing hard unconvinced, fists clenched tightly to look at the front of the burly man. Just argued fiercely. The rage rush brain ignored his opponent's size for a moment. At this moment, he was stopped by the innkeeper and calmed down before looking at his opponent. Realizing that the other party was big and had arms thicker than his own thighs, he could not indeed beat them by and large. So the man in gray pounded his clenched fist on the table. "Tell my mother I'm a coward." The man in gray huffed and sat down on his butt. The two of them just stopped. This was just a small farce at the inn, but Lu Yuan, from the conversation between these two men, another piece of information was learned. Demon fire seems to be different. The soldiers guarding the city told him that the demon fire that was causing trouble in the city was red in color. Most of the ones most people stumble across are also mostly red demonic fire. But the man in gray said that the relative he spoke of seemed to have seen another kind of demonic fire. Greenish-black demon fire? Just now, these two guys were arguing and neither one of them was convinced, as if the demonic fire only had one color. But in reality, Lu Yuan pondered that there might be two kinds of demonic flames in this city or not. I just don't know. Which is more powerful, this red demonic fire or the greenish-black demonic fire? Lu Yuan finished his tea and went upstairs. Entering the room, Lu Yuan questioned Little Yellow, who had been lying on the window. Yellow, any movement? Just now he went downstairs for tea. Listening to these guests staying at the hotel chatting to gather more information. And have Xiao Huang stay in the guest room and observe the movements outside. Yellow shook his head. He had just been looking out the window and hadn't moved. Looks like the demon fire hasn't shown up yet. Lu Yuan nodded and went to the window, looking out. In the next second, Lu Yuan froze. For as he gazed outward, just a short distance away, a red fire lit up half the street. It's moving down the street. Yet the little yellow one next to him looked at the red flames as if he didn't see them, and there was no response. Lu Yuan? He pointed in the direction where the red light emerged. Huang, what the hell are you looking at? Isn't that demon fire? Little Yellow looked at it with wide eyes, then cocked his head at Lu Yuan with a confused expression. What? Where is it? Why can't I see? Lu Yuan's head went numb. It occurred to him that there was a difference between a dog's vision and a human's vision. Colorado State University professor, doctor of veterinary medicine, and veterinarian Allison Mahan has done research on the fact that humans have 3 types of optic cones. Thus one can be able to see different shades of red, blue, violet, and green. Dogs have only 2 types of optic cone cells that can distinguish between blue, violet, and yellow. This means that a dog's vision is similar to that of a person who is red-green colorblind. So the dog can't see red or green. In the dog's point of view, all colors between red and green are shown as yellow. The difference in yellow is just the brightness. Overall, dogs can see yellow, blue, gray, white and black. Lu Yuan, no wonder this guy has been staking out this place for half a day and keeps saying there's no movement. Combined with the fact that it could not see the red light released by the demon fire, it was purely an open-eyed blind eye. Lu Yuan was speechless. People Xiao Huang also had something to say. I'm red-green colorblind. I don't know. You didn't tell me. How do I know I'm colorblind? And no one told me that dogs have to be red and green too. Lu Yuan didn't have time to pull the colorblind thing with it right now. He had come out this time to investigate the demon fire incident in the ancient Yin country. Now that the demon flame had appeared, Lu Yuan certainly couldn't miss the opportunity and locked onto the direction where the demon flame was located. Lu Yuan tumbled down directly from the inn window with a flip and chased after him with a cloud. Little Yellow followed closely behind, quickly catching up with demon flame. A man and a dog were in the air, looking down on this demonic fire roaming the streets and alleys of the city below. True to folklore, it was large in size, and from the looks of it, a huge ball of fire. The color was red and suspended in mid-air. In the eyes of ordinary people this was just a big ball of flame, but from the perspective of Lu Yuan's immortal cultivator, this demon fire has a body. Only the body is incomparably illusory. Mortals cannot see it. The demonic fire was humanoid in nature, with short arms and legs, but an extremely long neck, making it a bizarre demon. The flaming mass visible to the naked eye was a huge head on its extremely long neck. This head appears to be a large ball of fire that, in fact, the inside of the flame was a huge flaming lantern. A lantern ghost? Lu Yuan had heard of this kind of ghosts and monsters, and they were introduced in the Book of Demons and Devils that had been compiled by the ancestors of the Deluo sect. Lantern ghosts, cold ghosts. Most of them are mutated from the spirit fire attached to the lanterns nourished by the corpses in mass graves, but most are pure of heart and will light the way for those visiting the graves at the mass graves. Only a few evil spirits attached to the lanterns will mutate into lantern evil spirits that like to pounce on people, releasing flames to pounce on humans and burning the living to absorb the grievances for cultivation. It seems that it is these lantern evil ghosts that are causing trouble in Flowing Fire City, but Lu Yuan hadn't figured it out yet. Where did so many lantern evil spirits come from? But no matter where it came from, Lu Yuan was ready to make his move and collect this guy first, to investigate the truth behind it. You have to collect a lantern ghost first and go back to investigate slowly. For this kind of rough work, Lu Yuan would not do it. For one thing, he had brought his disciple with him, and with his disciple around, how could he, the master, move? Secondly, the demon fire is dangerous. I heard that the flame is so powerful that it can refine a person in an instant when it hits them. Xiao Huang had a higher cultivation level and let his senior apprentice go first. Lu Yuan then pointed with his hand. Yellow, go! Woof! Next to him, Little Yellow was fearless, facing the lantern villain directly below him. It directly swooped down next to Lu Yuan. Black and red aura gathered in his palm. The palm that destroys the sun. A palm strike from the sky. Little Yellow pounced directly on the head of this lantern evil spirit. However, in the next second, Xiao Huang himself didn't expect it. His own form actually penetrated this lantern ghost and pounced. Luckily, it practiced the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique, and its fleshly body was powerful and adamantine, through the flames and didn't get burned. This lantern evil ghost looked towards Xiao Huang, who suddenly sneaked up on it, and seemed to be enraged as well. I had no goal, but now I've found one. From the head of the lantern evil ghost's lantern head, several clusters of flames split out and slammed towards Xiao Huang. These flames slammed into Xiao Huang with a notable power. Little Yellow moved nimbly and dodged sharply, dodging the attack and rushing up with another claw. The dog's paw carried a red aura and grabbed directly at the opponent's large lantern head. It turned out to be catching short again. This lantern ghost was like it had no entity. Physical damage couldn't hit it. Lu Yuan was also taken aback. No entity? Lantern ghost watched as the little yellow dog failed to pounce on him twice, unable to do anything about it at all. Flames rose above the lantern villain's head, and his giraffe-like neck swung forward and back in triumph. The flame burned and rose in the wind, making the lantern paper rustle. This lantern ghost seemed to let out a jie laugh, mocking Xiao Huang's incompetence. Yellow was so annoyed by this lantern ghost that Red Wing blew up and, with a flying lunge, his mouth opened, and a devouring force manifested from his mouth. In one swoop, he pounced on top of this lantern evil spirit's head, and then sucked its head into his mouth with a single bite. Sun swallowing, the law of devouring all things. Physical attacks were useless. A Huang opened his mouth and created a bite. Although this lantern evil ghost doesn't have a physical body, the devour all things method in the sun swallowing technique can devour all things. One bite sucked all the flame from its head. It's as if this lantern villain has had all of its energy source drained out of it. All that was left was a withered yellow lantern that had fallen off and rolled to the side. Huang swallowed the red flame in one gulp and exploded the lantern with 1 foot. Like to pretend? Chapter 17, Subfire Energy. Your senior apprentice solved a foundation stage lantern evil ghost. Extract, 10 points of fire spirit. Ice Lotus Underworld Flame, 1 strand of subfire energy. You gain, 20 points of fire spirit return. Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame, 10 strands of subfire energy. 500 bonus points. After Little Yellow resolved this lantern evil demon, Lu Yuan's ears rang with the system's apprenticeship return reward. Listening to the beep, Lu Yuan was quite moved. You're the one who's reliable. Little Yellow. The 20 points of fire spirit rewarded by the system were absorbed by Lu Yuan. And after absorbing the fire spirit, Lu Yuan felt that his perception, manipulation, and defensive flame aura had become a little stronger. This fire spirit power is really good. In addition to that, there's Inflamed Lotus Prison Heart Flame, 10 strands of subfire energy? Lu Yuan frowned. What is this? He absorbed this energy and realized that this subfire energy could actually strengthen his flame spells. Lu Yuan casually pinched a flame spell and a fireball coalesced in his palm. The fireball was originally only the size of an apple, and after injecting a strand of subfire energy into the fireball swelled to the size of a grapefruit with a whimper. And not only did the fireball spell become larger, but its power also increased tenfold. Lu Yuan, I'm at the first level of foundation establishment. However, if one used this fireball technique after injecting a strand of subfire energy, a sudden sneak attack would be enough to injure a cultivator at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Even for a Jindan stage cultivator, as long as enough subfire energy is injected into it'll get him too. It's pretty good. Lu Yuan instantly realized that this, Inflamed Lotus Prison Heart Flame, subfire energy, returned by the system was very useful. But the question is, where did this stuff come from? How did Little Yellow kill the lantern evil ghost and pop out this thing? Lantern evil ghosts were cold ghosts and monsters, but they weren't exactly high class in this side of the world. To put it bluntly, it is the product of evil dead souls possessing lanterns and practicing on their grievances. It didn't make sense that this kind of low-level monster would be able to burst out high-level materials like Inflamed Lotus Prison Heart Flame subfire energy. Yanlian Prison Heart Flame. Lu Yuan seemed to have some impression. There are many strange flames in this world, which are categorized into various types of foreign flames, divine flames, and heavenly flames. The Yanlian Prison Heart Flame is one of the foreign flames of heaven and earth, said to be born in the flaming hell. The flame contained a huge amount of energy, and was something that many pill refiners, artifact refiners, and fire spirit root cultivators could only dream of. This lantern evil ghost is capable of bursting with subfire energy from its body. In addition, so many evil lantern ghosts that could attack people suddenly appeared in this place, and all of them were not weak. Combining the above conditions, Lu Yuan could probably guess one or two. In the vicinity of Flowing Fire City, the odds are that an Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame was born by chance and coincidence. The dispersal of foreign fire energy contributes to the birth of a large number of lantern ghosts. Because the Yanlian Prison Heart Flame is rumored to be a foreign fire born in the midst of the flame hell, that's why its flaming energy is violent and directly affects the lantern ghost's temper. The originally gentle lantern ghosts were turned into lantern evil spirits that entered the city to pounce on mortals. Lu Yuan pondered. If we're lucky this time, maybe we can even get an alien fire back? Even if we can't get them, It's not bad to settle a few more lantern evil ghosts and absorb the subfire energy. The truth of the Calamity Fire Scourge in Flowing Fire City was speculated by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan then designated the next detailed battle plan. These lantern evil spirits were hypnotic demonic flames in the eyes of mortals, but in Lu Yuan's eyes, it's the high-level material monster that pops out fire spirits and subfire energy. It's not often that you see a ghost or monster like this that isn't very strong and is low-level itself but can pop out high-level supplies. If you catch the opportunity, you have to kill more and more explosions. After this village will not have this store. While killing the lantern evil ghosts, you can also search for the hiding place of the infernal lotus prison heartflame in the meantime. It would be nice to get the foreign fire. Then, Lu Yuan flew all over the city with Little Yellow. Search everywhere for the whereabouts of the evil lantern spirits that appear at night. 2 hours later, Yellow burst a dead yellow lantern with 1 foot, hiccuped, and 2 strands of red fire erupted from his nostrils. Little Yellow had swallowed fire for 2 hours straight this evening, and now had a bellyful of flame energy. But where it practiced something other than the sun swallowing technique, its stomach had already been burst by the energy. In Lu Yuan's ears, the system reward beeps didn't stop either. Xiao Huang took out more than 20 lantern monsters in 2 hours. Lu Yuan's fire spirit power had increased by 400 points, and his subfire energy had increased by 200 strands. The harvest was very good, but Lu Yuan also noticed something strange. First, he's been searching around for lantern evil ghosts tonight, and he and Yellow hunted down 20 of them, but all the ones he encountered were red flame lantern ghosts, and he had heard from the gray-clothed man at the inn earlier that the man in gray claimed to have seen a lantern ghost with green and black flames. Why didn't the ghost of his own lantern with a greenish-black flame see it? Either the guy in gray is blowing smoke up his ass, or green and black lantern ghosts are pretty rare, or just happen not to be touched by myself. Second, he was hunting lantern ghosts along saw the corpses of the lantern evil ghosts that were not killed by himself and Yellow, and more than one, at least a dozen lantern heads, were seen being shot out by the others. This also meant that Lu Yuan wasn't the only one hunting demonic flames in this city of flowing flames. There are other masters doing the same thing as him. Lu Yuan is curious who this person is. On the other side of Quicksilver, as a large black ruler smashed down heavily, a large portion of the street's stone tiles were smashed and the huge black ruler set off a wave of energy that instantly blasted a lantern ghost. The black-robed figure holding a huge black ruler then walked next to the lantern ghost. The palm of his hand aimed at the lantern ghost's huge lantern head and sucked it in. A swirling spiritual energy erupted from his palm, devouring all the flame energy from the lantern ghost's head. After devouring its innate flame, this lantern ghost directly cooled down. Under a broad black hood, a clean-cut face was revealed, and though absorbing this lantern ghost, the flame energy in the teenager's body had risen another sliver, but he didn't look very happy. The black-robed boy touched the black ring on his white finger. Teacher, having absorbed this lantern ghost, I've collected 15 strands of subfire energy, halfway to the goal of 30 strands of subfire energy that you have set. But there seem to be other people in the city hunting these lantern ghosts, just like me, and the other party is grabbing it faster than me. 30 strands of subfire energy, it's hard to collect, and I've searched all night tonight, and I haven't found any sign of the green and black lantern ghost you mentioned. Could that Inferno Lotus prison heart flame have already left this place? In the black-robed teenager's mind, an old voice came out. Impossible. Foreign flames sense each other, and that Inferno Lotus prison heart flame has already given birth to a spirit. In the guise of a special green and black lantern ghost, it wandered within the boundaries of Flowing Fire City and did not leave. You should just be unlucky enough not to run into it. The black-robed young man smiled bitterly at his words. Although Flowing Flame City isn't too big, it's not a small city either. It's too big a range for me to find alone, and that particular lantern ghost incarnated by the foreign fire is moving all the time. Can I find it? And there's someone in town who hunts lantern ghosts just like me. In case that person gets the jump on me, what can I do? Sensei, do you have a way to pinpoint it? It's hard for me to just look all over town. The black-robed teenager couldn't help but spit. He'd been searching and killing alone for 2 hours now, and was exhausted. Why don't you turn on your penetrating vision and guide me? Chapter 18, the only hidden section of a different color, green and black lantern ghosts. Listening to the black-robed teenager's slightly complaining voice, the old voice sounded again. Little Flamechan, be a little patient. This thing, foreign fire, is born and raised in the earth, and belongs to the treasures of heaven and earth. Originally rare, how many cultivators' hard pursuit of a lifetime may not see? You can find here is already a great chance. You know, when my master refined a Xin Bing cold fire, he searched for more than 10 years before he found his whereabouts, and squatting in the far north of the bitter cold land for 3 or 4 years, 9 deaths before refining a foreign fire. You just look for a night and then run out of patience? You can leave if you don't want it. Humph. The old voice was obviously a bit angry. This kid was too impatient. How long has it taken to get tired? Hearing that the old man in the ring was angry, the black-robed teenager hurriedly admitted his mistake. Elder Xian. Wrong. Can't I be wrong? I'll keep looking. Can you sense the approximate location of the foreign fire? I'm genuinely afraid that someone else will get the jump on me. Seeing that Xiao Hua, the brat, admitted his mistake quite quickly, the words of Xian Lao in the ring eased up quite a bit. Elder Xian said, although the foreign flames have a mutual induction, this induction is very vague. This is also a protection mechanism between the different fires. I can only be sure now that one Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame is still within the boundaries of this Flowing Flame City. There's really no way to pinpoint exactly where it is. You'll have to find it on your own. But don't worry, the foreign fire is such a wild thing. Even if someone else finds it first, it's not like any cat or dog can just take it in and devour it. Elder Xian said, this inflamed Lotus Prison Heart Flame within the city of Flowing Flame has already borne a spirit. Cultivation is not normally high. All the subfire energy it diverted was able to quickly raise so many lantern ghosts to the foundation establishment stage. The strength of the foreign fire body is estimated to be no less than the 9th level of foundation establishment, and may even be on top of Jindan. What kind of experts could there be in a frontier city of the ancient Yen kingdom like Flowing Fire City? It's just dirt. He told Xiaohua to rest assured that no one in this city could solve this foreign fire. Xiao Hui, but, Elder Xian, since you said that this foreign flame is so powerful, then others cannot solve. I can solve it? No less than the 9th level of the foundation or even the top of the Jindan, the body of the foreign fire. Can I fix it? The black-robed Xiao Hua's current cultivation level was only the 2nd level of foundation establishment. Elder Xian said that the cultivation level of that foreign fire body is at least the 9th level of foundation establishment, and the probability is that the body is Jindan. Xiao Hui, I'm hitting Jindan? Elder Xian rolled his eyes in the ring. Look at that unproductive look of yours. Did I say I'd let you fight the supernatural fire? The master will possess you at that time. Since I dare to bring you here, it will have the ability to subdue that foreign fire. Shaw fire, will it work? Elder Xian cursed in the middle of the ring. Nonsense. The heights that master reached in his lifetime. It's something you can't imagine. Even if it's just a soul body now. But it's easy to exert your Yuaning cultivation. Do you think it's okay? Xian Lao, master, I, at the peak of my life, was a transitional immortal exalt. I was known as Xian Zunshi. Who are you looking down on here? With his master's guarantee, the black-robed Xiao Hua was confident, and his body transformed into purple smoke that. The search for the lantern ghost went on. Just at this moment, outside the city gates, a figure came riding on a fast horse. It was none other than Chen Nanxian, who had ridden all the way here on horseback. In order to speed things up, Chen Nanxian even wasted some effort. He drew a couple of sprinting talismans and stuck them on the horse's body in order to gallop 800 miles in a day's time. Coming to the outside of this Flowing Fire City, when the sky was still light, and the city gates were tightly closed, ordinary people can only enter when the doors open at dawn. But a city gate can't stop immortal Emperor Nanxian. Chen Nanxian directly led his horse, utilized his spells, and passed through the city gates into the city. After entering the city, Chen Nanxian led his horse through the streets. As he walks, he thinks, this time period in Quicksilver City. If I remember correctly, there was an outbreak of the Calamity Fire Scourge. The source of the Calamity Flame came from a rare heaven and earth fire. That foreign fire in the form of a green and black lantern ghost manipulating dozens of subfire lantern ghosts wandering in the city of Flowing Fire, was obtained by a teenager named Xiao Hui in his previous life. Later on, that teenager's luck was against the heavens, and he obtained a dozen kinds of foreign flames in a row, gathering the power of foreign flames. 300 years to cultivate into the transition stage, self-appointed as the Fire Emperor, overthrew the heavenly soul demon sect of the great world of the green sky and finally succeeded in ascension. Most of these future ascensionists are sons of Qi, and may still be active in the immortal realm in the future. With the power of deducing the past and the future, they must not be offended, nor must they be easily crossed. It was also not a wise move to snatch the chances of such a son of Qi. And I remember that the strength of this foreign fire within the current Flowing Fire City is at the 3rd level of Jindan. It's also not something that I, the 5th level of Qi refining, can get my hands on. I don't need to think about the main big chance like the foreign fire, but it is possible to covet the petals of the foreign fire body, 9 flowers inflammation lotus. That thing is a heavenly treasure. If I get it, I can strengthen the fire spirit root in my body. It would do me a great deal of good. Chen Nanxian led the horse, and Coco struck the abacus. For the chances within this Flowing Fire City, he had already pondered on the idea of taking it slowly. However, in the end, his current cultivation level was still too low, and relying solely on his cultivation level of the 5th level of Qi refining alone, Maybe in the end the petals of the 9-petal inflammation lotus couldn't get their hands on it. In the end it was still too much strength. We must take advantage of the situation. I don't know where that Lu Yuan and Dog Heavenly Father are now. We have to find them as soon as possible. With that Dog Heavenly Father's strength, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to snatch a few petals of the foreign fire body from Xiao's hands. Chen Nanxian thought of everything and he began to look for where Lu Yuan and the others were. However, without waiting for Chen Nanyuan to lead his horse a few steps, he felt that something was wrong. At the entrance of the alley in front of him, a greenish-colored ghostly light shifted and came towards him. What is it? Chen Nanxian stopped his steps and looked in the direction of the swaying light. He then saw a large green and black lantern ghost at the end of the alley in front of him. Shaking his large lantern head from his slender neck, he stepped out. As soon as this lantern ghost turned his head, he saw Chen Nanxian and his horse. And then this green and black lantern ghost ran toward him with its arms open and its head bobbing. Chen Nanxian is leading the horse. He was confused as he looked at the green-colored lantern ghost in front of him who ran towards him with open arms begging for a hug. Green and black lantern ghosts. The hidden paragraph and the lantern ghosts. According to their own memories of their past lives, within the city of flowing fire in this time period, only this one heterochromatic ghost. On the surface it appears to be a lantern ghost, but in reality it is the 17th ranked foreign fire, the Yenlian prison heart flame, which is transformed into. At this moment, he found Chen Nanxian who didn't sleep at night and came into the city late at night to lead a horse and loiter on the street, and opened his arms to beg for a hug. For a moment, Chen Nanxian didn't know if he was lucky or not. Call yourself unlucky. In the entire city of flowing fire, there are dozens of lantern ghosts, and just this one heterochromatic hidden model. Just got into town and drove myself out. Call it luck? Opponent's strength, 3rd level of Jin Dan. Native foreign fire. Our strength, 5th level of Qi refining. Mortal flesh. Chen Nanxian, Maru spicy. Chapter 19, the 5 decaying and burning longevity catalyzing poem. Hiya. Inside the flowing fire city, Chen Nanyuan hardly hesitated for a second. After recognizing the green and black lantern ghost, he flipped onto his horse and turned around. If you don't run and wait for death when the Jindan stage fire is in your face, Chen Nanxian eagerly shouted out loudly. Run, horse. You and I are now grasshoppers on the same rope. If we get caught up, neither you nor I will survive. Hearing the shouts, the date-red fast horse under him seemed to perceive the threat to his life as well, bursting into the fastest speed of his life to run for his life. However, the speed of a mortal horse, even if it was faster, how could it be faster than a Jindan stage foreign fire? The moment this greenish-black lantern ghost set its eyes on Chen Nanxian, it had no intention of letting him go. Watching Chen Nanxian get on his horse and run away, this green and black lantern ghost shifted, and between the rising flames, it directly transformed into a greenish-black stallion, which had fire on all 4 hooves and chased after it. The thing about the foreign fire, the body is a powerful flame nurtured by heaven and earth. The body is invisible. The illumination. The lantern ghost that just turned into a lantern ghost was just an illusion. But lantern ghosts don't move fast enough to catch up with people. Now transforming into a steed identical to the one under Chen Nanxuan's butt, he flew after them. The shifting speed of the foreign fire was many times faster than that of a mortal horse, but in the blink of an eye, it's already catching up. Chen Nanxian had already felt a terrifying temperature coming from his back, and he looked back at the green and black Fey fire horse was almost up against him. The different fire horse's face revealed an extremely bizarre smile. Sorry, my horse. It's faster than yours. Then, this Fey flame horse opened its bloody mouth and bit over towards Chen Nanxian. Chen Nanxian was horrified. No, I can't die. I'm destined to ascend to the immortal world. To become a great power in the immortal world. I can't die before I leave the school. Chen Nanxian slapped the horse's back, and in the next second, he leapt up from the horse's back and flew above this horse's head. A foot on the horse's head. The 5th level of Qi refining cultivation erupted, and without the slightest hesitation, he burned his cultivation to run away. Body technique, flying eagle stomp. With a heavy foot on the horse's head, this horse instantly lost its balance and it was kicked into the mouth of the foreign fire behind it by Chen Nanxian, while Chen Nanxian himself flew dozens of meters away and escaped. The date-red horse hissed and pressed on without a chance to resist before it was devoured by the foreign fire. A wisp of white smoke rises and, date horse soul? What do you mean? I asked you what you meant. When we were running for our lives, I believed you when you said we were all on the same rope. But you just broke the rope? Drafting? Without turning his head, Chen Nanxian took advantage of the moment when the foreign fire ate his horse too. He had already escaped a few hundred meters away, and as he watched the horse instantly commend, Chen Nanxian was really sorry. I'm sorry, Brother Ma, but I have no choice but to abandon the car and protect the marshal in this wave. Chen Nanxian didn't dare to stop. frantically burning his cultivation all the way. Unfortunately, he still underestimated the speed of the foreign fire, and as soon as he turned his head, the foreign fire that had devoured a horse had caught up with him. The greenish-black flames cut through the void, heading straight for Chen Nanxian. Chen Nanxian cursed. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. Is he really going to die here today? He is not willing to do so. Chen Nanxian didn't want to die. He raised his hand and prepared to fight to the death. Just now escaping for his life had already burned his cultivation, and now he even chose to burn his lifespan, burning the bloodstain to catalyze a forbidden art that he had learned himself before he was reborn. Forbidden spell, Celestial 5 Failures Burning Lifespan Catalyst Palm. This technique is a method of burning longevity to strengthen attacks. Burning life and urging life. Burning one's own life, urging one's own life, is the art of fighting to the death under desperate circumstances. After this technique is used, one will fall into the 5 failures of the celestial beings, with one's life hanging in the balance, which is extremely dangerous. But there is no other way now. Jutsu is used. Phew! In an instant, a blood-colored red light erupted from Chen Nanchuan's body. Countless lines of blood burrowed through his skin. Lines of blood coagulate with black gas. This technique will consume 1,000 years of his lifespan in advance. Anyway, he had already burned 30,000 years of his lifespan, and the future dog Heavenly Father had helped him hang on to a life. It doesn't matter if I use another 1,000 years of my lifespan. Being debt-free is a relief, but having a lot of debt doesn't weigh you down. One's own life decline destiny is fixed, and an additional advance of 1,000 years of life is not necessarily death. But if you are swallowed by the foreign fire, now 100% dead. Spell it out. Chen Nanchuan's face instantly aged. His black hair turned white, his skin slackened, and the wrinkles on his face appeared. His back was all hunched up for a moment, before the 6-star lantern peered into the corner of the future. It was a passive life burning. 30,000 years of life instantly burned empty. The instant longevity decay directly took Chen Nanchuan's little life, so his appearance didn't change. But this time, he took the initiative to ignite his longevity to save his life. 3,000 years of longevity instantly evaporated, and his face and body shape changed, really turning into an old man's appearance. As the 3,000 years of longevity burned out, a palm was slapped out. Countless black chi and bloodlines converged in Chen Nanchuan's palm to form a blood palm. The blood palm slapped at the green-black foreign fire. Boom! The two collided, inducing a huge energy explosion. After Chen Nanxian finished the slap, his figure flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings, and smashed into the ground. His entire body's tendons and veins were broken, and he rolled his eyes and fainted from his serious injuries. This foreign fire certainly had Jindan cultivation, but Chen Nanchuan's 3,000 years of lifespan was not burned for nothing. Its foreign fire origin was slapped by Chen Nanchuan's burning longevity decay catalyzing palm, and was injured. Its flames swaying and became weak and fell from the sky. The loud explosions over here attracted the attention of Lu Yuan, Xiao Huang, and the black-robed teenager. A huge energy explosion drove the chi of foreign fire to be exposed. Lu Yuan gazed over and felt the aura of the foreign fire. Lu Yuan, green-colored ghostly light. Foreign fire breath? No wonder that gray man at the inn said he saw a green and black special lantern ghost. I've been searching all night tonight, but I haven't even seen a green and black lantern monster. I think it must be that foreign fire that transformed into a lantern ghost and is roaming around the city. Little Yellow, let's go over there. Lu Yuan was excited. It really let him find where the foreign fire body was. I was lucky this time, and I was able to collect a foreign flame in the process. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow flew towards the direction of the explosion in their clouds. The black-robed teenager Xiaohuo on the other side also showed excitement on his face and licked his own lips. Excitedly, he said, "Teacher," an old voice came out from the ring, "it's a foreign fire. Go quickly. Don't let anyone beat you to it." Yes, the black-robed teenager catalyzed his stance, and behind him, he even manifested purple cloud wings, and rushed up to the sky, also rushed over. At the location of the explosion, although the foreign fire was injured, its condition was a little better than Chen Nanchuan's, and it was still able to move around. This foreign flame looked at the fainting Chen Nanxian and was annoyed in its heart. I can't imagine that a plain-looking human being, to be able to burst out with such a terrifying power before dying, causing damage to one's own origin. Of course, the greenish-black fey flame would not let Chen Nanxian go. It flew towards the place where Chen Nanxian was unconscious, ready to swallow Chen Nanxian to vent its anger. In Lu Yuan's ears, a beep sounded, detecting that your disciple, Chen Nanxian, is under mortal threat and about to be consumed by a foreign fire. If the disciple dies, the host will fail this mission outright. Lu Yuan? Hearing the system prompt, Lu Yuan went numb. Grass up. This cowhorse, Chen Nanxian, is not good enough to accomplish anything? and he's letting him right over here. And risking your life? The system said that he was about to be devoured by the foreign fire. Could it be that this kid was at the center of the explosion just now? Lu Yuan didn't dare to delay. Otherwise, the mission that he had been working so hard and busy all day could not be a direct failure because of this kid. Lu Yuan, Disciple. Chapter 20 Master Ball. Lu Yuan approached the point of the explosion just now at great speed, and while he was in the air, from a long distance, he saw a greenish-black flame below him about to attack a human. That person was wearing the same clothes as Chen Nanxian, and in combination with the system prompt just now, it should be Chen Nanxian. The foreign fire was less than a meter away from Chen Nanxian here. Not good. My disciple is in danger. It was a close call at this moment, and Lu Yuan was incomparably anxious. His disciple's life was in danger, and he, as a master, could not stand by and do nothing. So without hesitation, one picked up Xiao Huang who was following him. Yellow, what are you waiting for? You go and save the people. After saying that, he threw Xiao Huang down with one hand. The little yellow dog opened its mouth wide after being thrown down by Lu Yuan. Sun swallowing technique eating everything act. In one bite, he swallowed the greenish-black foreign fire into his stomach. After swallowing the foreign fire, little yellow's face became odd. It was because it realized that this time, this flame was different from the flames of those lantern ghosts it had devoured before. This one is too strong this time. Woof! Hot hot hot! The moment Xiao Huang entered, he reacted that something was wrong and spat out this green and black fire again. Although its sun-swallowing technique was powerful, it wasn't strong enough after all. It wasn't enough to directly devour a foreign flame. Although this foreign fire had just been injured by Chen Nanchuan's burning longevity decay catalyzing palm, and its strength had plummeted. However, the temperature of the flame body was too high, and it was not something that Xiao Huang's current strength could directly swallow. After spitting out the flames, Little Yellow revealed a scornful look. The dots are solid this time. Lu Yuan was above and saw that this time, Xiao Huang couldn't even swallow it. He had also seen the power of this foreign fire. Sure enough, it's a foreign fire. Even though it's injured but its body temperature is too high. Unless the little yellow sun swallowing technique is cultivated to great completion, the foreign flames in this state can't be swallowed either. The foreign fire had just been swallowed into Xiao Huang's mouth in one bite and spat out again, and it sensed the danger. Although he didn't know why this dog was so powerful, when he felt Little Yellow's aura of the 9th level of Foundation establishment, in addition to the bizarre sun swallowing technique, there was also a human above his head who was also at the Foundation stage ready to strike at any time. The already injured foreign fire was alert. This Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame had already given birth to its own spirit after countless years. It can tell when the situation is not in its favor. Although the strength of these two guys in front of him were both still at the Foundation establishment stage, he could still win if he really made a move. But what if another expert comes along later? He himself was ultimately a foreign fire, and he didn't know how many human cultivators wanted to capture and refine him. Knowing that the situation was not good, the Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame did not hesitate and turned around to run. Seeing that this foreign fire sensed that something was wrong and wanted to run away, Lu Yuan was anxious. You can't run away from a duck that's in your mouth. However, his cultivation level was not enough, and the strength of this foreign flame was clearly higher than him. Although Xiao Huang's strength was 9 small realms stronger than Lu Yuan, his master. However, Xiao Huang's strongest sun-swallowing technique could not swallow this foreign fire. This flame was going to run, and there was really no means to keep the other side at the moment. Right at this moment, the beeping in Lu Yuan's ears sounded again. The appearance of a foreign fire body has been detected. Does the host spend 100 points to purchase a fire-catching ball? There is a probability of capturing a foreign fire. Detecting the strength of the alien fire ahead. Ordinary fireball capture probability of success is less than 0.1%. Recommend that the host directly buy the Master Ball. Master Ball capture rate of 100%. The Master Balls are priced at 500,000 points apiece, and the host is purchasing them for the first time. This system can provide loan services, advance payment in advance. Do you purchase? 2 beeps in a row. The system was coming straight with a hang. Allow Lu Yuan to purchase a fire-catching ball to catch the alien fire. Moreover, the probability of ordinary fireball catching was too low, and it was directly recommended for Lu Yuan to buy the Master Ball. A Master Ball required 500,000 points. It's an astronomical price for Lu Yuan right now, but it's better than that. The probability of catching fire is 100% and the system supports loans again. Small loans don't count as loans. Just throw it and be done with it. Lu Yuan didn't dare to hesitate. Any further hesitation and this Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame would have run away. He confirmed the purchase straight away and the 500,000 points loan was processed at the speed of light. Then, a purple orb appeared in his hand. Lu Yuan, where to run? Swinging his arm, he slammed the ball as if he were throwing a lead balloon. The purple master ball transformed into a ray of purple light tracking the foreign fire. Bang! The master ball auto-tracks and smashes into the head of the alien fire. In the next second, this foreign fire felt a force of rules wrapping around its entire body, and the purple master orb opened up. The power of the rules directly bound this infernal lotus prison heart flame, directly sucking it inside the sphere. Catching fire success. The Grandmaster sphere returned to Lu Yuan's hand with the foreign fire body transformed into purple light. The heavy master ball was grasped in Lu Yuan's hands, and the cue came to his ears that the congratulations to the host for successfully capturing the first foreign fire. The Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame received the rewards little ability to capture alien fire title, Fire Spirit plus 100 points, Subfire Energy plus 100 points, Alien Fire Wing Cultivation Method, Alien Fire Cultivation Method, and plus 200,000 points. Congratulations to the host on the completion of the mission to investigate the cause of the Calamity Fire Scourge. Receive the rewards, Peak Cultivation at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, Chi Luck Golden Dragon, and plus 500 points. Regrettably, your disciple, Chen Nanxian, was seriously injured during this mission. In a state of critical injury and near death, you were unable to successfully complete your investigation due to the injury of your protege. The system has decided to deduct half of the reward gained, Peak Cultivation at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, half of the Golden Dragon of Chi Luck, plus 2,500 points. Lu Yuan, huh? 3 system beeps sounded in his ears. The first 2 are normal. The last one, because of Chen Nanxuan's injury. The system decided that the mission was half completed and deducted half of the reward? What the is this? Lu Yuan's head was spinning. After a long day, the reward was halved because of this drag. He instantly felt a choking sensation like being entangled in a python. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and asked the system, "System, I regret accepting this disciple. Can he be expelled from the division? Because of this, one's novice quests and sermons are not completed. Now this investigation mission, myself and Xiao Huang take life C. Turns out half the rewards were deducted again because of this one. That's disgusting." Lu Yuan really wanted to sweep him off his feet now. Shame on the great Luo clan. The system replied, once a teacher, always a father. The host has already accepted him as a disciple. When love is like father and son, unless the son disowns his father and the disciple voluntarily proposes to withdraw from the division. In the absence of a major offense, the host may not expel a disciple at will. The system told Lu Yuan that he couldn't easily expel a disciple from the division. Even if it's a poor student, a master can't give up so easily, unless he's willing to quit himself, or make a big mistake and dishonor the division. Or not. Lu Yuan's scalp went numb. He can't kick him out himself yet. Puking. This investigation mission was judged by the system to be only half completed, and all rewards were deducted by half. The cultivation level was deducted from the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment to the 5th level of Foundation Establishment. Points are deducted from 500 to 2,500, both of which are understandable on their own. The only thing he can't understand is this Chi Luck Golden Dragon. One is deducted into half. System, how do you deduct it? Chi Luck Golden Dragon. If one understands it wrongly, this thing should be a golden dragon that, after receiving it, it automatically follows you around and invisibly affects one's chi and makes one's luck better. But now half a golden dragon. What does that mean? You're not really gonna cut it in half, are you? Chapter 21, Half a Golden Dragon. In the face of Lu Yuan's question, this time the system didn't reply and directly handed out the rewards. First, the reward for capturing a foreign fire. Fire Spirit plus 100 points. Subfire Energy plus 100 points. Fey Fire Wing Cultivation Method, Fey Fire Cultivation Method, plus 200,000 points. And then there's the investigation mission reward, because it's been cut in half by the system. Rewarded with Peak Cultivation at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, 500 points, and half of the Golden Dragon of Chi Luck, awarding of incentives. Boom! Lu Yuan felt a strong energy infusing his body, and the body's 100 orifices in his body opened up. Spiritual chi rushed through the divine veins, instantly breaking through several realm shackles. One step into the peak of the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, Lu Yuan felt the power surging within him. It's a pity. If it weren't for the drag queen Chen Nanxian, he would be at the peak of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment right now. A full half of the rewards are missing. It's disgusting. By the way, check out the Golden Dragon of Chi. Half of the Golden Dragon of Luck. Let's see what's going on. Lu Yuan closed his eyes to feel his invisible power of Chi, followed by countless golden points of light flew out from within his body, condensing a golden dragon behind him. This Chi Luck Golden Dragon wrapped around Lu Yuan's body, dominating him. horns like a deer, head like a camel, eyes like a rabbit, neck like a snake, belly like a mirage, scales like a fish, claws like an eagle, palms like a tiger, ears like a cow. The golden dragon with 5 claws is the highest pedigree among the dragons. The golden dragon wrapping around the body represents the son of great fortune. However, Lu Yuan looked at this golden dragon but clam-ported up, because the system really gave him half of the cut. He, the dragon, had only the upper half of his body, and the lower half of his body had been snapped off by the tutelary. Only half of the golden dragon of Qi? Holy! Lu Yuan's side had captured the foreign fire and collected a bunch of rewards, earning a lot of money. It was at this moment in the sky that a purple winged figure broke through the sky. Just now, when Chen Nanxian was fighting with the foreign fire, Lu Yuan was closer to this place and arrived a step earlier. The black-robed teenager was fighting the lantern ghost at the very edge of the western part of the city, the farthest away from this place. That's why it's just now arriving. After Xiaohua flew here, he realized that Lu Yuan was already here, and the great battle here is over, and the foreign fire is nowhere to be found. Xiaohua's purple wings flapped behind his back as he stood with his feet in the void and looked down from the sky. At the same time, he asked Elder Xian in the ring, "Teacher, the foreign fire is gone." Elder Xian's voice was also urgent. "We're one step late." And the foreign flame was collected by this man. See the purple orb in the hand of the man below? The Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame was put into the ball by him. I can't imagine that in this world there really is something that can forcefully imprison a foreign flame. Based on Elder Xian's hint, Xiaohua saw the purple master ball that Lu Yuan was holding in his hand. There was indeed a strong aura of foreign fire within that unknown sphere. Xiaohua was anxious as he saw his chance being taken away. It was because his gong method required devouring foreign flames to cultivate. Currently, the only other foreign fire he knew of was this Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame. Originally also expected to devour this foreign fire to upgrade his techniques in cultivation. But being taken first, could Xiaohua not be in a hurry? If you miss this foreign fire, you don't know where the next one will be. Xiaohua's face revealed a ferocious look as he inquired of Elder Xian. "Teacher, if you get on top of me, how many % sure are you that you can take the foreign fire from this person?" Elder Xian listened to Xiaohua's words and knew what kind of idea this brat had in mind. It's been shortchanged, and someone wants to get down and grab it. This kind of thing is not uncommon among cultivators. Heavenly materials and treasures. Originally is a big fist to get it. First come, first served. And it's all about how well you can keep your strength. Although it's a bit unethical to do so. However, Elder Xian also knew how important this foreign flame was to Xiaohua. This kid's got a 3-year contract on him. Now there are still half a year to go up to the Qinglan sect to find the object of withdrawal Shangguan Yanran. If you lose, the Xiao family together with Xiaohua will be completely reduced to a laughingstock. And Xiaohua's moral heart will also be affected. Elder Xian was also eager to help Xiaohua take down this foreign flame. He said, "This kid's cultivation level is only 1 level of foundation establishment, and he's not very strong, so I'll get on you and conservatively can play the Yuaning stage cultivation. Take down the foreign fire is as easy as a poem. Only, so on." Before Elder Xian could finish his words, he suddenly looked as if he had discovered something, and his face revealed a shocked expression. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua hadn't noticed what had happened. Then I only heard Elder Xian say, "Just now, this kid's strength down here suddenly skyrocketed by several small realms? It skyrocketed from the 1st level of foundation establishment to the 5th level of foundation establishment. No, this kid is just too weird. He's most likely hiding his strength." Elder Xian originally wanted to make a move, but he soon realized that things didn't seem as simple as he thought. Originally, from Elder Xian's perspective, Lu Yuan was a foundation establishment level 1. But just now, his strength suddenly broke through to the peak of the 5th level of foundation establishment, and Elder Xian was also a great cultivator of the ferrying stage during his lifetime. However, it froze to see how Lu Yuan had just managed to break through 4 realms in a row. Is he hiding his strength? This explanation would also make sense. After all, that Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame had already been born with a spirit. The strength was at least at the Jindan stage. If one were to rely solely on an early foundation establishment Lu Yuan, it would be impossible to take down the foreign fire. How had Lu Yuan fought and subdued the alien fire all by himself? The only explanation is that he's hiding his strength. Otherwise it's impossible to rely on that dog beside him, right? On top of that, Elder Xian discovered something more. For one thing, he realized that Lu Yuan actually had the aura of the Qi-Luck Golden Dragon on him. The Golden Dragon of Qi-Luck, also a type of heaven and earth's will, usually only appeared along with the sons of Qi-Luck. Generally those who have the blessing of the Golden Dragon of Qi are mostly sons of Qi, who may not be too strong, but luck must be good. And that weird purple orb in Lu Yuan's hand that was used to capture foreign flames was even more outrageous. That thing could directly and forcibly imprison the foreign flames. And one must know that even Elder Xian at his peak was unheard of for such a treasure. This thing was definitely not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. Hidden strength plus unknown alien fire capture sphere plus aura golden dragon. Elder Xian had reason to suspect that this kid below might have a powerful background behind him. After pondering for a moment, Elder Xian said seriously, "It seems that this foreign fire cannot be robbed. This person's identity is unknown and his methods are strange, so he should not be easily messed with. And it might not be good for you to mess with him now." Elder Xian taught Xiaohua that while the foreign flames were important, coming out of sometimes a big fist doesn't always work. And there's context. There's one kind of person you can't mess with in this world, and that's someone with an unknown background, suspected of having a huge background. It's easy to rob him of his foreign fire today, but if you turn around and get caught by someone else, Xiaohua and the entire Xiao family might be in danger of extinction. The 3-year period is important, but you can't lose your little life because of it. The current Xiaohua was too weak, and while Elder Xian was certainly somewhat strong, he was also a soul body. It is not advisable to invite enemies that are too strong. Hearing Elder Xian's words, Xiaohua could only grit his teeth. All by the teacher. Chapter 22, Returning to the Great Luo Sect. Although Xiaohua wanted the foreign fire, he knew that there were some people he could not afford to mess with at the moment. You can't throw your little life away for a foreign fire. It was just a pity that this opportunity to devour the foreign fire was missed. Looking at Xiaohua's regretful appearance, Elder Xian said, "Don't be anxious. In fact, it's not completely out of the question. Although this foreign fire was taken away by that kid down there, there's still a chance that See that jade seal hanging from his waist?" Elder Xian prompted Xiaohua's gaze to look. "That? Elder Xian, that's the sovereign seal. The great seal of the sovereign that the 10,000 clans alliance uniformly issued to all the clans that had joined the alliance. And having that thing hanging on his body indicated that he was the sovereign of a certain clan. Listen to me. I have a bold idea." Then, Elder Xian told Xiaohua about his plan. What Elder Xian meant was to tail Lu Yuan and find out where this kid's clan was. If you have the chance, worship his clan and worship him. Anyway, that foreign fire was in his hands. Lu Yuan himself might not refine it. If Xiaohua could become his personal disciple, would he still be afraid that he wouldn't have the chance to get a foreign flame? And according to Elder Xian's knowledge and experience with foreign flames, this Inferno Lotus prison heart flame within the flowing flame city had itself been born with a spirit and was extremely strong. When the foreign flame grew to this point, there was a chance for it to split into a second foreign flame. If Xiaohua could worship him as his teacher, the chances of getting the second foreign fire that split off were even greater. When Xiaohua heard this, his face really showed joy. If not, it's still you. The solution to the problem is found here. However, Xiaohua still had some concerns. "Teacher, I've already worshipped you as my teacher, and now I'm going to join another sect for the sake of the foreign fire. Is this appropriate?" Elder Xian said. "On the path of immortal cultivation, how can anyone worship only one teacher? In the future, you will meet many people who are stronger than you, and if they can help you, what's the harm in worshipping them as your teacher? Is Master that kind of narrow-minded person?" Lu Yuan put the master ball that contained the foreign fire into his storage bag. He then prepared to leave this place with Little Yellow. The matter was already done and there was no point in continuing to stay in this flowing flame city. Woof woof! Little Yellow ran over to Chen Nanxian, who had fallen to the ground unconscious from serious injuries, and called out twice. Immediately following Xiao Huang, he flipped Chen Nanxian over. After turning it over, Yellow was shocked. How did this kid get so old? Lu Yuan was also surprised to see Chen Nanxian become like this. It's only been a few hours since we separated. How did this guy turn into an old man all of a sudden? System, what's going on with him? It is detected that your disciple Chen Nanxian has forcibly consumed 1,000 years of longevity to use the 5 decayed life-burning life-prompting poem to save his life. After using this method, his physical body will fall into the realm of the 5 decayed celestials, and aging of his appearance is a normal manifestation of this. Your disciple, Chen Nanxian, is seriously injured and on the verge of death, his life hanging by a thread. Does an emergency save cost 10,000 points for a life-hanging rescue? Hint, if you don't save it, your disciple Chen Nanxian will most likely fall, and the disciple will die. The host will face great punishment as a master. Lu Yuan. He wanted to curse now, and if he could travel back in time, he would hate to give himself 2 mouths. Why did you take in this broomstick at that time? He's a failure. He hasn't completed a single task since he was initiated, and let half the ducks fly out of his mouth. Half a year after joining, he played himself to death twice, and now he has to hang himself for him. 10,000 points. Lu Yuan's head was about to explode. He took out a loan of 500,000 points with the system to collect the foreign fire. Even though he had gained 200,000 000 points from subjugating the foreign fire in one breath. This 200,000 points. Even if all of them were used to pay off the debt, there's still over 300,000 points owed there too. Now it's good that you have to spare 10,000 to save Chen Nanxian, the sweeper. The point is that it's not good enough not to save Lu Yuan, malagogic. After you've been revived, you'd better quit the clan with a sense of humor. Otherwise don't blame Lu for being ruthless. Now save your BYD ass. And after you live to quit the clan on your own. See if I kill you. Lu Yuan naturally couldn't just watch Chen Nanxian die now. After all, the system had just told him that if Chen Nanxian died now, he as a teacher would face a huge punishment. Although he didn't know what the huge punishment was yet, Lu Yuan couldn't stand a bit of it. 10,000 points. He could still afford to shell out. The system directly spent 10,000 points to help Chen Nanxian hang on for dear life. This S breath is kind of hanging in the air. Immediately following, Lu Yuan grabbed the elderly Chen Nanxian on the ground and flew his immortal cloud. He flew out of the flowing fire city and went back to the Great Luo sect. Previously, Lu Yuan only had a cultivation level of 1 level of foundation establishment. Spiritual chi reserves are only enough for him to fly to flowing fire city alone in the clouds. Now that his cultivation has broken through the 5th level of foundation establishment, it is possible to take one more person with him. So just carry the elderly Chen Nanxian back directly. In the dark, Xiaohua watched Lu Yuan right away in the clouds. Xiaohua then hurriedly followed him as well. The wings on his back flapped and he followed closely. Back at the Dala sect, Lu Yuan threw the elderly Chen Nanxian back into his own house. The little yellow dog inquired about getting him something to eat. Look at this kid right now, calling it an ill-fated, half-dead situation. Weak as he is, should we get him something to eat? Lu Yuan, don't pay any attention to him. He can't die yet. Don't delay your cultivation. Lu Yuan hanged him with 10,000 points. This S life is kind of hanging by a thread by the system right now. His chi refining stage was certainly not yet in a realm where he could dispel the grain. But now even if he didn't eat or drink for 10 years, he couldn't die. At most he was just hungry. But Lu Yuan just did it on purpose. He should let this kid starve. He purely deserved it. Lu Yuan left directly. The little yellow dog also shook its head and followed. After all, he's just a dog. And it's not like he can morph him a dog right now. It is hard not to give Chen Nanxian a fire to cook. It was more or less a bit difficult for the dog. So he could only let Chen Nanxian fend for himself. At this time, outside the Great Luo sect, Xiaohua had already arrived at the bottom of the Great Luo mountain. And he looked up at the mountain peak in front of him. Is this the clan Lu Yuan is from? Xiaohua took out the map of the Great Qian realm and the record book of the 10,000 Clans Alliance and inquired. Learning that the mountain in front of him where he was now was called Mount de Luo, and that there was a sect on the mountain. It's called the Dala sect. Among the record books of the 10,000 Sect Alliance, it was rated as a 9th grade sect. At the clan's most glorious time, the patriarch's cultivation was at the 3rd level of foundation establishment, and there were more than 10 disciples within the clan. The most glorious thing done is a certain generation of patriarch because of eating, drinking, whoring and gambling to spend all the money accumulated by the ancestors, because it is really too poor desperate to go to rob tombs. As a result, he inadvertently dug up the imperial tomb of a former emperor, and later reported the matter to the Dacian royal family. He was rewarded with 10,000 gold by the emperor of Dacian and given a table of wine. Later, the Dala sect was not as good as the previous generation, but with the 10,000 gold rewarded by the emperor. Hard to hold out until now. This was the most glorious deed of the Great Luo sect. Xiaohua looked at the deeds of the De Luo sect recorded in the alliance of 10,000 sects. Both he and Elder Xian clammed up, against all odds. Chapter 23. Wait, this dog is Big Brother? Before they came, Xiaohua and Elder Xian were not expecting that the sect where Lu Yuan was from would be so abstract. And from this angle, Lu Yuan, it doesn't seem like he's someone with a background of any kind. After all, who with a family background would cultivate in this kind of sect? Elder Xian was now a bit regretful that he might have overthought things. This Lu Yuan may not have much background at all, but now trailing people to the bottom of the clan's mountain, and also let Xiaohua go to worship and learn to take fire. Now repentance rushed up the mountain to rob people's foreign fire is more or less a bit tasteless. There is a suspicion of robbery. Elder Xian was disgusted by this behavior, changing his mind and going back on his word. If Elder Xian brings Xiaohua to do this today, what's the difference between that and the criminal who saw the treasure and killed him? To accept disciples and preach the way is not only to teach skills, but more importantly, to teach to be a human being. Elder Xian told Xiaohua to go up the mountain and worship his master. Even if Lu Yuan didn't have much skill, if he could pass on his foreign fire, it would still be valuable. Xiaohua ascended onto the Big Luo mountain, and at the top of the mountain, he finally saw the entirety of the Big Luo sect. This Dala sect is also too broken. For the first time in his life, Xiaohua had seen such a small sect. It didn't even feel as big as the mansion of his Black Tank City's ninth-rate family, the Xiao family, and it looked ragged from the outside. If Shangguan Yanran knew that she had worshipped in such a sect, I'm sure you'll be laughing your ass off. He said that he was right to withdraw from the marriage. Xiaohua could not help but mutter in his heart. It's hard to beg someone to worship the clan in such an environment, isn't it? It was just me, the ingrate, who offered to deliver the worship. Not too shabby for a foreign fire though. Xiaohua then knocked on the door. Anyone? Inside the Great Luo sect, a prompt sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. There is a new disciple outside the gate who has come to the door to pay homage to the master. So the host should quickly go and take in his disciple. Recruit the third disciple of the Great Luo sect. Lu Yuan opened his eyes at the words. Oh, there's even a spiteful species that comes to the door on its own? I'd like to see who it is. Lu Yuan had never thought that, in the current situation of the Luo sect, is there really a bastard who rushes to the door to learn from his master? He happened to be short of disciples himself, because only the more disciples there were, the more quests the system would release. The more the apprentice completes the task, the stronger he or she will be. Now there's only one dog, Xiao Huang, holding up the whole clan. There was also the fact that it was too difficult for a drag queen like Chen Nanxian to drag down the already struggling sect. It's great to have a new disciple. Lu Yuan hurriedly got up and rushed towards the sect gate. Lu Yuan arrived at the main gate wearing the patriarch's Dharma robe, and Xiao Hua, who was outside the gate, saw that Lu Yuan had arrived. Nab your head in the sand. Disciple Xiao Hua, born from the Xiao family of Haitan City in Daqian, has come here in admiration to learn from his master. Please, patriarch, take me as your disciple. Before Lu Yuan could come over, he saw that Xiaohua had already knelt down. Hearing his words, Lu Yuan's heart was abruptly shocked, because that, the more I hear it, the more it feels a little familiar. Catechize? To learn from a teacher? These two words were also said before when that Chen Nanshan came to pay his respects. He himself was short of disciples to fulfill his mission and accepted him as a disciple, but as a result, his intestines are now green with remorse. And now there's a moocher. Lu Yuan couldn't tell for a moment if he was really worshipping the master or had come to make a reverse appearance. Lu Yuan inquired of Xiao Hua, let me ask you, why do you worship me as your teacher? You've seen the current situation of my Luo sect. What do you seek by worshipping under me? Lu Yuan could tell that Xiao Hua had cultivation roots in his body. His own cultivation had already reached the foundation establishment stage. For such a foundation establishment stage cultivator to pay homage to the Great Luo sect, honestly, it wasn't a normal weirdness. It was hard to say that there was no other purpose, but Lu Yuan couldn't really think of what he was after for a while. Do you want to see the wild mountains of Daluo clan? Or is it the lack of resources in Daluo clan? Saying that he has other intentions. The key is that there is nothing to be gained in the clan right now, but Lu Yuan definitely had to ask about this. Xiao Hua then stated a reason that sounded quite reasonable and logical. Xiao Hua said, Patriarch, disciple comes from the Xiao family of Black Tank City. Although the Xiao family was considered a cultivation family, it was only a ninth-rate family in the middle of a small, nameless city in Diqian. Although the disciple has some talent, but a few years ago there was a physical condition, and his cultivation has been declining for 3 years instead of advancing. It had a bad reputation outside, and then his fiancée came to my house to withdraw from the marriage because of it. Even though my cultivation is now back and I've broken through to foundation establishment, the way I am now, if I go to other sects, those big sects may not accept me, and even if you join a big clan, the disciple one doesn't have a background and the second talent isn't extremely high. Those big clans may not pour any resources into me. So the disciple thought deeply that although the Luo sect is now down and out, but at least it was once glorious. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. The resources of the Luo sect are always more than our Xiao family. I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I still understand that. Xiao Hua's reasoning was sound. He had a health problem a few years earlier. His cultivation regressed instead of getting closer. And he was also withdrawn from his fiancée's marriage. It was famous throughout the Great Qian. Now that his cultivation was certainly restored, but those great sects might not be at ease with him. Also odds are that you won't dare to throw resources at him, in case the old habits come back to haunt you. And with so many disciples out there, those big sects might not accept a Xiaohua whose reputation was quite controversial outside. Xiaohua also understood that he would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He stated that instead of joining a big clan to be a small transparent that couldn't get any resources, why don't you worship in the Great Luo sect and enjoy the resources of the whole sect? Lu Yuan sniffed and pondered in his mind. This logic, it's quite logical. If you look at it that way, this kid is quite good at math. However, he probably never expected that this time, He could be considered to have bet on his treasure by worshipping the great Luo sect. Himself, being the patriarch, was open for business. As long as you follow your own good cultivation after initiation, you will have a great future. Lu Yuan, good. In that case, I'll take you on. Starting today, you are the third disciple of my great Luo sect, and the third disciple of my Lu. The third disciple? When Xiaohua heard this number, he didn't hold back and froze for a moment. He had thought that the great Luo sect was all mixed up. Except for him, there won't be any other spiteful species coming to pay their respects. I didn't realize there was an expert? There is no room for complacency, right? Xiaohua followed Lu Yuan as he walked inside the great Luo sect while asking him about those two senior brothers in front of him. What's the situation? Lu Yuan said. Your eldest senior brother, called Little Yellow, is it? Lu Yuan pointed to this little yellow dog that was following him. The little yellow dog gave a woof and wagged its tail at Xiaohua. Little yellow dog, he's right. I'm your big brother. Xiaohua was confused for a moment. Wait a minute. A dog is the clan's eldest brother? Xiaohua was sweating for a moment. What kind of clan is this, Nima? Is it too late for me to withdraw from the clan? Xiaohua instantly regretted it. He originally thought that he was on a pirate ship. He never thought that. When I came in, I realized that this is not a ship of thieves. This is Zootopia. Isn't it? It's not possible that the two senior brothers in front of you are animals. Is it? You're the only clown here? Chapter 24 New Mission. Great Sun Burning Heavenly Skill. Xiaohua was sweating. Master, you're not kidding, are you? It's the eldest brother? Luck Yuan, I know. It's a bit of a shock for you to accept, but it is. Little Yellow may be a dog, but don't underestimate him. He's not your average dog. Little Yellow is an innate single fire spirit root, and is now a 9th level foundation establishment grand cultivator. You may not be better than it in terms of comprehension and talent in immortal cultivation, and after worshipping my Dala sect, if there's anything you don't understand in your cultivation, if Master doesn't have time to explain it to you, you can ask it for advice. Xiaohua wipes his sweat. Ask a dog for advice. Are you crazy or am I? A single fire spirit root, 9th level foundation establishment cultivator? Xiaohua asked Elder Xian in his heart. Teacher, is what he said true? This dog is really at the 9th level of foundation establishment? Elder Xian sensed it and said, currently no aura presence is sensed. 3 possibilities. One is that the other party's kung fu is very advanced and has an automatic hiding effect during non-combat. The other is that the other party's cultivation is higher than mine and I can't sense it. Thirdly, it's a regular dog. Elder Xian didn't sense the aura fluctuations in Xiao Huang's body, and he gave 3 possibilities. Xiaohua was unwilling to believe that this dog had the 9th level of foundation establishment cultivation at such a young age. Xiaohua was already getting scared. Damn it! This patriarch of the great Luo sect said that a dog less than a year old has the 9th level of foundation establishment cultivation. Would you believe me? Now that Xiaohua suspected that this guy might be crazy, might just be simply lucky, accidentally acquired a treasure from somewhere that could capture the foreign fire, and got lucky and collected the foreign fire. After all, the golden dragon of luck on him was real, and it was hard to say about this thing called luck. Anyway, Xiaohua had now examined Lu Yuan as half a lunatic. Xiaohua asked, what about second senior brother? First brother is a dog. Second brother can't be a pig. Can he? With the current abstract painting style of the Luo sect, it wasn't impossible to see this possibility. When Lu Yuan heard Xiaohua inquire about his second senior brother, his face instantly became bad-looking. Said, your second senior brother. You shouldn't inquire. He's a bit off in the head. He's not a normal person. Once you're in, you should have more contact with Big Brother and less with Big Brother. And you don't talk to him when he talks to you. Shaw fire? What rule weirdness? Xiaohua felt like his head was about to explode. Those who don't know really think they're in rules weirdness. Weird rule number 1, your eldest brother is a dog, but is gifted and intelligent, and has a high level of cultivation. The patriarch told you to ask it more about any cultivation challenges you have, and to get in touch with eldest brother more often. Weird rule number 2, your second brother is a psychopath, not quite right in the head. The patriarch told you to have less contact with him, and to ignore him when he talks to you. Weird rule number 3, your sovereign is somewhere between crazy and half crazy. Muddled. What he says is true and false and needs to be carefully discerned. When you look at it that way, there's really nothing wrong with substituting rules weird tales. Xiaohui, it is truly difficult to bandage a clan that is so abstract. Lu Yuan led Xiaohua through the courtyard of the sect and entered the main hall. Entering the interior of the great Luo hall, Lu Yuan made Xiaohua perform a formal salute of worship. After the tea serving process, this third disciple was considered officially initiated. After accepting Xiaohua as the clan's third disciple, Lu Yuan's ears, a prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for taking in his third disciple, and issuing a new quest. Teach your disciples the techniques that lead directly to the golden immortal and help them to succeed in their transmigration. Quest completion earns you the rewards: lower half of the golden dragon of Qi, Jindan cultivation, flawless first grade Jindan, Jindan divine martial arts Dala creation poem, Jindan level patriarchal Dala sword technique, and plus 100,000 points. This quest designates the Gong method, Great Sun Burning Heavenly Gong. The system's new tasks are issued down. Lu Yuan watched as a quest panel appeared in front of him. The quest panel was densely packed with rewards. There were still 100,000 points left for the lower half of the Golden Dragon of Qi, Jindan cultivation, divine martial arts, spirit sword, and sword technique that were deducted by Qin Nanxian, the procrastinator. Lu Yuan was excited. Good. It's true that accepting a new disciple is different. The first quests released by the new disciple initiation system were usually extremely rewarding. This mission, once completed, will earn itself hemp. Lu Yuan received the quest, and the system-designated technique, the Great Sun Burning Sky technique, was also issued to Lu Yuan. With the Gongfu in hand, one only needed to assist Xiao Hui in his cultivation. As long as this kid is allowed to convert to the Great Sun Burning Heavenly Soul technique, he will be considered to have accomplished his mission if he succeeds in his conversion. This mission, it's too easy. It was even simpler than the novice quest at the time that allowed disciples to cultivate the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique and get to foundation establishment within a month. Just switch your feats. Moreover, according to the system, this Great Sun Burning skill was also a technique that pointed directly at the Golden Immortals. With a divine level technique of this level, he could not think of any reason why Xiaohua would not switch to cultivation. Directly pointing to the Golden Immortal means that as long as one cultivates and doesn't make any mistakes on the way to the future, and doesn't make a fool of himself, messing around to the point of going off the deep end, he will almost certainly step into the Golden Immortal in the future and ascend to the upper realms. Xiaohua, a small town from a small place to be a questioner. In the early stages of cultivation to get this level of Gongfu, just steal the joy, dreaming to wake up laughing. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile at the thought. Xiaohua, this kid, is really lucky. Apart from his own Deluo sect, whose sect disciple taught this kind of true god technique right after he was initiated. You're on to something. Xiaohua stood inside the great Luo hall, looking at his own master. Lu Yuan, talking to himself, suddenly fell into a pause, seemed to fall into stagnation and stood there with no response. Xiaohua was dumbfounded. How come you're not responding when you're talking? Are you down? He then saw Lu Yuan pause for a moment before suddenly laughing again himself. Xiaohua looked at this scene and one was truly numb. It can't really be a madman, can it? Calling someone else a psychopath when you're actually the psychopath yourself? As far as Lu Yuan is now, it really isn't much different from a mental patient, cured of drooling. Lu Yuan's pause just now was actually checking the system mission. A moment later he responded by closing the task panel in front of him and he then sat down on the seat of the great Luo Hall's patriarch. He said to Xiaohua, Xiaohua, you have just entered my Deluo sect, and after thinking about it for a while, Master, originally, I shouldn't have passed on your core technique so early, but on account of your sincerity in worshipping the Master and your pious attitude, I will make an exception and pass on a set of powerful techniques to you. Before that, let me ask you first, what is the rank of the Gongfu you are currently practicing? Lu Yuan inquired. Xiaohua said, Teacher, the Gongfu I'm currently practicing is a fire Gongfu within my Xiao family. It's not well known, and the grade level is only low yellow rank. Barely pointing straight at the peak of foundation building, the technique Xiaohua cultivated was called the burning technique. The level of the Gong method was low yellow rank, barely pointing straight at the peak of foundation establishment. However, only Xiaohua knew that this technique was special, because this burning technique was imparted to him by Old Man Xian, probably this heaven and earth, the only upgradable technique among the lower realms. Infinite potential, unknown strength, strong when encountered, can be upgraded by devouring foreign flames. Don't look at the fact that it's only a low yellow rank right now, but after devouring an alien fire, it can be upgraded to the Xian rank. At that time, it would be able to point directly to Jindan and Yuaning. However, Lu Yuan didn't know Xiao was Gongfu doorway. Hearing that Xiaohua was actually cultivating a low-level yellow rank technique, Lu Yuan shook his head. Rubbish. Chapter 25, directly pointing to the Golden Immortal. Xiaohua froze in place, and Elder Xian was also stunned. Obviously both of them didn't expect Lu Yuan to speak so directly. Yellow rank low-level technique, it is indeed garbage, but it's a bit excessive for you to say it so directly. Elder Xian's soul was green in the ring. The burning technique was passed on to Xiaohua by him, and although this technique did start off at a low level, the growth was unbeatable. Now that he was being pointed at his nose and called trash, Old Man Xian was more or less disgraced. Xiaohua was also a bit unconvinced and said, Master, although my gongfu is now at the low yellow rank, but it's special. Probably the only gongfu that can be upgraded by devouring a foreign fire. Lu Yuan nodded at his words. Oh, it's even more of a garbage if you want to put it that way. Lu Yuan has his own understanding. The starting yellow rank low-level gongfu was already a ghost among ghosts, but also risked his life to devour the foreign fire? Not to mention the fact that foreign flames are so rare that it is difficult for an ordinary person to see one in his or her entire life. And even if he or she does see one, strong people from all sides are fighting for it. So you, a little karami who cultivates a low-level yellow order technique, can snatch the foreign fire? Even if you grabbed it, an ordinary person without the resources to refine the alien fire would die in 9 deaths. Even if you grab it and refine it, how much increase can a single foreign fire give you? Could a low yellow rank technique be upgraded to a heaven rank technique in one go? Impossible. It's hard enough to estimate the rise of a single foreign fire to the Xian rank. Not being a son of great fortune, how many foreign flames can you come across in your life? Other people rely on steady progress in their training, but you, Xiao Hua, rely on gambling? What Blacktan City gambling monster? Lu Yuan didn't intentionally disparage Xiao Hua's technique, nor did he step on one or the other. He's looking at it from normal human logic. The upper limit of this technique is really high, but the lower limit is also really low. And everyone wants to become Xiao Yan, but there was only one Xiao Yan. Non-sons of great destiny and great background. This kind of gong method is not whoever repairs who dies. Lu Yuan took out a book of golden feats from his arms as he said, don't practice that feat of yours. The more a rookie practices a rookie, the more trashy it gets. I'll pass on the golden immortal technique to you. This great sun burning technique is aimed directly at the golden immortal. After you go back, abolish your own cultivation and switch to this great sun burning sky technique. Lu Yuan passed the golden gong method to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at the book of feats handed over by Lu Yuan, and the book really did have the 5 words great sun burning heavenly feats written on it. A fire technique that leads straight to the golden immortal's door? Xiao Wei, really? Shen Lao, not like the real thing. It's not that they don't believe in it, but with respect to this environment and history of the Dala sect, it was indeed hard for Lu Yuan to convince people when he took out a Dharma book that pointed straight to the golden immortals. But if the great Luo sect really had this level of magic, could their ancestors have been reduced to digging up graves? The entire De Luo sect has a 1,000-year history, and not a single one has cultivated to Jin Dan. Lu Yuan himself is only at the foundation stage. How can he believe that he passed on the golden immortal teachings to you? It's like a beggar in the street coming out from under an overpass and saying he'll send you $10 billion tomorrow. WeChat transfers to you. Who believes it? Shawfire, nerves. Although he had already recognized Lu Yuan as a psychopath in his heart, he still had to be respectful on the surface. After all, he had already worshipped his master, and at least Lu Yuan had a real foreign flame in his hand. One still has to behave oneself. Xiao Hua then respectfully said, many thanks to master for imparting the technique. I will definitely cultivate it properly. Live up to your expectations. Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Hua's respectful attitude and was greatly satisfied in his heart. Not bad. Not bad. This is a good disciple. Compared to Chen Nanchuan's cow and horse, there's a big difference in terms of attitude. It seems like this new assignment for myself is a sure thing. Lu Yuan then told Xiao Hua that he could step back without delay. Go back to practicing your conversion technique as soon as possible. He instructed Xiao Huang to go and show Xiao Hua the way to his residence. Little Yellow has been within the Big Luo sect for more than half a year now. He had long been familiar with the various environments within the Great Luo sect. The little yellow dog then let out a woof and led the way for Xiao Hua in front, taking him to his residence. Xiao Hua's residence. Xiao Huang went back to resume his orders after bringing him here. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, simply packed up his house and stayed here. Teacher, the environment of this Great Luo sect is even worse than our Xiao family. Even though Xiao Hua was not the kind of person who disliked the poor and loved the rich, at this moment, when he saw the living environment of the De Luo sect, couldn't help but spit out a couple of words as well. Although their Xiao family was only an ordinary ninth-rate family, their family's conditions were indeed quite a bit stronger than this. Even if Xiao Hua's talent disappeared a few years ago, his strength regressed, and he suffered from the family's blank stares. The worst time I've ever had was when conditions were not as tough as here. With this house, it doesn't feel much different than winding up in the middle of nowhere. Xian Lao, just have a place to stay. People who cultivate don't need to be so particular about it. Just remember we're running for the foreign fire. Xiao Hua naturally knew this as he nodded his head. Afterward, Xiao Hua pulled out the golden-colored book of feats that Lu Yuan had given him as he asked Elder Xian, Teacher, what do you think of this great sun-burning skill? Are we really going to listen to that Patriarch Lu and switch to this technique? Xiao Hua was really feeling that Lu Yuan was muddled and a bit delirious. He said that this is the Dharma that leads straight to the golden immortal and asked himself to switch to this Dharma. Xiaohua was not convinced, but he also had to ask Elder Xian's opinion. Xian Lao said, the great sun burning heavenly power was considered to have spanned the world in his teacher's lifetime, wandering through half of the Qingtian world. Qingtian world in the 9 states. The top of the merit law has not heard of a similar powerful merit law. If this technique is really as powerful as Lu Yuan said, it shouldn't be silent. He said that it points straight to the golden immortal. It's also possible that they're upper realm feats, and it's really possible that we haven't heard of upper realm feats because of the dimensional barriers. But the Dala sect has upper realm feats. Why am I so unconvinced? Elder Xian didn't flatly deny the technique, but analyzed it sensibly. He said that in his lifetime he traveled half of the world of Qingtian, within the 9 states of Qingtian. It hadn't heard of the great sun burning sky technique, a top-level technique. It means that this technique is nameless in the lower realm. If it's an upper realm technique, there is indeed such a possibility. But the problem was that the Deluo sect had upper realm techniques, and this credibility would be almost zero. You're going to say that those lower continent first-class great clans, or there are a small number of upper realm techniques passed down among the immortal sect imperial systems whose ancestors have produced ascended masters. Xian Lao believes, after all, although there are dimensional barriers between the upper and lower realms, as long as one mixes well up there, there are still channels to sneak some of the above down. But what does the Dala sect have to offer? A direct reference to the golden immortal? How many golden immortals are there in the upper world? Elder Xian shook his head straight. However, having said that, Elder Xian still decided that he wanted to take a look at the feats before doing so. He asked Xiaohua to flip through this great sun-burning heavenly skill and look at the contents. They all wanted to see what the content of the Dharma that Lu Yuan had spoken of to point directly at the golden immortals was like. Xiaohua flipped the pages of the book, and within the pages, the golden page deficit appeared in front of them. If you want to practice divine power, you'll set yourself on fire. Chapter 26, Talents come out of the Great Luo sect. On the first page of the Gongfu, 4 large words were written. You want to practice your magic, but you want to set yourself on fire? Xiaohua froze for a moment. In his early years, when he was reading Black Tank City talking books, there was a martial arts novel that recorded a martial art. It's the first wonder of heaven and earth in that talking book worldview. But the requirement for practice is that the male practitioner must first self-cannibalize before he can practice. Because the inventor of that martial art was a eunuch, the subsequent practitioner must also be a eunuch in order to cultivate it successfully. Although this great sun-burning heaven technique didn't let him self-combust, it let him self-immolate, which was outrageous. Xiaohua instantly felt a vicious chill. But it's a good thing Elder Xian reminded him not to think about the meaning of self-immolation here. It should mean for the practitioner to purge his cultivation with his own Tao fire and cultivate with a pure body before practicing. Drawing fire here is not really asking you to light a fire and set yourself on fire. Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat as Elder Xian snickered. If this gong method is really powerful, it doesn't matter even if it's a real self-immolation for a bit. It's not like it's possible to really burn a cultivator to death anyway. What's the point of practicing when you burn people to death? Fire. They proceeded to look down. It was discovered that the path of this great sun-burning skill was not normally evil. Beginners, eat yang. That is, taking a lot of yang attribute food, whether it's yang attribute elixirs or not. Various kinds of whip foods as well. In short, to replenish the yang energy, so that the body to adapt to the most rigid to the yang. When you're acclimated, you bathe in the blazing sun every day. Visualize the sun, absorb the power of the sun, and extraction of yang fire cultivation. Cultivation breaks through the foundation establishment stage, and the sun essence can be extracted. When his cultivation level broke through Jindan, he would be able to extract the sun essence flame. At the Yuaning stage, it is even possible to extract a higher level of solar divine fire, waiting to break through the transformation of God and return to void. Those who are gifted can cultivate the great sun-burning heavenly body and the sun-golden body. By that time, there would be no fire in the world that could not be swallowed by foreign fire, heavenly fire, or divine fire. Once the great sun-burning heavenly body and the sun-golden body were out, all the fires bowed down, and the body of a transformed God was comparable to that of a tribulation. Xian Lao, bull *******. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In this world, how could there be such a powerful technique? Elder Xian couldn't help but curse after reading the feats. He'd thought about how outrageous it might be, before he'd flipped through the book, but I didn't expect it to be this outrageous. The first step of practicing cultivation to eat yang. He would not comment on it for the time being. The second step is quite abstract, directly visualizing the great sun, but anyone who knows a little bit about cultivation knows that everything in heaven and earth has energy. The sun overhead shines on everything. It is the source of energy for the growth of the living beings in heaven and earth. The energy contained in the sun was extremely terrifyingly huge. Who is the practitioner who, just at the beginning of his practice, goes to contemplate the sun? Who's an entrepreneur, just at the beginning of their business, going against the vine, and extracting solar essence? Aren't you afraid the sun's essence will burn you to death? As for the sun essence flame and sun god flame in the back, they were even more outrageous. What is the sun essence fire? One of the heavenly flames. The flame strength is still above all the foreign flames. The sun god's fire, the divine flame of the upper realm. This one is even heavier. The sun divine flame, any trace of it, could directly burn to death the transformation god and burn through the returning void. It says in this gongfu that a yuan ing can coalesce. Later on, it was also said that when one has transformed into a god and returned to the void, one would be able to condense some kind of great sun-burning heavenly body and sun-golden body. One could devour all the flames of heaven and earth. Foreign flames, heavenly flames, and divine flames, as simple as eating and drinking water. The body of the transfigured god would be more than a transmutation. Elder Xian felt like his head was going to explode from watching. He felt that this gong method would be a sufficiently explosive existence in the upper realm. That's a big shutdown at a glance. Xian Lao, don't ask me. I have a headache. Sha fire, shabby. Just as these two masters and disciples were seeing their scalps numbed by the great sun burning heavenly skill, Chen Nanxian, who lived next door to them, let out a miserable scream. No! Chen Nanxian woke up in the middle of a nightmare, and he had just awakened and the memory was still stuck in the moment when Flowing Fire City fought to the death with the alien fire. After Chen Nanxian woke up, he subconsciously screamed miserably, but he soon realized that he didn't seem to be dead. Saved? This is the Dala sect? It seemed that the strike that he had desperately spent 1,000 years of his lifespan to strike the 5-decade life-burning lifetime catalyzing palm still had an effect. He still held out until Lu Yuan and the others came to rescue him. However, after Chen Nanxian awoke at this moment, he realized that his current situation was not optimistic. Although his life was saved, he had lost another 1,000 years of his own lifespan. It was already a deficit of 30,000 lifetimes, and now it owes another 1,000 years. And the more it owes? How can this be? And not only that, after he used the forbidden method 5-decade life-burning lifetime catalyzing palm in Flowing Fire City, the appearance aged rapidly and now looked celestial and half-dead. Obviously a young man in his 20s. He looks like an 800 or 900-year-old man. And, even more tragically, being chased by a foreign fire in Flowing Flame City, when Chen Nanyuan was trying to run for his life. No matter how much you burn your cultivation to accelerate, it was only now that he realized that his originally low cultivation level of the 5th level of Qi refining. After burning in Flowing Fire City, he now retreated back to the 1st level of Qi refining. Chen Nanchuan's mind exploded. 6 months of retraining, in the form of old age, and back to square one? Chen Nanxian was cloaked in hair, and his face had taken on the color of madness. Didn't strain myself to laugh out loud in my room. Ha ha, ha ha. The oozing laughter from next door came through the wall from time to time, and Xiaohua couldn't help but feel hairy in his heart as he listened to the laughter. This big Luozone is really talented. And the masters? Who's this again? Xiaohua got up and went out to check, came to the next yard, and found the little yellow dog that had led the way for them before lying on his back outside the yard, apparently attracted by the sound of laughter as well. At this moment, little yellow was lying outside the courtyard, shaking his head straight as he listened to Chen Nanchuan's laughter. Xiaohua walked around Xiao Huang and walked into the courtyard. Follow the sound of laughter as you approach the door to the room. Xiaohua had just gotten closer when the laughter inside came to an abrupt end, seemingly noticing his arrival. Inside, Chen Nanchuan's voice came out. Who? Sneaky. Xiaohua saw that he had been discovered. Then he coughed and said, My name is Xiaohua. Today I have just paid my respects to the great Luo sect, the 3rd disciple of my patriarch Lu. I live next door, and I have just heard your friend's laughter. So I came over to take a look. May I ask if you are a fellow Taoist? Xiaohua introduced himself. A few moments later, the door to Chen Nanchuan's room opened, and Xiaohua was followed by a man dressed in rags and the cloaked, bloodied, elderly man appeared before him. My name is Chen Nanxian. I'm the eldest senior brother of the great Luo sect. Since you're my senior brother, come in and talk. By the way, do you have food on you? Xiaohua pulled out the 2 steamed buns in the storage bag on his waist. He was carrying some dry food with him. He then saw Chen Nanxian grabbing the 2 steamed buns in his hand as if he were a starving ghost. Take a big bite out of it. Xiaohua. Starving ghost? A couple days without food and you're starving like this? You're hiding so many masters in a small Delo clan, aren't you? Chapter 27, Too close to letting you take off. This fellow was the 2nd senior brother Chen Nanxian that Lu Yuan was talking about. Only, this guy claimed to be the eldest brother. so he was really a bit delirious. Xiaowu looked at the hungry and wolfish old man in front of him and thought that even if he was in bad spirits, it's not so bad that you don't give food, is it? How many days has it been since you've eaten? An old man doesn't deserve to be treated like that. Xiaowu inquired. Old man, doesn't this great Luo sect patriarch give you food? Chen Nanchuan's two cheeks were bulging with Xiaowu's steamed buns. Hearing Xiaowu's words, he immediately raised his head and locked eyes with Xiaowu. Who are you calling an old man? I'm asking you, who are you calling an old man? Chen is only 20 years old exactly. Xiao Wei, huh? How does a 20-year-old young man look like that? It's something he didn't expect. Chen Nanxian, it's a long story. I have a problem with my longevity. As he spoke, he sized up Xiaohua in front of him. Since you are now a fellow disciple with me, for the sake of fellowship and the favor of this meal, come in and sit down. I have a few things to remind you of. Chen Nanxian was seriously injured in Flowing Flame City, and fought with the foreign flames. Burning his longevity also consumed a huge amount of his energy. His current cultivation level was too low after all, and he was still far from the pioneer realm. That's why my stomach was so hungry when I woke up from my coma. Xiao's two steamed buns had done him a great favor, and for the sake of his fellow disciples and the two steamed buns, Chen Nanxian decided to tell this junior apprentice brother some things within the great Luo sect so that he could pay attention to them on his own. Xiaohua entered Chen Nanchuan's house, wanting to hear what this senior brother wanted to say. After entering the house, Xiaohua sat down, and Chen Nanyuan sat across from him, asked, "You've just joined the great Luo sect. How much do you know about this sect?" Of course Xiaohua wouldn't tell the truth. There isn't much to understand. I'm only here for the resources. Xiaohua repeated what he had said to Lu Yuan to Chen Nanyuan. Chen Nanxian shook his head as he sniffed. To come here for resources? Then you're making a big mistake. From what I know about the great Luo sect, there are no resources within this sect. You've come to the wrong place, but it's a blessing in disguise. And although the Dala sect doesn't have the resources to, but there are chances within the sect, and there are not many things I can tell you, but for the sake of fellowship, I can give you some hints. First, this man, Patriarch Dala, comes from a small place and has little insight, short-sighted and greedy. You do not look at him now have foundation stage cultivation. The foundation is not stable, the future road will not go long. So after you enter the Dala sect, you have to take care of this aspect of cultivation yourself. Don't listen to him. The gongfu he gave don't practice. By the way, after you were initiated, did he pass on the gongfu to you? Chen Nanyuan asked Xiaohua, who nodded his head. Passed. Chen Nanxian, it's a technique called the Great Piece of Heavenly Immortal Technique? It's claimed to be a direct reference to the Golden Immortals? Xiaohua shook his head. That's not true. What Patriarch Lu passed on to me is another book, the Great Sun Burning Heavenly Technique, but it is also said to be a direct reference to the Golden Immortal. Chen Nanxian rolled his eyes. Listen to his fart. A ninth-rate sect. The entire clan is full of techniques that point to the Golden Immortal? If any of his words were true, why would the Deluo sect be in such a mess? I don't know where he got the techniques he passed on to you. Don't blame me for not warning you. Don't practice that gongfu. Most likely it's not from the right way. If you practice it according to the gongfu and die, no one can save you. Hearing what Chen Nanxian said, Xiaohua was greatly shocked. It turned out that Lu Yuan didn't just give him this kind of advanced technique alone. He also gave Chen Nanxian a copy of the book, and the one he was given wasn't the same one as his own. A tiny little Dala sect patriarch with so many straight golden immortal spells in his hand? Little cutie. Just believe it. Xiaohua had just read that Great Sun Burning Heavenly skill with Elder Xian. Their understanding wasn't too far off from Chen Nanchuan's claim that the Great Sun Burning Heavenly power that. A lot of it actually kind of makes sense in terms of the Kung Fu cultivation written within, and it even seems a bit advanced. But the effects described above are so intimidating that a lot of it went against the rules of cultivation that they could understand. Xiaohua hadn't planned to cultivate either. Now even Lu Yuan's second senior brother, who was not normal in the brain, told him not to practice. He dared not to do so even more. What if he died from practicing? Xiaohua said. Thank you for reminding senior brother. Don't worry, I won't cultivate. Watching Xiaohua listen to advice very well, Chen Nanxian was very satisfied. That's right, listen to senior brother. Senior brother won't harm you. Even though the Deluo clan and the patriarch can't be relied upon. But I said before, this clan within the other big chance. Just that big chance has not yet appeared. The future once appeared can be worth your 10,000 years of hard work. I'm not at liberty to be explicit with you right now, but I can give you a hint. That little yellow dog by the sovereign side. You go down the mountain from time to time and buy some bones for it to eat. Getting on good terms with it is more important than anything else. Chen Nanxian finished his speech, revealing a meaningful expression. It's as if they're talking about something mysterious enough to be a big deal through and through. He even patted Xiaohua's shoulder after he finished speaking. In short, From now on, you will follow senior brother in his cultivation. Listen to me and do as I say, and you shall have a bright future. Xiaohua sat across from Chen Nanxian and listened with a dumbfounded expression. As he listened, he saw that when Chen Nanxian spoke of the little yellow dog, there seemed to be some sort of suppressed excitement in the expression. Xiaohua's expression was complicated for a moment. Not buddy? I thought you were normal at first. As a result, you mysteriously said that you would tell me the great chance and secret hidden within the Deluo sect. Turn around and tell me to get a bone for the dog and get in good with the dog? So you're not quite right in the head, are you? Xiaohua originally thought that Patriarch Lu Yuan was muddled and his words could not be trusted. Lu Yuan said that the second senior brother was not in his right mind. Xiaohua thought at first that this senior brother might not be as psychotic as Lu Yuan said, but now it seems that this is properly nuts too. Xiaohua had his own judgment in his mind. In this clan, the patriarch is a psychopath, and this senior brother is also a psychopath. None of it's normal. What kind of immortal cultivation sect is this? I'm afraid I've joined a mental hospital, one more than the other. Xiaohua already didn't want a bull ***** with Chen Nanxian more. This guy talked even more epileptic than Lu Yuan. Xiaohua got up and casually found a reason for him to recuperate and took his own leave. Chen Nanxian nodded his head and got up to see off the guests. Remember what I said. Don't forget. Xiaohui, many thanks. Senior brother. Xiaohua left the house and his footsteps quickened as he left the place. Chen Nanxian gazed at Xiaohua's departing back. Although I lost all my cultivation in Flowing Fire City, I did a good deed today. The trajectory of this senior brother's destiny should be changed by me. Chen Nanxian had his own senses in the underworld, and he could feel that Xiaohua's destiny trajectory was changing. If it wasn't for himself, it was expected that this senior brother would go astray. It was too close. Luckily, I have myself as a senior brother to set things right. Hundreds of years later, at the southern heavenly gate of the upper realm, Chen Nanxian, clad in silver armor, ranked among the heavenly soldiers guarding the immortal gate. From time to time, he would also glance at the big-headed heavenly soldier Xiaohua's senior brother who stood not far away from him and stood on patrol with him, also dressed in silver-armored immortal robes. The future Chen Nanxian would feel a pang of fear whenever he recalled today. If we really let today's Xiaohua cultivate the great sun-burning heavenly skill, he will 100% have no chance to be a heavenly soldier. It's at least a golden immortal. So close. Almost got you to take off. Chapter 28, Little Yellow, still more opportunities in the big city. Xiaohua came out of Chen Nanchuan's house. He saw that Little Yellow was still lying outside Chen Nanchuan's courtyard, seemingly staring at him. Xiaohua stood in front of the little yellow dog. He remembered Chen Nanyuan's words. Get on good terms with the dog's senior brother, right? A moment later, he took out the book that Lu Yuan had given him, the Great Sun Burning Skill, and gave it to Little Yellow. Xiaohua said, Senior brother, this was originally a gong method passed down to me by my master, and I am passing it on to you today. You cultivate well. There is no need to say thank you. After saying that, Xiaohua gave the Great Sun Burning Heavenly Skill to this little yellow dog and then got up and left. Xiao Huang watched as he passed on to himself the gongfu that his ancestor had passed on to him. Woof, what do you mean? The Grandmaster passed it down to you. You're giving it to me? Elder Xian inquired of Xiao Hua. Little Flamechan, although you don't practice that technique, but you really gave the kung fu to the dog. Ha, Xiao Hua said. Teacher, didn't Chen Nanxian say that he wanted to get along with dogs? I don't practice anyway, so whatever. Xiao Hua's transfer of the Great Sun Burning Sky technique to Xiao Huang was just in passing. He didn't want that technique, and put it in his storage bag to take up space. Fake kung fu dogs shake their heads when they look at it, so they might as well just give it to the dog. Xiao Hua left in style. In situ, Xiao Huang looked at the Great Sun Burning Sky technique that Xiao Hua had placed in front of him and fell into deep thought. Formerly, there was the great piece of heavenly immortal knowledge picked up within the Great Luo sect. Let himself, a mortal dog, break through the 9th level of foundation establishment within half a year and change his fate against the heavens. Now someone else is giving away the Great Sun Burning skill. Xiao Huang really didn't know what to say for a moment. It's true that the big city is full of opportunities, and they're raining down on you. You get it every time, don't you? It seemed that senior brother Xiao Hua should have already finished reading the gongfu and given it to himself privately. Xiao Huang was in a tangle. Was he practicing or not? The power of the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique was already very clear to it after its cultivation. Not only was its fleshly body strong, moreover, the cultivation level has increased by leaps and bounds in a single day, and it is definitely a divine feat among divine feats. The Great Sun Burning Sky technique that was now in front of it was also an ancestor Lu's personally transmitted technique. At that time, when the ancestor master passed on the techniques to Xiao Hua, Xiao Huang was right next to him with his ears perked up. Ancestor himself said that this gong method, the cultivation of which leads directly to the golden immortal. You don't have to think about it. This technique should not be weaker than the great heavenly immortal technique that the ancestor had passed on to Chen Nanxian at that time. Now that he was so powerful after cultivating just one great heavenly immortal skill, if we add the great sun burning skill to it, how strong should it be in the future? Yellow didn't dare to think about it, because just thinking about it feels like taking a breath of air. Naturally, Yellow wants to learn, but the point at which it is torn is that this technique was not passed down to it by the ancestor himself. The ancestor passed it down to Xiaohua. Is it considered stealing if one learns it? What if master finds out? When the time comes to blame, Xiao Huang may not necessarily be able to carry it off. However, Xiao Huang thought for a second that this gongfu was given to him by Xiaohua, so it shouldn't be considered stealing, right? Little Yellow's gaze was dead set on the great sun burning heavenly skill in front of him. Forget it. Whatever. Couldn't resist. The great Tao is right in front of you. The great opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't cultivate at this moment, you are ashamed of the great Tao. It directly opened its mouth and sucked in, and in the next second, the entire great sun burning heavenly skill was directly swallowed into its stomach. The entire gongfu was swallowed in one gulp. A piece of the flame immortal scripture instantly appeared in the middle of its mind. It was the same effect as when he ate the entire great piece of heavenly immortal technique. Little Yellow closed his eyes and envisioned the immortal technique, caught in a state of epiphany. Within the great sun burning heaven technique, there were many upper realm cultivation methods recorded. Cultivators in the upper realm, because their own realm is extremely high, the top gong methods created in the upper realm. In much of the logic of cultivation it is contrary to the logic of cultivation in the lower realms. This was also the reason why Elder Xian and Xiaohua, after both of them had watched the great sun burning skill, the reason for thinking that this gong method is outrageous is because the cultivation method in the great sun burning skill that it was completely different from what they had been exposed to and learned in the first half of their lives, and even conflicted in many places of common sense. To put it bluntly, it's still a loss of educated people who can't comprehend the idea of observing the great day. The Yuaning then coalesced the subtle aspects of the sun god's fire and only felt outrageous. It's like a frog in the bottom of a well, never knowing how big the world is. If by chance some frogs from the outside world stumble into the well and describe to them the vastness of the outside world, the well will also think the other side is making things up. But Yellow won't feel the same way because it doesn't understand and is, frankly, illiterate. It doesn't matter if it smells or tastes bad. It's meat in your mouth. Xiao Huang would not consider whether the cultivation method introduced in the great sun burning heavenly skill was consistent with the logic of the lower realms. It will only follow the practice. For it, following the refining is the right thing to do. This is the true master, always with an apprentice's heart. On the other hand, inside the hall of the great Luo, Lu Yuan was still hoping that Xiaohua would switch his cultivation technique and complete the task for him. However, merit transfer was not something that could be accomplished in a day, so Lu Yuan was not in a hurry. At the moment, he was busy refining the rewards. The quests completed in Flowing Fire City, in addition to the cultivation and Chi Luck Golden Dragon rewards that could be directly absorbed, there's also the bonus of capturing a foreign fire. Capture of foreign fire. The system issued 100 points of fire spirit, 100 points of subfire energy, the Fei Fire Wing cultivation method and the Fei Fire cultivation method. These were things that Lu Yuan needed to refine and absorb on his own. The first is the fire spirit, which, after refining and absorbing, it will increase one's sense, use, and control of fire aura and resistance defense to fire spells. The more you refine, the more proficient you become with the fire aura and the better it is for you. 100 points of fire spirit. Lu Yuan grabbed it and refined it in an instant. As for the 100 points of subfire energy, that's even better. The subfire energy of the foreign fire can be used at any time after absorption and added to fire skills, such as Fireball, which can dramatically increase the power of a spell. And it was that the more subfire energy injected, the more powerful the spell would be. It's a good thing to have more of this stuff in your body in case you run into an opponent you can't beat. You can be taken by surprise. It's a good thing that can save your life. Moreover, the subfire energy, Lu Yuan could still continuously draw from it by cultivating the foreign fire. And as long as there was a foreign fire in his hand, this stuff is the equivalent of renewable energy. Lu Yuan similarly swallowed 100 points of subfire energy and existed within his body. Aside from the 2 energy resources that could be absorbed, the remaining rewards were the 2 cultivation methods. Lu Yuan checked it out. One was the Fei Flame Wings and the other was the Fei Flame cultivation method. Fei Flame Wings means that after one can refine the Fei Flame, one can catalyze the Fei Flame into wings for use. Gathering a pair of wings of foreign fire behind his back, he drastically increased his movement speed. Moreover, the foreign fires could be stacked, and the more foreign fires they absorbed in the future, the bigger their wings would be and the faster they would move. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and the first time he saw the skill description, he knew it was something good. That's a speed gas pedal that can be constantly upgraded. Speed is power. The higher the speed, the stronger the power. An exotic fire accelerator that can constantly increase the speed cap. That's pretty fierce. The Fey Flame cultivation method. Lu Yuan extracted to view. Similarly, he found a surprise in the foreign fire cultivation method. Chapter 29 1 Dog. 2 Feats. This is actually a method of cultivating foreign flames, and according to what is said in the method, all foreign flames can be cultivated, and with the right method, they can become stronger and give birth to a second foreign flame. Judging by the Dharma on cultivation, the foreign fire I took in before was naturally born with a spirit. It's existed for at least 300 years, and its cultivation has naturally grown to the Jindan stage. It's not far from it giving birth to a second foreign flame, and as long as you use the right method, you can accelerate the time for the second foreign flame to be born. One foreign fire I can refine myself, and the second can be given to my disciple. Lu Yuan pondered over the fact that right now, these 3 disciples of his, their spiritual roots were all related to flames. Xiao Huang is a single fire spirit root and has the sun swallowing technique himself, so if he devours and refines the foreign fire, strength is bound to go to the next level. Chen Nanxian was needless to say. Lu Yuan was prepared to dissuade him from the sect when he woke up. He could have just skipped it. The newly accepted disciple, Xiao Hua, could have a flame spiritual root and had previously practiced the burning technique specializing in devouring foreign flames. Lu Yuan had told him to switch to the Great Sun Burning Sky technique, and when his technique conversion was complete, the second foreign fire could also be given to him to devour. So the odds are that the second foreign fire will be given to them by picking one between Xiao Huang and Xiao Hua. Lu Yuan, well, we'll see how it performs then. Lu Yuan took out the purple fire capturing master orb and released the captured Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame. Having been captured by the master ball, the Yanlian Prison Heart Flame took on its most primitive state, a 9-petaled flaming lotus flower. The body of the lotus flower is greenish-black, suspended in mid-air, and between the rotating lotus flower, the temperature around them rose at an extremely terrifying rate. Refine this foreign fire first. After refining, you can use the cultivation method to cultivate the foreign fire. Does it cost 100,000 points to refine the foreign fire in one click? Yes, with 100,000 points deducted. Lu Yuan directly refined the foreign fire without any injuries. The energy of the Fey Flame is extremely violent and dangerous, and ordinary people need to swallow the Fey Flame into their stomachs to refine it. Even cultivators with extremely high levels of cultivation might not be able to master the fire in the process of refining the foreign fire. Directly by the foreign fire from the inside of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels burned to the ground. The altered flame refining was extremely dangerous. Lu Yuan didn't want to take any chances. The system says to spend some points. 100,000 can be safely refined in one click, although it's a little expensive. But Lu Yuan pressed on with no hesitation. There's no shame in spending a little money on peace. The foreign fire was instantly absorbed by Lu Yuan and was forcibly refined by a rule force. After successfully refining it, Lu Yuan instantly had absolute control over the entire foreign flame. With a single movement of his mind, his entire palm was covered in greenish-black alien fire that, the unruly, terrifyingly energetic foreign fire that had previously been unruly and flowing fire city had become incomparably docile in his hands. Lu Yuan also urged the wings of the foreign fire, and his own flying speed in the clouds was actually no longer slow. But now with the addition of the foreign fire wings, the speed was 6 or 7 times faster, which was really perverted. After the altered flame had finished refining, a prompt sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Congratulations to the host on the successful refining of his first foreign fire. Gained rewards, Taisheng Fire Control Technique. Fire Spirit plus 500. Subfire Energy plus 500 / output per second plus 0.1. And plus 50,000 points. The host has obtained the remnant heavenly material, 9-petaled Inferno Lotus, of the foreign fire body, refining the foreign fire, and a bunch of rewards. The art of controlling fire. It could help Lu Yuan control the flame spells better. On top of that, there are 500 fire spirits, 500 subfire energies, all of which need not be mentioned. It was worth mentioning that after refining the foreign fire, Lu Yuan himself could produce subfire energy, producing 0.1 points of subfire energy per second. It's equivalent to a subfire energy production line on its own. On top of that, the remnants of the foreign fire, the 9-petaled Inferno Lotus, were also obtained. Lu Yuan stretched out his hand and a red lotus flower floated into his hand. This red lotus flower, with 9 petals in bloom, palm-sized, exquisite, and powerful in energy. A rare genius in heaven and earth. It's a lotus flower spawned from the core of a foreign fire, and the cultivator refines a petal. It could drastically enhance the flame spirit root in the body, and it could even transform the spirit body and strengthen the physical body. Good stuff. Turn around and reward your apprentice. Lu Yuan put away this lotus flower as well. Next, he began to cultivate the foreign fire, and according to the cultivation method, by reciting the 10,000 burning sutra to the foreign fire daily, 9 times a day, you can speed up the growth of the foreign fire for up to 100 days. It will be able to give birth to a second foreign fire. Lu Yuan started today, reciting scriptures to the foreign fire every day. 3 days later, outside of Mount de Luo, in the mountains 100 miles away from Mount de Luo, a golden stream of light was speedily chasing after a black bear at the 9th level of foundation establishment. This black bear was the famous Black Wind Great King of this mountain, but at this moment, he looked in a sorry state, frantic to escape. Its 4 bare paws were almost stomping out sparks of fire, and its whole body almost transformed into a black wind that, wherever they passed, large swathes of trees were sent flying and mountains and rocks were crushed. Even with all that speed, he still turns his head every now and then to check behind him, see if that horrible thing follows. It's reasonable to say that this black bear has the 9th level of foundation establishment cultivation. In this part of the Great Luo Mountain, he was a kingly and dominant level existence, and in hundreds of years, he had never been in such a sorry state as today. This black bear also feels like he's in for a bloodbath of bad luck. I don't know from which mountain a golden dog ran out, releasing golden light all over its body, as if it had come specifically for itself, and chased after it. If he hadn't run fast, he would probably be dead by now under the dog's paw. The strength of that golden dog was extremely terrifying, and when the dog's mouth opened, it swallowed the sky and ate the earth. The cultivation level was at least a half-step Jindan, far from being able to defeat himself. So this black bear only wanted to run for his life now, and he didn't have the guts to fight back, but it hadn't escaped far, and a golden light behind it had already caught up with it. Within the golden light, the little yellow dog flew almost close to the ground, and in the black bear's horrified gaze, swinging the dog's paw, he smacked it upside the head. Black bear tried to beg for mercy, but it was too late. Its skull cracked open and its eyes glazed over, and before it died it couldn't figure out what it had done to provoke this mad dog. The huge figure of the black bear at the 9th level of foundation establishment fell. Looking at the corpse of this giant beast that fell in front of him, Little Yellow dispersed the golden light of the great sun and satisfaction jumped on this black bear. It had been 3 days since Little Yellow had practiced the great sun burning skill. 3 days. It had already thoroughly digested all the knowledge points of the great sun burning sky technique given to it by Xiaohua, and the technique was initiated. The Great Peace Heavenly Immortal technique was an upper realm technique with extreme compatibility. It was completely compatible with the Great Sun Burning Sky technique to be practiced together. So right now, Xiao Huang was practicing both the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal technique and the Great Sun Burning Heavenly technique together. 1 dog, 2 feats. The most obvious feeling it brought to it was that its flesh and strength had become more powerful. Both techniques had body refining methods, and now the 2 types of body refining were then stacked on top of each other. A strong combination. Little Yellow now not only had a great grade divine tattoo physical body, but also a great sun golden light. Originally, when one cultivated the great piece of heavenly immortal technique to reach the 9th level of foundation establishment, one's strength would be around 200,000 pounds. But now that its strength had broken through 400,000 pounds in one step, its strength alone was enough to slap a Jindan to death. So just now, this black bear with thick skin and flesh at the 9th level of foundation establishment couldn't block its slap at all. As for why he killed this black bear, Xiao Huang naturally had a reason. Otherwise, it has no grievances and no enemies, so it is idly looking for trouble from these great demons? The reason was that it needed to replenish some yang qi according to the cultivation method in the Great Sun Burning skill, also known as Eclipse Yang. Chapter 30, What do you want? Dummy Chun, the Black Wind King, right? Sorry about that. Yellow swung his doggy paw around and grabbed off what he needed with one claw, swallowing it in one gulp. Together with the yang energy of this black bear, Xiao Huang had already served 7 consecutive heirlooms of great demons in the past few days. The yang qi was replenished sufficiently, and it now had enough yang qi to tide it over the preliminary stage of the Great Sun Burning Heavenly Skill cultivation. In the hall of the Great Luo, 3 days had passed, and Lu Yuan had continuously recited 3 days of sutras to the Fey Flame, 9 times a day. The growth rate of the foreign fire became faster with the naked eye. It looked like the second foreign fire was spawned after some more time. After today's 10,000 burning sutra was recited, Lu Yuan got up and went out. He had a very important matter to attend to today. It's about Chen Nanxian. It's been a few days since we got back from Quicksilver City. In the past few days' time Lu Yuan had been busy with the matter at hand. He didn't have time to take care of Chen Nanxian. Today he took a break and he was prepared to deal with Chen Nanxian, the shame of the Great Luo sect, the title of shame of the Great Luo clan. Lu Yuan thought to himself that he hadn't wronged Chen Nanxian, and was still very much deserving of his name. After all, he hadn't completed a single task for himself since his initiation. People's Wei Yan is a head with a backbone. Chen Nanxian belongs to the whole head grows back. The Deluo sect is really not blessed with such a talent. Lu Yuan is ready to go over and talk to him today. If you can't give him some money, let him find another way. Chen Nanxuan's courtyard. Lu Yuan knocked on the door. Inside the house, Chen Nanxian was in a state of bitter cultivation. Having fought with the Fei Flame and Flowing Flame City, the cultivation level retreated from the 5th level of Qi refining to the 1st level of Qi refining. In a few days' time, he had managed to recultivate back to the 3rd level of Qi refining. Right now was the crucial time to break through the 4th level of Qi refining. Who was so annoying to come knocking on the door at this time? Chen Nanxian got up and opened the door. Then he saw Lu Yuan standing outside the door. Chen Nanxian asked, "Master, what is it that must alarm me at this time?" Lu Yuan listened to Chen Nanyuan open the door to speak. Lu Yuan? No. Are you the apprentice or am I the apprentice? I, as your master, come to talk to you, and you call that alarming? Lu Yuan took a deep breath and said, "Let's talk inside." Lu Yuan walked into Chen Nanxuan's house and after sitting down, Chen Nanxian inquired, "Master, what did you come to see me about?" Lu Yuan said, "You were injured quite severely in Flowing Fire City. During this period of time Master was rather busy so he didn't come to see you. How is your body recovering now?" Lu Yuan shushes and asks for warmth, and is polite before being polite. Chen Nanxian said, "The recovery is okay for now." Lu Yuan nodded, "Just recover well." After saying that, Lu Yuan pulled out a small storage bag from his sleeve. He pushed the storage bag towards Chen Nanxian. Chen Nanxian looked at Lu Yuan as he took out his storage bag and didn't understand what it meant. He asked, "Master, what is this?" "It's like this. After the incident in Flowing Fire City this time, Master felt very guilty. It's my fault for failing to keep you safe and putting you through this. On top of that, as you can see, this is a really bad situation for the big Luo sect right now. Letting you continue to stay here for your teacher feels like it's holding back your talent and ability. With the resources available in my Deluo sect, forcing you to stay here would be too selfish of me. It's holding you back from a great career, so for the past 2 days, I've been tossing and turning, thinking for days. Ultimately a decision was made to go against our ancestors." Lu Yuan's face revealed a pained-looking expression as he continued. "Nanxian, you go down the mountain and quit the Great Luo sect. The outside world is more vast. The outside world is more suitable for you to grow up. This storage bag contains quite a lot of money and some spirit stones that I have prepared for you. Oh yes, there's also an old hen. I've raised it for years. You can kill it and stew it yourself to replenish your health. We're poor in the Dala clan. That's all I can give you. Pack up and come from wherever you are. Go back where you came from." Lu Yuan was really pouring his heart out to Chen Nanyuan this time. He was trying to sensitize Chen Nanyuan. Let him go down the mountain. The Dala sect is a small sect, and the small pool can't support a true dragon like you. Chen Nanxian listened to Lu Yuan's words and looked at the bag of money he handed over. A moment later, Chen Nanyuan pushed the storage bag back. He said seriously, "Master, what kind of reasoning is this? As the saying goes, once a master, always a father." The sincerity of the disciple who worshipped the master on that day can be seen in heaven and earth. How can there be such a thing as a halfway child not recognizing his father? Does master think I'm not talented enough? Is his cultivation too weak to bring shame to the Great Luo sect? I, Chen Nanxian, was born a member of the Great Luo sect and died a ghost of the Great Luo sect. I'll keep the hand that tonifies my body. As for the money, please take it back. Master, I'm not going anywhere. Chen Nanxian, you think I'm stupid? I have calculated that in the future, that dog in the big Luo clan will cultivate into the heavenly father of the upper realm, swallowing the heavens and devouring the sun. I'm counting on the dog heavenly father to protect me in the future. This love of the same family, can I cut myself off? Who's not thinking straight? He said that he would not leave even if he was killed. This kind of immortal bond cannot be broken a little. Lu Yuan was never expecting Chen Nanxian to be able to say these words. He's instantly wearing a mask of pain. No buddy, you're not leaving yet? What are you trying to do? Enlightenment is not as good as a dog, and cultivation goes backwards. It took half a year to cultivate to the 5th level of Qi refining, and after a trip to Flowing Fire City, he fell back to the 1st level of Qi refining. What the hell are you trying to do? Big dumb spring? You're still playing the life and death game with the clan? Lu Yuan really couldn't figure out what you were trying to do by staying in the Deluo sect. Is it just to stay and cause trouble for me? Lu Yuan looked at Chen Nanxian speechlessly, once a teacher, always a father. If you really think I'm your father, just go and let me have a good life for a couple of days, okay? Chen Nanxian was dead set on not leaving, saying that he was not willing to quit the Great Luo sect. According to the system regulations, Lu Yuan really couldn't do much about him if he didn't voluntarily quit on his own. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan was invited out of the house by Chen Nanxian. Master, there's no need for words. I'll live and die with the clan. In this life, I, Chen Nanxian, will never quit the clan. You go back. I'm going to continue my cultivation. One day to disgrace the Great Luo clan. I won't disgrace our Great Luo clan for the rest of my life. After saying that, Chen Nanxian closed the door with a snap. Lu Yuan stood outside with his head spinning. The failure to dissuade him was something he didn't expect. The was dead set on not leaving and whoring himself a chicken. Damn you to hell. Lu Yuan really almost couldn't strain himself to curse. There aren't many in the entire De Luo sect that can make him this angry. The only one who could fail such a simple task was Chen Nanxian. And the key was still shy to stay behind with an old face? It's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. The old ancestors really don't deceive me. You really can't give away this broomstick, can you? Lu Yuan felt that this would become his only stain in this life. Just when Lu Yuan's head was about to explode, in his ears, a crisp system prompt sounded. Your disciple Xiao Kung Fu conversion task has exceeded the time specified for the task. And regrettably, this mission has failed, so please try again. Lu Yuan, huh? Chapter 31, Eat the Bitter to Eat More Bitter. And the Masters? A system alert sounded in his ear. Failing the new quest. Lu Yuan's entire body was confused. Ha? This new mission can still fail? Xiao Hua. This guy. After 3 days the technique has not yet been successfully converted. Directly dragging through the time limit of the mission? Where there's a crouching dragon, there's a phoenix, right? Lu Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that this third disciple had received the wrong one again? It's not another one to torture me, is it? Lu Yuan didn't have the time to continue talking to Chen Nanxian here. He had to go see Xiaohua now. Let's see what he's up to. Xiaohua courtyard. Lu Yuan went in. After entering the courtyard, he saw that this guy, Xiaohua, was naked and practicing a ruler method in the yard. This ruler method of his was wide open, and the huge black ruler was swung by him to the point of lifting a heavy weight. Each strike looks light and agile, but it is heavy. Just a ruler win that. Just 1,000 pounds. Moreover, as Xiaohua danced the black ruler, from his palm, there was also a purple beast fire spreading out. Climbing the black ruler whistled out, and the appearance of the purple beast fire made the whole set of ruler techniques both bear the breath of a blazing fire. The power is taken to the next level. Fiery fire burning ruler. Xiaohua slapped out a ruler, and the purple fire ruler wind smashed into the ground. A large portion of the green bricks on the ground were smashed to pieces by this blow, and the green brick floor cracked open with a huge mouth that was more than 10 meters long. Lu Yuan clapped his hands. Good ruler method. It was only then that Xiaohua noticed that Lu Yuan had come at some point, and he reacted by putting on his clothes. He inquired, Master, when did you come? Lu Yuan looked at the black ruler he put aside and asked, how much does this ruler of yours weigh? Xiao weigh 50,000 pounds. Lu Yuan nodded in affirmation. To be able to lift weights and dance this 50,000 gene ruler at the foundation establishment stage. It seems like you've suffered a lot. Xiao Hua was at the early stage of foundation establishment, a cultivation level of 1 or 2 only, an ordinary early foundation establishment cultivator, not to mention 50,000 pounds. A 10,000 pound weapon would be hard enough to dance so easily. The foundation establishment perfection cultivator only estimates that it is also difficult to hold this black ruler so easily. Xiaohua was able to reach this level at the early stage of foundation establishment, so it seemed that he was capable of suffering that, and Lu Yuan had just seen him topless, as evidenced by the countless traces left behind by the battles on his body. He had already experienced many life and death battles as he traveled outside before worshipping the Great Luo sect. The young man usually didn't suffer much. Lu Yuan estimated that with Xiaohua's current cultivation level at the early stage of foundation establishment, taking this black ruler even if he encountered a foundation establishment perfection cultivator, the other party might not be his opponent. After all, 50,000 pounds of black ruler and then paired with a heavy blow. Few can top that. It's just that Lu Yuan couldn't figure out how this kid could suffer so much. Why didn't he cultivate the technique he gave him? Lu Yuan asked Xiaohua to find a place to sit down with himself. And on this issue of the gongfu, he wanted to talk to Xiaohua and ask the kid what the hell he was up to. After Lu Yuan sat down, Xiaohua poured him a cup of tea. You can see that this kid still has a lot of respect for his teacher, honoring him. This is much better than Chen Nanxian. Master, have some tea. Lu Yuan nodded his head, and after taking a sip, He didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Asked Xiaohua. Apprentice, I came over to see how your cultivation has progressed. I remember, didn't I give you a technique? Why don't you cultivate the great sun burning heaven technique I gave you? Lu Yuan hadn't figured out why Xiaohua didn't cultivate all the way over. The great sun burning skill, a direct method of the golden immortal, extracts the great sun divine fire to cultivate, cultivating to a high depth. All the flames of heaven and earth could be swallowed in one bite and refined for one's own use. Isn't the great sun burning heavenly body plus sun golden body stronger than your bull horse burning technique? Xiaohua obviously did not expect Lu Yuan to come over this time for this matter. He already knew about the fact that he hadn't practiced the great sun burning skill. Xiaohua had originally thought of not saying anything about this to Lu Yuan, but since he already knew about it, then he wouldn't hide it. Xiaohua said directly, Master, after you gave me the gongfu that day, I took it back and read it, also scrutinized it, and finally I thought about it and decided to stick to my own original path of, do what you feel is right. Isn't there a saying that what suits you is best? I think it's still burning secret that suits me better. Although it's a bit bitter to cultivate the burning technique, it's better to be a man than a man when you've eaten the bitterness. Xiaohua said it directly and explicitly. He didn't want to cultivate the gongfu given by Lu Yuan. Although the technique you gave me is good, I feel that the burning technique is still more suitable for me. In one sentence, directly Lu Yuan said Bungbu live. Lu Yuan instantly felt his scalp itch. He can't figure it out. Lu Yuan, not. What are you always thinking about your cow and horse burning skill for? How many levels can you end up leveling up with that burning technique of yours, humming devouring a bunch of foreign flames? And while on the surface it seems that your burning skill is extremely strong in terms of growth, it actually still has limitations. There are 21 different flames in heaven and earth. Even if you are lucky enough to devour all 21 of them, how many levels can the burning technique rise to after all the foreign flames are swallowed? Transition. Mahayana. Earth immortal? It's not enough to be able to reach the heavenly immortals. Back then, when he created the burning skill, that kid, whether his strength had reached the heavenly immortal or not was unknown. Not to mention this big world dimension of ours. After the heavenly immortals in the upper realm there are true immortals, Xianxian immortals, and golden immortals. A bunch of realms. Xiaoyan next door can succeed. That's because of the different realms in which they are located. Plus people, Xiaoyan had found the full version of the burning skill after ascending. Plus he had created his own technique. People have the talent to create their own Buddha's Fury Flame Lotus, and can improve the burning technique as they go along with the realm. And you have it too? Even if you can improve it, what are the odds that you'll be able to grope your way to Golden Immortal on your own? So Lu Yuan really didn't understand that he had to take the test on his own when he could obviously get a guaranteed admission. And then he couldn't get in. Reverse Shao Fire. And also what's right for you is best. And do what you feel is right? You know nothing. Eggs don't even understand. Xiaohua behaves like this. It was as if an Immortal 9 Revolutions gold pill and a foundation building pill were placed in front of him together. And he chose the foundation building pill and then said that the one that suited him was the best. In fact, the 9 turns of the golden elixir service in situ ascension, saving 10,000 years of hard work. Helicoptered golden immortal. Eat your way through the pain to get to more pain? It's so hard, isn't it? Lu Yuan got up. Fine. Then you continue to stick to your path. And if there's nothing else in the future, just don't bother the master. Lu Yuan said you continue to suffer. Don't blame master for not pulling you through. In his heart, he had already categorized Xiaohua and Shen Nanxian into a single breed. One is explicitly against it, and the other is implicitly against it. Dalazong Crouching Dragon Phoenix. In the future, it seemed that one could not hold out much hope regarding these two missions. As Lu Yuan left this place, Xiaohua didn't keep today's events in his heart. The burning technique was a technique that he had decided to cultivate with infinite potential, and Elder Xian had already predicted that after devouring 21 types of foreign flames, the burning technique was enough to upgrade to the heavenly immortal realm. When the time comes, he himself will use this technique to ascend to the immortal world, and it will not be a big problem for him to be the chief of the general army of the heavenly court. Xiaohua looked at Lu Yuan's back and shook his head. Master, don't blame me. I have to make some trade-offs as well. This is my future actual heavenly immortal gong method. Is it not comparable to your fake golden immortal gong method? Chapter 32, God, Jin Dan. Lu Yuan returned from Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua. To be honest, he was pissed off. There are 3 disciples on the mountain, and 2 of their heads have grown backwards. So who can handle it? All of them are pointing out to themselves that they don't take the right path that leads straight to the main road, but have to take the crooked path. Lu Yuan slammed the table. Damn it, the next disciple must be properly tested before being taken under the door. One Chen Nanxian and one Xiaohua had made Lu Yuan's head explode. He gritted his teeth. The next disciple, don't think about joining the sect without testing it 91 times. Just as Lu Yuan was getting annoyed, a new beep sounded in his ears, detecting that your disciple, Xiao Huang, has successfully cultivated the great sun-burning heavenly kung fu. 1 body, 2 kung fu, infinite potential. The future is bright. Gained rewards, lower half of the golden dragon of Qi. Jindan cultivation, flawless first grade Jindan. Jindan divine martial arts Dala creation poem. Jindan level patriarchal Dala sword technique, and plus 100,000 points. Lu Yuan, huh? Good. If you don't say that when it comes to critical times, it's still Xiao Huang who is reliable. Lu Yuan was overjoyed at his words. He had thought that the Dala sect was almost finished after collecting these two assholes. It's up to me, dog, to save the day when it counts. This little yellow one is the only apprentice who took the right one himself. One of the most reliable. The rewards that Lu Yuan lost when Xiaohua's conversion technique failed to complete, Xiao Huang earned it all back, one after the other. It was equivalent to the gongfu originally given to Xiaohua for Xiao Huang to cultivate. Lu Yuan instantly felt much more comfortable. It doesn't seem like a loss. The prompt on Lu Yuan's side had just sounded, and outside the hall of the Great Luo, Little Yellow's voice rang out. Brother Doggy is back. Moreover, Lu Yuan realized that it didn't seem to have come back alone, and had brought back something. The little yellow paw hooked onto something huge and dragged it all the way back. Lu Yuan approached and realized that it was a black bear demon of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. This black bear demon had already been killed by Xiao Huang. The mortal wound was in the head, a dog claw killing it. Xiao Huang dragged this black bear back to honor his master. Yellow, woof woof. Lu Yuan instantly burst into tears. Good disciple. Compared to the two apprentices who had grown their heads backwards, Xiao Huang, though a dog, was just too obedient. What Lu Yuan passes on to it, it follows the sundial and burns the ointment, and hides and repairs what is not passed on to it. It itself gets the chance to also study hard and practice towards the benefit of twilight practice. Though being a dog, maybe beasts aren't as precognizant or capable of learning as humans are. However, if you study and work hard, you will become a great man in the future. The most crucial thing is that people have filial piety. After retaining the Tao, he went out on hunting tours. The hunted prey was dragged back to his house to enjoy with Lu Yuan. The bear meat of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment was also a great tonic for Lu Yuan. Bear paws, in particular, are a superior ingredient. Lu Yuan patted its doggy head. Good disciple. Afterwards, Lu Yuan took care of the black bear and cut off the paw and bear meat for cooking. Steamed bear paws, a forbidden dish on earth before Lu Yuan crossed over. Many years ago, when bears were classified as protected animals, the dish of bear paws was banned. Bear paws are a higher ingredient on earth, and one of the most famous dishes is steamed bear paws. A black bear paw of the 9th level of Foundation Establishment was not a low grade in this world. Lu Yuan spent some points in the system to buy a steamed bear paw recipe, then just followed it directly. This dish is eaten to warm the kidneys and help the yang, benefit the essence and nourish the blood. For bear paws, a total of 4 on the De Luo zone. Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Huang who had been squatting next to him. Divide it into 2 portions when it is done. 1 for you, 1 for me. Chen Nanxian and Xiao Hua. Those 2 dumbasses. Go eat air. 2 bear paws were eaten and some more bear meat. Lu Yuan himself felt a strong injection of energy in his body. And sure enough, this thing, bear meat, the energy was enormous. Especially since this was still a black bear at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Bear meat served to warm the kidneys and help yang. Lu Yuan felt hot and dry. I regret it. I should have known not to eat so much. 2 months have passed very quickly. In the past 2 months, that one black bear was eaten all by Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang. 1 man and 1 dog. A black bear demon at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment is full of energy after consuming it, strengthening the flesh and promoting cultivation. Xiao Huang's great sun-burning heavenly kung fu was helped by bear whips, bear meat and bear paws, which warm the kidneys and boost the yang. In addition, Lu Yuan gave it a sermon, and it also reached the realm of minor accomplishment. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of preaching great sun-burning heavenly kung fu. Your disciple Xiao Huan listened to the sermon for 10 days. The enlightenment was so great that he benefited greatly from it, and in a moment of epiphany, the great sun-burning skill reached a small level of success. Gained rewards, Great Sun Burning Sky Flying Sword to 12 handles, non-complete version. Great Sun Burning Sky Flying Sword Formation Diagram, Sun Golden Body, minor achievement. Great Sun Burning Sky Poem, minor achievement. And plus 50,000 points. The sermon was preached for 10 days and positive feedback was pulled full circle. For the first time, Lu Yuan felt the sensation that his efforts had been rewarded, though it was a dog that sat before him. Every word that he had said, Yellow listened to it all and had a heartfelt epiphany. After giving him 10 days of the essence of the great sun burning skies technique, Little Yellow had a direct epiphany, and his mind was enlightened. As the Gongfu was cultivated to the state of minor accomplishment, Lu Yuan earned another huge wave of rewards. Lu Yuan, that's right, that's the right script. It was true that Little Yellow was the hope of the great Luo sect. During these 2 months, Lu Yuan had not only preached to Little Yellow, he also insisted on giving the inflamed Lotus Prison Heartflame scripture lectures every day to help it quench out its second foreign fire origin. In 2 months' time, the second foreign fire origin of the inflamed Lotus Prison Heartflame had already been condensed almost to the point of completion. Lu Yuan felt that in at most 7 more days, this second Inferno Lotus Prison Heartflame would be born. Although this thing called the Fey Flame was powerful, Lu Yuan himself only needed one to be enough. The same kind of foreign fire has been absorbed and refined many times and the increase is not big. So with the extra one, Lu Yuan had planned to share it for his disciples' use. After all, his system was that the stronger his disciple was, the stronger he could be. As for who to divide it among, Lu Yuan had already thought about it in his heart. Xiaohua cultivated the incineration technique, and he needed the foreign flames as the origin to propel the technique. So of course Lu Yuan chose to give this precious foreign fire to Little Yellow. After all, Lu Yuan could still tell the difference between who was the true Thai and the apprentice. There were still 7 days until the second foreign fire matured. There was no hurry. Wait until the foreign fire was born. Little Yellow's realm was supposed to break through Jindan 2 months ago, but Lu Yuan had told it to suppress it for now. So don't rush to break through. Jindan stage is a very important cultivation node. Breaking through Jindan is divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. There are 9 grades of Jindan, and the first grade is the strongest Jindan. Naturally, the higher the grade of the Jindan, the better it is. Although Xiao Huang cultivates the great piece of heavenly immortal technique and the great sun burning heavenly technique, the condensed golden Dan was definitely an extremely high grade 1 golden Dan, but Lu Yuan wanted it to wait a little longer, because Xiao Huang was the one who had the opportunity to sprint to a higher level of Jindan. Xiao Huang cultivated the great sun burning heavenly skill, and after cultivating it to a small level of success he could condense a trace of the sun divine fire origin. Wait until you have spawned a second foreign fire yourself. At that time, by letting it devour the foreign flames, plus the sun god flame origin, the condensed golden Dan would be even more powerful. Break through the first grade and reach the absolute best. That's the real god Jindan. Little Yellow was now Lu Yuan's only hope for takeoff, and Lu Yuan naturally arranged it properly. As for those 2 brothers, Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua, if you like to suffer, go ahead and suffer. Eat the bitterness of suffering before you become a human being. Chapter 33, 2 rats fighting. One will be wounded, thanks to I am. Between heaven and earth, there were always powerful existences, so powerful that they were unreasonable. These powerful existences were born and raised in the earth, collecting the essence of heaven and earth. It's the rules of the world that create the perfect being, as in the case of a product such as a foreign fire. Since its birth, the energy it possesses itself is incomparably powerful. It is the strongest naturally occurring fire spirit in the lower realms. On this day, the flame energy on De Luo Mountain was incomparably abundant, and the fire aura was exceptionally active. Because this Inferno Lotus Prison Heart variant flame in Lu Yuan's hand had gone through several months of cultivation, it finally spawned a second foreign fire origin. Lu Yuan looked at the 2 foreign flames in his palm, split in 2. 2 greenish-black flame lotuses, one on the left and one on the right, were held in his palm. This newly born foreign fire burned extraordinarily passionately, releasing energy that was not inferior to the old fire at all. Lu Yuan looked at the new foreign fire that had been spawned in front of him. It's finally out. It's not worth my months of hard work. And at this point, Xiaohua and Chen Nanxian on the Great Luo Mountain also felt the change in the flame aura between heaven and earth in the Great Luo sect today. Xiaohua's reaction was the greatest because he cultivated the burning skill. Plus there was a Xian Lao in the ring on his hand who himself had possessed a foreign flame. Both of them sensed in an instant that it was a new Fey flame being born. The one in Lu Yuan's hand, the Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame, gave birth to a second foreign fire origin. Chen Nanxian quickly sensed that it was the aura of a new foreign fire as well. After all, Chen Nanyuan had had a close frontal contact with the Flame Lotus Prison Heart Flame in Flowing Flame City. He knew the scent of the Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame too well. The fire spirit power that leaked out today was none other than the aura of the Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame. It was just a bit more juvenile compared to the one that Flowing Fire City had encountered at the time. Chen Nanxian judged that it should be that the foreign fire that Lu Yuan had taken in that day had spawned a new foreign fire. After the two of them reacted to the fact that it was the birth of the second foreign fire origin, both men stood at attention in place where they each were. Both of them had a look of longing on their faces. After all, it was a foreign fire, and it was common knowledge in the lower realms that this thing was powerful. Even Chen Nanxian, who was at his peak before his rebirth, had never obtained a single foreign flame in his hands. This thing called a foreign fire can be encountered but not sought. Not only does it require strong strength to subdue it is also necessary to go against the heavenly chances to do so. Otherwise, even if it is a great cultivator of the transition to the throne who wants to seek to seize the foreign fire is very difficult. Now that a second foreign flame had appeared within the Great Luo sect, both of these two guys revealed expressions of longing. What Chen Nanxian was thinking was that if he could obtain a foreign fire at the beginning of his cultivation, it was extremely helpful for one's cultivation, and the foreign fire could help one stabilize one's foundation and refine one's physical body. It can also explode with great power when fighting, not only as a cultivation aid. Still a horrible fighting bottom. Chen Nanxian, now that I'm the Grand Master of the Great Luo sect, there's already an old Fei flame in my master's hands. This second foreign flame is rightfully given to me by generation. Thus, Chen Nanyuan pushed his way out of his house as he set off for the Great Luo Hall. Next door, Xiaohua also set off. Now that the sovereign already has a foreign fire, it's useless to absorb more foreign fires of the same type. An eldest brother is a dog. Second senior brother has a problem with his brain. This new foreign fire can dramatically increase the level of the burning technique if I refine it, and it will be of great use to me. Master deserves to give it to me. Xiaohua went straight up the mountain. He had worshipped in the Great Luo sect because he had come here for this new foreign fire. After all, he practiced the burning skill. The foreign fire was vital to him. Only by absorbing the foreign fire could his technique evolve and his strength be increased even more. And now the last three disciples on the Dallas clan. Xiaohua felt there was no doubt that he was the most competitive. It's only right that Master give him the foreign fire. 2. Both apprentices came over at the smell. Inside the hall of the Great Luo, it was bustling like never before. Lu Yuan sat in the middle of the great hall and looked at the two uninvited disciples. Lu Yuan was rare. Yo, you're a rare guest, aren't you? The man who does things without having to explain them to people, as well as Chen Nanxian, who is usually seen and not seen. Xiao Hua, who has his own ideas and practiced the spirit of suffering. Surprisingly, they came to the hall of the Great Luo at the same time today. On weekdays, he had never been this active when he made them cultivate by himself. All of them crowded here today. And of course Lu Yuan knew why they were here. A dog's nose, right? I just spawned my second flame. These two guys came in on the scent. Both of these two Antipodean disciples knew that Lu Yuan already had a foreign flame in his hand. Now that a second foreign fire had been born, they were all running towards the new fire. Lu Yuan pretended to be unaware of this and looked at these two disciples standing within the hall of the Great Luo. He asked, "What are you two doing here instead of practicing individually?" Chen Nanxian understood the moment he saw Xiaohua inside the Great Luo hall that the Xiaohua now came over for the same purpose as him. So Chen Nanxian was the first to speak out. Master, disciple senses that today's flame aura within our Great Luo sect is unprecedentedly powerful and exuberant, and there is also the scent of a new foreign fire. Have you spawned a second otherworldly flame origin? You've already absorbed one of them. It's useless to keep the second origin in your hands, so why don't you bestow it on me? As the Grand Master of the Great Luo sect, I deserve to be the top pillar of the sect. Chen Nanxian had originally worshipped in the Great Luo sect for nothing but a clean slate. But times are different now. Who would have thought that Lu Yuan now had a foreign flame in his hands? Even Chen Nanxian couldn't ignore it anymore. Even if he had a thick skin, he still had to get this foreign fire for himself. Chen Nanxian opened the door and pointed directly at the foreign fire. Next to him, Xiaohua was not happy. Elder brother, I think you're wrong when you say this. Foreign flames are born from heaven and earth. The world's spirit. The one who has the destiny will get it. Even if you are the big Luo sect senior brother and have a high seniority, this foreign fire shouldn't be distributed to you like this. Distribution should be based on need. The technique that my little brother cultivates is related to the foreign fire, and I urgently need to absorb the foreign fire to upgrade my technique. The foreign fire is more important to me. It's a blessing in disguise. As for you, it's just icing on the cake. Senior brother must know the truth of honoring the old and loving the young. So this foreign flame should be given to me. Xiaohua was also not willing to show weakness and took out sufficient reasons to compete for this foreign flame. This foreign fire deserves to be given to those who need it most. Chen Nanxian, senior brother, your technique requires foreign flames. What does that have to do with me? Who let you practice that unlucky technique? You must know that there is an order of seniority in the clan, and it's not a matter of giving it to whoever needs it. I'm the eldest brother. I'm the top pillar of the clan. Xiaohua became anxious. What order of seniority? Why do you have to start earlier? And you're also a pillar? How can you be a pillar at the 5th level of chi refining? It's hard for you to hold up a bed. The clan will be ruined by you. Master's eyes are as discerning as his own. Between you and me, it's clearly me who has more potential. Chen Nanxian red-warmed. Bold. If it weren't for the fact that you and I are fellow disciples, who are you to clamor in front of me? Do you know who I really am? Saying my name scares you. Mole crickets need to know themselves. Saying that I'm at the 5th level of chi refining. You know more about immortal cultivation than I do? Shawfire, your true identity? A clown? Still at the 5th level of chi refining after being initiated for so long. If you want me to, I'll just go home and farm. Can you refine the fire if I give it to you? You're not even a foundation builder. How do you deserve to ask for a foreign fire? Sell your head. Chen Nanxian? Lu Yuan was watching the fun from above. Could this be the legendary two mice fighting each other? One will be hurt? The two rebels are getting antsy. Chapter 34, Give it to a dog and not to me? Lu Yuan was up there watching these two Antipodean disciples fight over the foreign flames. Others are two tigers. These two tigers can't be talked about. At best they are two rats. It was close to a big fight over a single foreign fire. Obviously these two normally disobedient fellows also knew the preciousness of the foreign fire. And now there is only one extra. Both want to. Now arguing inextricably, almost not directly hand-strangled. Xiao Wu looked down at Chen Nanxian and said, "Eldest senior brother, don't blame Mr. Xiao for not reminding you of this. With your present meager cultivation, if you really start a fight with me, senior brother, I can suppress you in a snap of my fingers." Xiao Wu revealed a cold smile as he wanted Chen Nanyuan to recognize reality. With your cultivation at the 5th level of chi refining, don't keep saying top pillar of the clan. What can you do? With his own foundation stage cultivation, if he really started to fight, he could suppress his 5th level of chi refining in an instant. Certainly Chen Nanxian foundation again solid, but refining stage solid have no use. I'm a big realm ahead of you, and I'll flick you off with one finger. It's like a 5-year-old prodigy. What good is a brilliant mind? Shawfire is 15 years old, a full 10 years older than him. Physical fitness was enough to press Chen Nanxian to the ground. Chen Nanxian, in a real fight, you think you're assured of victory? How can you, a frog at the bottom of a well, know about my various methods? Chen Nanxian didn't goad Xiao Hua at all. He was certainly at the 5th level of chi refining, but he was an immortal respecting life, and in his previous life, he fought against all the races, and was undefeated in 10,000 battles. How experienced are you in combat? Although there was indeed a realm gap between him and Xiao Hua now, Chen Nanxian also still had a backhand. Chen Nanxian inwardly, if I really piss me off, if I use the 5 decade life-burning life-crushing poem, and how should your excellency respond? Don't say you're just a little foundation, even if you're a Jean Dan in front of me. When it comes to fighting for your life, you'll have to fight for it. Big deal. Anyway, longevity has been owed for tens of thousands of years, so I'm not afraid to owe more. These two disciples were fighting fiercely down below, and Lu Yuan watched as these two guys fought in their nest. Eventually, he got up. Lu Yuan said, "Alright, you two, stop arguing, all of you go back first. The matter of the foreign fire. Master has other arrangements." Hearing Lu Yuan's words, both of them froze at once. What do you mean? They've been arguing for half a day, but Master didn't intend to give it to them at all? Another arrangement? Xiao Hua was anxious as he said, "Master, the extra piece of foreign flame that, it's useless for you to absorb it again. Don't you already have a foreign flame? You know about the burning technique that my disciple has practiced. I really need this foreign fire. I hope that Master will fulfill me." Lu Yuan glanced at him. Master naturally knows that it's useless to absorb one more foreign flame, but I didn't say that I was going to absorb the second foreign fire myself. As for your burning technique requiring a foreign fire, Master knows that, but I have reasons why I have to give it to others. Lu Yuan stated, "I gave you the great sun burning heavenly skill at that time for you to switch to cultivation. Have you switched to cultivation? You have to think about your yellow order burning technique, and now you want to waste one of my foreign flames. Can I give it to you? Like to suffer and go your own way? Then go ahead. Now you want to rub against my car?" Lu Yuan directly rejected Xiao Hua. Chen Nanxian spoke, "Master, I'm the top pillar. This foreign fire has to be given to me. I'm the clan's eldest brother." Lu Yuan didn't treat him politely either. Even for Xiao Hua, Lu Yuan had only politely refused. But for Chen Nanxian, Lu Yuan directly stopped pretending. "Get the hell back. People Xiao Hua came to join in the fun. But you came to join in the fun too? Is this the place for you? Is the fire something you should be thinking about? People Xiao Hua is right. What do you need a foreign fire at the 5th level of chi refining? Can you refine the fire?" The foreign fire turned around and refined it for you. Giving it to you is harming you. Lu Yuan, don't talk about the pillar in the future. What are you going to do? You can't even stand on your own. What can the 5th level of chi refining top? My Delo sect is already on the verge of collapse, and you're coming to the top? Can the Delo sect still stand up? Lu Yuan, also, in the future, Don't keep saying to the outside world that you're the eldest senior brother. Really, you're just the second. Chen Nanxian, eldest? Then who is the eldest brother? Lu Yuan coughed, and in the next second, Xiao Huan walked out from behind him. A great product divine pattern wrapped around its body, and above the dog's body, the sun's golden light wrapped around it in an eye-catching golden light. Yellow, woof. It's underneath, Lu Yuan said. Little Yellow and you entered the sect together that day. Little Yellow's current strength is far above yours, and it is your senior brother, both in terms of time and seniority, Lu Yuan said as he took out that new Fey flame and then threw it directly to Little Yellow. Little Yellow felt the breath of the foreign fire and opened his mouth to swallow it in one gulp. Previously, Xiao Huang's sun swallowing technique cultivation was not enough, and he forcefully swallowed foreign flames when he was in Flowing Fire City. Being scalded by a foreign fire doesn't force you to devour it, but now Xiao Huang, not only has his strength risen, but the sun swallowing technique was able to go even further during this time. And he also practiced the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique at the same time. After the Great Sun Burning Sky technique was completed in a small way, the fire resistance was pulled to full strength, and it itself had the characteristic of devouring all the fires of heaven and earth. Plus, this new Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame was still a newly born foreign flame. Although the foreign fire energy was not weak, the origin temperature was still not as good as the old foreign fire. Yellow swallowed it in one bite without any pressure, directly swallowing the foreign fire into his stomach. He absorbed and refined it. Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua saw Lu Yuan give the foreign fire to a dog, and the two of them went numb. Liu Yuan, I still know who the real top dog is. Counting on a dog can't even count on you too. A Qi refining fifth layer, a yellow order technique. One does not move to act in his life without having to explain to you, the other does not move to go my own way. In contrast to Xiao Huang's peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment, the one-piece dual golden immortal divine skill, and the divine Jindan sprinter, a practitioner of the sun swallowing technique, with a commendable sense of filial piety and a loyal dog that protects the clan. Pick one of the three for the foreign fire. Lu Yuan wouldn't choose? The two of you coming to the hall of the Great Luo today is pure redundancy, and originally the foreign fire was not intended to be given to you. When Chen Nanxian saw Little Yellow swallow the foreign fire, he felt sorry but was able to accept it. After all, he had foretold the future, peered into Little Yellow's future, and fought with future upper realm powers for the opportunity. He didn't want this foreign fire. On Xiaohua's side, as he watched this dog swallow the foreign fire, his mind exploded. He thought Lu Yuan was 80% crazy. Such a precious foreign fire was given to a dog? Even if this dog's cultivation was indeed higher than theirs, how could a dog compare to a human? He was worshipping the Great Luo sect at the time because of this foreign fire, and it was not for the foreign fire that. This Dalazong dog shook his head when he looked at it. As a result, now that the foreign fire was being passed from Lu Yuan to a dog, could Xiaohua's mind not explode? Elder Xian felt his scalp tingle even inside the ring. This Lu Yuan is simply crazy, giving such a precious foreign fire to a dog? Does he really expect to train this dog to be good? Xiao Hui, master, you gave the foreign fire to the dog and not even to me? Isn't this a bit excessive? How can a dog compare to a man? Looking at Xiao was seemingly questioning tone. Lu Yuan laughed. Little Yellow is at the peak of the 9th level of foundation establishment, slapping to death the black bear demon of the peak 9th level of the same realm of foundation establishment whose physical body defense was 100 times stronger than his own. After swallowing the foreign fire, it has the probability of impacting more than one grade, the divine golden pill. For a dog? What makes you think you can compete with it? Lu Yuan, no. Are you really comparing yourself to a dog? What makes you think you're better than Huang? Chapter 35, a golden pill swallowed in the belly. From now on, heaven's fate is in my hands. Lu Yuan looked at Xiaohua. How dare this kid bring this up? Asking why he gave the fire to the dog and not to him? Lu Yuan asked directly in return. Can you compare yourself with a dog? Who are you to compare with Little Yellow? Based on your yellow rank technique? Based on your cultivation at the 2nd level of foundation establishment? Or by your disobedience? People's Little Yellow, God, Jindan, sprinters, seedlings of the golden immortal. If you don't give it to him, do you want it to go to you? Xiaohua listened to Lu Yuan's words and he was stunned. What? Divine golden pill? Elder Xian also froze. Even with the insights of his life at the stage of transitioning to the I haven't heard of this world having a divine golden dan either. Elder Xian himself. The Jindan stage condensed was only a 2nd grade Jindan. But even if it was a 2nd grade Jindan, it was still enough to roam the green sky great world and claim a title of heaven's pride. The 1st grade Jindan, moreover, is a top genius that does not come out in 10,000 years, and is rare in the continent. Those who have condensed a 1st grade Jindan without falling in successive generations are almost 100% likely to ascend to the upper realms in the future. A divine golden pill that surpassed the first grade was unheard of. None of them wanted to believe that until they saw it with their own eyes. However, the aura displayed on Little Yellow at this moment was truly powerful. Several golden grand pin divine lines on Little Yellow's body released golden light, and the divine lines condensed from golden to purple gold. The golden divine lines of the Foundation Stage Great Product Heavenly Immortal Technique increased by 1 for each minor realm. Each additional bar increases the strength by 100,000 pounds. After the 9th level of Foundation Establishment, a casual strike could reach 1,000,000 pounds of tremendous force, and at this moment, breaking through the Jindan, the 9 golden divine lines coalesced into a single purple gold divine line. Little Yellow's power instantly skyrocketed by 1,000,000 giant pounds. For every minor realm increase, the physical body increases by 1 purple gold divine stripe. Each purple gold divine line could directly bring 1,000,000 pounds of strength. When his cultivation reached the 9th level of Jindan, a single strike with a raised hand would have 2,000,000 pounds of pure physical strength. With the addition of spells and aptitudes, the force can open mountains. On top of that, the solar essence in Little Yellow's body during the Foundation Establishment stage broke through Jindan with a transformation also occurs. A trace of solar starfire sprinkled down directly from the 9 heavens above, and after it was absorbed by Little Yellow's body, it directly ignited the sun essence within Xiao Huang's body. Inside Little Yellow's body, the golden red sun essence flame rose up with a "vu" sound, wrapping around Little Yellow's physical body. At this moment, Little Yellow was as if he had transformed into a golden flame divine dog. All the Foundation Establishment true chi in his body came out through his body, forming a cyclone in the sky above, which kept compressing in. It condensed into a fist-sized, irregularly shaped black sphere. As energy continued to be injected into it from within Little Yellow, within the black sphere, there was a constant stream of impurities being forced out. The black sphere gradually shifted towards a golden color and became smaller in size. Golden Dan is divided into 9 grades. The higher the grade, the better the Dan shape and the more correct the color. With Little Yellow's current heritage, but in the blink of an eye has already put the original fist-sized, irregularly shaped black 9th grade Jindan condensed into a 1st grade Jindan. It was too easy for Xiao Huang, who had 2 feet in one body, to condense a 1st grade Jindan. Looking at the square, round, dragon's eye-sized 1st grade golden Dan on top of Little Yellow's head, inside the great Luo Hall, Chen Nan Yuan, Xiao Hua, and Old Xian, the 2 men and 1 soul breathed haltingly. Elder Xian, this condenses a 1st grade Jindan? Elder Xian felt his scalp go numb, completely beyond what he could comprehend. He remembered that when he was at the Jindan stage of coagulating Jindan, he was initially without the resources to, by himself alone. He had also condensed a 4th grade golden Dan. Later, after breaking through the refined void, he earned the resources and closed the door for 1,000 years to chop the Tao on his own, returning the Jindan to recultivate. He again wasted 9 oxen and 2 tigers and used countless means to make the Jindan go further. In the end, I don't know how many spirit stones, how many resources, how many means it took 2 times of cultivation to coalesce the 2nd grade Jindan. Even so, Elder Xian still felt proud of himself. It was because he knew that in the entire lower realm, those who could condense a 2nd grade Jindan were only a phoenix in the sky. It was because he had condensed a golden Dan himself that he knew how difficult it was to refine a high-quality golden Dan. Earlier, when Lu Yuan said that this dog was going to impact the divine golden Dan, Elder Xian only thought that Lu Yuan was bragging about calves. The aura on this dog was certainly powerful, but it was too much of a stretch for a dog to try to condense a 1st grade Jindan. It's really hard to be convinced. But now that the facts were in front of us, Little Yellow had easily condensed a 1st grade Jindan, and swimmingly, Xian Lao instantly put on a clown mask. And just as Lu Yuan had said, it wasn't over after Little Yellow condensed the 1st grade Jindan. It's still outputting. With the constant flow of energy within Little Yellow's body being injected into the 1st grade golden pill, the head is round within the Jindan has nothing impurities, and then compression cannot be compressed out of something. The path of the golden Dan seems to have come to an end. Even the pride of the human race that comes out once in 10,000 years. It's almost impossible to go further at this point, but Lu Yuan, as Little Yellow's master, when there was no road in front of him, he made a path for him to come out and walk. Unusual means can't make a 1st grade Jindan go further. However, Xiao Huang had obtained the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal Technique and the Great Sun Burning Heavenly Technique, and at the moment, the 2 Golden Immortal Techniques were running wildly within his body. At the same time, within Little Yellow's body, the Sun Essence Flame and the other flame inflammable Lotus Prison Heart Flame, which had just been ignited. The 2 fires came out in unison. The Golden Sun Essence Flame and the greenish-black foreign fire fused with each other. The powerful flames condensed to calcinate the 1st grade Jindan. After the burning of an incense stick, The first great Jindan on top of Xiao Huang's head was calcined by the dual foreign flames, and silky cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the golden elixir, which was cracking. One more fire to go. Lu Yuan was watching from the side, and when he saw this scene, he flipped his palm. In the center of his palm, a crimson 9-petaled inferno lotus appeared. This 9-petaled inflammatory lotus, it was the entity condensed from the foreign fire origin of the previous foreign fire, inflamed lotus prison heart flame, which contained a great amount of foreign fire origin energy. An ordinary cultivator who casually absorbed a single lotus petal could drastically enhance the flame spirit root in his body, strengthen the spiritual body and strengthen the physical body at the same time. Little Yellow had rushed to this point and had reached its limit. Lu Yuan, who was a master, had the responsibility to push it from behind. With that, Lu Yuan cast the 9-petal inflammation lotus essence in his hand towards Little Yellow. Yellow, open your mouth. Little Yellow had immense trust in ancestor Lu Yuan, and at the moment, its entire body was infused to impact the Jindan. There can't be a single distraction. It didn't know what was happening in the outside world, and only heard the ancestor telling it to open its mouth. Little Yellow directly opened its mouth, and then, a red-colored lotus flower shot straight into its mouth. The sun swallowing technique instantly refined it. The 9-petal inflammation lotus transformed into a terrifying energy injected within Little Yellow's body. The moment the essence entity was refined, the two flames on top of Little Yellow's head were as if they had been added to the firewood. It went from a big fire to a fierce fire in an instant. Ka-ching! The golden elixir shattered, finally roasted to pieces by the flames. A fragmented shell of golden Jindan came off and, revealing the purple gold color of the interior. On top of the purple gold golden dan, two kinds of flames were entwined, divine and incomparable, and the size became smaller than a dragon's eye. It condenses directly into the size of a soybean, suspended above Xiao Huang's head, like a round of purple and gold flame sun. It was incomparably dazzling within this great Luo hall. The smaller the Jindan, the more potential hangs. Little Yellow rose up into the air and with a woof sound, he swallowed the golden elixir in one gulp. A golden elixir is swallowed in the stomach, and from then on, the fate of heaven is not in my hands. Next to him, Chen Nanxian was sweating. This scene, which he had previously peered into a corner of the future, was actually déjà vu. Only in the future Xiao Huang swallowed the sun, and now he swallowed the golden dan. The time is just like this moment. It was as if he saw the dog Heavenly Father, as a sun rising. Chapter 36. Could that Gongfu be real? Your disciple Little Yellow Dog broke through the Jindan stage and successfully condensed Divine Jindan. You have done your best to teach me well, and I have made a small success of it. Receive rewards: Golden Dan upgrade, Divine Golden Dan, Extra Divine Golden Dan +1, Small 5 Elements Escape Technique, Big Dipper 36 Flying Body Token Technique, Scapegoat Strawman Weaving Technique, and +500,000 points. Little Yellow had condensed a Divine Golden Dan and had made a big difference, and even Lu Yuan had a big reward in hand. The system directly rewarded Lu Yuan with a Jindan Ascension. Originally, the last reward for breaking through the Jindan stage and obtaining a first-grade flawless Golden Dan. This time, when his disciple condensed the Divine Grade Jindan, Lu Yuan's first-grade Jindan directly followed suit and upgraded to Divine Grade. Even got an extra one. One Divine Golden Pill for Little Yellow is already enough to be invincible. Lu Yuan, who was a master, had 2 Divine Golden Pills within his body. Lu Yuan instantly felt his power skyrocket more than 100 times. The current him could crush the 9th level of Jindan with his hands. After Little Yellow swallowed the Divine Golden Elixir, his power also received a surge once again. After all, the Divine Golden Pill gave it a tremendous boost. The strength of the physical body made a direct breakthrough, doubling to 2 million pounds of strength. When you reach the 9th level of Jindan, it's 3 million pounds of physical strength. Little Yellow landed on the ground after swallowing the Golden Dan, and the visions on his body converged. After breaking through the Golden Dan, it also seems to have grown quite a bit in size. Originally the size of a puppy, it now looks a whole lot bigger, and on Yellow's forehead, a golden flame symbol appears, looking primordially immortal. Xiaohua was still immersed in shock and did not react until Xiao Huangzhen broke through the Jindan. A dog just condensed a Divine Golden Dan right in front of him. Xiaohua now wanted to slap himself twice to see if this was a dream. Previously, he felt that Lu Yuan giving the foreign fire to a dog was a complete waste. What kind of divine object is a foreign fire? How can it be given to a dog? But now Xiaohua felt that it was only a waste to give it to himself, and that someone else had condensed a Divine Golden Dan from a single foreign flame. None before. Can you compare yourself to a dog? Oh no. Wrong word. What dog? That's eldest brother dog senior. Xiaohua felt that he had more or less disrespected Xiao Huang before. At the same time, Xiaohua also discovered something. the golden flame that was ignited inside Xiao Huang's body when he broke through the Jindan. Why does it look so familiar? Foundation building condenses essence. Jindan ignites essence fire, and Yuaning condenses into divine fire. This way, the more Xiaohua looked at it, the more familiar it looked, as if he had seen it somewhere. Xiaohua asked Elder Xian. Elder Xian, the golden flame that it spawned just now when it calcined the Jindan. Does it look familiar to you? Have we seen it somewhere before? Elder Xian, who lived in the ring, didn't respond immediately as he fell silent. The old Xian Lao used to think that he had the cultivation of the ferrying stage in his lifetime, and that everything under the sun, he's seen it all, learned it all. There is nothing in heaven that I do not know, and there is nothing on earth that I do not understand. However, following Xiaohua into the Deluo sect in the past few days, the things that happened all exceeded his original understanding. Old man Xian once saw an ordinary puppy that looked like a small wild dog had such a high level of cultivation, and what seemed impossible to do when he started cultivating in his mother's womb had become a reality. Previously, he had always thought that a first-grade Jindan was the limit of Jindan, but today he realized that, above the first grade there is the divine grade. There was also the question that Xiaohua was now asking him. The golden flame that was lit when Little Yellow broke through the Jindan just now looked familiar. Xiaohua's cultivation was not enough and he had little eyesight, so it was normal for him not to recognize it. But can Xian Lao not recognize it? That lit golden fire contained terrifying solar energy. That was the sun essence flame. Foundation building condenses essence. Jindan ignites essence fire, and Yuaning condenses into divine fire. Xiaohua felt familiar, and Elder Xian looked even more familiar as he began to sweat. This was because Xiao Huang's performance just now was exactly the same as the performance depicted inside the Gongfu Lu Yuan had given Xiaohua earlier. Previously, when Elder Xian and Xiaohua both looked at the contents in the Great Sun Burning Sky technique and felt that it went against common sense. Incredibly outrageous. They felt that at the foundation establishment and Jindan stages, how could the human body withstand the energy of the sun's essence and essence fire? At that time, he discarded that book of Great Sun Burning Heavenly Kung Fu as if it were his own, and turned his head and threw it to Xiao Huang. As a result, now, Little Yellow practiced against the Kung Fu, and really extracted the sun essence fire. If the fire of the sun is real, that Gongfu behind the record of those sun god fire, swallow the world all fire, straight to the golden immortals. Is it all true? Elder Xian didn't dare to think about it. For the first time in his soul body, he was sweating so much. The burning skill he gave Xiaohua certainly had growth, but the burning skill would grow again, and after arriving in the upper realm, it can also become mediocre. It's not even the same if you can reach the heavenly immortal, but you still want to reach the golden immortal? Elder Xian's throat was a bit dry as he said, "It does look a bit familiar. It seems to be a bit similar to what's recorded in that Great Sun Burning skill." Xiaohua also remembered when he sniffed. "I told you it looked familiar. Isn't this the sun burning technique? You threw that book away yourself?" "I did throw it to Huang at the time." "You've practiced? So that book is real?" Xiaohua's scalp tingled. "Teacher, didn't you say that the technique was fake?" "Elder Xian, I mean it could be fake. After all, what was written in that Gongfu at the time was indeed fake." Xian Lao said, "How the hell should I know? That thing is written like a fake. It's obviously a big shutdown at first glance. It turned out to be a real thing with a big open door. Hell, never hit my eyes so hard in my life." Xiaohua was also numb. That is to say, at that time, there really was a book of the law that pointed directly to the golden immortal in one's hand. Then he threw it away by himself, and now he's still resting here in Chuchu practicing the burning technique? Xiaohua's intestines were green with remorse. Who would have thought it? He's trying to eat his regrets now. Xiaohua inquired of Elder Xian. "Teacher, do you think it's alright for me to switch to the Great Sun Burning Sky technique now?" "Elder Xian, if that Kung Fu is true and points straight to the golden immortals, that is indeed more than 100 notches stronger than the Great Perfection Burning technique, and to cultivate to the peak is to be a golden immortal. But the problem is that you have to get back the Great Sun Burning technique." Xiaohua said. "I'll go talk to Senior Dog Brother." After Xiao Huang broke through the Jindan, he thanked his ancestor and went back to his own courtyard. After Little Yellow paid his respects, Lu Yuan also assigned him his own yard, even though he was a dog. But the treatment is no less than anyone else's. Lu Yuan practiced teaching without class, and he liked disciples who were obedient, serious, diligent and progressive. It doesn't matter if the disciple is human or not. Xiao Huang had just returned to his small yard on the front foot. On the back foot, Xiaohua came to the door. Outside the door, Xia Fire knocks. "Eldest brother, are you there?" "It's me." Yellow sniffed and his ears perked up. It was late at the moment. What was Xiaohua doing here? Yellow woofed and the door opened in response. Xiaohua then walked in and looked at Xiao Huang, who was lying under the eaves of the house. Little Yellow was lying on his back, not cultivating himself, but the gong methods in his body were running on their own. A golden sun essence fire swung and burned in its eyes. Little Yellow barked twice at Xiao Hua, seemingly in greeting. Brother Xiao, what's the matter with you at night? Chapter 37, Kung Fu? It's already in your stomach. Little Yellow lay on his back under the eaves of the house, the golden fire wrapping around his body, constantly quenching his flesh with the sun essence flame. It looked at Xiao Hua, who entered the door. Mr. Xiao, what's the matter with finding it here at night? Xiao Hua took a deep breath and came in front of Little Yellow, looking at Little Yellow, who was lying on his back and continuously quenching his flesh with flames. The sun essence flame and the different flame, both of which were higher flames, were extremely effective in tempering the physical body. Xiao Huang practiced the Great Sun Burning Sky technique, which allowed him to mobilize flames to strengthen his body anytime and anywhere. Plus, when it broke through the Jindan in the Great Luo Hall, it swallowed the 9-petal inflammation lotus essence given to it by the patriarch. There was still most of the residual energy within its body that it hadn't been able to fully absorb, and Little Yellow was in the process of refining it. Xiao Hua looked at the Little Yellow solar essence flame with an envious look in his eyes that he could not hide. Is this the Great Sun Burning skill? Directly referring to the Golden Immortal's Dharma, which he had casually thrown away at the time, and which he had allowed to be cultivated after being picked up by Xiao Huang. It directly contributed to its congealing into a divine golden pill. A dog could still cultivate into a Jindan divine grade with this technique. Could it be that he himself would be inferior to a dog? Xiao Hua had endless regrets in his heart, and after coming out of the Great Luo Hall, his intestines were green with remorse. When he got back to his place, his ass couldn't stick to a stool for a moment, and he couldn't sit down in a horizontal position. Inside, the waves were even more turbulent, and it was impossible to keep quiet. He regretted. How could he have thrown away the Great Sun Burning skill at that time? Why would you not believe that the Kung Fu was the real deal at that time? The great chance of heaven just slipped right out from under his nose. Xiao Hua couldn't sleep anymore and came to find Xiao Huang in the night. How dashing he was when he threw the feats then. How wretched he was now. Looking at Xiao Huang's puzzled gaze, Xiao Hua said, "Eldest senior brother, it's like this. Do you still remember that Gong Fu that I didn't care about losing at the time more than 2 months ago? It's that Great Sun Burning skill. Right. It's the one you're practicing now. This Gong Fu was taught to me by my master, and I didn't care to lose it at the time. Eldest brother, I know that the Kung Fu was with you now. Can you return it to me?" Xiao Hua inquired cautiously. He wanted to get the Gong Fu back again from Xiao Huang. Little Yellow let out a woof. Then it shook its doggy head. It was limited by its low innate bloodline race, and its body was just an ordinary beast race canine. Transformation and mouthing were late. High-grade divine beasts opened their minds at Chi refining and foundation establishment, speaking the language of all races and spitting out human words. Spirit beasts with a bloodline 1 grade lower on the other hand. Most Jindan could also speak, but Little Yellow is just a secular mortal dog, with no bloodline in his innate nature. Even if he breaks through the Jindan, still can't talk yet. So in the face of Xiao Hua's inquiry, Little Yellow could only shake the dog's head. Looking at Xiao Huang shaking his head, Xiao Hua was confused. Shake your head? What does shaking your head mean? Xiao Hua knew that the Gong Fu was right here in Xiao Huang and shook his head to represent not giving it. Xiao Hua said, "Eldest senior brother, I was the one who acted without discretion before, but as the saying goes, mending a sheep after it's dead, it is not too late. Anyway, you've already refined the Great Sun Burning skill, so it's useless to keep that thing here with you. Just give me the feats." Xiao Hua thought that Xiao Huang didn't want to give it to him, and he dawned on him. But unfortunately, Xiao Huang didn't mean this, and it saw that Xiao Hua couldn't understand what he meant at all. With that, Yellow thought for a moment, reached out a paw, and wrote a few words on the ground. Kung Fu. I ate. Look at the words Yellow wrote on the ground. Xiao Hua's cerebellum went down at this moment. Ha? Eat? Eat? He thought about Xiao Huang shaking his head, possibly because he was angry that he didn't know the real treasure. Feel free to spoil the Gong Fu that the patriarch had passed on to him, so he didn't want to return it to him. It had also occurred to me that Xiao Huang might be trying to keep the Gong Fu all to himself and was unwilling to share it. But he killed himself and did not expect that Xiao Huang was really given to swallow. You ate the Kung Fu? Yellow looked at him and nodded his doggy head. Woof. Xiao Huang, so it's really not that I don't want to give it back to you. You threw it at me at the time and I thought you didn't want it. Huang Mao's spiritual wisdom just opened, although recognizes part of the simple text, but not much. When you threw that Great Sun Burning skill to me, it's not coincidental that Huang only recognized those few words on the cover of the book. The interior of the profound Gongfu was full of secluded words. Huang doesn't read much. What can I do? You don't want it anymore, I do. So I swallowed the book and got all the knowledge in my stomach. The old saying that there is a golden house in a book and a jade in a book is true. Xiao Huang said that the book has been realized to the stomach. You want to really cannot give you now. Those words exist in my mind. And the roadmap of the kung fu flows within my bloodline. Top-level immortal skills can only be realized but not conveyed in words. So, Huan loved it. Xiao's mind exploded. He had thought it was not too late to mend his ways, but the reality was, he was trying to patch up the sheepfold, yes, but the problem was that he was patching up the wolf in the sheepfold as well. Xiao Huang ate the kung fu. You can't just pull it on him, right? Those feats were imprinted in its heart, and the law could no longer be transmitted. Xiao's face was yellow when he came out of Xiao Huang's yard. He asked Elder Xian in his ring, "Teacher, the feats are gone. What should I do now?" Elder Xian did not know how to comfort Xiao Hua. At that time, the two of them were reading that gong fu together, and at that time, Elder Xian didn't see the mystery either. It just felt like that kung fu was a fake. It could be said that Xiao Hua had missed the immortal fate, of which he had to take at least half the blame. Elder Xian pondered for a moment and said, "Don't be in a hurry." Xiao Huang swallowed the gongfa rightly, but don't forget, that great sun burning skill came from Lu Yuan's hands. If you can't get it back from Xiao Huang, you can try Lu Yuan's place. Usually the feats have backups. Elder Xian reminded Xiao Hua, "Master can pass on your gongfu once. He must still have a backup in his hand. Go and ask for another copy to try." Xiao Hua's eyes lit up at the words. Yeah, almost forgetting about the great Luo sect patriarch. The great sun burning skill was what he had passed on to him. Master must have a backup in his hand. Almost forgot about that one. Xiao Hua decided to make a trip to the patriarch's courtyard and pay a proper visit to his master this time. He'll have to ask his master's forgiveness and get a backup back. He promised that this time he would practice carefully according to what was in the gongfu. Xiao Hua had just taken a few steps out when his footsteps stopped. Elder Xian's voice floated out from the ring. "What's wrong?" "Xiao Wei, teacher, earlier, Master gave me the gongfu. I didn't treasure it and threw it backhandedly to Xiao Huang. If I ask for it now, Master will inevitably blame me. Don't you think so?" Xian Lao was silent for a moment. This is true. When people give you something for the first time and you don't know what it is, you don't know what you're getting, you don't cherish it, and you don't want it. Backhanded it. Who wouldn't be pissed off if they ran over and asked for a backup now that they know it's good? If Xiao Hua ran over now, the other patriarch Lu might not buy his account anymore. The great sun burning skill is a direct reference to the golden immortal, a heavenly immortal destiny. It's not for you, Xiao Hua, to take what you want. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and said, "That's why I have to show my sincerity this time around and, one way or the other, I've decided to scrap my own cultivation in order to prove my Taoist heart." Xian Lao, huh? Chapter 38, How can you get a tiger's son out of a tiger's den? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Elder Xian wondered if he had heard wrong. Xiao Hua was prepared to scrap his own cultivation in order to prove his Taoist heart? You're not kidding, are you? Xiao Hua was subjected to the strange shame of Shangguan Yanran's withdrawal from the marriage back then. A year and a half ago at the Xiao family in Black Tank City, he set a 3-year contract with Shangguan Yanran. The agreement was to have a martial arts fight at the Qinglan sect 3 years later to clear up the previous shame. Now that a year and a half had passed, within this year and a half, old man Xian accompanied Xiao Hua, traveling all over the world. I don't know how much I've suffered. 9 deaths and 1 life practicing the burning technique. It was also because the burning technique for beginners was of an extremely low grade without devouring a foreign fire. Starting at the yellow rank. That's why Xiao Hua's upgrading was exceptionally difficult. It can be said that it has wasted 9 bulls and 2 tigers to repair to today's second layer of foundation establishment cultivation. And now there is still a year and a half left until Xiao Hua and Shangguan Yanran's 3-year contract. Originally, Elder Xian had planned for him to obtain the foreign fire from Flowing Fire City. Devouring the Inferno Lotus Prison Heart Flame would allow the burning technique to be upgraded to the lower Xian rank. While upgrading the burning technique, it allows the cultivator to make a significant breakthrough in strength once. Originally, according to the normal plan, Xiao Hua's strength should have broken through to the 5th or 6th level of foundation establishment after devouring the foreign fire. After that, he would dive into cultivation for another year and a half. And halfway through, Elder Xian tried to get him some pills, relying on the foreign flames and the burning skill as well as the actual battle honing. It should not be a big problem for Xiao Hua to break through to the peak of foundation establishment or half-step Jindan by the time of the 3-year appointment. It was only from the beginning of Flowing Flame City that Elder Xian's plan was completely brought askew with Lu Yuan's appearance. Now Xiao Hua was telling him that he had decided to scrap his own cultivation and certify his Taoist heart? Xian Lao, don't mess around. You need to know that this cultivation you have now is not easy to come by. And there is now less than a year and a half left in the 3-year covenant. What will you use to fight Shangguan Yanyan when you lose your cultivation now? At that time, if the 3-year contract could not be won, the Xiao family would be reduced to a laughingstock. Besides, if you lose your own cultivation, Lu Yuan may not pass on the power to you. Don't around. Elder Xian advised Xiaohua not to be impulsive and calm down first. However, Xiaohua said, "Teacher, which do you think is stronger, the burning technique or the great sun burning sky technique? Which one will take me farther?" Elder Xian, if the effects of the feats recorded in that book of great sun burning heavenly feats are all true, a technique that pointed directly at the golden immortals was bound to be far superior to the burning technique. Moreover, the burning technique was indeed too dangerous to cultivate, and the upper limit should not be as high as a golden immortal. That's why the great sun burning skill should be above the burning skill. Xiaohua nodded. "Teacher, then if I give up the burning skill that you gave me and switch to cultivating the great sun burning sky technique, would you blame me?" Elder Xian shook his head in the ring. "Although the burning technique was passed down from me to you, as my disciple, I actually didn't want you to practice such a dangerous technique. I was just forced to do so. Now that you have a better chance and a safer technique, how could Master blame you? Master only wants you to go farther and climb higher." Elder Xian was indeed a good teacher. When Xiaohua had worshipped in the Deluo sect for the sake of the foreign fire, Elder Xian was quietly supportive. Now that Xiaohua wanted to give up the burning technique and change his cultivation to another discipline, Elder Xian didn't say anything. "Just say that you hope Sha fire goes far," Xiaohua said. "Therefore, my disciple now wants to reacquire the great sun burning sky technique. It was necessary to let Patriarch Lu see my sincerity. At that time, he asked me to self-depreciate my cultivation and switch to Kung Fu, and I didn't seize the opportunity. If you look back and hesitate this time, you're not a firm believer in the way, not to mention Patriarch Lu. Even I wouldn't pass it on to myself. How do you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? Today, I need to break the boat and let Patriarch Lu see my sincerity." Elder Xian sighed at his words. "Now that you've made up your mind, let it go." When Elder Xian heard Xiaohua say this, he also began to feel that Xiaohua had a point. Immortal destiny, this kind of thing. Those who have the destiny to get it, great perseverance to get it, only mediocre generation cannot get. This Patriarch Lu, I'm afraid, is for a great hidden master. This kind of high-ranking person who grants immortal destiny also picks people. Xiaohua missed once, and this may be the last chance. If still hesitant, then this chance really wasn't meant to be with him. This time to break the cauldron. Self-cancellation of cultivation to show sincerity. May be able to impress the land patriarch. You can try. If we can really get that great sun burning heavenly skill, this wave of self-canceling cultivation is actually not a loss. After all, the pre-cultivation for the cultivator, at most, spend a few more years can also repair back again. But immortal fate is not to be missed. And that's not something you can make up for with a little extra time. After receiving support from Elder Xian, Xiaohua urged the dantian in his body to. The aura within his body poured out in an instant, crashing out of the dantian and scattering his true qi. In this instant, Xiaohua's dantian was like a balloon that had been punctured and began to leak air crazily. The aura on his body also began to fall off wildly. From the second level of foundation establishment all the way down to the first level of qi refining, Xiaohua spat out a mouthful of blood. He violently abolished his own cultivation, and caused great damage to his body as well. It will take at least half a month of nursing to slow down, but this was the effect that the current Xiaohua wanted. As he took a step towards Lu Yuan's courtyard, he wanted to show Patriarch Lu his sincerity with the way he was now. Every time Xiaohua took a step out after he had abolished his own cultivation, a mouthful of black blood was vomited out of his mouth. Step by step, his feet stepped on the bloody footprints towards Lu Yuan's courtyard. Late at night, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged inside his house. Maisie refining today, Xiao Huang condensed the divine golden dan, and the system sent him a reward. Binding the system has been the best day so far. System reward, Gene Dan upgrade, Divine Gene Dan. Additional Divine Gene Dan +1. Small 5 elements escape technique. Big Dipper 36, flying body token technique. Scapegoat Strawman weaving technique. And +500. 000 points. Among them, the divine golden pill and the spare golden pill need not be mentioned. With the 2 golden pills swallowed into his stomach, Lu Yuan, the golden dan stage strength would be strong to the extreme. It even far surpassed Little Yellow, who was a one-piece, 2-function, divine Gene Dan. After all, Xiao Huang only had 1 divine golden pill, while Lu Yuan had 2 for 1. The small 5 elements transportation technique that the follow-up system rewards, the spell as its name suggests, is the 5 elements transportation technique. Spells that speed up movement during combat are excellent. The Big Dipper's 36 flying body trace method. It is one of the 36 changes of the Big Dipper. 36 changes of the Big Dipper. The top divine ability of the Taoist sect. In Taoism, the 8 trigrams are 6 lines, using a combination of 6 yin and yang symbols to bracket all things in heaven and earth. That is to say, 3 and 3 are inexhaustible. 6 and 6 are infinite. with 36 representing the meaning of infinity. The astral dharma is a great divine power. The flying body trace method, on the other hand, is a hiding and stealth technique, one of the 36 avatars. By using this technique, one can hide one's true body in heaven and earth, and travel within the boundaries of the sea, unknowable, unsearchable, unseen, present in the world but not seen in the world. It is an extremely skillful hiding great magical ability, which is also a life preservation method. The next reward, scapegoat strawman weaving, is also a life-saving method. A spell that compiles a scapegoat strawman, which compiles a strawman that can take the place of a dead person once. This Lu Yuan was still studying. He felt that when this thing was truly used, it might be even more crucial than the Great Five Elements escape technique and the flying body token technique. Just as Lu Yuan was immersing himself in studying these avatar spells on his own for the big night, there was a sudden knock at the door of his house. Lu Yuan looked toward the door and asked, "Who?" Outside the door, Xiao Hua, whose mouth was full of black blood, opened his mouth and replied, "Master, it's me." Chapter 39, The Great Luo Sutra. Xiao Hua. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. What was this kid doing in the middle of the night, not sleeping and running to his place? Lu Yuan got up and opened the door. Over here. As soon as he opened the door, he came face to face with Xiao Hua, who was standing in the middle of the dark night with a mouth full of black blood. At the same time Lu Yuan opened the door, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and called out, "Teacher." He opened his mouth while black blood dripped down his chin and it gave Lu Yuan a jolt of fear. "What old corpse in a mountain village?" Lu Yuan asked. "What do you mean by that? You didn't stay up all night simply to scare me, did you?" Lu Yuan was speechless. Who would go to someone else's house at night and vomit black blood? However, in the next second, Lu Yuan saw Xiao Hua unexpectedly plop down and just kneel on the ground. "Lu Yuan? What do you mean?" Xiao Hua said. "Disciple is foolish, not properly practicing the great sun-burning heavenly kung fu given to me by my master more than 2 months ago. I missed my immortal destiny, and now it's too late to regret it." Now that the disciple has come to his senses, and realizes how foolish his previous actions were, I hope that master will grant the kung fu again regardless of the past. This time, I will definitely cultivate properly and never let down my master's grace of preaching. Xiao Hua directly knelt down and opened the door to state his purpose for coming over tonight. He stated that he had now come to his senses and changed his ways. He wanted Lu Yuan to give him the great sun-burning heavenly skill again, and this time he would definitely cultivate it properly and definitely not dishonor his master. Moreover, Xiao Hua added, "In order to show my sincerity, this time disciple broke the boat before coming here. Abolish your own cultivation to show your determination." Lu Yuan listened to his words and probably understood them. This kid probably saw the scene of Little Yellow condensing the divine golden dam this afternoon. More than 2 months ago, the great sun-burning skies technique that he had given him had been cultivated by Xiao Huang. Little Yellow condensed a divine golden dam with the great sun-burning heavenly skill, hoping that Xiao Hua only now reacted to the fact that what he had taught him at that time was the real thing. Seeing that Xiao Huang has accomplished something in his cultivation, some people can't sleep when they go back, running up to myself in the middle of the night and telling me I regret it. But what Lu Yuan didn't expect was that Xiao Hua, this kid was ruthless, and listening to him, he had nullified his own cultivation before he came, and he had nullified his own cultivation to express his sincerity in coming. Lu Yuan didn't know what to say about this self-inflicted behavior of his for a while. Call him a douchebag. The guy has some gumption, so it can only be considered a dumb beep with gumption. Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Hua, who was kneeling on the ground, and he was also convinced. 3 disciples, 1 retarded and 1 mangaka. Except for Yellow. It's true that where there's a crouching dragon, there's a phoenix child, all playing with abstracts. Finally, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and let Xiao Hua stand up first. Then he brought Xiao Hua to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down. Lu Yuan looked up, causing Xiao Hua to follow suit. He asked, "Xiao Hua, look up at the sky above your head and tell me what you see in the sky." "In the sky? The stars? The moon?" Xiao Hua was bewildered. He had clearly come to beg for Master's forgiveness and for Master to re-give him the Kung Fu technique. I don't understand why Master brought him to look at the starry sky above his head in the middle of the night. What's so great about the stars? Lu Yuan nodded his head and said, "That's right, above everyone's head, there is the same starry sky every night. There are billions of stars above the starry sky, and these stars are like jewels glittering in the darkness of the night, as if they could be obtained by lifting up one's hand. But when you reach out, it's a million miles away. The sky is full of stars just like the chances you meet. Some chances you can see, and yet you can't touch it for the rest of your life. Sometimes chance hits you like a meteor, and you don't capitalize on it. That proves that this thing just isn't yours. Immortal destiny is like a shooting star. If you miss it, you miss it. Where is there a second chance?" Lu Yuan said the chance is like a star in the sky. It's unattainable. And a meteor hits you once. You expect a meteor to hit you a second time? Who do you think you are? The son of the Great Way? When you were introduced, I gave you a chance to be immortal and you couldn't grasp it. And now you regret it and come back for more? You think kids give out candy and have more when they're done? Xiaohua understood what his master meant, and his face instantly turned pale. So, what do you mean? The great sun burning skill is gone? He was in a hurry. Master, that kung fu. Don't you have a backup here as well? Lu Yuan looked at him with a strange gaze. A dharma that points straight to the golden immortal. You think it's a mortal technique? Dozens or hundreds of copies? At your disposal? Immortal Xian Gong. One example of one copy. It's only a matter of opinion. You think? Lu Yuan didn't have a backup on hand either. Oh, does seem to have it too. The system's merit mall did still have backups of the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal Technique and Great Sun Burning Heavenly Technique that had already been obtained for sale. But feats of this caliber, other than the system actively granting it or Lu Yuan practicing on his own for free, if he wanted to buy it and pass it on to his disciples, they all started at 10 billion points. Xiaohua still wants it? Unless Lu Yuan was willing to take out tens of billions of points to buy it for him. But that was impossible. So Lu Yuan told him to go back and wash up. Xiaohua was confused. The Xian Lao in the ring he wore on his finger was also confused. At this moment, Xiaohua and Elder Xian's master and disciple both seemed to be wearing clown masks. Xiao Wei, so, I wasted my own martial arts for nothing? Lu Yuan, when did I ask you to disable your own martial arts? Take matters into your own hands. Lu Yuan also felt that Xiaohua's brain was by and large not very good, always liking to do what you think is right. There's a reason you haven't cultivated the Great Sun Burning Technique. I couldn't hold on to the fairy fortune because I was self-interested, and now I'm self-interested again by losing my own cultivation. If you like to make up your own mind so much, it's time for your cultivation to go to zero. Lu Yuan didn't like this kind of self-made disciple either. Xiaohua's body went cold in this instant, and he felt his eyes go black as he sat on the ground. The reason why he had crippled his own cultivation was because he wanted to take a gamble and wanted Lu Yuan to grant him the Golden Immortal Technique. As a result, the bet was now lost, and Lu Yuan didn't have a second copy of the Great Sun Burning skill in his hands. This was something Xiaohua never expected, and now there was trouble. There is still a year and a half to go up to the Qing Lan sect for the 10-year appointment, and one's current cultivation level of the first level of Qi refining. What's the point of this? Originally counting on the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique to turn the tide in desperate times, but as a result, it was now full of losses. Looking at Xiaohua lost his mind. Lu Yuan patted him on the shoulder and thought for a moment before. Lu Yuan took out a gongfu from his own storage bag and handed it to him. If you really don't have any feats to practice, Master here also has a copy of the De Luo sect's yellow rank advanced technique, De Luo scripture. This is an ancestral technique passed down through the generations of the Dala sect. Although it's not of a high grade, it's safer than your burning technique. You can't really practice this. Lu Yuan also saw that Xiaohua was pitiful and simply gave him the native indigenous gongfu of the De Luo sect. It was only an advanced yellow rank, but it was a consolation. Lu Yuan turned around and walked away after saying that. Xiaohua looked at the yellow order advanced De Luo scripture in his hand and became even more difficult to strain. Chapter 40, Xiaohua vs Chen Nanxian. I'm going to write the word miserable. Lu Yuan looked at Xiaohua's back as he left with the great Luo scripture. He shook his head and closed the door behind him. Xiaohua left Lu Yuan's courtyard and returned to the house where he lived. Honestly, it's not a normal mind explosion right now. Now Xiaohua ran into a big dilemma. Seeing that the Green Lantern sect's 3-year contract was about to expire in a year and a half, it wasn't a normal trouble for him to lose this wave of self-defeating cultivation bets. Xiaohua asked the teacher in the ring. Elder Xian, did I make a wrong step by abrogating my own cultivation? Elder Xian didn't say anything. Not only was this a wrong step, but Elder Xian felt that he had taken every step wrong from Flowing Flame City onwards. But now is not the time to talk about it. Elder Xian said, now that it's happened, there's no point in talking more about it. How about thinking about something practical? What's in front of you now is what your next step should be. Recultivate. Which technique did you choose? Xiaohua looked at the two feats that were placed in front of him. One is an old familiar burning skill, with the advantage of growth, and the disadvantage of having to devour foreign flames. Incredibly dangerous. The second was the Yellow Order Advanced De Luo scripture that Lu Yuan had given him, with the disadvantage of having a low ceiling. The advantage is that there is no advantage. The only advantage is that it's safer than Burning Trick. The last thing Lu Yuan expects from him is just to live. After all, if Xiaohua practiced the burning technique and died, Lu Yuan would still have to save him. Elder Xian said, or you have another option. Give up the burning technique and I do have a few other techniques here that are straight to Yuaning at this level, and there are a few quick fixes among them. So you should first cultivate to complete the 3-year appointment. Return after the 3-year appointment to retrain the burning technique. Elder Xian stated that it would be too slow to cultivate the burning technique again at this time now, and that although the burning technique had growth, but it's a low start. Before Xiaohua had abrogated his own cultivation, whether or not he could catch up with Shangguan Yanran, who had the resources of a large clan to augment her, was uncertain, not to mention the fact that he was now clear of his cultivation. A year and a half to try to repair back plus surpass Shangguan Yanran, that was impossible. Xiaohua pondered for a while, and it seemed that this was the only way. Thus, Elder Xian found him a copy of the highest graded speed law currently in Elder Xian's possession. 9 Heavens Xian Hua Gong, Earth Stage Advanced, straight to Yuaning. Xiaohua stranded this cuckoo practiced up, cultivating the earth-ranked technique Xiao Fire. The speed of cultivation was indeed much stronger than when he had cultivated the burning technique before. After all, Xiaohua's own cultivation talent was really strong. The previous regression in cultivation was due to being pitted by Elder Xian's absorption of aura, and the subsequent slow cultivation speed was due to practicing the introductory version of the incineration technique of no different fire. Now that we've changed to the Earth Order Kung Fu, in one night's time, Xiaohua's self-inflicted dantian was almost recovered, and his cultivation level had also broken through the 2nd level of qi refining. Another month has passed. Xiaohua's cultivation broke through the 6th level of qi refining. After cultivating for a month in one breath, Xiaohua stepped out of his room and went out to relax. After all, practicing for a month straight is too much. Proper relaxation is good for practice. Xiaohua had just gone out the door when he bumped into Chen Nanxian, who lived next door. Chen Nanxian felt a little surprised when he saw Xiaohua. He looked Xiaohua up and down with an odd gaze. Your cultivation? Chen Nanxian remembered that when this kid Xiaohua was initiated, wasn't he at the foundation establishment stage cultivation level? I haven't seen you for a month. How did you break through from the foundation stage to the 6th level of qi refining? How do you practice? You've regressed in your training too? Chen Nanxuan's realm at this moment was also at the 6th level of qi refining, and he had spent a great deal of time consolidating his foundation. The result was that the two master and brother were now in the same realm of cultivation. Xiaohua looked at Chen Nanxuan and simply did not want to ignore him. He still remembered Chen Nanxian chatting with him when the great sun-burning heavenly skill was still in his possession. Faithfully told him that he should not believe in his master's words, and that the probability was that the great sun-burning heavenly gong was not a gong method on the right path. Chen Nanxian was at least 50% responsible for Xiaohua not practicing the great sun-burning sky technique in the end. Thinking about how this kid even grabbed the foreign fire from himself before, and argued until he almost made a move in the great Luo Hall. The two have been on bad terms for a long time. Now Chen Nanxian also mentioned his cultivation level. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said, "You have the nerve to talk about me? Aren't you also at the 6th level of qi refining?" Chen Nanxian laughed coldly. A frog in the bottom of a well doesn't know the size of heaven and earth. Although my current cultivation level is ostensibly at the 6th level of qi refining, it's not the same as yours. My cultivation has laid a supreme foundation. How can it be compared to your vapid cultivation? There is an essential gap between you and me. Xiao Wei, blow your horse. 6th level of qi refining, and still practicing flowers? You are really capable of blowing it. Those who don't know would think you've crossed the 6th level of the tribulation. Hearing Xiaohua scold him, Chen Nanxian was annoyed. You're cursing again? Well, it seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you really don't know what it means to be in awe. Come with me if you dare. Although Chen Nanxian was the reincarnation of an immortal exalted, his Tao heart was solid. But now that Xiaohua had insulted him, how could Chen Nanyuan endure? Today, Chen Nanxian would let him know what it meant to be the bottom of a supreme root. Chen Nanxian challenges you. Xiaohua sniffed and his fire came up. I've seen you a few times before. Scared of you? We're all at the 6th level of qi refining. Are you pretending to be a horse? Xiao Hui, go. Neither one of them is convinced by the other, and they go straight to a date to fight each other. The Great Luo sect was only a small sect, unlike the large sects that had fighting arenas specifically set up for their disciples within the sect. The two of them about to fight simply headed straight for the back of the mountain. These two guys were cursing as they walked away. Little Yellow was currently taking a stroll within the Great Luo sect, watching Xiaohua and Chen Nanxian. These two people cursed and walked past them. These two at the 6th level of qi refining are arguing? Yellow thought it was quite interesting, so he followed to see the fun. Arriving at the back of the Great Luo sect's mountain, the two people, Chen Nanyuan and Xiaohua, each stood on one side. The two men looked at each other. Xiaohua asked, "How do you fight?" Chen Nanxian, close combat physical combat best reflects the gap in strength between the two sides. So ban weapons, ban spells, and just compete in fisticuffs until one side gets down. Xiaohua snorted coldly. He unloaded his own metaphysical heavy black ruler. His own Xian heavy black ruler weighed 50, 000 pounds, and he felt that Chen Nanxian had disabled the weapon that. It was clearly aimed at his Xian heavy ruler, but it doesn't matter. If you don't use it, you don't use it. Close combat. Xiaohua was no wimp. Xiaohua put the Xian heavy ruler aside, and at this moment, the Xian Lao in the ring reminded him, "Be careful. I can sense that the strength of this brat, Chen Nanxian, across from you is truly extraordinary. It's not exactly blowing. The path he cultivates seems to be quite bizarre, and my master is also a bit unable to see through him, but one could tell that his foundation did seem to be as solid as he said it was. I haven't even seen such a solid qi refining foundation. You have to be careful when you really start fighting in a while. Don't take it lightly." Hearing Elder Xian's reminder, Xiaohua reassured Elder Xian. He understood that even a lion fighting a rabbit needed to do its best, and he would not take the enemy lightly. Xiaohua was ready to strike at any time. On the contrary, the opposite side of Chen Nanxian didn't make a move to pretend first. He had pre-war opening remarks to make. Chen Nanxian looked at Xiaohua with a gaze that seemed to see through everything. He said, "There have been countless enemies who thought they were powerful standing in front of me, but in the end, they were all trampled under my feet one by one. You are no different from them. Today will be no exception. Come on, show me what you've got." Before Chen Nanxian finished speaking, Xiaohua could no longer listen. "Let's fight. Where's the bull? 8 pole avalanche." Starting with the 8 extreme collapse, Xiaohua's fist was already extended in front of Chen Nanxian. Chapter 41 Two Figures Battle. The Great Tao is worn out. Phew! Although Xiaohua's realm had now fallen from the foundation establishment stage. However, the combat and martial arts experience of the many life and death battles experienced in this year and a half of training outside could be engraved in his muscles. While Chen Nanxian was still beeping nonsense, Xiaohua had already exploded into his figure and, a few steps in front of him, and a fist blasted out. The 8 poles collapsed. The 8 extreme avalanche is a close-quarters attack martial art, known for its strong attack power, and refined to great completion. In addition to the main gene, the attack also implies an 8-fold gene qi, and the 8-fold stacking can be used to fight at a cross-level. Xiaohua had already practiced this martial art to the grand achievement realm, and with one punch he blasted into Chen Nanxian's face. The wind of the fist formed a wave of air that swept over the area. Chen Nanxian was caught off guard and his body exploded back to dodge Xiaohua's attack. In his heart, he cursed this kid for not speaking martial virtues, and he directly made a move before he finished his words. Chen Nanxian withdrew 5 or 6 steps, dodging the 8 extremes avalanche, and then pushed up with his backhand. True martial 36 styles. The first style, the sky-ranging hammer. Chen Nanxian raised his hand and swept both of his hands into the void, and in the next second, only to see that the true qi between heaven and earth was instantly combed by his 5 fingers into a dao of true silk arranged in an orderly manner as on a spinning machine. These qi true silks were constantly being combed and twisted in his hands, like a master teacher winding cotton threads. Eventually, in his arms, countless qi true silks were wrapped into a huge ball of cotton thread by him. Chen Nanxian pushed both of his palms forward, while the huge ball of true qi was then pushed out. The true qi condensed into silk was compressed to the extreme, and the bright and dark energies were entwined with each other. With great power and great speed, in an instant, he had already arrived in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua's 2 eyes shrunk, and Elder Xian also drank in his ear. What a bizarre and domineering martial art! Retreat quickly! Xiaohua immediately backed away. Chen Nanxian's true qi balloon then exploded in front of him. Countless true silk qi directly involved a huge stone and twisted it into pieces. Xiaohua felt a pang of fear as he looked at the huge boulder that had been twisted into pieces. This strike was comparable to an attack at the foundation stage. And if he had just taken it hard, even with the strength of his own fleshly body, I was afraid that he would have to be crushed. Chen Nanxian saw dense sweat appear on Xiaohua's forehead as he let out a cold laugh. "Kid, I told you, there's a difference between you and me. How can you know what I'm capable of? It's not too late to surrender." He made the 36 stances of the true martial arts. It was a purely physical combat technique that the true martial immortal sect of the central continent, where he was before he was reborn, gave to the disciples of the qi refining and foundation establishment stages to cultivate, created by the first patriarch of the true martial immortal sect, the true martial immortal sovereign. It was constantly polished by the patriarchs and elders of the successive generations of the true martial immortal sect in later generations. The killing power of this martial art, far more than the imagination of the cultivators of the North Continent, a place where martial arts and legal aptitudes are all barren. It can be said that they have exhausted all methods of combat. How could a small person from a small place like Xiaohua be able to defeat such martial arts? Xiaohui, your martial arts are indeed extraordinary, but now that the winner has not yet been decided, is your excellency getting a little too cocky too soon? Too early for complacency? With your humble skill, it's easy for me to kill you, so why is it too early? Chen Nanxian did not look at Xiaohua squarely from beginning to end, and in his eyes, the current Xiaohua was not qualified to be his opponent. Xiaohua was enraged. He really didn't know where Chen Nanxian got this confidence, having seen the inflated. I've never seen such a swell. We're all in the same realm. What are you pretending? Do you really think you can win? Xiaohua couldn't look away. He was going to win this father-son game today. 8-pole avalanche. Xiaohua continued to attack quickly, fists in his hands smashing his face wildly. Chen Nanxian was not the least bit intimidated as he took a step out, making use of the 36 styles of true martial arts to cope with the situation. 36 styles of true martial arts. Sky ranging hammer. Second stance. Hanging cloud hand. Third style. Flash pass monument. Fourth stance. Tangled silk strength straight to the yellow dragon. Pouncing sky eagle. White crane bright wings. Black dragon probes claws. Hungry tiger pounces on food. Harrier's turn. Crow's feed. 8-pole avalanche. 8 pillars of death. 8-pole avalanche. The two figures exchanged blows at the back of the big Luo Sex mountain, each using their lifelong learning. When he lifted his hand, chi energy erupted and the trees exploded. When his feet shook, the rocks moved and the trees shook. The stone exploded into pieces, hit the top of the backcountry mountain and the backcountry hiking trails are worn out. Elder Xian reminded Xiaohua, Chen Nanyuan has a solid foundation, and the solidity of his foundation. The real is my life only see. Brain not a little problem repair cannot be so. Although you two are refining gas 6 layers of the same realm, but the reserves of aura in his body are bound to be much greater than yours. We can't drag this out any longer. When you run out of aura, he'll win. Utilize the 8 extremities avalanche 8-fold dark power and strike a blow with him to determine victory or defeat. Jianao, stud with him. Xiaohua then nodded his head and his body exploded back away, running the 8 extremities avalanche chi strength in place. Punching in place stacks dark energy like crazy. 1, 2, 3. Chen Nanxian saw that Xiaohua had just clearly attacked fiercely, but at this moment, he suddenly retreated. With his many years of combat experience he could see Xiaohua's intentions at a glance. This kid is in the end in a lower realm. Not enough reserves of aura in his body, and he fought with himself for half a day. The aura in his dantian was almost empty, ready for a strike. Strike that, too. Then it's a one-hit wonder. Chen Nanxian was quite confident. Although Xiaohua's 8 extreme collapse did have a bit of something to it, but his true martial 36 styles were no slouches either, and he doesn't like to take advantage of people. This kind of fight that drained his opponent's aura empty was not something he cared to do, since Xiaohua wanted to determine the winner with one strike. Let's do it! Range hammer. Chen Nanxian swept his true chi in place, combed his chi true silk, and began to wrap the ball of cotton thread. As his hands flew around, a strand of real silk was wrapped around his chest and the ball of air-powered silk cotton thread is getting bigger and bigger. Opposite Chen Nanxian, Xiaohua was also stacking his chi. In situ, he punched out his chi and held his 8 dark energy to settle life and death with Chen Nanxian. For each stack of dark energy in the 8 extremes collapse you have to punch the fist once, stacking it 8 times. It's just a matter of punching the punch 8 times. Yellow was lying on a rock in the distance, and it yawned as it watched the battle. It's really not interesting. Several boring fights. It's so boring to watch rookies peck at each other, fighting with one standing on one side wrapping a ball of cotton wool and one standing on the other side punching in place. Is this the battle of the refining stage? Xiao Huang shook his head. He really envied them for being able to enjoy the physical combat of the chi refining stage. But not me. It directly skipped chi refining and foundation establishment. Never in my life will I experience a low-end game of physical combat and lose my ass. Just as Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua were each holding back a big one in the back of the mountain, a sound transmission through the air spread throughout the entire Great Luo Mountain. All disciples of the Great Luo sect, come and gather at the Great Luo Hall. Xiao Huang was about to fall asleep watching it, but at this moment, he jerked his head up at the sound. It's the voice of the ancestor. All disciples gather at the hall of the Great Luo. Little Yellow then got up and flew out as a stream of golden fire. The ancestor summoned and it answered the call to go. But before we go, Xiao Huang saw that the two of them, Chen Nanyuan and Xiao Hua, were still holding their big moves in place at this choke point. The ancestor's business cannot be delayed. Yellow claimed a direct charge, tackling one with one doggy paw and hooked right around the necks of both men, taking off in place. Stop playing around and get down to business. Chapter 42, The Devil's Heart Sect. Chen Nanxian sifted his true chi with both hands and wrapped it around his chest for half a day, winding out a huge big ball of thread. Just as he was about to punch out he realized he was being picked up. Taking off in place, he looked up and realized that it was Yellow who had grabbed him. Chen Nanxian shouted, "What are you doing? Didn't anyone tell you that outsiders can't intervene during a martial arts fight?" As long as this strike of the sky-ranging hammer was struck out, Xiaohua would surely be defeated. Seeing that he was about to win, Little Yellow intervened at this time, making Chen Nanxian very unhappy. Yellow swept his head down. The Grandmaster is calling us. Didn't you hear him? If you're late, you can't afford to delay Master's business. And, you beat Xiaohua to the head, right? When did you? A Qi refining stage. Get to talk to me. A Jindan Grand Cultivator. Like this? Do you think you're so capable that you want to spar with Mr. Huang? Little Yellow's gaze swept down, and Chen Nanxian only reacted at this time. He had just fought Xiaohua red-eyed, forgetting that this was Xiao Huang who was now picking them up. Xiao Huang is not Xiaohua. The current Xiao Huang is a real Jindan Great Cultivator. The Divine Pin Jindan Coalescer. Chen Nanxian couldn't afford to mess with it and endured it. As for Xiaohua's side, his 8 extreme collapsing darkness strength was stacked to the 7th level. He was certainly a bit upset about being picked up by Xiao Huang at this juncture. However, Xiaohua's character was a bit more stable, and after noticing that it was Xiao Huang, he simply didn't say anything. It's better to be submissive around dogs you can't afford to mess with. Little Yellow brought Chen Nanxian, Xiaohua and the two of them towards the Great Luo Hall. At this moment, in the hall of the Great Luo, Lu Yuan had already received a new system quest. Looking at the new mission that the system had just released, Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little worried. Because this quest was also a group quest, it required all the disciples to go out together to complete it. If it was a solo mission, Lu Yuan had full confidence that because solo quests don't go wrong whether you go through them by yourself or take Yellow with you. But with group missions, Lu Yuan had a headache, because there is a drag queen involved. He remembered that the last group mission was to travel to Quicksilver City to investigate the truth of the Calamity Fire. The system requires that all disciples be brought there with you. Lu Yuan brought along Chen Nanxian. As a result, he grunted and panted and did a night's task froze because he was cut in half by the system reward. Now it's even more tricky. Originally Chen Nanxian, a drag queen, was already enough of a headache for him. And now an accidental collection of Xiaohua. It can be described as a double door. Lu Yuan had begun to laugh. Damn. Don't let anything go wrong when you take these two guys on a mission. Lu Yuan was thinking about it. A golden light descended outside the Great Luo Hall, and Little Yellow dispersed his body of solar golden fire, bringing over two people, Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua. Before masters and disciples of the Great Luo sect assembled, Little Yellow took the lead and stepped inside the hall, coming before Lu Yuan. Woof! Lu Yuan stroked its doggy head, then looked at the other two disciples who were brought over by Xiao Huang. He noticed that these two guys seemed to have injuries on their bodies and their breath was disorganized. Obviously they had fought with someone. Lu Yuan asked, "What's going on with you two?" Little Yellow answered Lu Yuan by writing 4 words on the ground with his paw. Them, martial arts fights. Lu Yuan looked frozen. A martial arts fight? You two fighting? What's so great about a martial arts fight between two people at the 6th level of Qi refining? You got nothing better to do? What rookery? Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua. These two guys, usually not active in immortal cultivation, their cultivation was not able to keep up at all. The infighting is pretty much coming to a head. Lu Yuan said, "The reason I called you guys here is that Master has a task for you to accomplish." Chen Nanxian, Xiaohua. I don't care what conflicts you two have with each other. Don't let me catch you down there doing little things while the mission is being accomplished. Everything is about the mission. If things get screwed up because of you two, it won't be a martial arts fight between you two. I'll have Yellow fight with you. Lu Yuan looked at these two disciples who were the most unsettling to him and gave them a dose of prevention first. You two better not screw this up for me. If you screw it up again this time because of you two, see if I can skin you both. It won't be a martial arts fight between the two of you then. Mr. Lu will show you what it means to be a divine golden pill. Xiaohua shrunk his neck, and Chen Nanyuan did not say anything. After watching both of these guys remain silent, Lu Yuan calmed them down started talking about the reason for calling them here. My master has just gotten word that the minions of the De Yuan Kingdom's Demon Heart sect have been frequenting the vicinity of my Deluo mountain recently. A large number of young adults have disappeared from several villages and towns in the vicinity of our mountain. It is suspected to be related to the Demon Heartists. The Devil's Heart sect was infamous within the Great Yuan, with its ruthless methods in poisoning of the people. Now that they've extended their hands to the vicinity of my Deluo sect, our Deluo sect, as one of the top sects in Deqian, you can't just pretend you didn't see it when it comes to such matters of right and wrong. That's why Master has decided to go out to the mountain to investigate this matter. So the few of you will follow me. Listening to Lu Yuan finish his mission, Chen Nanchuan's brows were the first to furrow, and he was also the first to have an opinion. Master, I don't want to go. I'm busy with my cultivation, and I'm in the most critical period of my cultivation. Can't get away from these things. Chen Nanxian didn't want to go. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, didn't say anything from the side. After what happened with the Great Sun burning skill, he had changed his opinion of Lu Yuan tremendously. Previously, Xiaohua felt that Lu Yuan didn't have much ability, but now Xiaohua was guessing in his mind that Lu Yuan was most likely a hidden master. Master wouldn't send them on a quest for no reason, although he was quite anxious to raise his cultivation level as well. However, Xiaohua was afraid that he would miss out on any more immortal fortune, so he decided to wait and see first. Chen Nanxian was the first to object. He didn't want to go. Lu Yuan looked at Chen Nanyuan and nodded. Well, you didn't let me down. You started to object as soon as I finished talking, didn't you? But Lu Yuan didn't force him this time and said, you don't want to go? Fine. Then you go back. Don't want to go? Then don't go. Chen Nanxian nodded at his words and truly turned his head away. Little Yellow tilted his head to Lu Yuan at this time, seemingly inquiring if he wanted to give him a beating. Lu Yuan said no, for the next thing he said was, this time down the mountain. Anyone who completes the tasks related to the events of the demon heart sect set out by the master will distribute the renjie fruit, according to the size of each person's merit. Lu Yuan's voice resounded within the great Luo hall. Manjak fruit? Lu Yuan's words had just finished, when within the Shao fire ring, Elder Xian exclaimed in shock. Xiaohua then asked Elder Xian what the human jia fruit was. Elder Xian said excitedly, it's a rare spirit fruit, extremely rare. It only grows in the treasure land of the people. Produced on the spiritual root of heaven and earth, the tree of the people, which is the fruit of absorbing the chi of the people of heaven and earth. If a place has a tree of great men, the more great men grow up in that place, then the more fruits are condensed. And if there is a scarcity of mankind emerging within a few decades, then the mankind tree will wither and die. In the ancient times, it was said that the manjur tree grew everywhere within the green sky great world plain, but then almost all of them died, and by now it was rare to see any trace of this spirit root. For the teacher's pre-life tour of the Night Continent, I have also only heard that there is still a human jet tree that remains within the central state's Taishang Palace, with flourishing branches and leaves. The tree is so big that it covers the sky, and it has been growing in the central state for hundreds of millions of years. Other than that, no other place has really heard of a human J tree. I can't imagine that there's even a human fruit within this inconspicuous Luo sect. Elder Xian could not help but sigh, and from his words, Xiaohua could hear the preciousness of the human Jie tree. If the manjie tree was so precious, the manjie fruit was even more precious. Xiaohua inquired, teacher, what exactly is the effect of that human Jie fruit? Xian Lao, fixing the root and cultivating the elements, casting the supreme foundation. A single renjie fruit can strengthen your current foundation several times over. Enhancement of enlightenment can directly enhance the enlightenment of the person taking it, and the fruit of human excellence contains the chi of human excellence. Human Jie chi can directly affect a person's many future opportunities. Elder Xian hadn't finished in detail. Next to Xiaohua, a voice had already inquired in a loud voice. Master, then what specific tasks should we accomplish and how do we obtain the human Jie fruit? Xiaohua followed the sound. Chen Nanxian, aren't you gone? Chapter 43, I don't share the same fate as the devil cult. Xiaohua looked at Chen Nanyuan who was standing next to himself looking on. Aren't you gone? Lu Yuan also looked over. Disciple, aren't you in a hurry to go back to your cultivation? Why aren't you leaving yet? Your cultivation is important. This little thing for the master cannot delay your cultivation. Lu Yuan stated that it was still more important for you to cultivate at the 6th level of qi refining. This small task of the Jindan stage for the master will not bother you. Go back, close up and build your qi refining foundation. You have it in this life. Chen Nanxian in the end 500 years of cultivation in his previous life. The cheek is not generally thick, just did not benefit. He naturally didn't want to waste time on it. But now that he had a chance to obtain the human Jie fruit, he definitely wouldn't leave. Chen Nanxian said directly, Master, there is no delay in practicing my meager Dao 2 days late. Cultivators of my generation should punish evil and promote goodness. How can I not go if Master and Senior Brother are going to cut down the demons and get rid of the devils? I don't share the same fate as the devil cult. Chen Nanxian had a cynical look on his face, and listening to his tone at the moment, those who don't know think that the devil's heart cult killed his whole family. However, Chen Nanxian knew in his own heart that he was entirely doing it for the human Jie fruit, but there's no way around it. The Manjako appeal is too great. In addition to strengthening the foundation, reinforcing the roots and dramatically increasing the cultivation of enlightenment, the most important thing was the human Jie chi contained in the fruit. Human Jie chi was a special aura nurtured by heaven and earth, which could only be acquired by the great fortunate heroes of all races. When you realize a great Tao, when you break through a great realm, when you obtain a great opportunity, or when you participate in a great event, all of them have a chance to get the human Jie Qi gifted by heaven and earth. The more human Jie Qi there is, the deeper the foundation becomes, and when the human Jie Qi accumulates to a certain level, You can gather the human spiritual roots and double or even multiply your own battle power several times. Most importantly, there are all sorts of additional subtle benefits that come with possessing human Jie-Chi. For example, when Chen Nanxian practiced in his last life, once, he had entered a secret realm to explore with many celestial pride. One of the greatest opportunities in that secret realm is the ancient Dao inheritance. The guardian spirit of that Dao inheritance was a sword spirit, and originally, Chen Nanxian was the most outstanding and strongest amongst the group of heavenly prides that entered the secret realm. He was also the earliest to find the greatest opportunity, so it was reasonable to say how that Dao inheritance would be his. However, it was a pity that among their group of heavenly prides, there was one person with mediocre strength. However, early on, he acquired a trace of Manjia Qi from somewhere. The sword spirit directly determined that that person's future potential was infinite, and directly abandoned Chen Nanxian, firmly choosing that heavenly pride that has the aura of a human being. Although that heavenly pride ended up dying at the hands of Chen Nanxian, that secret realm Dao inheritance was also obtained by Chen Nanxian, and the sword spirit that abandoned him was also mercilessly wiped out by Chen Nanxian. However, Chen Nanxian also understood the benefits of human Jie-Chi, accumulating more of it, solidifying and strengthening enlightenment. Battle power is doubled during combat. Even one strand is better than none. Those with human Jie-Chi were more likely to be recognized by the secret realm guardian spirit than other celestial pride who did not have human Jie-Chi, and were also more likely to recognize their masters and refine all sorts of magic treasures and spiritual objects. The known channels in the lower realms for acquiring human Jie-Chi, apart from the natural giving of heaven and earth, are, it's just the manjack fruit. That was why Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua were both determined to win. Then, Lu Yuan talked about this mission and the detailed method of obtaining the human fruit. The task issued by the system was for all the disciples to go down the mountain to investigate the true intentions of the demon heart sect's activities around Mount Diluo. After investigating the truth of the demon heart sect, each person will receive one renjie fruit. Anyone who kills a member of the demon heart cult, 10 heads can be exchanged for one human jade fruit. Slaying a high-ranking position holder such as a deacon of the demon heart cult rewards 2 to 5 renjie fruits, one of 3 choices for the clan's higher martial arts. On top of that there was Lu Yuan's personal mission. If we can wipe out all the demon hearts on this mission, you can get the rewards: second order human spiritual vein, protector of the clan divine beast lucky draw ticket. So this mission, theoretically, all disciples of the Great Luo sect would be able to obtain the renjie fruit as long as they could fulfill the conditions set forth in the mission. Theoretically, as long as one investigates the true purpose of the demon heart sect's activities in the vicinity of Mount Diluo this time, there is a minimum of 1 human jelly fruit per capita. Hearing that the method of obtaining it was surprisingly simple, Chen Nanxian was overjoyed in his heart. Although he didn't know where Lu Yuan had gotten the human jade fruit from, but you can trade heads for rewards just by killing demon cultists. Chen Nanxian stated that he was determined to win. Although my cultivation level today is only at the 6th level of Qi refining, but I have a solid foundation. No one in the same realm of the Qi refining stage is my opponent. Even if I meet a foundation stage cultivator, with my previous life's combat experience, as long as the opponent's cultivation does not exceed the 2nd level of foundation establishment, then the advantage is mine. The Devil's Heart sect is only a small sect in the North Continent, and there should not be many experts within it. The disciples in the sect are estimated to be the foundation refining cultivation, 10 heads for 1 renjie fruit. As long as the other side comes with a large number of people, I'll be able to exchange at least 10 or more human jade fruits. Steady spice. Chen Nanxian had already calculated in his mind that this wave of tasks laid down by Lu Yuan was not difficult. One could even say it's easy. As long as he played normally, he would be able to take at least 10 human jade fruits ruthlessly. Isn't this beautiful? On the other side, Xiao Hua, too, was scheming with the 2 Xian Lao. Elder Xian admonished him. This time, Patriarch Lu took out the renjie fruit as a reward for the mission. It must be to hone the practical combat abilities of the disciples within the sect, so this time, they must not be careless and must bring out their full strength to complete the task issued by the sovereign. Try to correct the bad impression you left on Patriarch Lu earlier. It would have been better if we could obtain more human fruit. Xiao Hua was a bit worried. After all, he didn't know how strong those people from the Demon Heart sect were. If he was at his full strength when he was at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, he would not be worried about not being able to fight. But now, at the 6th level of Qi refining, if the other side is mostly foundation establishment, it's too hard to take 10 heads for a human Yago yourself. Elder Xian told him to rest assured that if he really couldn't beat him, he would take action himself. The big deal is that the soul possesses the body, and Xian Lao kills it with a flurry, so it's not a big problem. With Elder Xian as his bottom card, Xiaohua felt that he was also stable. Both Xiaohua and Chen Nanxian felt that they were stable. The 2 people were like 2 cockatiels with high fighting spirit. wishing to rush down the mountain and seize the members of the Devil's Heart sect for a slashing. Only Little Yellow sat in the middle of the Great Hall, not reacting too much. Regarding the renjia fruit that Lu Yuan had mentioned, Xiao Huang didn't quite understand what that was. Chen Nanxian was from his past life experience, while Xiao Hua understood the human jia fruit from Elder Xian. Xiao Huang doesn't have these golden fingers, and he's come this far all thanks to his ancestors' bestowal of chance and his personal efforts, but that doesn't take away from its loyalty and obedience. Although Little Yellow didn't understand what a human jade fruit was, it only needed to understand one thing. That means hanging out with Mr. Lu. That's right. The ancestor will bite whoever he tells it to bite, and it's not going to get any less out of it. What exactly is the use of the human jia fruit? It does not care for the moment. Xiao Huang only remembered 3 words, the Demon Heart Sect. Just bite. Chapter 44, 2 Men Can't Make a Brain. On the Luo Mountain, Lu Yuan told them to each go back and pack up and leave immediately. Lu Yuan rose up in the clouds and flew towards the bottom of Mount Deluo. Next to him, Xiao Huang was carrying Chen Nanxian and Xiao Hua, who turned into golden light and followed Lu Yuan. Chen Nanxian and Xiao Hua. These two guys' cultivation level is only qi refining. With a strength less than foundation establishment, the spell of Tang Yun was temporarily difficult to perform. If Yellow didn't fly with them, the two of them would have to go riding. Lu Yuan pondered over it for a while and thought it was better to forget about it. Last time he asked Chen Nanxian to ride to Flowing Flame City by himself. Turns out the guy almost got himself killed. If we let the 2 qi refining stages rush alone again, Ghost knows what will happen in the middle of the journey. It's better to go together. An incense stick later, dozens of miles away from the Great Luo Mountain, 2 streams of light descended, and at the feet of Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang, it's a modestly sized village below. This village was called Jixing Village, and there were more than 100 households within the village. Lu Yuan's figure fell into the village. There was no sound of people in the village, and an eerie silence fell over the village. At the time of the midday meal, the chimneys of the whole village are even more devoid of any semblance of cooking smoke or aroma of food. Instead, as he went deeper into the village, a strong smell of blood and stench came to his nose. The ground was covered with traces of blood plasma, which at the moment had taken on a semi-solidified state, and was sticky and tacky to the feet when stepping on it. Both sides of the road in the village were covered with corpses, each of which had been disemboweled. All the organs were lost, and a number of crows rested on these corpses whose blood had coagulated to gnaw on the carrion. As Lu Yuan and the others passed by, a flock of crows fluttered their wings twice and flew up and down. Obviously couldn't part with the meat in his mouth. Lu Yuan has traveled so far, but it is also the first time to see this kind of bloody scene. It is inevitable that the acid water in his heart is difficult to suppress. Before he crossed over, he watched movies on Earth that were coded. Slightly gory overseas films are even more likely to fail to pass the scrutiny. It's hard for him to look at such a scene all of a sudden now. Not puking on the spot was still because he used his cultivation to regulate his body and press down the acid. Xiaohua's face was also miserably pale, and it was obvious that he had never seen this kind of scene either. Although he had followed Elder Xian for a year and a half as he traveled the Li, he hadn't come across any villages that had been massacred by the demon sect. It was not expected to be so disastrous before coming. In contrast, Chen Nanxian was the only one among the several people who didn't have much of an expression on his face. He was much more calm. After all, How to Say is also a reborn person. Chen Nanyuan character, behavior and mentality. How to Say. It is not easy to say. However, the psychological quality after 500 years of cultivation in his previous life was by no means comparable to that of any other person. And this kind of scene didn't have much effect on him. Chen Nanxian had fought with people from the demon sect before. He had seen the scenes of large demonic sects slaughtering villages and cities and even an ancient country. But to be honest, it does seem a bit heavy-handed this time around. Lu Yuan's Jindan divine sense swept through the entire village and didn't find a single living soul. It looks like the only way to find clues is to look at these bodies. Lu Yuan himself was not quite able to stand such a bloody scene. Of course he hadn't intended to take on the investigation himself. Lu Yuan, I'm the patriarch. Do I need to do this kind of rough work myself? With that, he asked his 3 disciples, Chen Nanxian, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Huang, to go and check out the corpses. Let's see if we can find out any clues. While he himself went to wait outside the village. There's no way around it. These bodies inside the village have obviously been dead for more than a day. And in the hot sun under the sunshine of the corpse-emitted corpse stench is really unpleasant. Lu Yuan himself is not necessary to accompany the disciple here. Also will not do no bitter hard-to-eat things. 10 minutes later, the pale-faced Xiao Hua, Chen Nanxian, and Xiao Huang came out of the village with 2 people and a dog. These 3 did find quite a few clues after studying the bodies in the village for half a day. Xiao Hua took the lead and said, Master, I've counted all the corpses in this village. It was found that the dead were almost all aged 50 years and above. and that none of the young men, young women or children of the village were here. The average lifespan of a mortal in the secular world is right around 60 or 70 years old. In the metaphysical secular world with no technological productivity and backward medical care, a mortal's lifespan of more than 50 or 60 years was considered long-lived. So over 50, it's considered elderly. Xiaohua realized that the people that the demon heart sect had slaughtered in the village were all elderly people who were over half 100 years old. There were no bodies of the young men in the village, and it appears that they were all taken away. Chen Nanxian also spoke up at this time. Judging from the wounds on the disemboweled bellies of those corpses, it doesn't look like the demon heart sect's followers did it. It's more like demons stepped in to tear apart the flesh and blood and gnaw on the bellies and intestines. Chen Nanxian carefully studied the traces of those corpses in the village that had been disemboweled. He realized that these injuries were not caused by the demon heart cultist's own hands, because even if it was a demon cultist, it was still a human being, and the means of killing was nothing more than fists and feet or swords and blades. But those corpses in the village had been disemboweled with all their organs missing, and the wounds on their stomachs showed tearing. The means is brutal. The devil cultivator also can't be so heartless hand-tearing the same kind. This is very similar to the demon killing. Chen Nanxian had seen great demons slaughtering villages, and there were many demons that just loved to eat the organs in the stomachs of living people. Much like this one. Listening to what these two guys found out, Lu Yuan nodded. Well, good analysis. But what's the use of your looking into this? Lu Yuan surprisingly didn't know what to say for a moment. These clues that these two guys have found out, let's not say they're not useful at all. Let's just say they're useless. So, you guys are trying to say that you two looked up half a dozen things. Find out that the demon heart cultists killed all the old people in this village and took all the young ones? And the real killers of these villagers. Was it actually a great demon bred under the hands of the demon heart cultists who made the move? Luck Yuan, that's brilliant reasoning. I'll let you guys check something useful in the village. Do you yourselves think what you found out is useful? Did I ask you two to find out how these villagers died? You two think you're trying to solve a crime by looking for the real killer? I don't know who the real killer of them is. Lu Yuan, I am asking you two to see if there are any other clues in the village that can tell us the purpose of the devil's heart sects coming to act and slaughtering the village near Deluoshan. Or to see if you can track down the devil's heart sect's whereabouts. Did you two run to find out the cause of the villagers' deaths? Are you fed up? Neither one of the two grew a brain. Lu Yuan, forget it. Counting on these two is better than really counting on a dog. Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Huang. Yellow looked up and voiced his discovery. Woof, woof woof, woof woof. Lu Yuan, I almost forgot. Yellow can't talk. Little Yellow realized that he had screamed for half a day, but his ancestor didn't understand a single word. With that he wrote a few words on the ground with his dog's paws. Breath. Tracking technique. Found. Magic heart cult. Little Yellow had just sniffed around the village and gathered the scent from a large number of demon heartists. It stated that based on the scent on those demon heart cultists in this village, it could use the miles tracking technique to pinpoint where the demon heart cult was currently located. Although the real purpose of the demon heart cult has not been found out so far, but as long as we find the current garrison of the demon heart cult, wouldn't we know if we just grabbed a random demon heart member and asked them? Lu Yuan understood Xiao Huang's meaning as he glanced at Chen Nanyuan and Xiao Hua. What did I say? A dog has more brains than you two. People know exactly what they should be checking for in their little yellow. Chapter 45, The Stronghold of the Devil's Heart Sect. Heaven and earth are limitless. Tracking for 10,000 miles. Xiao Huang activates his divine power. Cast the miles tracking technique through the scent of the demon heart cult searched in this village. With a hint of scent being sniffed within his nostrils, Yellow locked onto a direction. Woof! It barked in one direction, and then immediately grabbed Chen Nanyuan and Xiao Hua as it, punching the sky. Lu Yuan followed closely behind as the two streams of light left this place and tracked the demon heart sect. Shuanglong Mountain. Black Dragon Village. The two large mountains are extremely dangerous, like two huge dragons hibernating here. And where the two mountains meet, a large cottage lit up at night is situated here. Black Dragon Walled City. A famous bandit nest in the neighborhood, with more than 1,000 bandits in the walled city who have fallen into the grass here. The power is not small. The Dakian royal family has repeatedly tried to squash the Black Dragon Walled City, but there is no way that the Double Dragon Mountain, where the Black Dragon Walled City is located, is easy to defend and difficult to attack. And the three leaders of the Black Dragon Walled City are not bad. All of them are big cultivators of the 9th level of Foundation establishment. One of the big bosses was said to be a Jindan cultivator, and it's rumored that these bandits from Black Dragon Village got a formation from somewhere. Thousands of bandits formed a big formation. It's so strong that the Dakian royal family had several Jindan cultivators here. None of them succeeded in taking the Black Dragon Walled City. Little Yellow stopped outside Twin Dragon Mountain and called twice in the direction where Black Dragon Walled City was, and it told Lu Yuan that The scent of the Devil's Heart cult is here. The Devil's Heart cult is stationed at Black Dragon Village? There was no way that Xiao Huang's nose could be out of order. Lu Yuan pondered for a while and decided that he had to probe for the truth first. Lu Yuan said, "Little Yellow, go explore the situation and see what's going on inside." Lu Yuan patted the little yellow dog on the head and, instilling the 36 methods of the Big Dipper flying body trace art directly into little yellow. The flying body trace method can conceal all the breath of the whole body and hide it in heaven and earth. Even cultivators whose cultivation exceeded their own by several great realms would find it difficult to discover the whereabouts. It's a top-notch sneaking and darkening aptitude. The situation inside the Black Dragon walled city was unknown, so Lu Yuan first asked Xiao Huang to take a look. Little Yellow learned the divine power. Woof! The divine power was urged out. The whole dog body turned transparent. Turned into a transparent dog. A white cloud arose from beneath its feet, dragging Yellow slowly upward. A white cloud drifted over towards the Black Dragon cottage. The Black Dragon fortress is huge, occupying the land of 2 mountains. Xiao Huang stealthily observes below in the white clouds. It found an interior of more than 1,000 men, heavily guarded, and indeed dominating the landscape, easy to defend and difficult to attack. No wonder the Dakian royal family's many conquests have yielded little results. There is indeed a reason. Take a walk, take a tour, be willing to be a horse and cow for copper. How is it better to be a human than a demon? Fear not the life of Hades. A patrolling ditty came to Yellow's ears, and Yellow looked to the, only in the Black Dragon walled city. 2 century chi refining stage mountain thieves walked out holding a purple flame black dog with extremely long saliva flowing from the corner of its mouth. Yellow gazed over to the purple inflamed black dog they were holding. This black dog has scarlet eyes and emits demonic aura all over its body. A mouth full of fangs with freshly crushed flesh in their teeth. Killing and ferocious. Obviously not good. Its mouth was still chewing something while walking, and Xiao Huang took a closer look at it. It turned out to be a piece of human spleen. Apparently, the previous massacre of those mortals in that village of Kakatu. It was these black dogs that disemboweled them. You walk faster. Grandmaster Heijuan just had a full stomach, and he's skulking around happy. If you don't serve me well, I'll have to take you for an appetizer at the next meal. Coming. The 2 mountain bandits' conversation came back. As Little Yellow listened to the conversation between these 2 patrolling mountain thieves and their attitude towards this black dog they were holding in their hands, it seemed that this black dog's status was even higher than this group of mountain thieves. And these 2 mountain thieves called this black dog Heijuan bastard? Xiao Huang felt a bit strange. This black dog's cultivation was only at the chi refining stage. Strength is not as good as these 2 patrolling mountain thieves. This group of mountain thieves even have such respect for this black dog? It is a bit interesting. The white cloud that Xiao Huang had turned into floated over the Black Dragon cottage for a while longer. Sort of a brief mapping of the situation in the Black Dragon walled city. Inside the Black Dragon walled city, Little Yellow did talk and find out the figures and sense of quite a few demon heart followers. These Devil's Heart followers live centrally at the very core of the Black Dragon walled city. Those mortal villagers they captured were also imprisoned in the hinterland of the Black Dragon walled city, all locked in a huge formation. Xiao Huang swept a glance and found that there were actually tens of thousands of people. These guys have arrested so many people. I don't know what they're up to. And Xiao Huang also saw a strange scene in the Black Dragon walled hinterland where the Devil's Heart cultists were stationed. From time to time, there were black dogs that looked just like the purple flame black dog that Xiao Huang had seen earlier. These black dogs are walking freely within the Demon Heart Sect's garrison. And even when those Devil's Heart believers saw these black dogs, they had to bow and pay their respects? Xiao Huang was slightly shocked in his heart. None of these black dogs had a high cultivation level. They were all around the chi refining stage, and their status was so high? It's just that the mountain bandits are respectful, but the demon heart religionists are also respectful and salute when they see them? Before leaving, it looked at the 2 chi refining stage mountain bandits patrolling the mountain and the black dog they were holding. Little Yellow pondered for a moment. Then the white cloud he had taken on form swooped straight down and rolled the 2 men and the dog along with them. Xiao Huang had circled around the Black Dragon walled city and only had a rough idea of what was going on inside. You'll have to ask a few locals for a thorough inside look. These 2 small mountain thieves at the chi refining stage were extraordinarily respectful to this black dog they were holding for some reason. But Xiao Huang doesn't recognize this cannibalistic black dog. Who cares who you are? Pack it up and take it away. These 2 men and a dog were defenseless in front of the Jindan stage Xiao Huang, and with a flash of effort before their eyes, it's already been captured out of the Black Dragon walled city. A moment later, Little Yellow had escorted these 3 guys to Lu Yuan. Then Yellow waved his doggy paws and wrote, word for word, on the floor. He explained the situation in the Black Dragon village to Lu Yuan. It also struggled to write, and Lu Yuan hooked his head to watch it write. He would have liked to buy a spirit herb for Little Yellow that could make him talk. But a single plant of 10,000 clans grass in the system mall costs 300,000 points. Not cheap. Lu Yuan is earning a lot of points lately. But before the flowing fire city to catch foreign fire to find the system of small loans of 500,000. Get the points almost all pay off the debt. And now the hands of the points are not much. And little yellow breaks through the yuaning, almost able to speak directly. Weighing the. It's not like the money has to be spent. Besides, little yellow can write. So at most it'll take a while for it to write. So it's just like practicing writing for it. Xiao Huang spilled hundreds of words on the floor before he could tell all about what was going on inside. The nest of the Devil's Heart cult does reside in the Black Dragon Walled City. The Devil's Heart cultists are in collusion with this gang of mountain bandits from Black Dragon Wall. A large number of mortals have been captured and hoarded in the fortress for unknown purposes. What's also rather strange is the extraordinary status of this pack of black dogs that eat the entrails of people. Odd indeed. After Lu Yuan read it, he said, "No wonder this gang of bandits from Black Dragon Walled City could get away with it for so many years within the Great Qian dynasty. It turns out that they are secretly colluding with the Demon Heart sect, so that's not surprising." The forces of the Devil's Heart sect were mainly rooted in the territory of the Great Yuan Kingdom, and the Devil's Heart sect was extremely powerful within the Great Yuan. The Demon Heart sect master was in control of almost the entire Great Yuan dynasty, and even the current emperor of the Great Yuan Kingdom was a puppet of the Demon Heart sect. If the Black Dragon Village colludes with the Devil's Heart sect, it was no wonder that the Great Qian imperial family wanted to pull out this thorn in the flesh was difficult to do so. Lu Yuan guessed that the 1,000-man formation at the Black Dragon Wall was also gotten from the Devil's Heart sect. After the Devil's Heart sect took control of the Great Yuan Kingdom, almost all of the royal resources in the Deyuan Kingdom's treasury had been taken by the Devil's Heart sect, and it wasn't uncommon for them to be able to take out a high-level 1,000-man battle formation and give it to the Black Dragon Walled City. It's just that now these guys from the Devil's Heart sect are now running into the territory of Dakian and grabbing so many mortals for what? Xiao Huang saw these guys imprisoning tens of thousands of mortals in the Black Dragon's fortress? I'm afraid that some big city within Dakian has been massacred by the Devil's Heart sect. So in contrast to that chicken village they had gone to before was probably just a smooth move by the gang from the Devil's Heart sect. The Devil's cult is really heartless. Chapter 46. I'll tell you everything. What's known so far. First, the Black Dragon Wall is indeed a place where the Demon Heartists are stationed. Second, the Demon Heartists have captured tens of thousands of Dakian mortals for unknown purposes. And these questions would have to be asked from the two Black Dragon Walled bandits that Xiao Huang had captured. Lu Yuan looked towards these two Black Dragon Walled mountain thieves. Gentlemen, I mean you no harm, but I've got you here to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer truthfully I'll make sure you two are okay. Looking at Lu Yuan's kind face, he seemed to be quite talkative. These two mountain bandits and bandits who had always fallen into the grass and robbed homes for a living sneered. "We don't know anything. Don't expect us to betray the fortress." Lu Yuan sniffed and let out an "Oh." "You two are the stars of the village, aren't you?" Lu Yuan didn't nag at the two of them either. "No?" He turned his head directly to his three disciples. "They're not cooperating. Take one out and get him for me. You have to kill one of them before you'll say anything, don't you?" Lu Yuan is a kind-hearted person, and he's not used to slaughtering people with his hands. But while he meant no harm, he didn't say that his three disciples meant no harm. "You don't want to talk to the two of you properly. One of you has to die before you'll talk." With Lu Yuan's command, Little Yellow slapped down a. Straight away, he slapped one of the mountain bandits into bloody foam. The other mountain bandit was stunned. Ha! Seeing the violent death of his companion, the other chi-refining mountain thief who survived was instantly overcome by Lu Yuan's kindness. "I'll say everything. Whatever your lordship wants to know, I will know everything." "Lu Yuan, let me ask you, what is the relationship between the Devil's Heart cult and the Black Dragon Wall?" "Mountain thief, I don't know." "Lu Yuan?" The mountain bandit was terrified, and hurriedly explained, "My lord, I really didn't know that I'm just a mountain patrol. All I know is that the three leaders of our fortress seem to know the people of the Demon Heart sect very well. This mountain bandit was only a small person, and he didn't know much about the higher-ups. But according to him, the people from the Demon Heart sect came here about 2 months ago, using their Black Dragon Wall as a stronghold to capture mortals everywhere. They seem to be making certain preparations." Lu Yuan continued to inquire. "What are they doing capturing so many mortals?" "Mountain thief, I don't know." "Lu Yuan, I really don't know. I didn't arrest the people. I just know that they put them all together. There must be something big brewing." "Lu Yuan, how is the distribution of strength in the Black Dragon Wall now? How many cultivators are there? How many people are there in the Devil's Heart cultists? How strong are they?" "I don't know." "Lu Yuan, I really don't know, brother, but I'm just a patrolman. After the Demon Heart sect's arrival, They asked me to help serve Grandmaster Heijuan only. I usually can't even get to the table for dinner in the Black Dragon Walled City. How could I possibly know the power distribution of Black Dragon Mountain? And after the Devil's Heart followers come to our Black Dragon Walled City, they all live in the core area. That's the same place I'm usually not even qualified to go near. So how would I know? Lu Yuan took a deep breath. And this time he didn't ask those core questions. He pointed at this purple flame black dog that had been captured back by Little Yellow and said, "You said that you were in charge of raising dogs for the Demon Heart sect, so let me ask you, what's with these black dogs?" When Xiao Huang scouted the Black Dragon Walled City, many black dogs just like this purple flame black dog were seen within the core of the Black Dragon Walled area where the Demon Heart cultists were stationed. Xiao Huang originally thought that these dogs were demonic beasts bred by the Demon Heart cultists. It wasn't until later that Xiao Huang saw that even when the Devil's Heartists saw these black dogs, they had to salute and be respectful. If you look at it this way, the identity of these black dogs is bound to be uncomplicated. Since this mountain patrol bandit is helping to raise dogs for the Devil's Heart sect, there should always be something to know about these black dogs. I don't know. I'm just breeding this Black Kuan basilisk. I only know that these black monarch basilisks have a very high status in the Demon Heart sect, higher than the general status of the religious adults, but I really don't know exactly what the status is. The mountain bandits were on the verge of tears. I could tell he really wanted to say something, but unfortunately he really didn't know anything. Don't ask. Ask is the fringe of the Black Dragon Walled City, the people of Mongkot. All he knows is that these black dogs eat people's organs, are very ferocious, and have an extremely high status, but the exact identity of the origin, this is not clear. Hearing the mountain bandits reply, Lu Yuan's face darkened. Little Yellow, shoot him for me. Wasting my time. Is this what you call knowing everything? I hope you know something in your next life. This mountain bandit was also slapped to death by Xiao Huang. The two mountain thieves that were captured and returned are dead, and the black dog is still left. This black dog was still incredibly ferocious after being captured by Xiao Huang, and kept barking at Lu Yuan, and trying to rush up and bite. It was obvious that he was usually too well brought up by the Demon Heart and was used to doing wrong. Lu Yuan had concerns about killing people, but he had no concerns about fighting vicious dogs. This vicious dog is a prisoner and doesn't know it. Lu Yuan backhanded this black dog's head with a slap. The man-eating vicious dog died straight away. Looking at the corpse of this black dog, Lu Yuan withdrew his palm. The Demon Heart sect and Black Dragon Village people spoil you, but I don't. After killing the vicious dog, Lu Yuan formulated his next plan. It seems that if you want to get accurate information, it's useless to arrest the mountain bandits of Black Dragon Walled City and ask them. Many of the mountain thieves in the Black Dragon Wall were marginalized and simply not qualified enough to know about the Devil's Heart sect. You don't want to know about the Demon Hearts unless you catch the Demon Hearts. But the problem was that the Demon Heart religionists were all living in the core of the Black Dragon Walled City right now. Regardless of whether it was the Black Dragon Walled City or the Devil's Heart sect, both sides almost always had Jindan cultivators sitting in the core area. Trying to catch a Demon Heart cultist in the core area of the Black Dragon Walled City without alerting the Jindan cultivators and asking them is almost impossible. Unless Lu Yuan had been squatting here, waiting for the Demon Heart religionists to come out of their own accord. But that's probably a long time to squat. There were two choices before Lu Yuan now. For one thing, it's safer to catch the Demon Hearts and ask them what's going on inside before we do anything. Know your enemy and know yourself. Second, it's straight up reckless. If he was directly reckless, Lu Yuan was worried that there was a Yuaning cultivator of the Demon Heart sect sitting here in the Black Dragon Walled City. If you really encounter a Yuaning, you will be able to fight. And even if you can't, you will be able to retreat in one piece. But if you can't take the Black Dragon Village once, the next time you want to make a move the other side will probably have to be on guard. Alarm the boss once, and the second stage is bound to be twice as difficult. The first sneak attack caught the other guy off guard. But the second, the Black Dragon Wall is probably about to set up a 1,000-man formation to greet Lu Yuan in advance. Just as Lu Yuan was thinking about how to make his move, Little Yellow seemed to have sensed something and, looking up towards Shuanglong Mountain, Lu Yuan also saw that several streams of light actually flew out from within the Black Dragon Wall at this moment. The men spread out in all directions and seemed to be looking for something. These few people can fly on clouds. Their cultivation level is above foundation establishment, and his body exuded a strong devilish aura. Democrats? Lu Yuan was overjoyed. What was he thinking about? I was worried about catching the Demon Heartists, but these guys came out on their own? Lu Yuan asked Chen Nanyuan and Xiao Hua to hide here in the cat. The two of them are at the 6th level of Qi refining. Still don't expect them to hit the hay. He himself and Yellow, one man and one dog, catalyzed the flying torch race. A man and a dog whose figures turn transparent colors, one on the left and one on the right, towards one of the Foundation Establishment Demon Heart religionists in a two-sided pincer movement. he touched over. Chapter 47, The Sky is Falling. Inside the Black Dragon Walled City, several Foundation establishment stage figures shot up into the sky and flew out. It seemed to be rather anxious, searching for something in the middle of Twin Dragon Mountain. At the head of the group, one of the strongest cultivators at the 7th level of Foundation establishment cursed. Find. Hurry up and find it for me. Even if we turn this mountain over, we have to get that Black Monarch back. If something happens to the Grandmaster, no one who has anything to do with it can live. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow turned into transparent colors and hid in the air as they quickly approached. Lu Yuan hadn't figured out at first that this group of demon heart religionists were staying in the core area of the Black Dragon Walled City. What's the point of suddenly coming out at night? At this moment, after getting close and listening to the conversations and urgings of these demon heartists, he realized that, turns out the guys were out looking for that black dog. It's not only the Black Dragon Walls patrolling mountain thieves who call that black dog Heijun bastard. Even the demon hearts addressed the Black Monarch as Grandmaster Heijun. Having lost only one black dog of the refining stage, the Devil's Heart sect had sent out so many Foundation establishment followers to look for them in such a quick period of time. And from the tone of their voice, if they couldn't retrieve the dog, they would all have to die? Lu Yuan pondered in his heart. It seemed that Xiao Huang was right in his observation. That dog's position in the Devil's Heart sect was indeed extraordinary. Let's grab someone and go back and ask them. Once we do, everything will be clear. Lu Yuan brought Little Yellow to set his sights on a demon heart religionist who was searching the fringes of the area and had fallen behind at the moment. To be on the safe side, the two of them were in a double-face position towards the kid. Little Yellow made a direct move, and a dog's paw snapped out in the white cloud. Dark Sun Claw. A dog's paw slapped viciously at the head of this fallen demon heartist. The reaction of this fallen demon heart religionist was considered swift, and the moment Xiao Huang struck out, he then sensed an attack coming towards him. However, he turned around to see that the Jindan dog's paw had already slapped him on the head. Just the right amount of intensity. Rip-offs don't hurt your brain. The Devil's Heart religious instantly blackened his eyes and was slapped unconscious, his body falling directly downwards. Lu Yuan had already been waiting here and directly rolled up the unconscious demon heart cultist to leave instantly. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow were moving too fast, and the other demon hearts were too busy searching for the lost Black Monarch basilisk. Didn't even notice that someone was missing. This demon heart religionist that Lu Yuan captured back is a person who was greedy and afraid of death. His back wasn't as hard as the two patrolling mountain thieves he'd captured earlier, who had at least hardened up a bit. After this Devil's Heart religious man was captured and returned, he sensed the man and dog who had captured him. After they were all great Jindan cultivators, he went straight to soft. Give a full account of what you know. Devil Heart Sectarian, this Black Dragon Wall is actually a branch of my Devil Heart sect at all. The three heads of the Black Dragon Walled City are all from my Demon Heart sect, and the eldest head holds the position of branch elder within the Demon Heart sect. The purpose of establishing the Black Dragon Walled City here is to insert a stronghold in the territory of Dakian, so as to follow up and nibble away at Diqian step by step. From the mouth of this Demon Heart cultist, Lu Yuan learned the true relationship between the Black Dragon Fortress and the Demon Heart cult. Originally he thought the two were cooperating and utilizing each other, but he didn't expect it to be more complicated than he thought. This Black Dragon Walled Village was surprisingly the packaged Demon Heart sect. However, this explanation instead makes sense. The Demon Heart sect took control of the Great Yuan Kingdom step by step in the first place, reducing the royal family of the Great Yuan completely to puppets at their mercy. If they want to enter Dakian, the Dakian royal family will definitely resist with all their might. After all, no one wants to repeat the mistakes of day one. So the Devil's Heart sect changed its name and sent a branch to change to the Black Dragon Walled City, taking root in the territory of Dakian. The level of resistance of the Dakian imperial family against the mountain bandits was certainly not as high as the resistance against the Demon Heart sect. That is why the Black Dragon Walled City can develop peacefully in the territory of Dakian until now. The followers of the Devil's Heart sect were now messing around in the Great Qian territory, directly using the Black Dragon Fortress as a stronghold. Looking at it this way, it turns out that the layout of the Devil's Heart sect had started a long time ago. Lu Yuan went on to ask them what the purpose of capturing mortals was. This Demon Heart sectarian said, "Alchemy. There is a heaven-swallowing demon basilisk within my Demon Heart sect. It needs to refine the 10,000 people's pill to aid in its cultivation, and the mortals in Deyuan territory have almost been killed off over the years, which is why it has come to capture people in Diqian territory." From the mouth of this Demon Heart cultist, Lu Yuan learned the true purpose of these guys capturing mortals. Use thousands of mortals to refine a 10,000 person elixir to help an elder of the Demon Heart sect cultivate. Sure enough, it's the devil's work. Lu Yuan then asked, "What is the cultivation level of that heaven-swallowing demon basilisk?" Devil Heart religionist, Yuaning stage. But it's unclear exactly how many layers of Yuaning it is. Is he within the Black Dragon Walled City now? The Devil Heart cultist shook his head. No, Lord Devil Mother is still in Daeyuan now. We're the ones who do all the hard work like the 10,000 pills on weekdays. The refining of the 10,000 man pill is not very difficult, although it is cruel and incomparable. The only trouble is just the need to capture a large number of mortals. It was natural that the demon sex Yuaning stage elders would not waste their time on such trivial matters, so he did not come to Dakian at all. And the people who are now doing things in Dakian territory are the people under his hand. Lu Yuan continued to ask, how many experts are there in the Black Dragon Wall? How strong are the demon heart religionists? The three great masters of the Black Dragon Walled City. The great master is at the second level of the Jindan cultivation. The other two heads have just broken through to Jindan. In addition to that, this time our demon heart sect came with 3 deacons, all of whom are at the second or third level of Jindan cultivation. The remaining 75 members of the congregation are all cultivators above the third level of foundation establishment. This demon heart religionist told all he knew one by one. The strength of the top brass within the Black Dragon Walled City as well as the exact number of people were also explained. Hearing this news, Lu Yuan could not help but show his joy. It's definitely good news that Yuaning stage demon cult elder isn't here, because if there were Yuaning cultivators sitting here, it really might not be possible to take down the demon heart sect today. It's much more difficult to catch them all in one net. Yuaning wasn't there. There were only 6 Jindan, and all of them were of the second or third level of Jindan. Such a low-grade Jindan. This is the simple mode for Lu Yuan. Not to mention that Lu Yuan was now a dual god-level Jindan cultivator, invincible in the same realm. Xiao Huang, a god-level golden elixir, is also enough to mess up and kill the whole field, as long as nothing goes wrong. Total annihilation of the Black Dragon Walled City and the Demon Heart sect was hardly a problem. However, as the saying goes, the moon bends to shine over the 9 states, and some people are happy while others are sad. Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang were happy to hear that the Black Dragon Wall was full of Jindan and foundation establishment. However, the faces of Chen Nanxian and Xiao Hua, who were following behind and also listening to the intelligence, instantly turned ugly, except for the 6 Jindans. All 75 of the Demon Heart religionists are foundation builders, and all of them are cultivators above the third level of foundation establishment. After hearing this news, the two of them felt that the sky had collapsed in front of their eyes. It was nothing like what they had expected before. They had all taken up the hunting mission set out by Lu Yuan before they arrived. Killing 10 demon heartists can be exchanged for 1 human fruit. The original guess was that the Devil's Heart religionists should all be at the chi refining stage, and their cultivation levels were generally not high. After all, they were all demon sect grassroots members. How could there be grassroots members who were all at the foundation establishment stage? Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua were both at the 6th level of chi refining. However, with their respective combat experience and solid foundation, they could be invincible at the chi refining stage. Both of the 2 refined chi stage emperors felt that they could slaughter the demon heart religionists who were also at the refined chi stage. Now you're telling me it's really all Tsukiji? How can this be a fight? Chapter 48, I have a plan. An emperor can transform into a bulldozer and push everything across during the refining period, but it's less likely to be pushed when you run into a foundation building cultivator. And if your opponent is 75 foundation building, then you can't push it a little more. Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua froze in place at this moment. Confused, Lu Yuan continued to ask the last question. What is the origin of that group of black dogs of special status? This demon heart religionist said. That group of black monarch basilisks are all descendants of the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk's children. According to this demon heart cultist, the demon heart cult's heaven-swallowing demon basilisk, in its original form, was a Yuaning great demon, a black dog with a lifespan of 1,000 years, whose cultivation is successful and joins the Devil's Heart sect. This demon is extremely lustful, and the dog race can give birth to offspring in 2 months. Therefore, its offspring are countless, but many of them are half-human, half-dog things, not to be favored by the devil's grandmother. Most of them were just born and were refined by the magic basilica herself, so it can be said that the first person who produces and sells his own products. Only this litter, 24 purple flame black dogs, with a pure bloodline and considerable talent, the most favored by the magic lady. This time, to refine the 10,000 people's pill for the devil mother, the heaven-swallowing devil mother released her most favored litter of pups. Let the devil's heartists bring out the experience. This was also the reason why this group of dog pups did not have a high cultivation level of only chi refining, but their status was extremely high. There was a Yuaning big demon behind them to back them up. Lu Yuan, I see. No wonder the gang from the Devil's Heart sect is so nervous about this missing black dog. It turns out that it is a Yuaning great demon offspring, and when you lose one, you come out to look for it like you've died your own father. This could also explain why the black dog that Lu Yuan had slapped to death earlier was still so arrogant even after being reduced to a prisoner. Once born with the backing of the Yuan baby, Arrogant and domineering demon second generation. Then it didn't die unjustly. The devil's heartists had told all they knew. He tentatively asked, Elder, I've been very cooperative. Can you let me go? Lu Yuan, Xiao Huang. Shoot him. I know everything I need to know. What's the point of keeping you around? Dryly resolving this demon cultist. Immediately, a system beep sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the investigation mission to find out the truth about the murderous acts of the devil's heart cult. Receive the reward, Renjie fruit plus 30, and plus 50. 000 points. The truth of the incident of the Black Dragon walled city and the demon heart sect was found out, and the system rewards were sent down. 30 personal Jägermeisters. 50. 000 points. Lu Yuan said at the time, within the Great Luo sect, that after finding out the truth, you can take out 3 Renjie fruits, 1 for each of the 3 disciples. He, as a master, is not guilty of a slight kickback. In fact, the system originally meant the 30 Renjie fruits rewarded for completing the mission. The 3 disciples were equally divided. After all, the stronger the disciple, the stronger Lu Yuan was. But Lu Yuan had his own plans. Quite simply, with the current situation of his 3 disciples, how could Lu Yuan bet on Chen Nanxian Xiaohua again? Chen Nanxian, needless to say, was born in birth, and Lu Yuan had already blacklisted him. It would be a waste of time to throw resources at him again. And the greatest expectation he reported to Chen Nanxian right now was that he would just be able to live well. Regarding Chen Nanxuan's mission, he could even just not do it, because Lu Yuan knew there was no way it could be accomplished. As for Xiaohua, Lu Yuan gave him the Great Sun Burning Sky technique when he first started. This guy doesn't know what's wrong with his brain. He doesn't practice his feats. He has to play with abstractions. There was a subsequent reformation, but that remains to be examined. 2. Lu Yuan won't bet on him for a while. 30 men. Yago. Split it 2 ways and give it to these 2 guys as a way to get rid of the beggars. It's a group assignment after all. The remaining 28. That's all reserved for people's Xiao Huang. Lu Yuan knew too well who was truly worth cultivating in the current De Luo sect. Binding system so far. Complete the task, all rely on small yellow. Resources till billion points, no problem. The distribution of the Renjie fruit was not urgent for the time being, and it would not be too late to distribute it after all the tasks were completed. After slaughtering the demon heart cultists, Lu Yuan was ready to launch a general attack. Now that he's mapped out the entire situation within the Black Dragon walled city and the Devil's Heart sect, judging from the strength of the opponent, the 2 of them, himself and Xiao Huang, could be easily taken. Late is late. After all, Lu Yuan had slaughtered a black dog with a special identity plus killed a demon heart cultist before that. The Devil's Heart sect isn't stupid. A few people disappeared all of a sudden. They'd quickly react. It's going to be hard to catch them off guard again when they react. Lu Yuan ordered it down. Yellow sneaks into the core with himself and goes straight for it. Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua found a place to stay and just saved their little lives. The 2 of them could no longer think about the original hunting mission. The Devil's Heart religious grassroots workers are all Foundation establishment cultivators, so you 2 refined chi should not go to join in the fun. After Lu Yuan gave his orders, he took Little Yellow and transformed into a transparent body and dived inside the Black Dragon walled city. Looking at the departing backs of Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang, Chen Nanyuan and Xiaohua both had a look of unwillingness on their faces. The Renjie fruit was an extremely rare and precious spirit fruit, and the Renjie chi was even more unattainable. Each additional fruit is a huge increase in itself. The opportunity to get the fruit of the spirit just slipped away. Neither of them are happy about it. Xiaohua asked Xin Lao within the ring in his hand what to do now. Is it true that Renjie can't get it? Elder Xian also had a bit of a headache. The opponents were all foundation builders, which made it difficult. If most of them were chi refining and a few were foundation establishment, it wouldn't be much of a problem for Elder Xian to secretly help. But now the other party's strengths are all stronger than Xiao was. Xiaohua, if he rushed in with his ghost-possessed situation, a messy kill, cut dozens of heads back, then the existence of this soul body of his own could definitely not be hidden. Elder Xian didn't even dare to take such a risk. After all, only he himself knew that how big was the risk once exposed. The person he offended back then wasn't an ordinary strong person. If he himself was exposed, Xiaohua would most likely die with him. Elder Xian, your strength is not enough to kill a foundation establishment, so Master cannot lead you to act against the heavens. The risk of exposure is too great. Elder Xian couldn't do anything about it. Just as Xiaohua was silent and at his wit's end, Chen Nanxian beside him revealed a smile. He walked over and seemed to find a way to break the ice. Xiaohua, when we fought within the sect before, it was a personal grudge between you and me. Now to the outside world, you and I are brothers in arms anyhow. Put aside the clan's infighting and grudges for now. We all want the fruit of Renjie. I have a plan. If such a plan is accomplished, It will enable you and I to obtain at least 3 human jade fruits each. Chen Nanxian had come over to seek cooperation from Xiaohua, and he stated that he had a good plan to break the situation. As long as the plan was successful, everyone would get at least 3 human jade fruits. Xiaohua was half convinced. Seriously, you have a plan too? With that, Xiaohua attached his ear and came forward to hear Chen Nanyuan's plan first. Chen Nanxian whispered a few words in Xiaohua's ear, and after listening to Chen Nanxuan's plan, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Gee, I can't believe it. That's quite a brilliant idea. Even Elder Xian in Xiaohua's ring was full of praise. I can't believe you kids are really scheming. Elder Xian all said it was feasible. Thus, Xiaohua instantly reached an alliance with Chen Nanxian, and the previous infighting grudges were put aside first. Let's team up and get a few human jade fruits first. Chapter 49, The Former Wolf Fakes Sleep, Covering to Lure the Enemy. Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua's cultivation levels were both at the 6th level of qi refining, so they certainly had some substance. However, it is not easy to fight at a higher level, and there is still a chance to win in a fight. But this time, in the battle of the Black Dragon village of the Devil's Heart sect, there were 75 members within the Devil's Heart sect, all starting at the 3rd level of foundation establishment. The enemy had 75 cultivators above the 3rd level of foundation establishment, so Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua would not be able to think about it. It's impossible to be a head dog within a battlefield that's higher than one's level. As long as the two of him dared to rush in and intervene in the battle of the foundation establishment stage, 100% of them would be hacked to death by the enemy without exception. Not to mention the fact that there were Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang on the front battlefield, and Xiao Huang's god-level Jindan, a slap to a foundation stage, and there was no way the two of him could snatch Little Yellow. So don't even think about the frontal battlefield. You might lose your own little life. Chen Nanchuan's target wasn't those demon hearts on the front battlefield, either. His real intention was to cooperate with Xiaohua to open a second battlefield. Chen Nanxian whispered a few words in Xiaohua's ear. Let's go steal a dog. Xiaohua was instantly shocked. That's right. Chen Nanchuan's target directly switched from the demon heart cultists to those purple flame black dogs inside the Black Dragon walled city, and he planned to team up with Xiaohua to go take advantage of the chaos and steal the dogs. For one thing, those purple inflamed black dogs aren't your average. It is the most favored litter of offspring of the elder of the Devil's Heart sect. Essentially, it was also the core of the Devil's Heart sect, and even before that the Devil's Heartists had recognized that those purple flame black dogs placed casually within the Devil's Heart sect would even have a higher status than the average member of the congregation. Secondly, those evil dogs have low cultivation. Most of the 24 evil dogs are at the qi refining stage. Apart from the one that was slapped to death by Lu Yuan, there should still be 23 of them in the Black Dragon walled city now. Thirdly, the risk is extremely low. As soon as the frontal battlefield opens up on Lu Yuan Xiao Huang's side, at that time, the attention of the 6 Jindan within the Black Dragon walled city would definitely be attracted by Lu Yuan Xiao Huang, and all the foundation establishment cultivators would be fighting in the frontal battlefield. Those purple flame black dogs with qi refining stage cultivation could not possibly get involved in the Jindan cultivator battlefield, necessarily retreating to the rear. Chen Nanxian Xiaohua came as a surprise and encircled the rear. They must not have thought of it. If you can't beat foundation establishment, can you still beat qi refining? Lu Yuan Xiao Wang's front wolf pretended to sleep. Covering to lure the enemy, the two of them came to a rear wolf encirclement. A net. As long as Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua can steal these 23 vicious dogs and bring them back to slaughter them, take 23 dog heads. With the status of those purple flame black dogs in the Devil's Heart sect, wouldn't it be too much to ask for a minimum of 10 dog heads for 2 manjacks? Plus the 1 human fruit rewarded to each person for investigating the purpose of the Demon Heart sect. This was what Chen Nanxian had said, that if this plan came to fruition, one person would get at least 3 human jia fruits. Xiaohua and Elder Xian listened to Chen Nanchuan's plan, and after carefully pondering over it, they also felt that this plan was indeed feasible. After all, those purple flame black dogs did have a high status in the Demon Heart sect, and they weren't just any characters. Really getting their dog's head is a credit in any case, and it's a risk for them. It was too much smaller than going to the front battlefield and directly sparring with the foundation establishment stage Demon Heart religionists. The two of them then joined forces, and now they were just waiting for the frontal battlefield to open up on Lu Yuan Xiao Huang's and their side. The moment all of the Black Dragon Wall and the Demon Heart religionists' gazes were drawn to the front battlefield side, they could make their move. Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang have sneaked into the hinterland of the Black Dragon walled city. A man and a dog saw the tens of thousands of mortals locked in the hinterland of the Black Dragon Wall. After observing the sky for a few moments, he locked onto the exact location of the 6 great Jindans within the Black Dragon walled city. Lu Yuan sent a message to Xiao Huang, agreeing that one person would pick 2 targets. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party did not have any defense at the moment, the two of them sneak attacked, one of them getting 1 killed first, and then later striking out to seriously injure one. Fighting with less is all about surprise. The two of them were both Divine Golden Dan and were both invincible at the Golden Dan stage themselves. Under a close-range sneak attack, the same level Jindan that was sneak attacked would surely die. One of the two killed a Jindan in seconds before turning his head to sneak attack another Jindan at top speed. Once it succeeded, it could do so by instantly securing two of the opponent's Jindan, and then causing the other two to be seriously injured. The opponent's strength will be attenuated to the maximum extent. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow made a direct move. Great Sun Burning Palm. Bear. Lu Yuan instantly shot out the foreign fire in his palm. A palm went straight for one of the highest cultivation Devil Heart Sex Jindan third layer deacons that he had targeted. He transformed his one hand into a fire palm and struck hard with all his might behind this Jindan deacon. This Jindan third layer deacon hadn't even reacted yet, and had already been killed by this palm that shattered his Jindan. After Lu Yuan slapped a Jindan to death with his full strength at close range, turning around, he summoned 12 Great Sun Burning Sky Flying Swords, forming the Great Sun Burning Sky Sword formation and chopping at the second Jindan not far from here. Even if the second Jindan practitioner of the Devil's Heart sect reacted instantly and was already on the defensive. However, it was not possible for Lu Yuan's double god-level Jindan. His personal strength was too strong, and the single attacking and killing ability of the sword formation was also placed here. Even if the other side reacts, it's useless. The 12 Great Sun Burning Sky Flying Swords were like 12 golden needles, all penetrating the opponent's Jindan flesh in a flowing stream, piercing the second Jindan cultivator into a sieve. Lu Yuan's side sneak attacked instantly and killed two Jindan in 1 through 2 seconds. Xiao Huang's side also killed one and seriously injured one in the same instant. That second Jindan cultivator who was seriously injured by Xiao Huang had half of his body slapped to pieces. Only half of his flesh was left now. But Jindan cultivators were extremely tenacious in their vitality, and it was difficult to die without the Jindan shattering. But of course the bastard didn't die, and managed to escape with half a life. But at the moment it wasn't easy. With 1 out of 10 combatants, it's no different than being dead. Lu Yuan looked at the Jindan that had half of its flesh shattered by Xiao Huang's slap, and he almost didn't look at it and vomit. It's too visual and too disgusting. He decided that he must talk to Xiao Huang, and next time, don't be so bloody. Give a pain in the ass. Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang's sudden attack had indeed caught the Black Dragon Village and the Demon Heart sect off guard. The only two remaining Jindan rushed out from within the Black Dragon walled city. Angrily, he shouted, "What kind of person is so bold? A nighttime attack on my Demon Heart sect?" The two Jindan had just ventured out, and before they finished their words, they turned their heads and ran after seeing the situation clearly, because as soon as they came out, they realized that 3 of the 6 internal Golden Dawn had died violently all of a sudden, and 1 was wasted. There were still 2 of their weakest early Jindan stages left, and the situation was instantly clear. The other party could second the 3.5 of them with the strongest strength in a matter of moments. How could the 2 Jindan still left be opponents? You don't run and die? Lu Yuan and Little Yellow made a direct move, charging again without mercy. As long as we clean up these last 2 half-Jindans, the rest of those foundation stage demon heart religionists were not enough to worry about. The incident happened suddenly. These bandits of Black Dragon Walled Village were in a state of confusion. There was no one to command them in a short period of time and they couldn't form a 1,000-man formation. And even if they formed a large formation now, it would be useless. Yuaning couldn't be seen. This was a one-sided massacre. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow were chasing after the 2 remaining half-Jindan in the frontal battlefield to kill them. The 2 remaining Black Dragon Walled City Jindan couldn't block their attacks at all. To put it bluntly, strength is put here. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow had just sneak attacked by striking at the strongest Jindan first, and now the remaining 2 were the weakest Jindans. How could 2 early-stage Jindan fight with Lu Yuan Xiao Huang? 2 god-level Jindans? In 2 moves, he was beaten by Lu Yuan Xiao Huang until he spat out blood and was left with half a life. Right at this moment, a Yuaning Qi was released from within the Black Dragon Fortress. Lu Yuan's pupils instantly shrank. And masterful. Chapter 50, Heaven-Swallowing Devil Mother. The Breath of the Firstborn. Lu Yuan's face instantly changed. He immediately realized the intelligence was wrong. That demon heart religionist that he took back said that there are only 6 great golden Danes within the Black Dragon Walled City. The Devil's Heart sect elder devouring Heavenly Devil Mother was in Dayuan and did not come to the Dakian territory. But at this moment, as soon as the Yuaning aura came out, Lu Yuan knew that trouble was coming. That demonic heartthrob either wasn't telling the truth. Either that or he, as a grassroots level, was not sure whether the Yuaning elders had come or not. There really was a Yuaning who was inside the Black Dragon Walled City at the moment. In the middle of the Black Dragon Walled City, a huge black claw poked out of the air and it grabbed towards Lu Yuan with a terrifying Yuaning Qi. Lu Yuan's body exploded back. recalling 12 great sun-burning sky-flying swords to return to defense, blocking in front of his body to engage this yawning black claw. Boom! The two collided for the first time, and their swords and claws clashed together, emitting a huge energy explosion. The sword array stabbed the black claw straight, and the yawning black claw was stabbed by Lu Yuan's sword array. Then an eek sounded and the black claws retracted. In the next second, a black-clothed, beautiful figure took a step out from below and, standing across from Lu Yuan and Little Yellow in the void, seeing the black-clothed beauty show up, the two Black Dragon walled city Jindan who had survived by chance whirled around and leaned over. Devil Mother! These two men attacked my Black Dragon fortress at night. Killing 3 of our Jindan and seriously injuring 1 in a single glance is very strong. Listening to the words of her subordinate Jindan cultivator, the black-clothed beauty nodded her head. Of course she knew what was happening at the moment. The black-clothed beauty did not speak. Her eyes looked towards Lu Yuan Xiao Huang, and she was also thinking in her mind, where did the two Jindan cultivators come out of nowhere, suddenly striking out tonight, and with the strength, as the henchman said, extremely strong. The devil-devouring mother was a yawning elder monster, and she had just fought with Lu Yuan. The fact that a yawning strike couldn't even be beneficial in Lu Yuan's hands was simply beyond her knowledge. Such a terrifying Jindan. Could it be that the great Qian imperial family had discovered the secret of the Black Dragon walled city? The devil-devouring mother could not imagine that in this piece of land in Deqian, other than the people of the royal family, what other power had the reserves to cultivate such a terrifying Jindan cultivator? She continued to brainstorm. If it was really the Deqian royal family who came to destroy the Black Dragon walled city, the odds are that it's impossible to send only 2 Jindan over. Maybe there's someone else in the shadows. The heaven-devouring demon basilisk's face turned ugly. Devil Devourer was thinking about herself. On the other side, Lu Yuan heard the words Devil Mother from these 2 Black Dragon walled city Jindan, while the black-clothed beauty woman was sizing up Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang. Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang were also sizing her up. He looked towards the black-clothed beautiful woman. This woman was the Devil Heart Sect Elder Heaven-swallowing Devil Mother? Yuaning old monster. The strength is really strong. Lu Yuan's current strength could kill indiscriminately at Jindan, but he had just fought with the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk. He obviously felt the pressure. If this heaven-swallowing demon basilisk continued to fight with Lu Yuan alone might not be able to get any benefits. It was just that he found it a bit strange why the heaven-swallowing Devil Mother would personally appear here. Just as that demon heart cultist had said earlier, refining the 10,000-man pill was just a trivial matter to demonic cultivators. This kind of tiring work is left to the grassroots to do. The heaven-swallowing devil Lu Hall of Yuaning Elder, this time really come to Daqian personally? And just now, when he sneaked up on Black Dragon walled city, with a Yuaning cultivator's reflexes, how come he's only striking now? The reflexes and speed of a Yuaning cultivator were many times faster than a Jindan. Under normal circumstances, if there is a Yuaning inside the Black Dragon walled city, it was reasonable to say that Lu Yuan and Little Yellow couldn't have just sneaked in so smoothly. Strange. Lu Yuan sensed that there were a lot of suspicious points in the matter, but now was not the time to think about them in detail. The old Yuaning monster heaven-swallowing demon basilisk is right in front of us. We have to think of a way to get rid of this Yuaning first. On Lu Yuan's side, he had just prepared to join forces with Little Yellow to battle Yuaning with all his might. But what both he and Little Yellow never expected was that before they wimped out, the opposite side of the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk first even wimped out first. A black demonic wind blew by, and the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk transformed into a demonic wind and turned her head away without saying a word. It seemed that he had no intention of entangling with Lu Yuan and the others, and this old Yuaning monster ran extremely fast. Even the 2 Black Dragon walled city Jindan by his side didn't bring them, and said they would run. Lu Yuan looked towards the back of the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk's escape. What do you mean? The 2 still alive Jindans from the Black Dragon Wall were also dumbfounded. The Yuaning stage devil basilisk ran away just like that? They are still waiting for the devil grandmother to make a killing. Watching the heaven-devouring demon basilisk run away, Lu Yuan was just stunned for a moment, and in the next second, his mind was jolted with, figured something out. He reacted and instantly greeted Yellow with a strike that, first, he destroyed the 2 abandoned Jindan cultivators in front of him. These 2 Jindan cultivators were without the shelter of the heaven-swallowing devil basil at the Yuaning stage. It was simply not a one-trick pony for Lu Yuan and Little Yellow. Lu Yuan's flying sword pierced out, and Little Yellow cooperated to instantly strangle the 2. After resolving all the Jindan cultivators here, Lu Yuan no longer stayed. The rest of this group of Foundation Establishment stage demon heart religionists would come back and clean up again. Lu Yuan carried Little Yellow as soon as he could, and the foreign fire behind his back urged out a pair of foreign fire wings. The wings of the foreign fire accelerated, chasing straight after the old Yuaning stage monster, the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk, who had just escaped. At the same time, in Lu Yuan's ears, a crisp system beep sounded, issuing a hidden quest to assist your disciple in killing the old Yuaning monster, devouring heavenly demon basilisk. Rewards can be obtained for mission completion: 7 treasure gourd seeds, 5 colored cultivation soil, Lodge Yuan's alchemy, Mall of Dan formulas opens, and plus 300,000 points. The quest to kill the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk was sent down, and Lu Yuan flew faster. Little Yellow watched as the ancestor carried himself and went after the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk at the drop of a hat. Yellow looked confused. Woof, ha, master, are you not clear about the situation? I'm 2 Jindans chasing after a Yuaning? Even if you and I are both divine Jindan, and Jindan is invincible in the same realm, we won't be hanged when we run into Yuaning. But it can't be that inflated. The one in front of it ran away, though I don't know why it did. But people are still genuine Yuaning old demons no matter what. He ran and you chased him? Isn't that a bit swell? Lu Yuan looked at the back of the demonic aura of the heaven-swallowing demon basilica that was escaping in front of him. If it was a normal Yuaning, with his current cultivation he certainly wouldn't go after it. But what if it was a Yuaning who was injured or not at full strength? Lu Yuan sneered in his heart. Just now when this heaven-swallowing demon basilisk struck out, Lu Yuan sensed that something was wrong. The two of you, yourself and Xiao Huang, sneaked up on Black Dragon Village. Logically speaking, if the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk was inside the Black Dragon walled city, with the reaction speed of the Yuaning, it would be impossible for the two of them to succeed in their sneak attack so successfully. The heaven-devouring demon basilisk surprisingly didn't react for the first time. They waited until Lu Yuan and the others had killed 3 half-Jindan before showing themselves. Moreover, what kind of status is devouring heaven demon lady? An elder of the Devil's Heart sect? Why would you show up at this time? Under normal circumstances, just for a 10,000 person elixir? It was simply impossible for a Yuaning elder to come over in person. It appeared at Black Dragon walled city at this time. That means one thing. The heaven-swallowing devil mother desperately needed that one elixir. So much so that it couldn't wait any longer within the Great Yuan. He himself personally came to the Dakian Black Dragon walled city to wait for the first time to refine the elixir and take it. Moreover, after it met with itself, its own Jindan didn't even run away. Instead, its Yuaning ran away first. The odds are that there is no certainty of taking down Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang. Either that or they were worried that there were other masters hiding around. But that just reinforces the fact that it's bottoming out. Otherwise, if it was a normal Yuaning, why would it run away without even fighting? There must be a demon when things go wrong. Lu Yuan instantly reacted that something was definitely wrong with this old thing's cultivation. The bold are dying and the timid are starving. Anyway, really can't fight with his, and Xiao Huang's strength can also retreat in one piece. And this is in the territory of Dakian. The Devil's Heart religion also does not have the possibility to set up an ambush. What are you waiting for if you don't go after this risk-free fight? Chapter 51, a friendship boat sets sail whenever you say so. Behind the Black Dragon Fortress, 24 purple flame black dogs were enjoying a feast of organs around several mortal corpses. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow Sneak attacked Black Dragon walled city, and the frontal battlefield had little to do with these black dogs. For one thing, it's not strong enough to get involved. Secondly, they are the sons and daughters of the old Yuaning demon, and their status is higher than the emperor of a mortal kingdom. There is no need for them to be involved in danger either. It was time for this group of purple infernal black dogs to eat and drink to their heart's content when it was time to eat and drink to their heart's content, enjoying their awful delicacies. But these black dogs do not realize that they are enjoying themselves while 2 figures had already touched in from the corner of Black Dragon walled city. The moment Lu Yuan and Little Yellow made their move, almost all of the defending mountain thieves and demon heart religionists of the Black Dragon Wall were now engaged in the frontal battlefield. The guards were lax elsewhere, and it was very easy for the two of them, Chen Nanxian Xiaohua, to feel their way in. Chen Nanyuan released his improvised pathfinding talisman. The pathfinding talisman was affixed with a dog hair of the purple flame black dog that had previously been slapped to death by Lu Yuan. He folded the pathfinding talisman into the shape of a paper crane and threw it into the air. The paper crane then lifted its wings and flew as if it had come to life, leading the way in pursuit of the other purple flame black dogs within the Black Dragon walled city. This pathfinding paper crane traces its kin with the scent of dog hair. Theoretically, it was the same as Xiao Huang's 10,000 mile tracking technique, but the tracking coverage wasn't as high as Xiao Huang's aptitude. That's all. But it was also enough within the confines of this Black Dragon walled city, and it was extremely efficient. Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua quickly found the location of this batch of purple flame black dogs. They briefly scouted around, and the 24 purple flame black dogs were all here. On top of that, there were also 2 Foundation Establishment stage demon heart religionists standing guard here. specializing in protecting this group of black dogs. Chen Nanxian said. Sure enough, it's a Yuaning sun. The fight in front of us was so intense. There are also 2 Foundation establishment demon heart religionists who are here specifically to protect this group of mongrel dogs. Brother Xiao, I can take care of one of these 2 guys. I'll leave the rest to you. You should be okay with that, right? Chen Nanxian looked at Xiao Hua. The 2 demon heart religionists who stayed here to protect the purple flame black dog both had cultivation levels around the 4th level of Foundation establishment. The strength is not weak. However, Chen Nanxian was confident that he could get one killed and leave the remaining one to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua removed the black ruler behind himself. You can do it, but I can't? Although Xiao Hua was currently only at the 6th level of qi refining, he cultivated at the advanced level of the earth stage, a gong method that directly refers to the Yuaning. The level of the Gongfu was quite a bit higher than this group of foundation builders, and Xiao Hua cultivated high-grade martial arts. Combat experience is also honed from life and death. Not much of a problem to fight over the top. Against the 4th level of qi refining, it was a bit difficult, but it wasn't impossible to get killed. The 2 agreed to do it immediately, only to see the 2 of them suddenly show up to sneak attack. This place crosses the level of the fight. Both of them dare not hide. Take out your strongest means at the moment. True martial divine fist. Fiery fire burning ruler. Although Chen Nanxian Xiao Hua was a bit lower in realm, neither of them had weak combat experience. Brains are poor, but they're all kind of hangers-on. The close-range sneak attack struck, and in the case of those 2 Foundation establishment cultivators who were not prepared in advance, one blow was dealt to them. The 2 men rode out their victory, and after a few rounds of, Chen Nanxian had already messily punched to death a Foundation establishment stage demon heart religionist. Xiao Hua's ruler went down and also smashed the 4th level of Foundation establishment in front of him to the point where all his organs were shattered. Chen Nanxian watched as Xiao Hua fought over the levels, and his actual combat ability was surprisingly not below his own. Inevitably, a hint of appreciation arose, although the 2 of them have had previous problems with each other. However, with Xiao Hua's current age and such a cultivation level, it was indeed impressive to be able to fight such a level-crossing battle. Chen Nanxian was a reborn person with rich combat experience from his previous life. It was not surprising that he could be so strong. Xiao Hua was an ordinary cultivator in Chen Nanxuan's perspective. The 6th level of qi refining killing the 4th level of Foundation establishment was indeed a talent. Chen Nanxian pondered inwardly, then respects the fact that when you live a life and start over from scratch, you always need some followers and henchmen around you. You can also help yourself in the future. Although this kid, Xiao Hua, didn't respect himself too much, but the so-called no fighting is not a good idea. This son is quite resilient and has great potential, if he can cultivate him a little. It seemed good to make him available to him later. After all, Chen Nanxian had 500 years of cultivation experience, and he still had an eye for people. Seeing that Xiao Hua has such an ability at this age, he knows that he is a potential stock, and investing in him will lead to achievements in the future. Moreover, Chen Nanxian recalled that this son had appeared in Flowing Flame City at that time. If Lu Yuan hadn't gotten involved at that time, that foreign fire would have been obtained by Xiao Hua. Chen Nanxian remembered something from his previous life. In his previous life, that foreign fire was obtained by a young man, who later refined all the flames and achieved the Fire Emperor. Breaking the void successfully ascended to the upper realm. Xiao Fire. Fire Emperor? Could it be that this kid was the Fire Emperor from his previous life? In his previous life, although Chen Nanxian and that Fire Emperor were strong during the same period of time, however, when the 2 were at their peak, one went to the central state and the other stayed in the northern continent, and the great world of the southern sky was too vast. The 2 have not met. Chen Nanxian had also only heard some stories about that Fire Emperor and had not seen his true face. Now that he thought about it carefully, the possibility of Xiao Hua being a Fire Emperor was not low. If he really was the Fire Emperor, then this kid's future strength was extraordinary. It's also a huge boost if you can use it for yourself or become a friend. With this in mind, Chen Nanyuan intended to resolve the previous misunderstanding with Xiao Hua, so Chen Nanxian praised him. Senior brother Xiao, I can't imagine that you're super strong at such a young age. I thought I'd have to help you out, but I didn't expect you to win a fight at the 6th level of Qi refining against the 4th level of Foundation establishment by yourself. It seems that I have underestimated senior brother. Xiao Hua heard Chen Nanxuan's intention to brag as he arched his hand and said, it was just a fluke. Senior brother Chen is also stronger than I thought. Chen Nanxian laughed. Senior brother Xiao, before, within the sect, you and I are also considered to be not fighting. We are all still of the same sect in the end, so it's better to support each other in the future. Seeing Chen Nanxian take the initiative to show his goodwill, he nodded his head as well. In the end, we are all brothers and sisters of the same sect, and in the future, we are all going to continue to mix in the great Luo sect. It's not good to make relations too frosty, so we might as well take this opportunity to shake hands and make peace. Senior brother Chen. Before, senior brother was offended much. You're right, we're all from the same sect. The path of a cultivator is dangerous and difficult, so help each other in all things in the future. The two of them each killed at Tsukiji. The 20 or so purple flame black dogs in this place were also almost in their pocket at the moment. With these black dogs in hand and this mission completed, the two of them will get at least 3 human Jiefruits each. Seeing that a good thing was at hand, the two brothers were so happy that they not only shook hands and made peace, but also made a pact, the same door Taoist friends. Do not abandon, do not give up. The future path of cultivation is difficult and dangerous. The two people support each other. The boat of friendship is said to sail. After the two of them released their former suspicions, it is the main thing. Xiaohuo looked at this group of man-eating evil dogs here. He looked at Chen Nanxian beside him and asked, Senior brother Chen, what about this group of vicious dogs? Chen Nanxian picked up the demonic blade of the Foundation Establishment stage demon heart religionist that he had killed on the ground. Said, it's inconvenient to take away the live ones, so of course it's more convenient to kill them all and cut off the dog's head and bring them back. Chapter 52, the boat of friendship overturned just like that, thanks to falling leaves. 24 vicious dogs. It's too difficult to retreat with a group of vicious living creatures in such a chaotic situation. It would be even more dangerous if he ran into other demon heart cultists halfway. Chen Nanyuan picked up the knife on the ground. It's better to kill them all and go back with the dog's head just as good as redeeming the human jade fruit. Chen Nanxian looked at these 24 chi refining stage purple flame black dogs. Most of the cultivation levels of this group of black dogs were around the 5th level of chi refining, with only 1 or 2 cultivation levels at the 7th or 8th level of chi refining. Xiaohuo carried the black ruler in his hand with the intention of slaughtering the dog, but he was stopped by Chen Nanxian. Senior brother Xiao, why do these few chi refining stage small demons need 2 people to do it? I can take care of it alone. You can rest by the side. It just so happens that I have a set of blade techniques that senior brother Xiao can critique for me. True martial blade technique. After Chen Nanxian finished speaking, he rushed into the group of dogs in front of him with the demon cultist's sword in hand. This blade was executed in his hands with the true martial blade technique. For a moment, Chen Nanxian was surrounded by sword lights in all directions, and his blade technique was dry and sharp, without any fancy extra movements. Each slash cut at the fatal place of these vicious dogs. Even if Xiaohua had not practiced sword techniques, he could tell that Chen Nanxuan's attainments in sword techniques were extremely high. Even Elder Xian in his ring couldn't help but praise the good blade technique. Elder Xian, this person's cultivation roots are exceptionally deep and profound. His blade technique is not at all like an 18 or 19-year-old teenager, but rather like a top blade cultivator who has been deeply versed in the Tao of the blade for 100 years. In the end, Xian Lao was a great cultivator of the transition stage in his lifetime, and Xiao Hua could not see anything. However, Elder Xian could see something. Chen Nanxuan's sword technique that he was displaying at the moment, in Xian Lao's opinion, could not be practiced without 100 years of hard work. Combined with this person's unusual roots, Elder Xian felt a little weird. He speculated in his own mind. Could it be that old Den had taken over his life? It wasn't that it wasn't possible, but Elder Xian didn't dare to be conclusive. Thinking that he would observe and watch again, Chen Nanxian wields a butcher's knife. In a matter of moments, half of the 24 purple flame black dogs had already been killed under his sword. Every black dog he killed had its head cut off with a single slash. In a moment, though, a dozen dogs' heads had rolled under his feet. While Chen Nanxian was having a good time killing, a Yuaning figure flew quickly to this place from the end of the sky with its feet in the void. The Yuaning aura enveloped down from the sky, and Chen Nanxian felt that he was instantly locked. The owner of this Yuaning Qi was none other than the beautiful black-clothed devil-devouring lady who had fought Lu Yuan Xiao Huang in the frontal battlefield. As Lu Yuan had guessed, something had gone wrong with the devil mother's body, and if it hadn't been for that, nor would he personally go to the Black Dragon Wall to wait for 10,000 people Dan. But unfortunately have not waited for the 10,000 Dan refining achievement was too unknown origin of the Jin Dan cultivator spoiled the good thing. Those 2 Jin Dan were so strong that they were terrifying. Even if the devil heart sex heaven swallowing devil mother thought she had seen countless Jin Dan cultivators, never seen one so horrible either. The Jin Dan stage does not fall against Yuaning. The devil mother wasn't sure if she could win the fight. Plus this place was in Dakian territory, not the territory of the demon heart sect. Hell knows if there are any other hidden masters in the dark. If it was in her heyday, she would have at least tried the falsehood, but now she couldn't afford to gamble or lose. Every old monster who has cultivated to the Yuaning stage is not an idle commodity. Slipping away faster than anyone else without certainty was the reason why the Devil's Basilica was a direct wimp, but while the rest of her could go without, her own group of sons had to. The Devil's Basil arrived here at the first sign of escape. intending to run away with his own group of pups. As a result, after coming here, she saw a scene that made her choke. I don't know where the two chi refining stage enemies came out from. Taking advantage of the Jindan fighting fake in front of him surprisingly touched the back. One of them was even slashing its air with a knife at the moment. This litter of black dogs are all the flesh and blood of the devil's grandmother, and they are the ones with the most pure bloodline. From birth, he had been loved and valued by the demon grandmother, and was the descendant she had nurtured. I didn't realize that the most valued litter of pups, today and inattentive. I can't believe I'm getting a clean cut here. How could the devil devourer not be furious when her own pups were chopped up and rolled around in front of her eyes? The pipsqueak still had one anger, let alone a Yuaning powerhouse. The heaven-devouring devil mother was furious, and directly slapped out a palm that. This palm carried extreme Yuaning-level battle power towards the bottom. The loss of her son was not to be shared, and today she was going to thwart the two of them. Chen Nanxian Xiaohua. Chen Nanxian had killed all these dogs and was about to happily pick up the dog's head with Xiaohua. The head Yuaning powerhouse arrived and locked the two of them in a slap. Chen Nanxian looked up to see the demonic figure in the void. A Yuaning old man? Before he was reborn, a Yuaning cultivator of this level wouldn't even have the qualifications to lift his shoes. But now he is at the 6th level of chi refining. Seeing the Yuaning is like a mayfly seeing the blue sky. The other party can crush him countless times with one finger. What's more, at this moment, this Yuaning cultivator was still targeting him at this moment, striking out with all his might. The word danger appeared on Chen Nanxuan's head. No. The hairs on his body stood up in sweat and his scalp exploded. In a split second, he used all the overdraft boosting methods he had gotten in his previous life to the fullest, trying to save his life. The 5 failures of the burning lifespan catalyst palm, the great transformation longevity blood technique, bone marrow burning, the method of burning oneself to death. Chen Nanxian put up a fight. He couldn't even figure out in his death. He just went around and stole a dog. Why would a Yuaning come all of a sudden? According to the information we got earlier, didn't we say that the strongest one here is Jindan? Where did this Yuaning come from? Moreover, Yuaning didn't fight with Lu Yuan and Xiao Wang in the front battlefield. What are you doing back there? Chen Nanxian had counted 1,000 times, but hadn't counted on this step. He understood that today was afraid that it would be the 3rd most dangerous difficulty since he was reborn, and it's also one of the most damning difficulties. The first 2 tribulations were peeking into the future immortal realm and burning off 30,000 lifetimes, as well as the encounter with a strange fire in the city of flowing flames, almost burned alive by the Jindan foreign fire. The first 2 times he had survived, but this time he was afraid he might not. Your side is at the 6th level of chi refining, and the other side is a Yuaning powerhouse. It is true that Chen Nanyuan's previous life as a transitional immortal dignity cultivator was extremely thorough with the 10,000 races overdraft method that he knew in his previous life. This time instantly burned away all of his remaining lifeblood, bone marrow, and longevity, and even his own skin self-immolated into power. However, in the face of a Yuaning powerhouse, it was still nothing more than the dying struggle of a mole cricket, before overdrafting 3,000 years of life to fight a fight just into the Jindan. The foreign fire that hadn't learned any martial arts aptitude was barely scraping by. This time, the opponent is a demonic Yuaning, who's been through 100 battles. How could the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk, whose martial arts aptitudes were all at the Yuaning level, live? Chen Nanxian had empty memories of the transition, but what was the use of having a cultivation level that was too low? Sure, it's a full-grade bigot on a new number, but the keyboard and mouse are unplugged for you. There's nothing you can do but stare. Chen Nanxian called out to Xiao Hua under his great anxiety. Senior brother Xiao, I'll pass on the lifespan burning overdraft technique to you. You burn your lifespan with me. Save your life first. Master Xiao? Elder brother Xiao? Chen Nanxian called out to Xiao Hua. Under the line of life and death he wanted Xiao Hua to burn his longevity with him to resist the Yuaning strike in front of him. However, when he turned around, he was surprised to see Xiao Hua shattering the void in a split second and instantly abandoning him to flee for his life. When Xiao Hua escaped, there was still a hint of a Yuaning's aura faintly emanating from his body. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xian Lao directly ghosted and urged the secret method of Yuaning to bring Xiao Hua to run away. Chen Nanxian was dumbfounded as he watched Xiao Hua directly moisturize. We agreed not to give up and not to abandon each other, and the friendship boat just turned over? Also, where did you get the Yuaning chi from? Special thanks to Falling Leaf Demon King for the alliance reward. Sorry, I saw it the day before yesterday. I wanted to thank you the day before yesterday, but I've been forgetting to update for the past 2 days. Sorry. Thanks to the allies. Chapter 53, Little Yuaning. You dare to touch my ferrying immortal? Chen Nanxian was still counting on Xiao Hua to join him in burning his longevity blood and burning his flesh to overdraw his strength. Together, they fought against the Yuan-ing elder monster in front of them. As soon as he turned his head, Xiaohua had already transformed into a stream of light and moistened. Chen Nanxian looked at Xiaohua's back as he flew away. People were dumbfounded. He couldn't even figure out how this Xiaohua kid could run so fast even if he thought about it. And where did you get the aura of a newborn baby from? In the sky, within the stream of light, Xiaohua was currently in ghostly form, with Elder Xian possessing him. Let him have Yuaning stage strength in a short period of time. Elder Xian had to ensure the absolute personal safety of his only personal disciple. After all, he was still counting on Xiaohua to find him a physical body to borrow his soul after he grew up in the future. That's why just now, as soon as Yuaning made his move, Elder Xian didn't take any risks. The first time he saw the situation, he took Xiaohua and ran away. Elder Xian instantly broke through the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk's Yuaning pressure. After breaking the shackles, he brought Xiaohua to escape from this place. Xiaohua watched Elder Xian lead himself on the run as he turned his head to look at Chen Nanyuan, who remained in his spot. Xiaohua felt a little bad in his heart. Elder Xian, isn't it a bit bad for us to do this? After all, we're fellow disciples. Isn't it a bit too unrighteous to leave him behind in a life and death crisis? Old man Xian said. This old Yuaning demon that just made a move on you guys originally had a strength of at least the 6th level of Yuaning, and I could sense some problems with her body and such cultivation. It could only exert strength around the 2nd level of Yuaning. But even so, it's risky for me to try to escape with you, and with one more Chen Nanxian, the risk is even greater. And when the time comes, not to mention him, even you won't be able to run, you and I will have to stay there. Xian Lao's current soul power, ghost-possessed state strength can barely be exerted to the Yuaning realm. It was possible to escape safely with Xiaohua, but not with an additional Chen Nanxian. The risk was too great. Of course, if Elder Xian is willing to pay a huge price, it was possible to forcefully take Chen Nanxian along and run away, but that would be too great a price to pay to save one more Chen Nanxian. He likely fell into a deep sleep afterward because his power was so depleted. Chen Nanxian was not a disciple of Elder Xian, although he was Xiaohua's fellow disciple. But it's not like the two are on life and death terms, so there's no need. Xiaohua listened to Elder Xian's words and did not say anything else. This was because he truly couldn't force Elder Xian to overdraw himself to forcefully save Chen Nanxian. Xiaohua sighed in his heart and said, I'm sorry, senior brother Chen. The so-called husband and wife are originally birds of the same feather. A great disaster comes to each of us. This is true of husbands and wives, not to mention us. Chen Nanxian watched Xiaohua's figure as he flew away, and in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared. He's numb. Chen Nanxian, we promised not to abandon each other, not to give up. We promised to support each other on the path of cultivation. And you ran away faster than a rabbit when you met a baby? You don't hesitate to abandon your teammates, do you? Chen Nanxian could also see at this moment that Xiaohua, this brat, definitely had an undercard in his body that he did not know about. The heaven-swallowing devil Basil originally wanted to slap these two chi-refining humans who had killed her pups below, but it turned out that she didn't expect one of them to have hidden their strength. Instantly, he exploded his Yuaning cultivation to seize the road and flee. The incident was so sudden that the heaven-devouring demon basilisk couldn't stop it at all. She glanced at the direction Xiaohua had fled from, and the heaven-swallowing demon basilica did not intend to chase after him. This man has unknown cards. Let him go this time if he's lucky. This guy wasn't responsible for killing her pups anyway. It didn't matter if Xiaohua ran away, as long as Chen Nanxian didn't. The heaven-devouring demon basilisk's demonic palm pressed down, and the huge demonic palm gripped Chen Nanxian. Chen Nanchuan's entire body had been incinerated by a blazing flame. The blood, longevity, skin and even flesh inside him were burned by the overdraft. Drain your own flesh for extra power. However, these forces were nothing more than larger ants in front of the Yuaning powerhouse, and could not make waves at all. The heaven-swallowing demoness looked at Chen Nanxian with a sardonic smile as she said, that companion of yours ran away with the blessing of a Yuaning. Too bad you didn't dare to kill my son, and when you fall into my hands, I'll make you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk grabbed Chen Nanxian and instantly refined him. She is an elder of the Devil's Heart sect, which is originally a demonic sect with a great reputation in the Great Yuan. As an elder of the Devil's Heart sect, the heaven-devouring demon basilisk had countless ways to make Chen Nanxian experience what it meant to feel as if life was worse than death. Chen Nanxian killed her favorite litter of pups. She naturally wouldn't let Chen Nanxian die so simply. The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk refined Chen Nanchuan's flesh inch by inch, and this pain was like a lingering death. Chen Nanxian felt the sharp pain in his body. He knew this was the closest he had come to death since he was reborn. Even though he had had the cultivation of a transitional stage in his previous life and had countless means. However, most of those means of his needed the support of a powerful realm in order to be executed. There were really not many means that the cultivation level of the chi refining stage could perform now. Moreover, even if the chi refining realm was more heaven-defying, it would be impossible to manage to escape from the hands of the elder demon of the elemental infant. Chen Nanxian himself had never thought that he would one day encounter a Yuaning at the chi refining stage. At the moment it was about to be completely refined, and there was no way out of it. Chen Nanxian could only use his last card. He shouted angrily, "How dare you, little Yuaning, strike at me? Stop it for this father." The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk looked at this chi refining stage human that she was pinching in her hands. "How dare you show your teeth in the face of death?" The heaven-swallowing devil mother laughed coldly. "How dare you call yourself an honored one even though you're a small chi refinement? I think you don't want to die fast enough." The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk truly didn't know where Chen Nanxian got his confidence. Sticking a pig's nose in an onion and pretending to be an elephant? Chen Nanxian knew that at this moment, if he were to hide his identity any longer, he would surely die. He had to put up a fight. He said, "Stupid dog, this seat is a transitional immortal respect cultivator. True martial immortal sect first sequence of truthfulness under the door of the evergreen master. You dare to kill me? Can you afford to mess with the true martial immortal sect? Let my father go, and I'll pretend this never happened. I will compensate you for killing your son Abba in the future. With your current resources and followers, you will have exhausted your path when you cultivate to the realm of the transfiguration god in the future. Follow me in the future, and I can bring you a glimpse of the god realm of harmony." Chen Nanxian was at the point of death, and this was his last card, and he had no choice but to reveal his identity. The matter of his crossing the immortal respect life was known to all but himself before this. No second person knows the secret. But now it's not possible without a showdown, and trying to enroll under the hand of this Yuaning can only be so. The heaven-devouring demon basilisk frowned for a moment as she listened to Chen Nanxuan's words. A transmigrated immortal respecting cultivation? An old devil taking over the body? The true martial immortal sect's evergreen true successor? Really? The heaven-swallowing devil mother's gaze was fixed on Chen Nanxian as she pondered the truthfulness of the words of the brat in front of her. Chen Nanxian struck the iron while it was hot. The demonic skill you cultivate has a huge flaw. That's why your cultivation is in trouble. How can ordinary mortals see this at a glance? Release me, I can help you. Chen Nanxian was a true transitional immortal exalt, and he could tell at a glance that there was something wrong with the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk. He hit the nail on the head when he said that the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk technique was flawed. The heaven-devouring demon basilisk's pupils shrunk. After a few moments, she made a decision. You're really a rebirth of the tribulation, so it's even more important not to keep you. Die. The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk shifted into her original form. A huge and incomparable, mountain-like sized black dog great demon being appeared. In one bite, he swallowed Chen Nanxian into his mouth and refined it. Chen Nanxian? Chapter 54, Lu Yuan, Heaven-swallowing devil basil. Go for it. Kill him for me. The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk appeared in its original form and swallowed Chen Nanxian into its mouth with a single bite. 2 clicks and he's chewing him like a jelly bean. Chen Nanxian, pawn. The moment Chen Nanxian was caught in the mouth of the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk, he died without even thinking about it. Is this heaven-swallowing devil mother not having enough brains, or is she mentally challenged? He had made it clear to him that he was a reincarnation of a transitional immortal exalt, and he had even declared his family name. The identity of the true martial immortal sect had been stated, and the flaws in her gongfu had been pinpointed. How could an ordinary chi refining cultivator have this ability and the heart to remain unruffled in the face of danger? Anyone with a normal IQ can see that he's a real old den reenactor, but Chen Nanxian couldn't make sense of it. You still want to kill me after you've shown your cards? Dogs don't think like humans? The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk's thinking was indeed different from Chen Nanyuan's. She pondered that 90% of this brat, Chen Nanxian, might be a real olden recultivator, the old deng of the transitional stage. The current cultivation level of the heaven-swallowing demon basilica can't even come into contact with it. However, she knew one thing very well in her heart, that a Yuaning stage cultivator like herself had climbed step by step from the bottom to where she was today. How many tactics were used? Every step is stepping on countless withered bones to come up, and this is still the case for a Yuaning, let alone a tribulation. Immortal cultivators walk against the sky. Everyone is fighting to cross. Who do not want to climb that supreme immortal position? Open the heavenly gate and ascend? Even dearly beloved friends and relatives can sell out, as long as it gets them further. Not to mention myself, a passerby. The heaven-swallowing demon Lu was awake on earth, although she did not come into contact with the old den of the transitional hijacking stage. But she knew that every transitional cultivator's hands were stained with blood. Not a single punctuation mark could be trusted in the words of a higher-ranked cultivator. Chen Nanxian was now saying beautifully that as long as he was spared there would be all sorts of benefits in the future. But who can guarantee that it's true? What if it turns out to be true later? There were too many of these things in the immortal cultivation world that went back on their word and crossed the river. How many of those who have risen step by step from the bottom to the top are gentlemen? There can't be anyone who really thinks that the ferrying monster is true to his word, right? Now refining Chen Nanxian and making his life worse than death had already offended him. If you close now, there's a 90% chance you'll die, so you might as well take a shot. In the Devil's Heart sect, there is the soul swallowing technique, which can devour souls and read memories. The heaven-swallowing devil mother had a bold idea. If he succeeded in capturing the memories of the ferrying old monster, he could take his place. If it fails, the big deal is death. The elders of the devil cult are, after all, devil cult practitioners. Anyone who cultivates magic has a strong gambling nature. This time, the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk had poked and prodded. Chen Nanchuan's flesh and blood were ground up by the black dog's fangs, and his flesh was chewed into mush and swallowed. The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk performed the soul-swallowing technique to ingest souls and began to plunder memories. On the other side, a system beep sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Your disciple, Chen Nanxian, was killed by an old Yuaning monster. His flesh shattered, and his soul is being ground up. Please go to the rescue quickly. Host, if the disciple dies, the host will face punishment. Lu Yuan? Chen Nanxian? Didn't you tell him to find a place to hide? He didn't tell him to come to Black Dragon Village and get killed? What kind of anticlimactic drag queen? Lu Yuan's head was about to explode. Was it easy for him to come out and accomplish a mission? He now understands. But no mission with Chen Nanxian in it has ever been successfully completed, right? Lu Yuan looked at the system's red warning alert in front of him. There were now two choices placed before him. Saving and not saving. Between these two choices, Lu Yuan mulled it over. He had already saved Chen Nanxian twice before this, consuming 2 points to hang on to his little life. However, the experience of the previous 2 times had taught Lu Yuan one thing. Not only would rescuing Chen Nanxian cost him points, the odds were that this guy would continue to be a drag on himself in the future. In the future, if the system released another mission to be completed with him, 80% of it would still have to go wrong. As the saying goes, it's better to bite the bullet this time, rather than keep this hanging around. Cut to Eternal Rule. Although the system prompted Lu Yuan that his disciple would face severe punishment after his death, however, Lu Yuan still wanted to get rid of Chen Nanxian. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan told Little Yellow, who was just about to attack the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk by his side, to wait for a moment. Lu Yuan looked at the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk ahead of him, who was refining Chen Nanchuan's soul. In his heart, he actually began to cheer on the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk. Devil Devourer, get him for me. Kill. Chen Nanxian was now in a great predicament that he had never experienced before. The heaven-swallowing devil mother wanted him to die, and Lu Yuan wanted him to die as well. The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk was still frantically urging her soul-swallowing demon technique to try and refine his soul. Chen Nanchuan's soul was like a plaything being toyed with by the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk under the refining of the Yuaning Big Brother. Chen Nanchuan's soul was being absorbed as he struggled frantically, his heart incomparably unwilling. In my previous life, I, Immortal Emperor Nanxian, was soaring high, and none of my peers were my rivals in terms of pride. I thought that this time I could ascend to the peak of the recultivation and fly to the upper world, but I didn't realize that this life was even more difficult than the last one, and accidents were frequent. Are we going to die today under the hands of a tiny Yuaning? No, I'm not willing to do that. I'm not happy about it. Just as the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk was about to ingest the memories of the 500 years of his previous life at the transition stage, accidentally, a golden light erupted from within Chen Nanchuan's soul. This golden light was incomparably bright, and as soon as it appeared, it instantly disintegrated the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk's soul-swallowing method. The golden light transformed into a golden cicada and recaptured all of Chen Nanchuan's soul. The golden cicada vibrated its wings and unexpectedly carried Chen Nanchuan's soul to break through the Yuaning divine soul confinement, punching the sky. Chen Nanxian was saved by the golden cicada in his soul, and looking at this golden cicada, Chen Nanchuan's face revealed a look of ecstasy. This is the spring and autumn cicada? Chen Nanxian died under the heavenly tribulation. How could he not figure out how in the world he was reborn back after his reanimation? But seeing this spring and autumn cicada at this moment, he realized why he was reborn. This spring and autumn cicada was what he saw before he died in the middle of the heavenly tribulation. As early as the beginning of his cultivation, Chen Nanxian had heard a legend that when a great cultivator of the transitional stage was crossing a heavenly tribulation, there is a high probability of dying in the apocalypse. But there are 50 great roads, 49 heavenly derivatives, and 1 human being is a recluse. There is always a silver lining in everything, and the great cultivators who fall in the heavenly calamity who have a great chance to we'll see the legendary spring and autumn cicada figures before they fall. The spring and autumn cicada. A golden cicada that inhabits the other side of the river of time, with the great power of time in its body. It can reverse everything and bring people back to life. If you can grasp the spring and autumn cicada, even if you can seize a ray of hope, you can get a do-over. Chen Nanxian vaguely remembered that he did seem to have seen a golden cicada before he fell. The golden cicada vibrated its wings and flew towards himself, turning into golden light and disappearing into the depths of his soul. At that time, Chen Nanxian didn't pay attention. At this moment, when he saw the spring and autumn golden cicada, which represented time, flying out from the depths of his soul once again, he realized that the original spring and autumn cicada had never left, and had always been within his soul. This time, it was the spring and autumn cicada that saved itself again. Chen Nanchuan's remnant soul held the golden spring and autumn cicada in his hand and stood in the void, without a physical body. One is not afraid of the firstborn. With the spring and autumn cicada in hand, the soul is invincible. Even the heavenly tribulation couldn't kill him with the spring and autumn cicada's enhancement, let alone a small yuaning. Chen Nanyuan laughed out loud, looking down at the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk below who had failed to refine his soul. Ha ha, the cold wind blows in the black dragon-walled city, and the cicadas sing in spring and fall as the youngsters return. Stupid dog, you can't kill me. No one can kill me. Looking at the remnant soul of Chen Nanxian that was sheltered by the golden cicada in the sky, the devil-swallowing demon bungalow lived. In the distance, Lu Yuan also clammed up. Lu Yuan, no. How come this life is tougher than Little John? How can you live with that? Chapter 55, do you think you have a spring and fall cicada too? In the sky, the flesh of Chen Nanxian, who was holding the golden cicada in his hand, had already been chewed to pieces by the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk. Now only the soul remains, but with the spring and autumn cicada, his soul is immortal. The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk couldn't trap him either. The heaven-swallowing devil mother's face was extremely ugly. She originally wanted to get Chen Nanxian killed and refine his memories. But hell knows this kid has such a card. Now that we didn't manage to kill him, but let his soul escape instead. The soul of an old monster of the ferryman has escaped. Now it was the turn of the heaven-devouring demon basilica to have a black face. It's the equivalent of setting yourself up with an enemy hiding in the shadows, and one with unlimited potential. Trouble. Although Chen Nanxian had the spring and autumn cicada to protect his soul and keep it from dying, but he also knew that he couldn't do anything about the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk right now. He put down harsh words. Stupid dog. You wait. The revenge for destroying my flesh today is not shared by all. When I come back from retraining in the coming day I will avenge this. After he finished speaking, his soul body turned into golden light and fled. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow watched from a short distance away as Chen Nanchuan's soul fled away. Lu Yuan looked dumbfounded. This asshole is harder to kill than Little John. However, if this guy didn't die, I guess I didn't fail my mission. Lu Yuan checked the system and realized that there was no response from the system. Nor was there a hint of mission failure. He was relieved that it wasn't a big problem. But the fact that Chen Nanxian didn't die did disappoint Lu Yuan a little. Originally, he was ready to accept the punishment for failing the mission, as the long pain was better than the short pain. As a result, this waste of a man, devil devourer, couldn't even do this little thing right. At this moment, Chen Nanxian left, not knowing where he had gone. Lu Yuan looked at the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk as he greeted Little Yellow to make his move. The heaven-swallowing devil mother was still in a headache state as she looked in the direction where Chen Nanchuan's soul had fled at the moment. Failure to kill the ferryman and causing a big trouble. He was considered to have invited a big trouble. When Chen Nanyuan grows up in the future, or contacts someone from the true martial immortal sect, one's own certain death. The heaven-swallowing devil mother was sweating, and she was still thinking about what to do with her backstory. Right at this moment, there were already two extremely strong Jindan spells in the shadows killing towards her. Whoosh! The sound of several flying swords breaking through the air, piercing through the void. The 12 golden swords formed the great sun-burning sky sword formation in the air towards the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk. Along with the flying sword came Little Yellow, who was covered in fire. Little Yellow released the sun-golden body and catalyzed the sun essence flame and fey flame within his body. The great sun-burning sky palm blocked all directions of the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk. The heaven-swallowing devil mother felt the aura of a life and death crisis, and her face changed drastically. Obviously not expecting an enemy at this time, she reacted and quickly met the enemy, but she was still slow. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow teamed up. Little Yellow attacked head-on, blocking all the escape routes of the heaven-devouring demon basilisk. Holding this Yuaning old monster from the front, Lu Yuan manipulated the flying swords and formed the great sun-burning sky sword formation to specialize in attacking her weaknesses. The heaven-swallowing devil mother's two fists could not defeat her four hands, and she was pierced into a sieve by Lu Yuan's sword formation. Flesh was chopped into blood clots in a matter of moments. The terrifying life force of a yuaning cultivator had already surpassed the realm of human. Even if all the organs were shredded and the flesh was pierced into a sieve, he could still live. That's why the most direct and effective way to kill them is to chop up the flesh of the firstborn. You can't make waves when the flesh is gone. Lu Yuan chopped the flesh of the heaven-devouring demoness, and with her flesh destroyed, within the body of the heaven-devouring demoness, the firstborn penetrated the flesh and came out. Yuaning cultivators, they were too much harder to kill than Jindan. The Jindan splits the physical body and basically dies. But after the Yuaning cultivator condenses his Yuaning, you can't die for a while without your physical body. With the survival of the firstborn, they still had the chance to take over and be reborn. The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk's Yuaning drilled out and stared at Lu Yuan and Little Yellow with a resentful gaze. She also didn't expect that these two Jindan would dare to chase after herself. A Yuaning, to this point, also has been hiding in the dark, and now a moment of carelessness. The physical body was destroyed by these two. A body of cultivation 10 does not exist. The heaven-swallowing devil mother also swore in her heart that she would avenge this. Her Yuaning angrily said, "If you have the guts to leave your name, I will avenge this." Lu Yuan, dead people don't need to know names. You can't leave today. The heaven-swallowing devil mother sneered. You two Jindan, relying on sneak attacks to destroy my flesh. But my Yuaning is also something you can leave behind whenever you want? If I want to leave, who can stop me? After the heaven-swallowing devil mother had memorized the appearance of Lu Yuan and Little Yellow, a man and a dog, her Yuaning took her soul and turned into a thick black smoke, rising up into the air and leaving with invincibility. As Lu Yuan watched this Yuaning black smoke take off into the air, he patted the head of Xiao Huang's dog beside him. Little Yellow, chase! Little Yellow instantly chased after it, and the sun essence flame was released from its body, instantly lighting up half the sky. The sun essence fire extracted by the great sun burning heaven technique on Little Yellow's body instantly formed an encirclement above the sky, wrapping the heaven-swallowing demon mother's Yuaning in it like a dumpling. The heaven-swallowing demon basilisk in its Yuaning state was dumbfounded the moment she saw the sun essence flame. A look of horror instantly welled up on his face. No, don't! Spare me! The sun essence flame was a divine fire that could directly burn a Yuaning. Her Yuaning couldn't even break through the circle of the sun essence flame. As soon as the Yuaning touched a little bit of the sun essence flame, it would be instantly burned away. The heaven-devouring demon basilica began to beg for mercy. But unfortunately, Little Yellow pressed on without any hesitation. Under the burning of the sun essence flame, the heaven-swallowing devil mother's Yuaning was directly refined and it was swallowed in one gulp by the Little Yellow and became a nutrient for the Little Yellow. Devil-swallowing devil died. Lu Yuan shook his head as he watched the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk being directly refined and devoured. Let's just say you can't run away. You think you have a spring and fall cicada too? As Little Yellow swallowed the demon cult's first infant elder, the quest completion beep sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Congratulations to the host on the completion of his hidden quest, assisting your disciple in killing the old Yuaning monster, devouring heavenly demon basilisk. Receive rewards: 7 treasure gourd seeds, 5 color cultivation soil, Lao Juan's alchemy, Dan Mall opening, and plus 300,000 points. Lu Yuan's side's reward for killing a Yuaning arrived. Little Yellow swallowed a Yuaning origin. After going back and refining the Yuaning origin will certainly get a big benefit. Both men returned from this mission with a lot of money. Lu Yuan smoothly collected the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk's blood and flesh fragments. Although the corpse of the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk had been chopped up by him, it was in the end a Yuaning flesh body. Quite valuable. There's always a use for bringing it back. After killing the Yuaning, Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang folded back inside the Black Dragon Walled City. After returning, they packed up all the remaining demon heart cultists and the mountain bandits of the Black Dragon Walled City. When these grassroots followers and mountain bandits saw that the 6th grade Jindans had died and the heaven-swallowing demoness had run away, there was no intention to resist and they all threw themselves in. Lu Yuan gathered these demon heart cultists and the mountain bandits of Black Dragon Walled City together, ready to turn around and bring it down the hill. They were useless to keep for himself, and he was going to turn them into the nearby Dakian government office for money after he got off the mountain. After all, he had destroyed the entire Black Dragon Walled City and so many members of the Devil's Heart sect. It's not a big problem to get some reward money from the government office in Dakian. The Black Dragon Wall is also a thorn in the flesh of Diqian, and he has helped them to remove such a big thorn. It also helped them get rid of the threat of the potential demon heart cult, so they deserved a reward. This kind of bounty is good for nothing. His Deluo clan is still poor as hell. This time to earn more, he'd be able to go back and fix the Dala sect as well. Chapter 56, Senior Brother Xiao. I'm hosting you, pray for monthly tickets. Please. As for these mortals who were recaptured by the Black Dragon Walled City and the Devil's Heart sect, Lu Yuan, on the other hand, slapped open the formation that had imprisoned them, allowing these mortals to return to their respective homes. These mortals were the people of the nearby Great Qian, and this time they were captured and flew over. If Lu Yuan hadn't saved me, in less than 2 days, they would be thrown into the furnace by the demon heart religionists, and all of them would be refined into flesh and blood pills and fed to the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk. As a matter of fact, many mortals had already been killed before Lu Yuan arrived, but it can't be helped. That's the way it is in the immortal cultivation world. Those who were killed before Lu Yuan arrived, let's just say they're not meant to be. After these mortals were released by Lu Yuan, each of them knelt on the ground and he kowtowed and thanked Lu Yuan for his great kindness. The voice of gratitude from all the people spread throughout the Black Dragon Walled City. Lu Yuan told them to hurry and go home, so he dismissed the people. Finally, Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang were on the other side of the core of the Black Dragon Walled City. A huge rocky danning furnace with a roaring fire was found. This dan furnace was huge and immense, placed on top of an altar within the Black Dragon Walled City. The entire dan furnace was several feet high, not like a dan furnace, but more like a giant tripod. The body of the dan furnace is made of special rock, carved by the devil cultists. The 4 walls of the dan furnace were carved with formations for making fire, blowing wind, gathering spirit, and refining pills, and were also encrusted with a lot of spirit stones. In the huge furnace, the red-colored flames are still refining the remaining flesh. A half-finished flesh and blood fledgling dan was suspended in the dan furnace. This thing is the 10,000 people's pill that the demon heart sect refined for the heaven-swallowing demon lady. They'd been refining it for a few days before we arrived, and based on the degree of elixir formation of this one half-finished pill, they've refined at least 1,000 mortals. Lu Yuan shook his head. This huge furnace is a huge furnace for refining corpses, and the devil's cult is too brutal in its behavior. This half-finished flesh and blood daisy dan was even more physiologically uncomfortable for Lu Yuan. Although this half-finished flesh and blood daisy dan also contained quite a bit of energy within it, Lu Yuan was not half interested in it. He directly destroyed the corpse refining furnace here and the half-finished fledgling dan. After all the things were done, a beep sounded in Lu Yuan's ears. Congratulations to the host on the total annihilation of the demon heart cultists. Receive the rewards: Renjie Fruit plus 100, Second Order Renjie Spiritual Vein, Sect Protector Divine Beast Raffle Ticket, and plus 200,000 points. With all the rewards in hand, Lu Yuan drifted away with Little Yellow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Hua's figure stopped at a hilltop. This place is already 1,000 miles away from the Black Dragon Walled City. Elder Xian had only stopped when he sensed that the Yuaning aura behind him wasn't catching up. Elder Xian said, "It was too dangerous just now. Almost even you and I were folded in. I didn't expect that you guys just stealing dogs from the rear could even get to the point of encountering a Yuaning stage enemy. It's really a matter of man's plan not being as good as heaven's plan." Xiao Hua looked in the direction of the Black Dragon Walled City and said, "I don't know how Chen Nanxian is today." After a moment of silence, Elder Xian recalled that when he had just faced the Yuaning old monster, Chen Nanxian used many overdraft techniques in a split second. Elder Xian said to Xiao Hua, "Disciple, Master has always suspected one thing before, that Chen Nanxuan's true identity is only not as simple as you see it. I was just a bit skeptical before, but just now when that demonic sect's firstborn made his move, seeing that Chen Nanxian used several overdraft spells in a split second to burn his own lifespan against Yuaning as he was struggling to die, I'm basically sure Chen Nanxian is most likely some old monster who can take over and recuperate. The lowest strength in life was Yuaning, but there are some overdraft techniques that Chen Nanxian used that even I haven't heard of before. For the teacher guessed that his strength in life was never only Yuaning only. I am afraid that it is not lower than the refining of the virtual or even the merging." Elder Xian was also a great cultivator of the transition stage in his lifetime. With his eyesight he could see much more than Xiao Hua, a fledgling rash. From the first time I ran into Chen Nanxian in the Great Luo sect, the moment he felt the solid to perverted foundation within Chen Nanxuan's body, Elder Xian vaguely sensed that something was wrong. After all, for a normal cultivator, who would have nothing to do but hit this kind of counterintuitive route at the qi refining stage? Ordinary cultivators hated to break through the realm as fast as possible. The higher the speed the better. As long as it was a normal person who couldn't do that Chen Nanxian thing. Later on, Elder Xian had been secretly observing Chen Nanxian, and he realized that Chen Nanxian had too many secrets on him. Top-notch martial arts, top-notch sword techniques. These were not something that should be found in a poor place like the northern continent's Chen dynasty. The many overdraft techniques that Chen Nanyuan had just executed more directly allowed Elder Xian to confirm the idea in his heart. Chen Nanxian wasn't an ordinary cultivator. He was definitely some kind of old den recultivator. However, as Elder Xian spoke, he shook his head. However, whether he's an old monster retraining or whatever. With his current realm at this point in time, a frontal encounter with a Yuaning is all but certain death. He won't survive. Chen Nanxian was not the first old den reincarnated practitioner that Elder Xian had ever seen. He'd seen a lot of them before. Some of the old denizens had problems with their cultivation, or their own original body life blood dried up and their lifespan depleted. When it was difficult to further one's cultivation, one would choose the path of taking over one's body and recultivating. But there's a big risk of recultivation after taking over the body, and the cultivation level is 0. Many olden could easily die on the road to reconditioning if they had no one around to shelter them. Elder Xian had seen quite a few of them before, with cultivation levels in Yuaning, transformation of God, or even refining the void before taking over the body. He died inadvertently at the hands of others after the restoration, and before he was halfway through his business, he collapsed in mid-course. There's too much of that going on. Even a great cultivator of the ferrying stage wouldn't dare to say that he can absolutely preserve himself in this heaven and earth. Not to mention these remodeled old dens. Although Chen Nanxian was a heavy cultivator, this encounter with Yuaning was unexpected by everyone. Let's just say it was bad luck and bloody bad luck. The odds are that Chen Nanxian is gone. Xiaohua shook his head at these words. Indeed, the path of cultivation is dangerous and difficult. One wrong step is all doomed. The old monster is still so. Not to mention me. Fortunately, I have a master to protect me. Otherwise this time, I'll end up just like that Chen Nanxian. Xian Lao, you and I are master and disciple. And even more so, we are grasshoppers on the same rope. To protect you is for me to protect myself. Why do you need to say thank you? Xiaohua was touched in his heart and said, Teacher, don't worry, when I have enough cultivation, I will definitely find a good body for the teacher and help him return to the sun. Elder Xian was moved and was about to say something. A golden light broke through the sky from above the dome of the sky and directly rushed into Xiaohua's body. Then, both Xiaohua and Elder Xian heard that a familiar voice rang out. What a touching teacher-disciple relationship. Senior apprentice brother Xiao, you need to find a new body for your teacher anyway. Looking for one is looking for one, and looking for two is looking for two. So why don't you work harder and help me out too? Xiaohua and Elder Xian were both startled when this sound came out. Chen Nanxian? Didn't this guy die at the hands of an old Yuaning monster? Elder Xian was within Xiaohua's body and was even more shocked at the moment. This was because he had actually seen Chen Nanxuan's soul in Xiaohua's soul palace at this moment. The teenager held the golden cicada and appeared directly opposite Elder Xian with a cold smile. I told you why senior brother Xiao was able to escape under the elder monster Yuaning. It turns out that there's someone who's been helping us. What is the name of the Taoist friend? This honored one has a salute. Chen Nanxian directly rushed inside the Xiaohua soul palace. In his soul state, he directly met the Xian Lao who was parasitizing Xiaohua's body. Elder Xian looked at Chen Nanyuan, who was holding the spring and autumn cicada, and was incomparably wary. My name is Medicine Xian. What does fellow Taoist Chen want by entering my disciple's body? Xiaohua was Elder Xian's disciple and his only hope for resurrection. He naturally didn't want anything to happen to Xiaohua, or else he wouldn't have been able to protect him all along. Originally, everything was going according to the normal plan, but now Chen Nanyuan rushed in. It was pressed directly on the red line of the Xian Lao. Knowing that the Soul Palace was an extremely fragile place for Xiaohua, who had not yet broken through to Yuaning, there is no room for a hint of sabotage. Just now Xiaohua and Xian Lao did not hesitate to sell their teammates' behavior was indeed unrighteous. They had thought Chen Nanxian was dead. As a result, he not only didn't die but also rushed to Xiaohua's soul palace in his soul body. Elder Xian stared Chen Nanxian dead in the face, his eyes warning him that he'd better not act rashly. Chen Nanxian smiled as he watched Elder Xian look so nervous. Don't be nervous, I won't hurt his soul palace. Now that my physical body has been destroyed and only my soul remains, it needs a place to rest and recuperate. So not only will my father not mess around, he will have to rely on senior brother Xiao to provide me with some energy in the future. Anyway, you, Xiao Hua, are raising one and carrying two. Medicine Xian, right? We're both souls. It's fate that we're in the same boat. Nobody dislikes anybody. We'll be roommates from now on. Chen Nanxuan's intentions of coming to Xiaohua were obvious. Master Xiao, I'm hosting you. Brothers, during the new book period, try not to feed the book, and ask for a wave of monthly votes and recommendations, if you have any. Thanks for the support. Chapter 57 Inventor, Xiaohua. Invention item, dual life martial arts. After Chen Nanxian escaped from the hands of the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk, he directly locked onto Xiaohua and came. After he sought out Xiaohua, he directly drilled into Xiaohua's body and took up residence in his soul palace. Showdown with Elder Xian and Xiaohua. Now that his physical body had been destroyed, only his soul essence remained. Now that his soul is weak, he needs to find a safe and quiet place to rest and recuperate. There might be some more energy to absorb from the Xiao fire. so I'll stay put for now. Elder Xian's face was ugly as he listened to Chen Nanyuan's words. Xiao Huai is his disciple. Xian Lao is counting on him to cultivate until he brings himself back to life in the future. Previously, because of a moment of poor decision-making that led to the self-destruction of cultivation, the burning technique was temporarily unable to be cultivated, and it had already slowed down the pace. Now that there was another procrastinator, Chen Nanxian, Elder Xian had an even harder time. Xiao Hua's face was also ugly, beating him to death. He did not expect Chen Nanxian to send on himself. My own life is too bitter. It's just as well that I had the old ghost of Xian on my body first. At least Elder Xian could still help him with his cultivation and guide him on his cultivation path, and the two of them could be considered a famous teacher meeting a good disciple. But now there's Chen Nanxian. What twin martial souls? One towing two? Xiao Wei, it's already hard to cultivate immortality. Another one? Elder Xian told Xiao Hua not to be in a hurry first and to have a chat with Chen Nanxian himself. Fellow Daoist Chen, aren't you going a bit overboard with this? There's no love between you and my disciple. Now that your physical body is destroyed, it is indeed regrettable, but you can't just parasitize my disciple's soul palace. Chen Nanxian said, Xiao Hua and I are both disciples of the Great Luo sect. All of us are master brothers of the Great Luo sect. How do you call it no love? And just now in the Black Dragon Wall the two of us just made a promise not to give up, not to abandon. But what did Xiao Hua do just now when that Yuaning old monster came? Without the slightest hesitation, he ran away. And now that I've come back from the dead, I don't blame him for being heartless. Is it still too much to borrow his soul palace for a while? Chen Nanxian said, we agreed to support each other. But in the end, you turned your head and ran away when your brother ran into trouble. Can you afford me? If you do it, don't blame me for doing it. Elder Xian, as you know from the previous situation, encountering a Yuaning. In that situation, you can only run for your lives individually. Do you want to be buried with you? It would be far-fetched for your excellency to take that. Don't say we're in the same family. Even if we're father and son, if we're in a real life and death crisis, we'll be in the same boat. It's normal for people to fly apart when things get tough. If it was Chen Nanxian who was able to escape just now, Elder Xian did not believe that Chen Nanxian would risk his life to save Xiao Hua. The higher the cultivation level, the cooler the human nature. Chen Nanchuan's moral kidnapping is useful for fledgling youngsters, but it didn't work on Elder Xian. Chen Nanxian said, there's no point in talking more. I'm not living here for nothing. I respect the repair before is a big cultivator of the transition stage. Not for nothing to live in your soul palace. The big deal is that in the future to pass you some martial arts aptitude spells, right as a gift of thanks. If it counts anymore, it's a fish out of water. Chen Nanxian no longer wanted to nag. Although his soul was protected by the spring and autumn cicada, it was too weak at the moment and needed to recuperate. He was in dire need of a quiet place right now. So Chen Nanyuan directly made his conditions. It was the equivalent of renting a house to live in here in Xiaohua, the kind that gave rent. When Elder Xian heard this, he pondered for a moment while his heart was shocked. He had originally thought that Chen Nanchuan's cultivation level before his recultivation would be at most refined void, and that he would be able to hold out for the harmonized body. But it never occurred to me that this guy was also at the transition stage before he recultivated, and at the moment he refused to leave after all the good talk, and even made an offer to talk to them. After Xian Lao hesitated for a moment, he could only agree to him. Good, then it's a deal, and I hope your excellency won't hide anything. Don't worry, my father is not the kind of person who is petty. Chen Nanxian and Elder Xian reached a consensus, and Elder Xian agreed that he would stay here. It was just that Elder Xian had agreed, but Xiaohua hadn't agreed yet. Xiaohua directly transmitted his voice to Elder Xian in his mind. Teacher, really letting him stay? Will this work? It's too hard for me to bring another one. Before, Xian Lao parasitized in his body and sucked his aura for 3 years. Even now occasionally, he had to absorb the aura he had worked so hard to cultivate to replenish his soul power. Now there was another Chen Nanxian. Hell knows how much aura this bastard was going to suck out of himself. It's already hard to cultivate immortality. And now you're dragging too? What the hell mode? Now that you two are talking, you don't ask my opinion? Hearing Xiaohua's words, Elder Xian said, I know it's hard for you, but there's nothing you can do about it. This guy is ironically banking on you, and he's really weak in soul power right now. Trying to get him to find someone else at this time. He's definitely not going to agree. And he said he's willing to share his experience and divine martial arts with you during his lifetime. It's not a bad opportunity for you. Xiao Wei, teacher, martial arts aptitude resources are enough when I have you. Why do I need so many martial arts resources? What I want now is cultivation speed. In a year and a half, I'll be in the Green Lantern sect. How can I fight? Xiaohua's mind exploded a bit. He stated, what does he need all those resources for? Transition stage experience was enough with Elder Xian alone. What he wanted now was cultivation speed. What's the use of just having resources and not being able to push your cultivation up? Xiao Huo inquired. Teacher, can't we force him out or obliterate him? Old man Xian, there are numerous means of a transitional monster. If you can mix to the transitional stage, can you not have means in your hands? And that golden cicada in his hand, if I'm not mistaken, should be the legendary spring and autumn cicada, which can keep his soul from dying. He was already invincible, and it was basically impossible to destroy his soul. Besides, you're too fragile within the soul palace. If it really comes down to it, whether Chen Nanshan will die or not I don't know, you will definitely die. In short, it can't be done. Once this is plopped down into your soul palace, you definitely can't move. You can only lovingly provide for it. Xiao Huo was convinced. There was no other way but to listen to Elder Xian's arrangement and live in peace with Chen Nanshan for the time being. Elder Xian said, let's return to the Great Luo sect first. Xiao Huo rose up in the air and returned to the De Luo sect. Castle Peak City. It's the closest Dacian city to the Black Dragon Walled City. Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang tied up the remnants of the Black Dragon Wall and the Demon Heart sect to this place and handed them over to the local officials. The local governor was dumbfounded when he heard that an immortal sect master had swept away the Black Dragon Walled City in one night. Castle Peak City was the closest to the Black Dragon Walled City, and the local governor was naturally well aware of the Black Dragon Walled City's power. The imperial court sent Jindan cultivators to sweep the village several times but failed to level the Black Dragon village, and returned several times without success. Little has been achieved. He heard then that he had been sent from above as governor of Castle Peak, and he almost did a double take at. After taking office, he was also scared every day, for fear that the mountain bandits of the Black Dragon Walled City would attack the city. In recent times, a large number of young adults have disappeared both inside and outside of Castle Peak City. Many villages and towns outside the city were massacred. Although the governor of Aoyama knew, he didn't even dare to fart, can only harden their hearts and report the matter to the police. In his mind, he guessed that the odds were that these missing people were captured by the Black Dragon Walled City's people, but there was nothing he could do about it. He was a governor and his cultivation was only at the foundation establishment stage. He couldn't bring someone to run to the Black Dragon Walled City to ask for someone. Could he? There are 3 Jindans in the Black Dragon village. Why don't you rush over there? We can only wait for support from above. Now the support hasn't arrived. But I heard early this morning that Black Dragon village has been uprooted. It was an immortal sect master who did it, bringing thousands of captured remnants of the Black Dragon Walled City as well as the Devil's Heart followers to the entrance of Castle Peak City. The governor of Aoyama came out on his ass to greet him. Chapter 58, Returning to the Sect. A large number of missing mortals have returned to the city of Castle Peak. Lu Yuan asked Xiao Huang to escort those remaining members of the Black Dragon Walled City and the Demon Heart sect into the city and hand them over to the governor of Castle Peak. The local officials of Castle Peak City, both large and small, warmly entertained Lu Yuan and asked him about his identity as a follower and what kind of power he was. After all, one person swept away the entire Black Dragon Walled City. Such a character is better to ask for clarification. It will have to be reported to the Dacian court later. Lu Yuan briefly said the sect he was in and took out the Great Luo sect master seal to show them. It was also convenient for them to send it to the Great Luo sect after the bounty had been issued on the side of the Dacian court. I've heard that Lu Yuan is the sect master of the Great Luo sect, and that this Great Luo sect is located in the Great Qian territory. The officials of Castle Peak City froze. How could they not remember that there was such a powerful immortal sect within Dacian? It was true that there were powerful immortal sects within Dacian, such as the Spirit Sword sect and the Qinglan sect. But this Dala sect, never heard of it. It was only after checking the information later that I realized that it was a 9th grade clan. It was also hard for them to accept for a moment that such a heaven-defying character had come out of a 9th grade sect. But Lu Yuan is saying this. They can just turn around and report it upwards like this. Governor Qing Shan respectfully said, "Don't worry, Patriarch Lu, the Black Dragon Fortress and the Devil's Heart sect. I've written it all down. When the people from above come, they will report that Patriarch Lu annihilated the Black Dragon village. After breaking the Demon Heart sect's years of layouts and capturing so many remnants, once the reward from above arrives, we'll send it to the Great Luo sect." Lu Yuan nodded his head and didn't excuse himself. This was what he deserved, even though he was doing a system mission. But it is also a favor to help the Great Qian so big. Take some benefits is not too much. These people from Castle Peak City wanted to stay with him for a few more days, but Lu Yuan politely refused. He had a bunch of rewards he hadn't claimed yet and didn't want to hold up here. He directly left Castle Peak City and returned to Mount De Luo. Lu Yuan and Little Yellow had been delayed for some time in Castle Peak City, and when they returned to the Great Luo sect, Xiaohua had returned first. Inside the Great Luo Hall, Xiaohua told Lu Yuan about Chen Nanyuan's fall. After all, at that time, Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang had left together, while Chen Nanxian had stayed with Xiao Hua. When Chen Nanxian died, Xiao Hua definitely had to report the cause of death. After listening to Xiao Hua's report, Lu Yuan finally realized why Chen Nanxian had appeared in the Black Dragon Wall at that time and had encountered the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk. Let's just say this guy's luck isn't all that bad. The last time he rode a horse to Flowing Flame City just after entering the city, he encountered the foreign fire body. And this time when he went to Black Dragon Walled City, it was unbiased for him to bump into the other party's Yuaning. It's hard to be taught. When Chen Nanxian was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing demon basilisk, Lu Yuan was watching from a short distance away, so naturally he knew about it, but he couldn't say so explicitly. He couldn't say he'd watched his protege die, could he? He could only express his great regret for Chen Nanxuan's death. I didn't expect such an accident. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua, you and your second senior brother are in the end in the same sect. Go clean up his room and let's make a mound for him and bury him in the back of the mountain. Lu Yuan instructed Xiao Hua, who nodded. He didn't tell Lu Yuan that Chen Nanxuan's soul was now on his own. Originally, he was prepared to say it, but Chen Nanyuan stopped him. Chen Nanxian stated that his physical body was destroyed at the qi refining stage, and the matter of his soul not dying was too heaven-defying. The less people knew about him being a reincarnated and recultivated transitional cultivator, the better, or else you'll have trouble finding your way. Chen Nanxian did not allow it to be said, so Xiao Hua did not ask for trouble and did not say anything outside. In fact, Lu Yuan knew about Chen Nanxian not being dead. He had witnessed Chen Nanxuan's soul holding a golden cicada and flying away, but he didn't know exactly where it had flown. But still, he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, so that's how it was arranged for now. Lu Yuan handed over the matter of burying Chen Nanxian to Xiao Hua, after which he began the summary of the distribution of rewards for this clan mission. As agreed before departure, finding out the truth about the Demon Heart sect, each person will be rewarded with 1 human jade fruit. Exchange 1 human fruit for every 10 demon heartists killed. Little Yellow's credit was huge. Its reward would be calculated separately later. Lu Yuan first calculated Xiao Hua's reward. He said, this time, you and Chen Nanxian circled around and stole a dog. A total of 24 violet flame black dogs, the sons of Yuaning, were killed, plus 2 foundation establishment religious, which added up to 26 people. That 1 purple flame black dog have scaled to 2 demon heartists. That is, there are 50 people in total, and you and Chen Nanxian get a total of 5 extra Renjia fruits. Unfortunately, your senior brother, Chen Nanxian, had an accident and fell, so I'm withholding his share from distribution. You get a total of 3 half-human jade fruits. Lu Yuan flipped his palm, and in the next second, 4 light blue apple-sized spirit fruits were summoned out by him. 4 spirit fruits floated in his hand. When Xiao Hua and Elder Xian, 1 person and 1 ghost, saw these 4 light blue spirit fruits, both their eyes lit up. Manjago, risking almost getting ed to death by a Yuaning old monster. Wasn't it just for this thing? Feeling the human jie qi that filled these 4 human jie fruits, Elder Xian was moved. Human jie qi contains great qi. It's a rare spirit. Even in the middle continent 2 school palace is also precious. 2 school palace every year will only take out 3 to do the top 3 of the true biography list in the school palace reward. This time, it's heaven's great fortune for you to get several human fruits in one breath. Refining these human fruits will benefit you greatly. Elder Xian didn't know where Lu Yuan had gotten the Renjia fruit from. However, Lu Yuan was able to even take out the golden immortal technique before. And now that he said that he was an immortal in the upper realm split into Elder Xian believed it. What was a human jia fruit? This thing is precious in the lower realm. In the upper realm that's not necessarily the case. After all, the upper realm that's full of ascended beings, immortals, maybe the manjak fruit is just plain fruit up there. Xiao Hua also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The human jia qi within this human jia fruit, he felt refreshing just by smelling a mouthful, and the shackles of the realm in his body loosened greatly. Going back and refining these human jia fruits, just like what Elder Xian had said, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Xiao Hua reached out to pick up the Renjia fruit that Lu Yuan gave him. Lu Yuan waved his hand and distributed 3 fruits to him first. Xiao Hua froze and reminded, Master, it's 3.5. Half a spirit fruit is not good to divide if the. Why don't you just give me that one too? He deserved to get 3 half-spirit fruits for himself. This thing, the human jia fruit, was too precious, and half of it Xiao Hua did not want to give it up. He tried to persuade Lu Yuan to just give the 4th one to himself. I am not sure that Lu Yuan said that it is not a big problem. 3.5 good points. Lu Yuan directly held both sides of the spirit fruit with his hands. Then with a break, the spirit fruit was broken into 2 halves by him. Give half of them to Xiao Hua. Take it. It's a trick you learned from the system. Who said that the halves weren't good for splitting? Taking advantage? Not a bit. Xiaohua looked at Lu Yuan as he handed over half of the human jade fruit. You're really breaking in half. After Xiaohua's manjia fruit was distributed, Lu Yuan told him to go back first. Right at this moment, the soul of Chen Nanxian within Xiaohua's soul palace was not satisfied. Chen Nanxian, where's mine? Chapter 59. How can I still covet your things? Chen Nanxuan's head was so anxious inside Xiaohua's body that he was on the verge of jumping up. Where's mine? Because of the renjia fruit, his flesh was shattered, and he almost died in the mouth of the Yuaning elder monster. If you want to say who sacrificed the most on this mission, who sacrificed as much as he did, and as a result, his share of the manjac fruit was simply not given? Chen Nanxian was in a hurry, and he asked Xiaohua to ask for it. Xiaohua Xin said, didn't you say you wouldn't expose it? You don't want to be exposed. Master couldn't have given it to me. Just now, Lu Yuan asked about Chen Nanyuan. Xiaohua had wanted to say something about Chen Nanxuan's soul being in his body, but Chen Nanxian himself stopped him, saying that it was inconvenient to say anything about his soul at the transitional soul stage to the outside. The fewer people who know, the better. Chen Nanxian not allowed to say. Lu Yuan certainly deducted his share, and now deducted you are in a hurry. Chen Nanxian was indeed in a hurry, and his soul directly jumped out of Xiaohua's body. A golden soul appeared in the hall of the great Luo. Master, I don't need to withhold my share of the human fruit. I'm here. Lu Yuan was originally all set to tell Xiaohua to stand down. Never in a million years did he expect Chen Nanxuan's soul to suddenly emerge from the head of his body. Lu Yuan looked at Chen Nanxian in his soul state, and he almost didn't strain himself. Yo, isn't this the I don't need to explain my life's actions to you, brother Namhyun? I haven't seen you in a few days. You don't need to explain your actions. How come you're so mixed up that you don't even have a body anymore? A hermit crab? Lu Yuan, oh, who did I think it was? So it's this Nanxian. What's wrong with you? Chen Nanxian told the story of his encounter with the Yuaning in the Black Dragon Wall again. Made up a reason of his own explaining. Because I had some opportunity in my early years to. There is a spring and autumn cicada within my soul to help me. So the old Yuaning monster was unable to refine my soul. My disciple escaped life and death. And now that he's reached an understanding with Master Xiao, within Master Zhao's soul palace to warm up his soul. Master, I'm not dead, so give me my share of the renjia fruit. Chen Nanxian didn't say anything about his transition stage. He just said that he had a chance in his soul's early years. It's kind of an explanation for the immortality of one's soul. As he watched Chen Nanxian transform into a ghost all to come and claim the human jia fruit, Lu Yuan frowned. Seriously, he really didn't want to give him the human jade fruit. What else does this guy do but play tricks to screw things up? How many tasks have you not accomplished because of this kid? You still want the fruit of humanity? In Lu Yuan's heart, this disciple had died long ago. Lu Yuan, Nanxian this thing, the renjia fruit, requires a physical body in order to absorb it. You don't even have a physical body now. What's the use of giving it to you? The fruit of human jia is too precious. Now that you don't have a physical body, it's inevitable that people will covet it in your hands. The master will help you store it first, and give it to you when you grow up and grow a physical body. Lu Yuan directly told Chen Nanxian to go back. When you've grown a physical body, naturally, I gave you the manjac fruit. Chen Nanxian listened to Lu Yuan's words and tried to struggle. Master, I can save myself. Lu Yuan got serious. What words? Can master still covet your things? Lu Yuan had said this, so Chen Nanyuan couldn't say anything else. Saying more about the master and disciple flopping would not do him any good. After all, the renjia fruit was still in Lu Yuan's hands right now. Chen Nanxian clenched his teeth and could only nod his head in agreement. Lu Yuan was right. He didn't have a physical body now, so he really couldn't refine the human jia fruit. It's fine to ask for it when you regain your physical body. It exists at master's place now anyway, and he'll return it when he grows up. The two left, watching the hard-to-reach people finally leave. Lu Yuan looked at little Yellow and beckoned for it to come over. Yellow got up and approached. Immediately after that, Lu Yuan waved his sleeve, and after a tremor in the void, a small mountain of human jade fruit appeared in front of Xiao Huang. This pile of manjac fruits, there are more than 120 of them. All of them were rewards issued down by the system after completing the mission this time. Lu Yuan placed all the human jia fruits in front of Xiao Huang. Yellow, eat more. Lu Yuan patted the dog's head. The most well-behaved and obedient disciple naturally gets the most kudos. If these human jade fruits weren't given to Xiao Huang, should they be given to Chen Nanxian? Yellow was dumbfounded to see the pile of people Jago. It recalled that just now, when Master shared the fruits with Xiao Hua, he couldn't spare more than half a piece. Half a fruit to break out, only to turn around and pull out a bunch of them for self-help? Xiao Huang, I thought you really don't have much of this stuff, so you have so much stash. Xiao Huang's heart was touched. He could probably tell how precious this fruit was from Xiaohua and Chen Nanxian. The master is intentionally favoring himself. Although the small yellow as a dog body has not yet been transformed, but also know the kindness of repayment. It did not immediately devour the human jia fruit. Instead, he first knelt down on his two hind legs and gave Lu Yuan 3 precious kowtows. Thank you for the teacher. Lu Yuan looked at Xiao Huang being so understanding, and became even more determined about his favoritism. What a good apprentice. What a good apprentice. All these manjago are yours. Lu Yuan told Xiao Huang to get up, so that it could hurry up and swallow the. Otherwise those two idiots will come back and see it in the middle of the day and will be in trouble. Yellow nodded, then opened her mouth once. Sun swallowing technique eating all things act. Its mouth and stomach transformed into a bottomless pit, and it swallowed all 100 or so human jiafruits in one gulp. Lu Yuan asked, "What flavor?" "Yellow, woof." Wrote a few words on the floor. "Eat too fast. Didn't taste it. This fruit is precious, and needs to be savored and savored carefully." In Xiao Hua's room, he was holding 3 half-human jiafruits in his hand and taking small bites. As he ate, he refined the energy in the fruit, afraid of missing half of it. Inside the great Luo sect, the two that had eaten the human jiafruit both entered the state of refining cultivation. Xiao Huang went back to his yard after swallowing more than 100 renjie fruits in one breath. Only after little yellow left did Lu Yuan have the time to extract all the rewards he had gotten this time. Kill the old monster. Devil Devourer. Obtained, 7 treasure gourd seeds, 5 colored cultivation soil, Laojun alchemy, Mall of Dan formulas opens, and plus 300,000 points. The whole of the demon hearts. Obtained, 2nd order human spiritual vein, protector of the clan divine beast raffle ticket, plus 200,000 points. In the hall of the great Luo, Lu Yuan flipped his palm and, the size of a hazelnut, emitting red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo and violet. Seeds of 7-colored aura appeared in his hand. This seed was pinched in Lu Yuan's hand. Lu Yuan could feel the powerful spirit energy contained within the seeds. 7 treasure gourd seeds, when planted, can produce magic treasures. Similar to the innate gourd vine of Buzhou Mountain, the system is not described in detail. What kind of mana grows out of this thing after it's planted? However, Lu Yuan guessed that it should be something like the innate gourd vine of Buzhou Mountain in the myths and legends. The 7-colored gourds after maturity each have their own power. It can't grow 7 huckleberries, can it? That's too abstract to be. Lu Yuan got up, his aura gathered in his hands, and he condensed a hoe with his Jindan aura. Taking this 7-colored gourd seed, he got up and walked out of the great Luo Hall. He's going to have to find a place to plant this thing. Chapter 60 Ancient Divine Beast Drill Mountain Dragon. Lu Yuan returned to his yard with the hoe and decided to plant this gourd seed in his yard. He originally wanted to plant the gourd vines outside of Mte, Dallas, but then he thought about it. It doesn't feel very safe. After all, there were 2 crouching dragons and phoenix chicks in the great Luo sect, Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua. He was worried that these 2 guys would turn around and make some kind of anticlimactic maneuver to wreak havoc on themselves. It's safer to plant it under your nose. In the courtyard where he lived, Lu Yuan extracted the 5-colored spirit soil rewarded by the system. These spiritual earths were also not extraordinary. Each grain of earth contained supreme spiritual chi. He dug a piece of ground out in the corner of his yard and spread the 5-colored spirit soil on it, and then loosen the soil and plant that 1 seed. Watering. Now just wait for the gourd vines to sprout and grow. To be on the safe side, Lu Yuan spent some points and bought a defense array disc in the system mall by hand. He set up the array disc in this area where the gourd seeds were growing, and the disc formed an array when it hit the ground. This formation was used to defend against Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years in fear of a well rope. Lu Yuan was scared by these 2 guys. It's better to be careful in all things. The gourd seeds had been planted, and Lu Yuan extracted the remaining rewards. Laojun alchemy, Dan formulas mall, 2nd order human spirit vein, protector of the clan divine beast raffle ticket. Alchemy and the human spirit vein are directly absorbed and refined. Having absorbed the old monarch's alchemy, Lu Yuan instantly felt that he had gained a massive amount of alchemy skills. You can have one more alchemy business in the future. Cultivating the immortal's 100 arts. Alchemy is the fastest way to make money, because elixirs can directly enhance compatibility and speed up cultivation. Powerful elixirs can even take a person directly to a breakthrough. In the 3 realms, the strongest alchemist was the Taishan Laojun of the Tushio Palace, and he himself had obtained the Laojuan's alchemy. It's also considered to have received the true teachings of Laojun, which doesn't take off. Lu Yuan pondered about opening a furnace to refine it later. In addition to alchemy, Lu Yuan also absorbed to obtain a 2nd order human spirit vein. The human Jia spiritual vein was a spiritual vein that would be condensed within the body when the human Jia qi had accumulated to a certain value. Spiritual veins are up to the fourth order. The higher the order, the more human Jia qi in the body. The stronger the spirit vein, the stronger it was, the more it could even draw on a portion of the power of heaven and earth to augment itself and enhance its strength. For example, if a first-order spirit vein is used in battle, it would be possible to raise the strength by 50% of one's own strength. And for a second-order spirit vein, it would be doubled, triple the order. The fourth rank can carry the power of heaven and earth, and catalyze the fourth rank human Jia spiritual vein to reach the celestial unity realm. Strength quintupled. However, throughout the ages, there were very few who had condensed a fourth-order human spirit vein. The amount of mankind's qi in the lower realms was limited, and the stronger the talent and chance, the more mankind's qi they were allotted. Naturally, the more favored they are by heaven and earth. If one can obtain more than 90% of the human Jia qi of a square surface, one can even directly refine that world, but this was too difficult. And so far, I hadn't heard of anyone in the great world of Qingtian being able to achieve 90% of the human Jia qi from one person alone. Lu Yuan had already earned hemp by obtaining a second-order human spirit vein, which could double his strength. Xiao Huang had eaten over 100 human Jia fruits by himself, and it was estimated that he would only be able to condense a first-order spirit vein. As for Xiao Hua, don't even think about the human Jia spiritual vein. 3.5 human Jia fruits. It was probably good to just get a few strands of human Jia qi. Lu Yuan looked towards the last reward. Raffle ticket for the protector of the clan's divine beasts. System description: with this voucher, you can draw a twisted egg from the protector's beast twister. There is a probability of obtaining a divine beast level protector divine beast. Lu Yuan looked at a lottery ticket displayed in front of him. Probability of getting a divine beast? Really? System, start the lottery. Anyway, it's just one voucher, so just draw, and if you hesitate, you'll lose. The golden ticket disappeared in front of Lu Yuan, and in the next second, a twister page was displayed in front of him. Inside the twister machine, countless twisters rolled. A moment later, with a click, a twisted egg rolled out. Congratulations to the host for consuming a patron sect divine beast raffle ticket. The raffle was successful. Obtained a golden twisted egg and opened the ancient divine beast Diamond Mountain Dragon. A golden light bursts from the egg. Golden legend. Lu Yuan's heart was shaken. Ha! You really popped a golden legend? A real one-shot? But what is this diamond dragon? Dragon beasts? Gold legendary quality. In any draw mechanic, as long as it comes out gold, the grade would never be lower. This Drill Mountain Dragon. It sounds quite domineering in name. It can't be a dragon divine beast, can it? Pure-blooded dragons, in any realm, are the top divine beasts, and those who are associated with the pure-blooded dragons. The battles are all extremely strong. Lu Yuan was excited in his heart and extracted the rewards. Immediately following, the legendary Drill Dragon appeared in front of him. An ancient savage aura came over Lu Yuan, and when Lu Yuan felt this ancient aura, both couldn't help but catch their breath. This was the unique ferocious aura of an ancient savage beast. The light on the Diamond Mountain Dragon faded, and Lu Yuan gradually saw the true face of this ancient savage beast. The first thing Lu Yuan saw was the tile-like arrangement of hard, horny, thick armor pieces covering its body surface. It glistened under the golden sunlight, like the armor that covered the body of an ancient soldier. This body armor covered its body like dragon scales, representing this beast's amazing defense. Next are its limbs, which are stout, with 5 toes on each of the fore and hind limbs. The claws on the ends of the toes are thick and sharp and seem to have unrivaled destructive power. It has an extremely long and broad tail, with an overall flattened tail. The very end of the tail also has something like a meteor hammer, which should also be used for attack. Lu Yuan, the tail comes with a meteor hammer. Domineering At first glance, it's a strong attack and explosive damage stream. Lastly, its head. This beast has a conical head, a skull as light as a pebble, and a long, thin muzzle. The orbits are small. The posterior end of the nasal bone is wide, and the midpoint of the posterior end slopes to the sides. It did have a dragon bloodline in it, which was evident to the looking head, because of a single horn on his head. Among the dragons, there are also unicorn dragons, and on both sides of its nose, there are 2 dragon whiskers that move without wind and look like dragons. After this Diamond Mountain Dragon appeared in front of Lu Yuan, it opened its bloody mouth facing Lu Yuan. It does look pretty mean, only, the more Lu Yuan looked at this thing, the more familiar it looked. Wait, the organs on this thing are pretty dominant when taken apart individually. Why does it look more and more familiar? Isn't that a pangolin? Lu Yuan finally realized why he looked so familiar. What was the difference between this and the pangolin that he had gone to the zoo on Earth before he crossed over? The only difference is probably that the pangolin doesn't have a unicorn horn on its head or a dragon's whiskers on its beak. No meteor hammer on the tail? But this thing is, at best, a beefed-up version of a pangolin. So, you're the ultimate pangolin? Lu Yuan opened this guy's introduction panel. Name, Diamondback, Juvenile. Alias, Ancient Pangolin. Quality, Golden Legend Ancient Beasts, Dragon Bloodline. Abilities, drilling mountains and breaking ground. Digging holes in the earth. Ignoring prohibitions. Personality, loyal and honest. Timid and fearful, your first shield in life. But too timid for that. I'll run away if anything happens. Recipes, clay, rocks, spirit stones. Lu Yuan, no buddy. You're really a pangolin. Chapter 61. Do you enjoy making me happy for nothing? This extreme pangolin is still a juvenile, and not very large. Standing upright, it was only just up to Lu Yuan's knees. Lu Yuan looked at this patriarchal divine beast, and for a moment he really couldn't say anything about drawing this thing. He was genuinely not sure whether to be happy or not, because it's useless, if you say so, and it's really gold in quality. It was one of the ancient divine beasts, and there was also a dragon bloodline in its body, so it was indeed still very precious and rare. But if you want to say it works, it doesn't seem to work. The layer of armor on his body looks incredibly defensive, but then he can't use it for combat defense, because the thing is timid. It's the first to run when it hits the wind, and you expect it to bail you out? The only skill it excels at is digging and drilling through mountains. But what's Lu Yuan doing digging holes in the ground? Is he too busy to drill holes all over Daluo Mountain? Lu Yuan sighed and drew a chicken. But the good thing is that this thing is good to live. Nothing to do in the mountains to gnaw a little mud. Chew a little gravel can also live. Otherwise he'd really have to return it. He can't come back to flying dance with his Ouroboros. Lu Yuan came back to his senses, and that's when he realized that that inquisitive pangolin had run to the corner of his yard where he had planted the 7 treasure gourd seeds at some point. The Diamond Mountain Dragon was drooling over the piece of 5-colored spirit soil. This thing is a dirt eater, and high-quality dirt is a feast in its eyes. The Diamond Mountain Dragon wanted to rush in and feast on the 5-colored spirit soil. However, it found that the planting area of the 7 treasure gourd seeds had been laid down by Lu Yuan in a defense array, and with the array prohibition in place, it couldn't enter. However, it was hard to defeat the Diamond Mountain Dragon, only to see it directly do a divine dragon swinging its tail. The meteor hammer on its tail smashed into the formation prohibition with golden light. After just one smash, a hole came out on the formation prohibition. The diamond dragon couldn't wait to crawl through the hole. Lu Yuan was horrified at the sight. No good. My gourd. Seeing that the 5-colored spirit soil and the 7 treasure gourd seeds that had just been planted were going to suffer, Lu Yuan rushed over and grabbed the tail of the diamond dragon to drag it out. You can't eat this. Lu Yuan repaired the formation and seriously emphasized to the Diamond Mountain Dragon. There's something important planted in here, and it's not for you to eat. The Diamond Mountain Dragon chewed a large mouthful of 5-colored spirit soil in its mouth as it listened to what Lu Yuan said to it. Wisdom written in its eyes. It nodded in understanding. Luckily, this thing was obedient despite its low IQ, and Lu Yuan didn't give it any food, and it won't eat. But after what just happened when the Diamond Mountain Dragon easily broke through the defense array with one tail, Lu Yuan suddenly felt that this guy didn't seem so useless again. Its tail seems to be the thing that specializes in restraining forbidden things. Although the defense array Lu Yuan had set up in the courtyard was not of too high a grade, it was definitely not some randomly set up trash defense. If a Jindan cultivator wanted to forcefully break through, he would need at least 3 strikes. It was even more impossible for a foundation establishment cultivator to break open every few days. But the diamond dragon smashed it open with only a flick of the meteor hammer on its tail. As the system described, this thing was oddly talented at drilling holes in the ground. Lu Yuan seems to have found the correct use for it. Forbidden destruction beast. And the meteor hammer on the little thing's tail seems to be pretty powerful, too. Lu Yuan pondered that it would be nice to keep this Diamond Mountain Dragon by his side and develop it properly. Anyway, it eats dirt, contributes strength, and provides emotional value by being kept as a pet. That meteor hammer on its tail was usually good for smashing walnut nuts, and Lu Yuan didn't lose out. A few days later, Yellow had digested over 100 manjack berries. A first-order human spirit vein was condensed within his body. At the same time, Little Yellow's cultivation level swelled once more. This time, he broke through from the first layer of Jindan to the 5th layer of Jindan in one breath. Lu Yuan was also rewarded. Your disciple Xiao Huang has condensed a first-order human spirit vein, and his strength has broken through to the 5th level of Jindan. You've taught me well. Receive the rewards, human Jiechi plus 100 strands, Jindan 5th level cultivation, and plus 200,000 points. Lu Yuan opened his personal panel to check. Name, Lu Yuan. Identity, Lord of the Great Luo Sect. Age, 24. Strength, 5th level of Jin Dan, Double Divine Jin Dan. Feats, Bound Discipleship, Discipleship Enhancement. Weapons, Jin Dan level Dala Sword. Great Sun Burning Sky Flying Sword 12 handles. Spells, Vajra Unbreakable Technique. Tai Shang Fire Control Technique. Fei Fire Wing Cultivation Technique. Fei Fire Cultivation Technique. Scapegoat Strawman Weaving Technique. Divine Martial Arts, Jin Dan Divine Martial Arts Dala Creation Palm. Jin Dan level Dala Sword Technique. Great Sun Burning Sky Flying Sword Formation. Great Sun Burning Sky Palm. Aptitude, Taking Off the Clouds and Driving Mist. Flying Body and Supporting Traces. Small 5-element Recluse Technique. Sun Golden Body. Exotic Treasure, Exotic Fire, Yanlian Hellfire. Alchemy, Lo Juan's Alchemy. Fortune, the Golden Dragon of Chi Luck. Human Spirit Vein, Second Order, 20. 100/300. Disciples, Xiao Huan, Jin Dan 5th layer. Chen Nanxian, Qi Refining 0th layer. The Soul State, Xiao Fire, 6th level of Qi Refining. Protector of the Sect, Drill Mountain Dragon. It is needless to say that the cultivation level has been raised to the 5th layer of Jin Dan, and the stronger Xiao Huang is, the stronger he is, and the strongest disciple of the De Luo Sect. Human Jie Qi is raised by 100 wisps and is now 20. 100. When it reached 30,000 wisps, it could be upgraded to a 3rd order spirit vein, which brought an even greater increase. But you can't rush this kind of thing. Take your time. Looking at his personal panel, Lu Yuan was quite satisfied as far as he was concerned. Unfortunately, the only thing that's tainted is the apprentice column. 2 big tired ones there. These 2 guys, Chen Nanxian and Xiao Hua. Lu Yuan had a headache just looking at it. Against all odds, Chen Nanxian cultivated immortality until his flesh was gone, and his realm fell again, returning to the original point once again. Forever refining. Xiao Hui is a little better than Chen Nanxian. In addition to the just started to do not cultivate the law plus self-cultivation 2 things against the heavens, the overall than Chen Nanxian a lot better. These 2 guys, Lu Yuan is now too lazy to pay attention to them. Let them both play slowly in the Qi refining stage. Just as Lu Yuan was focusing on these 2 guys, a beep sounded in his ear. Your disciple Xiao was succeeded in absorbing the human Jie fruit, and his cultivation broke through the foundation establishment realm. Receive the reward, human Jie Qi plus 10 wisps, and plus 100 points. Hearing this prompt in his ear, Lu Yuan was shocked. Xiao Hua, this kid actually managed to break through the realm and help him get his reward? Really? Lu Yuan wondered if he had misheard. Had the prodigal son returned and the crouching dragon emerged? 10 wisps of Man Jie Qi and 100 points may be small, but Xiao Hua doesn't pit his teammates. Lu Yuan would be satisfied. It's like the sun is beating down on him to help him get rewards now. Lu Yuan, could it be that this disciple of mine is still saved? But he didn't wait for him to be happy for 2 seconds. The next second, the system prompt in his ears came again. Your disciple Xiao Hua's realm has fallen, dropping back to the 6th level of Qi refining. The system reward is withdrawn. Lu Yuan. Well, I'm not disappointed. It's still you. Saved? Not a bit. Crouching Dragon skipped out of the mountain for a couple of steps and then went back in. Lu Yuan shouldn't have counted on this kid, who just broke through and fell back. Is this something a normal person could do? A false move, right? Lu Yuan, you enjoy making master happy for nothing? Chapter 62. I'll pass on the flower chanting immortal cultivation technique. Small loans don't count. Lu Yuan was curious to know how Xiao Hua's cultivation level managed to repeatedly jump horizontally. Xiao Hua himself was confused. What about my cultivation? Didn't I break through the foundation establishment stage? Where's my cultivation? Xiao Hua was in seclusion to absorb the human Jie fruit, and the 3.5 human Jie fruits did bring him great benefits. Dramatically improving Xiao Hua's enlightenment and foundation. It also provided a notable amount of aura energy. Xiao Hua's own cultivation talent was not bad. Previously, the slow cultivation speed was because the burning technique was dragging him down. But now, after switching to a high-level technique, and after absorbing a few people's Jie fruit, his cultivation had skyrocketed. In one breath, he broke through from the 6th level of Qi refining to the 9th level of Qi refining, and at the same time, he broke through the foundation establishment stage with a single blow. Xiao Hua had managed to return to the foundation establishment stage in terms of his cultivation, but he had not yet had time to be happy for a few seconds. Immediately after that, he realized that his cultivation level was starting to regress as if he had pressed the rewind button. The 1st level of foundation building, 9th level of Qi refining, the 8th, 7th, and 6th levels of Qi refining. It finally stopped where it was and returned to the 6th level of Qi refining. Xiao Hua himself was confused. What about my cultivation? The realm you just broke through has fallen back? Xiao Hua himself doesn't even know what's going on here. But this situation was inexplicably giving him a sense of déjà vu. This feeling was as if it took him back to those 3 years when he was a waste in the Xiao family. Xiaohua inquired of Elder Xian. Teacher, are you absorbing the aura from my cultivation again? Xian Lao innocent, it wasn't me. Who's that? Xian Lao. Guess who? There are now 3 souls in your body. The 3 of us. There's one other person besides us 2 masters and disciples. Don't you think? Elder Xian said you're my disciple. I'm not going to suck your aura without telling you now. And so much in one breath. Xiaohua was instantly enraged. Chen Nanxian? Xiao Wei, Chen Nanxian. You swallowed so much of my cultivation in one breath? Chen Nanxuan's voice floated out from within Xiaohua's soul palace. Now that my soul is weak, I need to replenish my energy. I'm just sucking a little aura from you. What's your hurry? If I take a little advantage of you now, I'll pay you back later. I'm a Taoist immortal. What's to lose when we get through this rough patch? Besides, if you hadn't sold me out, why would I be here? You're to blame for me getting into this mess. That being said, however, Xiaohua was still unhappy in his heart as he watched his cultivation that he had managed to cultivate with great difficulty being swallowed by him. I still have a year and a half before I have to go to the Qinglan sect to fight. I'm betting on the reputation of my entire Xiao family. How can you continue to absorb my cultivation like this and slow me down? Xiaohua spoke of his difficulties. In fact, he was also a bitter man. Chen Nanxian sucked in a mouthful of a large portion of his cultivation that he had managed to repair back with great difficulty, and Xiaohua almost exploded in his mind. Xiaohua directly stated that this wouldn't work, and that he must speak clearly with Chen Nanxian. Otherwise, it was not easy for him to cultivate. His aura was sucked up by Chen Nanxian. If Chen Nanxian was like the Xian Lao at that time again, sucking him up for 3 years of aura, then would he still be able to mix? 3 years after 3 years, who can stand it? Chen Nanxian shook his head and sneered as Chen Nanxian looked at Xiaohua, who had not seen the world in such a way. Sure enough, a cultivator from a small place, truly a frog from the bottom of a well. A little bit of aura at the refining stage is treated as a treasure. If you really want to cultivate quickly, it's not easy. I have a set of life enhancement techniques here. I'll pass them on to you. You should practice according to my techniques. This honored one guarantees that you won't have any problem breaking through Jindan within half a year. At that time, when you go back to that so-called Qinglan sect, won't you just crush it? Chen Nanxian said to Xiaohua. It's not easy to want to cultivate quickly. Can't I just give you a loan? In his previous life, during the transition period, he had an unknown number of overdraft laws in his hand. It would be too easy to just want a moment of success or failure. Chen Nanxian could casually dump hundreds of overdraft cultivation methods on him. Chen Nanxian directly passed the set of life-burning and energy-enhancing technique from his mouth to Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at this set of life-burning and energy enhancement technique, and the technique and so on recorded that this technique was an auxiliary cultivation method. It was equivalent to an aid used to assist one's original gongfu cultivation. It could dramatically accelerate the speed of cultivation, but the downside was that it would burn longevity. After all, to get something you have to pay for it. Looking at the need to burn longevity to cultivate, Xiaohua subconsciously thought of the demonic technique. Devil's work is the rapid cultivation method, paying a price in exchange for cultivation. You passed on my magic skills? Chen Nanxian rolled his eyes. Turtle, he explained, demonic power is the lowest level of rapid cultivation method, and there are many loopholes within the demonic power. There are all sorts of problems that can arise from practicing magic itself. However, this set of gongfu is of extremely high grade, and practicing according to this set of gongfu, it doesn't appear to have unstable roots. So how is this a magic skill? Moreover, demonic power relies on killing and plundering foreign objects to cultivate this overdraft method of mine. The overdraft is your own longevity. Can it be the same when the weak get their power outwardly and the strong get it inwardly? Chen Nanxian directly marketed this flower-chanting immortal cultivation method to Xiaohua. He stated that it wasn't easy to cultivate quickly and raise your realm, and that you cultivate this set of my techniques. It was the equivalent of giving you a bloom, and you only needed to overdraw a little bit of your lifespan to increase your cultivation speed to more than 10 times, in a year and a half. Not to mention the foundation establishment stage. Jindan is not even a dream. Xiao Wei, but what's the use of overdrawing one's lifespan to obtain momentary power? When the time comes and you don't have enough lifespan, won't you be digging your own grave? Chen Nanxian, a frog at the bottom of a well is a frog at the bottom of a well. While you break through the realm of the longevity will also be boosted, and breaking through foundation establishment will instantly skyrocket your lifespan by 500 years. Breakthrough Jindan is an instantaneous surge of 500 years of longevity. The first baby surge of 500 years. As long as you keep breaking through, how can anything happen? Small loans don't count as loans. Chen Nanxian, it's called a loan to support a loan. Don't you understand? Xiaohua's heart was somewhat moved as he listened to Chen Nanyuan's words, because at this moment, There was less than a year and a half before he went up to the Green Lantern sect. According to his normal cultivation speed, his chances of winning were slim. After all, Shangguan Yanyan of the Qinglan sect wasn't a vegetarian. While he was progressing, Shangguan Yanyan was also progressing. Moreover, Shangguan Yanyan had the resources of an entire Qinglan sect behind her to aid her. A year and a half ago, when Shangguan Yanran came to the Shao family, her cultivation was already at the third level of the foundation establishment stage. Now that a year and a half had passed, Xiaohua estimated that now Shangguan Yanran's realm had at least broken through the sixth level of foundation establishment. With the 3-year appointment, the other party was a chance to sprint to Jindan. On the contrary, his current cultivation level is only at the 6th level of qi refining, and if he cultivates normally, there was still a Chen Nanxian dragging his feet behind him. This flower practice method is indeed a good path. Xiaohua asked Elder Xian. Teacher, do you think it's reliable? Elder Xian, I don't know much about the overdraft method, and I never paid attention to this type of technique in my lifetime, but it sounds good enough to try. Elder Xian said that he could try. After all, the three of them were on the same rope now. Chen Nanxian did not go so far as to harm Xiaohua. Besides, if Xiaohua really wanted to cultivate, there was still Elder Xian who was the gatekeeper to review the gong methods. Chen Nanxian knew that Elder Xian was also a great cultivator of the ferrying stage in his lifetime, so he did not dare to fool Xiaohua. And now that time is urgent. The big thing is to use Chen Nanxuan's set to quickly brush up his level first, in case the realm was unstable. The big deal was to waste his own cultivation to recultivate, and Xiaohua was going to spend his own cultivation to recultivate the burning skill anyway, so it doesn't matter. Xiaohua did remember something at this time. Senior brother Chen, since you have such a powerful overdraft method, why didn't you cultivate it at the time? Chen Nanxian, I'm a transitional immortal respect cultivator, and I'm not pursuing speed. I'm going to take the path of supreme foundation, and in the future I'm going to ascend to the upper realm. So why am I practicing this? It's enough for me to follow my previous life's kung fu cultivation. Listening to Chen Nanxuan's words, Xiaohua suddenly discovered some kind of blind spot. Senior Chen, so you didn't cultivate the technique given by your master at that time either? Chen Nanxian said, isn't this nonsense? Of course it isn't. I threw away the gongfu Lu Yuan gave me without even reading it. I'm a transitional great cultivator and I need him to teach me how to do things? Xiaohua straightened his thighs. It's bad. You and I both missed the great immortal fate. Chen Nanxian? Chapter 63, Chen Nanxian, Headache, to grow a brain. Xiaohua was shocked to learn that Chen Nanyuan had not practiced the technique Lu Yuan had given him either. He thought he was the only one not practicing. Chen Nanxian said, that Lu Yuan is a mere mortal. What kind of powerful techniques can a small sect like the Deluo sect have? The techniques that my father collected in his past life are all better than those of this small sect. Why do I need him to guide me in my cultivation? Chen Nanxuan's words were full of disdain, and he simply didn't look down on Lu Yuan and the great Luo sect. Xiaohua asked, at that time, when he gave you the gongfu, did you read the contents inside? You're not going to call it trash without even looking at it, are you? Chen Nanxian, of course I didn't look. When I first joined the sect, he gave me a technique called the Great Piece of Heavenly Immortal Technique, saying that it is a direct reference to the Golden Immortal. Laugh it up. If this clan has a technique that leads straight to the Golden Immortal, why are you in such a mess? I don't know what kind of stall I got it from. Isn't it a waste of time to look at that kind of stall? Xiaohua realized that you really haven't even turned it over, right? Xiaohua remembered that at that time, Lu Yuan had passed on the Great Sun burning skill to him, and although he didn't believe in it, but at least he came back and flipped through 2 pages and studied them with the 2 Xian Lao. At the time, they were thinking that the contents of the book did not match the various common sense known in the lower realms, so there is no practice and abandonment. Later, when I saw that big sun burning skill being practiced by Xiao Huang, I realized that some things cannot be determined true or false by my own common sense. It's not as easy as it looks on paper, but you have to do it. Unfortunately, at that time, Xiaohua did not take it seriously and missed the great immortal karma. On the contrary, Xiao Huang is now relying on that great sun burning heavenly skill to cultivate into a divine golden Dan. Threw him off by 100,000 miles. Later on, Xiaohua even went to Lu Yuan because of this, wanting to retrieve the gongfu, but unfortunately, Lu Yuan taught him to be a man in one sentence. Some things are just missed. Immortal destiny is fleeting. There's no such thing as a pill for regret. Xiaohua's intestines were green with remorse. However, now that he had a pair of accounts with Chen Nanxian, Xiaohua felt that he was in a much better mood. It turns out that you're not the only one who missed out on the fairy fate, and it turns out that you didn't practice either. Xiaohua then spoke his suspicions to Chen Nanxian. He doubted that the feats Lu Yuan had taught them were the real thing. Xiao Wei, neither you nor I have cultivated the gongfu given by our master. And then look at Xiao Huang. accompanying the master day after day. His cultivation has skyrocketed. How long has it been since he condensed the divine golden pill? At this rate of cultivation, it's not impossible to cultivate into a transition and ascend to the upper realm. Chen Nanxian heard him talking about Xiao Huang. Chen Nanxian smiled and waved his hand and said, Xiao Huang. Ah, that's not the same. My father had previously used a secret technique to peer into its future. And its future itself is that of an immortal of the upper realm. Celestial power. Its fast cultivation speed is because people have good cultivation talent. This is just an example. Not surprisingly, Chen Nanxian also felt that Xiao Huang's cultivation speed was too fast before. When Xiao Huang was initiated with him, both were mortal dogs when they were first initiated. But after the introduction of Small Yellow not 2 days after the helicopter foundation, and then 2 days after the condensation of Godpin Jindan, even if Chen Nanxian was a transitional heavy cultivator, there was a sense of despair of not being able to see Little Yellow's back. However, he had previously peered into the corner of the future and knew that Little Yellow was bound to ascend in the future and certify as a heavenly father. Thinking that this was a future heavenly father, the mind is not surprised. It was normal for a young heavenly father to cultivate differently than normal people. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, I still don't think it's right. That gong method of mine was thrown to Xiao Huang at that time. Little Yellow really practiced a few days later. Remember when Little Yellow of the Great Luo sect condensed the divine golden pill at that time? At that time, the sun's essence fire was condensed on his body. It's the spell recorded in my book of Kung Fu. Even if Little Yellow will ascend in the future. But right now it's just a mortal dog. Stronger in the future. What does it have to do with now? As Chen Nanxian listened to Xiao Hua tell him the story of the great sun burning sky technique, he froze for a moment. It woke him up in a flash. Yeah, what does a stronger future have to do with the present? Chen Nanxian was purely blinded by a glimpse into the future. He paid light attention to the fact that the future Xiao Huang was the heavenly father of the upper realm. But that was the future after all. At the time, Yellow was initiated with him, and both of them were the same. He's a heavy worker, but Yellow is not. How did it cultivate so fast without resources? When Xiao Hua saw that Chen Nanxian was silent, he continued, Don't you find it strange? Where did a small sect like the De Luo sect get a human jia fruit? If Lu Yuan was really just immortal, it was just as well that Little Yellow cultivated so quickly. Why did he also cultivate so quickly? Little Yellow broke through Jindan on the first day, and he broke through Jindan on the second day. Xiao Hua questioned again. This time, it really froze Chen Nanxuan's ears. Chen Nanxian, it seems like that's really what's going on. At that time, when Lu Yuan took out the Renjia fruit as a reward, Chen Nanyuan had actually suspected it. Where did he get the manjac fruit? However, Chen Nanxian didn't think much of it at the time because he could tell that Lu Yuan had a Qi Luck Golden Dragon on him. Generally people with a Qi Gold Dragon are extremely lucky. The things, human fruit and human Qi, are distributed by heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao distributes the human Qi. If there is a manjia tree nearby, the manjia Qi is absorbed by the manjia tree to condense into a solid fruit. But this thing has something to do with luck in the underworld. And there's nothing strange in the world of immortal cultivation. People with good luck might be able to pick up super heavy treasures while walking along the road. Chen Nanxian remembered that in his last life, he had heard that there was a guy next door in the South Domain who had unbelievable luck. Still in the novice village when walking on the side of the road can pick up the heavy treasure of the immortal world left behind the small green bottle, and in this way rise to become the first South Domain Mahayana, breaking the heavenly gate ascension. I don't know what happened to that guy in the upper world afterward, though, but walking can pick up heavy treasure, also counted the luck against the sky. In the upper world is estimated to mix not bad. Lu Yuan was blessed with the golden dragon of Qi luck. It wasn't even surprising that he could pick up the human jia fruit on his walk. Chen Nanxian didn't think twice about it, putting aside the matter of the renjia fruit for the moment. Now that Xiao Hua was talking about Lu Yuan's cultivation level, Chen Nanxian also vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Yeah, Little Yellow is a heavenly exalt in the future, but what does that have to do with Lu Yuan? It's just that the Little Yellow teenage heavenly father is quick to cultivate. But what makes you Lu Yuan? Xiao Huang broke through Jindan on the first day, and you followed him on the second day? Chen Nanxian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Hiss, my head hurts. It's like I'm growing a brain. Xiao Hua, with the idea that we were all in a difficult situation. At this moment, he boldly voiced his conjecture. Senior brother Chen, is there a possibility that Patriarch Lu is actually a hidden big shot, an immortal realm heavenly father? A detachment coming down to the realm to accept disciples here. To make a wide range of immortal destinies to enlighten disciples? When Shaw Fire was a kid, he listened to storybooks. The storyteller told the tale of the immortal world's great powers coming down to the world to enlighten the mortals. Legend has it that Chao Guoyu, one of the 8 immortals, went into the mountains to practice. He met Zhong Liquan and Lu Dongbin and took him as a disciple, transformed him into an immortal and later ranked among the 8 immortals. Could it be that their master is also an immortal descending from the upper world? If that's the case, then it would make sense that those feats in his hand that pointed straight to the golden immortals were real, and a lot of things could be explained. Chen Nanxian was sweating profusely. This isn't right. That's not possible, is it? Chapter 64, Brother Chen. Are you okay? Chen Nanxuan's first reaction was that it was impossible. He wanted to retort, but realized that there didn't seem to be any points to retort on. Instead, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Xiao Hua's guesses were actually very reasonable. Lu Yuan's cultivation level had risen so fiercely that Chen Nanxian had just been initiated into the. Lu Yuan is also just a mortal, but within 2 days, he built the foundation, and in a few months, helicopter Jindan. People's Xiao Huang is a junior heavenly king. Lu Yuan is also a junior heavenly king? And Little Yellow was lying on his back in the yard practicing hard every day for all to see. They have never seen Lu Yuan having closed-door cultivation, either drinking tea or taking a walk in the sun every day. Either that or he's just idling around with nothing to do and preaching the scriptures to Xiao Huang. If it was really a mortal who knew nothing, could he preach to the Jindan stage Xiao Huang? And Yellow is still mesmerized by it? It's not right. 12 out of 10 is wrong. Is it true that the heavenly beings from above have come down to earth to make immortal karmic connections to their disciples? You don't think so? Xiao Hua continued to ask. Senior Brother Chen, at that time, the gong method that Master passed on to you, do you still have it in your hand now? If you really want to test the authenticity, wouldn't it be enough to take it out and practice? Xiao Hua's copy of the Great Sun Burning skill, which he threw to Xiao Huang at the time, it became the thing he regretted most in his life. He now wanted to take a look at the gongfu that Chen Nanxian had in his hands, which was also said to be a dharma that pointed straight to the golden immortals. Xiao Hua told him to take it out and take a look. Wouldn't he know if it was real or fake if he practiced? Chen Nanxian. I threw it away. When I got it back I didn't think it was useful and threw it out in the yard by hand. Shawfire? Throw it away? You threw up? Shawfire stood upright for a moment. Where did you throw it? Just my yard. Xiao Hui, I'll go look for it. The 4 of them, master and disciple, were the only ones in the Great Luo sect across the board, and no one else had come. If Chen Nanxian had lost it, it was logical that no one would have taken it, and it might still be in place. So Xiao Hua went out and came next door to Chen Nanxuan's yard to look for it. After looking in 2 big circles there was nothing to be found. Chen Nanxian, impossible. I casually threw it outside the door at that time. Could it have been picked up by someone? Xiao Wei, there are only the 4 of us in the Great Luo Mountain. I was initiated later than you, and also did not pick up something in your yard. Master is the one who passed on your gongfu. It is even more unlikely to pick it back up. Could it be? Xiao Hua and Chen Nanxian thought of a figure. Besides the 3 of them alive, there's one more. Yellow? Xiao Wei, my copy of the Great Sun Burning Heavenly Technique was eaten by Xiao Huang, and after eating the technique, also get access to the practice. Xiao Hua's face gradually became odd. Senior Brother Chen, Little Yellow's cultivation speed is so fast now. It couldn't be that you've obtained the gongfu that was originally passed down to you by your master, right? Chen Nanxian, impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it's true, just ask. Xiao Hua felt like he was getting closer to the truth. Chen Nanxian felt that he was getting closer to wearing the clown mask as well. Xiao Hua directly came to Xiao Huang's courtyard. Once inside, Yellow looked up at him. Mr. Xiao Hua said respectfully, eldest senior brother. Excuse me, I have arrived here today and, it's a question I want to ask you. Have you ever heard of a technique called the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal Technique? Little Yellow clearly reacted when it heard the 5 words Grand Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique as it nodded its head, wrote on the ground with his paw. Heard that. When first initiated. I mistakenly ingested a gongfu in Senior Brother Chen's courtyard called the Great Peace Heavenly Immortal Technique, which is now my main cultivation technique. After Yellow answered his question and expressed doubt, he wrote another line on the ground. What is Senior Brother Xiao inquiring about this for? Xiao Hua did not say anything, nor did he reply to Xiao Huang at first, because the situation was now clear. Little Yellow had gotten the Great Product Heavenly Immortal skill before his cultivation took off. It's not that Xiao Huan will become a heavenly father in the future. Rather, it was because it had intercepted Chen Nanxuan's technique, the Great Pin Heavenly Immortal Technique, and had obtained the immortal karma that originally belonged to Chen Nanxian that it would become a heavenly exalt in the future. The thing about cause and effect is that the cause comes before the effect. Because Chen Nanxian discarded that great heavenly immortal skill, which was later misused by Little Yellow, that was why it contributed to the result that Little Yellow could certify heavenly honors in the future. Instead, it was because Little Yellow was a heavenly exalt in the future that he was cultivating by leaps and bounds now. What is to come has nothing to do with the present. Chen Nanchuan's previous thoughts were completely backwards. Brother Chen, you're caught in the act. You're peering into the future, thinking you're hugging a big one, but you're really doing yourself a disservice. Xiao Huang completely intercepted your chance future to mix to the Heavenly Father. Ah! Xiao Hua called out to Chen Nanyuan in his heart. Senior Chen, are you okay? Chen Nanchuan's mind was buzzing now, as if 10 large bells were pounding in his head. Figured it out. It's all figured out now. He was lighting the 6-star lamp to project the future, and peeked into a corner of the future. It was indeed after he had discarded his feats, and at that time, Little Yellow had already intercepted his immortal edge. As the old saying goes, the future is unpredictable and anything is possible. The future is always changing. A butterfly vibrating its wings can change a piece of the future. Could it be that both of their fates, at that point in time, had changed? So that's why everyone was initiated together at that time. Little Yellow's cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds, and he was even able to condense a divine golden dan. This thing, the divine golden pill. Chen Nanyuan asked himself that even if he were to recultivate himself, it's impossible to refine it even if you build a supreme foundation. Before, he had always taken it for granted that Little Yellow would be a heavenly exalt in the future. Only now did it realize that what it majored in was actually the great piece heavenly immortal technique that Lu Yuan had originally given himself at that time. That great piece of heavenly immortal technique is really a direct reference to the golden immortal's dharma? Chen Nanxian didn't believe it before, but now that the truth was in front of him, he had to believe it. Little Yellow intercepted the immortal edge technique that Lu Yuan had given to Chen Nanxian, so his cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. In the future, you can witness the Heavenly Father intercepting the immortal edge technique given to Xiaohua by Lu Yuan and so condensing the divine golden pill? Now that I think about it, at the time he was forcibly peering into the future, burning away 30,000 years of longevity yet managing to hang on to a life without dying. At the time he thought it was the future Xiao Huang who had stepped in and helped him across time. But now that I think about it, it's possible that it's not Xiao Huang, but Lu Yuan. Xiao Huang is certainly a fellow disciple with him, but the future interferes with the past. Anyone with an ass knows what a price to pay. He and Xiao Huang were fellow disciples, by no means life and death friends, and the probability of Xiao Huang making a move was not high. Is it really, master? Chen Nanxian, I don't believe it. Fake. This must be fake. Xiao Hua sighed. Senior brother Chen, why do you need to lie to yourself? Chen Nanxian said in a deep voice. Senior apprentice brother Xiao, go back and prepare 6 spirit lamps for me. I'm going to open my heavenly eyes again to take a peek into the future. I don't believe that Lu Yuan is a higher power. Chen Nanxian wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. He didn't die, beating him to death. He didn't want to admit that he hadn't grasped the immortal destiny. Anyway, he had the spring and autumn cicada to keep his soul intact, and now that his flesh is gone, peering into the future won't burn his bloodstain. This state of Chen Nanxian was equivalent to being stuck with a world bug. He wanted to see what the truth really was. Chapter 65, Someone pinched my spring and autumn cicada to death. 6 Starlight Divination. Xiao will lit 6 heavenly lanterns in the room as requested by Chen Nanxian. Each of the sky lanterns is placed in a position that corresponds to the 6 bright stars of the southern dipper in the night sky. Elder Xian looked at the 6-star lamps, and he recognized this divination technique. Elder Xian said, this is the spell of the astrological clan among the 10,000 clans. It's divining the past and future at the cost of burning your lifespan, and it's very dangerous. Elder Xian introduced Xiao Hua. Among the 10,000 races there is a race called the Ascendant Dragons, and the people in this race are not good at fighting. However, he has an extremely profound study of divination, and can divine the past and future. Therefore, even though he is not good at fighting, he still has a very high status among the 10,000 races. Unfortunately, because of too many leaks, this clan has resulted in very few clansmen and is almost extinct. Chen Nanxian said, that's right, I have this technique to get a glimpse of Lu Yuan's true body. Elder Xian still wanted to advise. Fellow Daoist, isn't it too risky for you to do this? If that patriarch Lu was really a great man of the upper realm who came down to the earth to teach his disciples to extradite disciples, you forced to peek at the real body. Anger the big man is not a joke, and spying on a forbidden existence, you can't afford those kinds of consequences. Elder Xian felt terrified just thinking about it. If Lu Yuan was really a great power in the upper realm, spying on the true identity of a great power in the upper realm, once someone finds out and the great power gets angry, are you sure you can afford it? Although they were all at the transition stage in their lifetime, they were nothing more than larger ants in front of the great powers of the upper realm. Chen Nanchuan's soul body transformed into a golden light and leapt out of Xiaohua's body, only to see him holding the spring and autumn cicada. The entire human soul body turned golden in color. He said, no harm done. I have the spring and autumn cicada protecting my body. My soul is indestructible. And I have no physical body. There would be no longevity to withhold. No one could kill me. Not even the truly great powers of the upper realms. I can afford it. Elder Xian couldn't even pull Chen Nanxian. And seeing that his mind was made up, he could only do as he pleased. Inside the room, Chen Nanchuan's golden soul body sat cross-legged in the middle of the six-star lamp formation. The golden spring and autumn cicada on his finger emitted a loud and clear sound of cicadas. And as Chen Nanyuan used the divination technique, the spring and autumn cicada flapped its wings and flew up, stopping at the top of Chen Nanchuan's head to protect his soul for him, waiting for the 6 stars in the sky to shine the brightest. The 6 starlight lamps around Chen Nanchuan's side rose up, channeling the star power of the 6 stars of the southern dipper in the night sky. These star powers opened a door of divination for him. Within Chen Nanchuan's soul, a split soul flew up, carrying the spring and autumn cicada into the gate of divination, a glimpse into the future. Xiaohua watched the scene from the side. Teacher, is this divination technique dangerous? Xian Lao replied. Under normal circumstances, divining something that has little influence on cause and effect, it wasn't really dangerous. At most a bit of longevity was deducted. But this guy is playing a big game. He spies on the true bodies of suspected great powers from the upper realms. That's a lot of karma. Xiao Hui, is something going to happen? If it were an ordinary person doing this, the odds are that they would die for sure. But Chen Nanxian may not. He has the spring and autumn cicada in his hand, and a great power in the upper realm may not be able to kill him. Elder Xian said that he couldn't say. Anyway, let's see. How exactly Chen Nanxian went this time? Find out soon enough. One of Chen Nanchuan's split souls rose with the spring and autumn cicada perspective, passing through the gate of divination made up of the power of the 6 stars of the southern dipper, overlooking the entire De Luo mountain. A few moments later, his split soul kept shuttling, rising up to the entire southern heavenly great world. In the blink of an eye, it rose again. This time, seeing the gates of heaven, Chen Nanxian sucked in a breath. See heaven's gate again? Watching his split soul fly towards the middle of the heavenly gate. This was already his second entry into the palace. The first was a peek into the little yellow future. The futures in the upper world. Chen Nanxian burned 30,000 years of lifespan just by looking at it. This peek into Lu Yuan's future true form and into the heavenly gates? Xiaohua was right in deducing that Lu Yuan's future was really a great power in the upper realm. Chen Nanchuan's split soul entered the heavenly gate, and he saw that within the heavenly court, there were many immortal islands and floating clouds rising straight up. Chen Nanxian was staring wide-eyed at where Lu Yuan's real body was, before he could react. However, his perspective pulled up again, straight to the 36 heavens, above the great Luo heaven. The Dala heaven is the highest heavenly realm among the 36 heavens in the upper realm. The highest place in the Miroku palace of the great Luo heaven is the Emperor's ultimate palace of heavenly jade, in which the Jade Emperor commands 1,000 truths and saints. At that time, this was where Chen Nanyuan saw the dog Heavenly Father. But after he came here, he still didn't trace Lu Yuan's scent, and in the blink of an eye, the split soul transformed into a further charge upwards. This time, breaking through a chaos to a dark space with no boundaries in sight. This place was turbid and had reached a realm that Chen Nanyuan could not comprehend. He saw countless chaotic qi raging in the void of this place. And any chaotic qi, it seems that all of them can behead immortals and kill saints. The spring and autumn cicadas have begun to emit explosive calls warning of danger, and the colors of the spring and autumn cicadas have begun to shift. Fade from gold to red. It's starting to red warm up. Chen Nanxian wanted to retreat. The infinite darkness gave him a creepy feeling. Things seemed to be starting to get out of his control. But he couldn't retreat in time. His split soul rose again, and this time, finally saw the light of day. He saw a great rushing river across an unnamable world. On the other side of the great river, a heavenly divine tree held up the entire world space. Above the divine tree, golden lights dotted the sky, and each golden light seemed to be a hibernating golden cicada. That golden light flickered, like the flow of Taoist rhythms. A couple of old men were fishing across the big river. Chen Nanxian stared wide-eyed trying to see the figures on the other side of the river, but realized that he couldn't see them. Suddenly, one of the figures among the anglers looked up, and seemed to realize He raised his head towards Chen Nanxian. He seemed to recognize Chen Nanxian, and also saw the spring and autumn cicada on top of his head, peering this way across the shore. The owner of the figure sanctioned it directly. Then, in the midst of Chen Nanyuan's horrified gaze, he saw that the person on the opposite side of the other side stretch out a hand, and this hand grabbed directly across the entire great river towards him. Chen Nanxian was shocked. This place had long since surpassed his understanding, and the other mysterious man grabbed at him with one hand, and Chen Nanxian actually felt a terrifying aura of death in this instant. Chen Nanxian wanted to retreat, but realized that the world rules of this place imprisoned his entire body. He couldn't move a finger. His cold hairs stood straight up, and he frantically consoled himself. It's all right. I have the spring and autumn cicada, and my soul won't perish. I can't die. But in the very next second, after this mysterious large hand arrived in front of Chen Nanxian, it came straight for the spring and autumn cicada on top of his head, and 2 fingers gently pinched it. Only heard a boom sound. The spring and autumn cicada was directly pinched and burst. Chen Nanxian, huh? The spring and autumn cicada died violently, and Chen Nanxuan's soul was shaken after he lost the blessing of the spring and autumn cicada. He then heard a deep laugh from the owner of the palm, followed by a familiar voice. Peekaboo? Your cicadas are dead. In the next second, this hand flexed its fingers and flicked directly on top of Chen Nanxuan's split soul. Go away you! Chen Nanxian felt like his soul was about to be bounced to pieces, and his split soul fell all the way down the stairs, bounced back to the Dala sect. Chen Nanxuan's split soul fell back into his own soul body. Xiaohua and Elder Xian were horrified to see Chen Nanxuan's soul body fall back from inside the Stargate. All 6 starlights were extinguished in an instant. Chen Nanxian cried out in sorrow. Someone pinched my spring and autumn cicada. When he finished speaking, he fainted and his soul body fell into a deep sleep. Baby-like sleep. Chapter 66, Invincible Golden Body. Good news, Chen Nanxuan's divination seems to have seen something and returned safely. Bad news, his cicadas are gone. Elder Xian and Xiaohua wanted to ask Chen Nanxian what he had seen, but the fellow was unconscious. Without the shelter of the spring and autumn cicada, the soul body was so weak that it was almost falling apart. Elder Xian said, pick him up first to renew his life, and ask him when he wakes up. Xiaohua nodded his head and accessed it into his ring to give it to Elder Xian to hang on to him first. I'll just have to ask when I wake up. A few days passed before Chen Nanxian took a breather and woke up after being rescued by Elder Xian. Elder Xian and Xiaohua inquired about what he had seen. Chen Nanxian felt like he had a splitting headache as he recalled the images he had seen. Even now that it's back, it still feels creepy. He said, I went to an uncharted space and saw a big river that countless spring and fall cicadas inhabited the river, and anglers were seen on the other side of the big river. And before I could see who was across the street, one found me and attacked me out of nowhere, crushed my spring cicada and knocked me back. The Chen Nanxian before he went was untamed, and with a cicada in his hand, the world was mine, wave or die. After coming back, Chen Nanxuan's soul trembled, and his cicadas died. Much more honest, the owner of the mysterious palm snapped his fingers and woke him up, never to tell fortunes again in his life. Old man Xian asked, what exactly is that unknown land? Chen Nanxian, I don't know. Who struck out at you? Chen Nanxian, I don't know. Have you seen Patriarch Lu's true form? Chen Nanxian, I don't know. Didn't see it at all. Chen Nanxian recalled the familiar voice of the owner of that palm, a voice that seemed quite like Lu Yuan's, but he wasn't sure. But the divination gate opened by the 6-star lanterns wouldn't just take him places indiscriminately. Although he didn't know if the owner of that palm was Lu Yuan or not, the probability was that it had nothing to do with him. To be able to pinch the spring and autumn cicada to death with his hands, what level of strength was this? Chen Nanyuan didn't dare to think about it. Far beyond his understanding. Xiao Hui, so what exactly is Master's identity? Chen Nanxian was completely silent. If Lu Yuan was just an ordinary person, his spring and autumn cicada wouldn't have died. In order to spy on Lu Yuan's true body, it led to the death of his spring and autumn cicada. Although he hadn't actually seen Lu Yuan in real life, it was enough to speak for itself. Chen Nanxian said, it doesn't matter now what the identity of the master is, because I'm already missing my great piece of heavenly immortal technique. He originally didn't believe that set of great piece of heavenly immortal technique was really a direct reference to the golden immortal's Dharma door, but now he believed. However, he had already lost the Gongfa and was now in Little Yellow's stomach. Chen Nanchuan's intestines were green with remorse. 500 years of cultivation experience in his previous life at the transition stage, which he originally thought was his greatest treasure. But I didn't realize it was the biggest hole I've ever stepped in. Transitional cultivation has harmed me. Xiao Hua sighed as he stated that he could understand Chen Nanchuan's feelings, because he also missed the great sun burning skill. Qian Lao said, the immortal destiny has been lost, and it is too late to repent. Now you and I are all on the same rope. Things have come to this point. On Patriarch Lu's side we tried last time. Missed immortal destinies won't come back. Instead of regretting it now, we should think about what to do in the future. Chen Nanxian had originally wanted to go and kowtow to his master to see if he could obtain forgiveness. But at this moment, when he heard Elder Xian's words, he remembered the famous quote he had said to Lu Yuan earlier. I don't need to explain to you what I've done in my life. He knew that he had sinned deeply. So he said, I have offended Lu Yuan too deeply already. It's no use begging him, so be it. I don't believe that without relying on him, Mr. Chun, I can't cultivate into an immortal, even on my own, as long as I take one step at a time. Can also ascend. Wouldn't the gods and Buddhas of the heavens rather have balls? Chen Nanxian had directly formed an alliance with Xiaohuo and Old Man Xian, and at the moment, the three of them had formed a gang within the Great Luo sect. Formation of independent regiments. Swear that even if you don't rely on Lu Yuan, you can still cultivate into an immortal on your own. This wave, the peach orchard is up. Xiaohuo began practicing the life-burning and energy-enhancing technique that Chen Nanxian had passed on to him. The kryptonite life cultivation of immortality. Let's get past the 3-year appointment first. Chen Nanxian, on the other hand, recovered his soul body first with the help of Elder Xian, and the two souls parasitized Xiaohuo's body. Out of the blue, the two agreed to train Xiaofire first. Half a month later, the palace of the Great Luo. Lu Yuan was late in waiting for the bounty of thanks from the Dacian royal family's side within the Great Luo sect. By definition, destroyed a whole Black Dragon village along with broken magic heart religion inserted in the territory of Dacian strongholds. Dacian royal side should be expressed, but so many days passed, still no movement. The efficiency of the Dacian royal family is also too slow. No wonder they hadn't been able to destroy the Black Dragon walled city for so many years. Lu Yuan shook his head straight. He was still waiting for the money to repair the Dala Sex Mountain Gate. On Little Yellow's side, after condensing the First Order human spirit vein, Lu Yuan called it to the Hall of the Great Luo, taking out the 3 high-level divine martial arts. Xiao Huang was allowed to choose 1 out of 3. Previously completing the Black Dragon Wall quest, Xiao Huang killed several demon heart sect Jindan. In addition to the Renjia fruit, there's also a triple choice of high-level martial arts rewards. It's just that at that time, after Little Yellow swallowed the human Jia fruit, he was preoccupied with refining the fruit. That was why Lu Yuan didn't give it the martial arts at that time. And now Little Yellow had refined all the human Jia Qi. Lu Yuan placed the 3 higher martial arts in front of it. Lu Yuan said, "These 3 are all Yuaning martial arts. You have to pick them well." Xiao Huang looked at the 3 martial arts that were placed in front of him. They are, Great Sun Xianyang Palm, Invincible Golden Body, and 9 Heavenly Thunder Hands. Huang didn't know which was the better choice for a while. It's not a good idea to pick the wrong one of the 3. Little Yellow let out a woof and looked towards Lu Yuan. It wanted the master to help it pick one, and asked the master when it was undecided. Lu Yuan revealed a smile. This is the obedient disciple. He doesn't pick on himself if he doesn't understand. How could master harm you? Lu Yuan then said, "These 3 sets of martial arts are not bad in terms of power after practicing them. However, the 9 heavenly thunder hands require the absorption of a large amount of thunder power in conjunction with cultivation. And the 2 sets of techniques you cultivate, the great piece of heavenly immortal technique and the great sun burning heavenly technique. Basically, you are majoring in the way of flame. And the thunder martial arts are not suitable for you for the time being. The remaining 2 sets of martial arts, a set of offensive arts and a set of defensive arts. Although the Great Sun Xianyang Palm is offensively strong and powerful, it can overlap with the Great Sun Burning Palm that you are currently practicing. Although the Great Sun Xianyang Palm is currently ranked 1 realm higher than the Great Sun Burning Sky Palm that you cultivate, but the Great Sun Burning Palm is paired with the Great Sun Burning Technique, and when you subsequently break through the Yuaning realm, the Great Sun Burning Sky Palm would also continue to grow. So there was no need to waste time by practicing an additional duplicate palm. That's why I recommend you to cultivate the Invincible Golden Body. Invincible Golden Body. The law is as its name suggests. After cultivating it to completion, when combined with your Sun Golden Body, it will be invincible in both defense and offense. Ding! Passing on the Invincible Golden Body to the disciple. After the disciple has cultivated the Invincible Golden Body to a small degree of success, you can receive the reward, Invincible Golden Body Grand Completion, and plus 100,000 points. Ding! Detected a new disciple hiking under the Great Luo Mountain to seek the way. Please go to the host. Lu Yuan had just passed the Invincible Golden Body to Little Yellow when a beep sounded in his ear. A new disciple has come to your door? Chapter 67. Once a snake bite, always a well rope. This time for good. At the bottom of Mt. Dala, a 16-year-old boy wearing gray linen clothes was currently standing at the foot of Mt. He looked up at the towering Mount de Luo in front of him. In the eyes of other immortal cultivators, this de Luo mountain is a poor and remote place without any spiritual energy. In the eyes of the teenager, it was a solid divine peak. Teenager named Zhang Ming, ancestry Dacian Qingshan City Jiangjia village people. The family's grandparents have been farming for generations. The family is poor, and besides him, there are 3 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters in the family. 2.5 months ago, Zhang's village was ransacked by the Devil's Heart sect, and Zhang Ming's parents were killed. The 3 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters were all captured and taken to the Black Dragon Fortress to make pills. Jiang Ming because a year ago he followed his family's third uncle to work in a restaurant in Castle Peak City to subsidize his family. It was only spared by not being in the village that day. After the disappearance of his family, Jiang Ming and his third uncle went around inquiring about the whereabouts of his family, but unfortunately there has been no result, until a few days ago, when the Black Dragon Fortress was destroyed by the higher power, and a large number of people returned to Castle Peak City. Jiang Ming realized that it was the Black Dragon Walled City and the Devil's Heart cult that did it. It's just that Jiang Ming was unlucky. His several younger siblings are the first batch of people who were refined Dan. Many people came back that day, but his younger siblings are all no news. Then Junior made a trip to Black Dragon Cottage. The huge stone furnace for making human elixir was seen destroyed by the higher power in the Black Dragon Cottage. The young man set up a grave for his siblings at Black Dragon Cottage and vowed to avenge them. After returning to Castle Peak City, the teenager heard that the high-ranking person who exterminated the Black Dragon Walled City and the Devil's Heart sect came from Deluo Mountain. So he took dry food with him, left his third uncle who had been taking care of him, and came here to seek immortality. He wants to seek the path to immortality and avenge his family's death. In Jiang Ming's eyes, there was an incomparable conviction that he would sweep away the Demon Heart sect and slaughter the Demon sect members, to cut down all the evil and crooked paths in the world, and to offer sacrifices to the souls of my parents and siblings in heaven. His home is broken. He didn't want the tragedy in himself to be repeated in others. Before he came, Uncle San told him, Daluo Mountain is too far away from Castle Peak City, and immortals come and go in high places. 1,000 miles in the clouds is but a thought. But how do you, a 16-year-old kid, get there on just 2 legs? On the way, there are wolves, tigers and leopards, and there are thousands of dangers along the way. Moreover, the immortals of Mount Deluo will look at the bones of the immortals and pick their qualifications. I've heard that all the disciples on the Great Luo Mountain are hand-picked by the immortals, and they're all like dragons and phoenixes, and you're a country boy from a village. Even if you go to the immortals may not accept you. Jiang Ming said, 1,000 difficulties and dangers, 10,000 trials and tribulations, can't stop me from avenging the death of my parents and compatriots. The Devil's Heart sect destroyed my family. This is an unshakable revenge. How can I not avenge it? The road is at my feet. The Dallas Mountains are far away, but they're there. I've got legs to walk on, but mountains don't run without legs. If I don't go, there's no hope at all. If I go, there's a glimmer of hope. Even if the immortals don't accept me as a disciple, there's always a need for handymen to chop wood and burn fires on Daluo Mountain, and I'll work as a handyman for the immortals for 10 or 20 years. You'll get there in 3 to 5 decades, even if I don't have the immortal talent to become a man. But in a few decades I'll be able to live up to my father, mother, and siblings even if I can kill a demon heart cultist with my own hands. Jiang Ming kowtowed to Uncle San 3 times before he left, saying that he would give Uncle San his old age when he came back from revenge. He had traveled for half a month from Castle Peak City, all the way out of the city toward the Great Luo Mountains, the final site of Mount Oro. This is the divine peak where the immortals live. Although Jiang Ming can't see the immortal chi with his mortal eyes, he only needs to know that this mountain is Deluo Shan, because it's all over Castle Peak City now. The immortal who slaughtered the entire Black Dragon Walled City was from the Deluo sect of Deluo Mountain. A mountain is not as famous as a fairy, and water is not as deep as a dragon. In Jiang Ming's eyes, this is the tallest immortal mountain peak that holds all his hopes of avenging his family's death. Jiang Ming knew he was a country boy with no background and no resources. There wasn't even a spiritual route for immortal cultivation. The only thing he had in him was a devout heart for the way that was probably worth the least in the eyes of the immortals. So he started from the foot of the mountain to take 1 step, 3 steps and 1 knee, and walked towards the immortal mountain. He believed that sincerity was the key to success, and if he couldn't be a disciple of the immortals, it would be fine to ask for a handyman. Teenagers climbing on Mt. Oro. At the top of the mountain, on a white cloud, Lu Yuan flew out from the Great Luo Hall, overlooking the foot of the mountain. He received a system prompt hearing that a new disciple had sought the way to the mountain. Lu Yuan then came out to check. Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming's figure and recalled Chen Nanxian and Xiao Hua, the 2 dragons and phoenixes among men. 2 times to accept the apprentice have hit the eye, except 2 Antipodean talent back. Pit himself enough. This new disciple, Lu Yuan decided in his mind that this time, he must, before accepting the disciple, put it to a good test. Try this kid's Taoist heart and sincerity. He already has a crouching dragon and phoenix chick on Deluo Mountain, but he can't have a young Lin. However, this kid does look like he is not quite the same as Chen Nanxian Xiaohua, at least the first time I climbed the mountain, with a reverent attitude. Climbing up the mountain 1 step at a time. It looks rather like a sincere seeker. Looking pious isn't good enough. Though, Lu Yuan was also considered to be once bitten by a snake and 10 years afraid of a well rope. Chen Nanxian had traumatized him too much. And after accepting Chen Nanxian, Lu Yuan had nightmares all night for a while. This can't be driven away, and can't be beaten to death. It was like a gangrene that made Lu Yuan feel uncomfortable all over his body. There can't be another Chen Nanxian. It must be tested. Tough test. Half an hour later, Jiang Ming had already climbed to the waist of Mount Deluo. It was hot at the moment, and the young man took one step and three to kneel. Not only did his back ache, and already sweating profusely, the coarse linen clothes on his body were absorbed with perspiration and clung to his flesh. For the rough texture of it rubbed the skin on his body raw. Jiang Ming looked up at the immortal mountain above his head. It was not far from the summit. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and he was just about to continue climbing the mountain. At this moment, Lu Yuan waved his sleeve, and a fierce wind was immediately swept out by him, and it swept through the mountains and forests. Jiang Ming felt his eyes go black, then dizzy, and his whole body was swept up by a fierce wind, and was directly swept down the mountain by this wind. It took him half an hour to climb up the mountainside, but only 3 breaths to be sent to the foot of the mountain. When the gale dispersed and Jiang Ming stood still, he realized that he was back to square one. What's going on? Haven't I climbed up the mountainside already? Where did the wind come from? Jiang Ming is a smart kid, and he's resourceful. Otherwise Uncle Sam wouldn't have picked him to work as an odd job man in a restaurant to serve the customers. He quickly reacted to the fact that the wind just now should not be a demon wind. It was an immortal having a sense of. A gust of wind that blew sent him down. After all, if it's a demon wind, he's immortal. Flesh and bones would have been pulverized long ago if he had fallen down the mountainside, but he had no external injuries. Are the immortals on MT.ro talking themselves out of it? Jiang Ming said. Disciple Jiang Ming, a native of the Jiang family village in Castle Peak City. My parents and compatriots were all killed by the demonic sect. I heard that the immortals cast spells to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, so I have come here to sincerely worship the master. I know I'm not gifted, and I don't expect the immortals to take me on as a disciple. I am willing to chop wood for your fire on the mountain, sweep the floor and do odd jobs. Please immortal, keep me. Jiang Ming knelt on the ground and spoke loudly to the great Luo mountain in front of him. He came in good faith to seek the way. Lu Yuan listened to Jiang Ming's words, his face expressionless. Then a voice drifted down from the high mountains. You say that sincerely seeking the path of. Climb this mountain first before you say that. Chapter 68, Get out of the way. Don't stop me from jumping into the volcano. A voice floated down from the Luo mountain and reached Jiang Ming's ears. When Jiang Ming heard this, an unprecedented light erupted from both of his eyes. Just now he kneeled on the ground and uttered those words. What he feared the most was that the immortals would not give the slightest opportunity to just send him straight back from whence he came. But now that the immortal had asked him to come up to the mountain to talk, and had not flatly and directly refused, that means, has a chance? Jiang Ming hurriedly kowtowed heavily. Many thanks, immortal master. When he had kowtowed 3 times, he got up and continued his climb. 10,000 steps of the mountain path climbed from the top without a single complaint from him. Only this time he climbed again. It wasn't as easy as the last time. Lu Yuan set up the test himself, and with a palm of his hand, a flame rose up in his palm. It transformed into a blazing sun as big as a wheel in the sky of Mount Deluo. The blazing sun baked the 10,000 step mountain path with extremely high temperatures, and the sunlight basked on Jiang Ming's back. He felt like he was going to be vaporized. Jiang Ming felt the temperature in the air skyrocket, as if he had entered a volcano. It seemed that the heat waves could be seen rolling all around with the naked eye. Jiang Ming knew that this was another means for the immortals to test him. At that time, when he followed Uncle Sam into the restaurant to do odd jobs, the tavern keeper had also tested his ability to speak and keep his hands clean. A small restaurant in the mortal world is still like this, not to mention entering the immortal mountain and seeking the immortal way. Immortals take on disciples. Even taking on a handyman is a test of the Tao, but it's just some sunburn. It's not like you're really going into the molten flames of a volcano. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth. This bitterness was nothing. His sackcloth behind him was baked until it was blackened, and the sweat on his body was vaporized and dried up. The knees on the tiles of the mountain steps, sunburned until they were hot, had bled and were scalded with a layer of skin. Jiang Ming froze without uttering half a bitter word, because he knows that a child without an umbrella must run hard, and this is his only chance to. His parents and siblings were killed by the demonic sect and thrown into the furnace to refine human beings more painful. For him, the test of the immortals and the thunder and rain are the grace of heaven, so who is he to say that he suffers? Jiang Ming climbed Delayation. Back Sunshine did not say half a word of bitterness. On the other side of the great Luo mountain, Chen Nanchuan's soul body was perched on the top of the mountain, absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen his soul. Scorched by this sudden round of ferociously hot sun, he cursed. Which made such a big round of sun? This is just messing with me. On the clouds, Lu Yuan's test of Jiang Ming continued. When Jiang Ming climbed up close to the top of the mountain again, Lu Yuan cast this spell again. It blew a gale and threw him down again, to test whether one's Taoist heart is firm or not. 1 or 2 tribulations are nothing. This time Lu Yuan withdrew the blazing sun, and with a wave of his sleeve, the ground shook on half of the great Luo mountain. Jiang Ming's gaze looked upward, only to see countless debris bouncing on the 10,000 step pathway of the great Luo mountain, jump from among the dirt and grass on either side of the trail to the trail steps. The gravel, which varied in size and lay on the steps, would make the average person's head spin just looking at it. Because of the gravel pavement, the soles of your feet have to suffer just walking on that gravel. Jiang Ming kneeling worship on the mountain twice, the knee early worn out, and then kneeling on these small stones, not to mention the knees of the bones have to be worn out. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and swallowed hard on the already dry saliva in his mouth. The voice from the mountain came down again. The way to cultivate immortality is 1,000 times more difficult and dangerous. So go back if you're afraid. Listening to the immortal's words of discouragement. Without saying a word, Jiang Ming once again knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Thank you, immortal master, for clearing the way for me. At the moment, in Jiang Ming's mind, this was not a gravel road, but an immortal path opened by an immortal himself. How many people want this but can't get it? What's the point of falling down twice, let alone twice? 100 times he'd climb. Jiang Ming climbed the mountain again. His legs were already shaking. The skin on his body was worn out by his clothes and wetness, and he crawled upwards on his hands and feet when he could not stand up in his physical mortal body, until a figure fell from the clouds and stopped in front of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming looked up, only to see the skylight pouring down on the steps in front of him, revealing an immortal shadow against the light. A fresh breeze hit his face. This immortal shadow blocked out the light of the sky, and a familiar voice reached his ears. There are thousands of steps ahead. The mountain passes are treacherous. There's no end to manpower. You can't climb up there with your current strength. Do you still want to climb? Lu Yuan flung his sleeve and a blue pill floated in front of Jiang Ming. You only need to take this elixir, and the injuries on your body will be restored as before. I'll send you down the mountain not having to suffer like this again. Jiang Ming said, Thank you, immortal master, but I still have some strength left in me, so immortal master doesn't have to care about me. I'll continue up the hill. Looking at Jiang Ming's Taoist tenacity, Lu Yuan however shook his head. It's useless. You were on the verge of climbing up the mountain the first 2 times, and all I had to do was wave my sleeve, and I could have sent you back down the mountain. There are some things you can't do if you insist, some places you can't get to if you insist, so why bother? Jiang Ming, I've only climbed 3 times, and 3 times I've been able to see the immortal master figure. You can see that persistence works. If a disciple sincerely seeks the way, even if he climbs a rocky mountain 1,000 times more and his bones are worn to pieces, I won't leave if there's even a glimmer of hope. Besides, the mountain won't grow any higher, and I can eventually reach the top if I don't die, and I think I can get up there. Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming, thinking that this kid has a clear mind and thinks about things from a completely different perspective than normal people. An idle mortal would not be able to bear this ordeal any longer. This kid, however, is like a dope. The more difficult it is ahead, the more he's going to move forward. The higher the mountain, the more vigorously he climbed, the greater the ordeal, the more hopeful he became instead. The average person who climbs a mountain 3 times, 1 time harder than the other, is one of the few whose moral heart doesn't crumble. Instead, this guy saw hope and said that he had only climbed 3 times before he saw the figure of an immortal. A few more climbs and I'm sure I'll make it to the top. Lu Yuan inside. 6. Ordinary celestial pride can only be called an immortal seedling. This kind of person who can see hope in desperate situations and become more and more courageous is the seedling of becoming a saint and an ancestor. Solidly mortal in origin. A country boy with no spiritual roots at all. But, for Lu Yuan, the least important thing is this. His system doles out the real stuff, and it's all first-class real stuff. Spiritual roots were the least important thing to him. A good writer does not choose his pen. A good cook does not choose his rice. A true swordsman does not choose his sword. Truly top-notch feats are not picky. Was Lu Yuan missing a top-level spirit root? No. What he lacks is good disciples. Good disciples who listen. Jiang Ming's Dao heart test had been passed, and the most important test was next. Lu Yuan said, Okay, in that case, you come with me. Lu Yuan pointed his hand and directly poured the blue pill into his mouth. In an instant, a warm stream of aura swept through Jiang Ming's entire body. Jiang Ming instantly felt that his entire body's limbs and bones began to grow back and recover. But in a few moments he was back to his old self. Then Lu Yuan carried him with one hand and flew directly into streams of light to a volcano. Ahead, there was a real volcano, and within it, Smoke rolled out and the crimson molten flames boiled and wriggled. And Jiang Ming was only 100 meters closer when he felt the extreme and terrifying temperature. Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming, who was standing on the cloud. If you join my disciple, are you obedient? Jiang Ming didn't even blink. If master is willing to accept me, disciple is willing to sacrifice his liver and brain. Never go against my master's orders. Never go west if my master tells me to go east. Go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. Even if I have to die by 1,000 cuts, I will go. Lu Yuan, good. Afterward, he pointed at the entrance of the volcano below and said, now master will let you jump in. Jiang Ming leapt up and fell from the clouds, straight down into the volcano. He looked ahead at the volcanic smoke. Spread out. Don't stop me from jumping off the volcano. Chapter 69, The Second True Disciple. Next to Lu Yuan, when he had just finished speaking, Jiang Ming next to him didn't even hesitate in the slightest. Without even bringing a hum, a figure jumped straight down and went straight to the volcano's molten flames. Lu Yuan looked frozen. No, you're not afraid to die, are you? You jump when you're told to, without even asking why. Lu Yuan has seen people who are ruthless and don't talk much. But this is the first time I've seen this kind of person who is ruthless and doesn't say anything. He was looking for an obedient disciple, but such an obedient one was something Lu Yuan didn't expect. This is like a dream lover's apprentice. As he watched Jiang Ming's figure rush into the molten flames of the volcano, Lu Yuan finally nodded his head in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, an aura hand lifted up Jiang Ming, who had already fainted, and brought him back to the Great Luo sect. The Great Luo sect, the Great Luo Hall. White streams of light rushed into the interior of the large hall, and Little Yellow was lying on the floor of the large hall squinting and taking a nap. It is even in a state of nap. The Great Pin Heavenly Immortal Technique and Great Sun Burning Heavenly Technique in the body were still constantly running automatically at a rapid speed, and with a single breath the aura in the body was running a small circumference in the body. The powerful effect brought about by the ultra-high order Gongfu made Xiao Huang, even if he casually took a half-hour nap at lunchtime. They are all worth half a month of Chen Nanxian Xiaofire's bitter cultivation. Seeing his master return, Xiao Huang opened his eyes, and then he saw Lu Yuan bring back someone. It was a 15 or 16-year-old boy covered in charcoal, now in a coma. Woof, Xiao Huang inquired of master. Who is this? Lu Yuan pinched a purification spell, and the spell swept over the teenager's body. The entire body's black ash was swept away, restoring Jiang Ming's original appearance. At the same time, he said to Xiao Huang, his name is Jiang Ming, and master has accepted him as a newly initiated disciple. In the future, it will be your youngest senior brother. You senior brothers and sisters need to take care of each other inside and outside the sect in the future. Yellow scrutinized the teenager in front of him. A new junior? Interesting. Lu Yuan sat on the seat of the sovereign of the Great Luo Hall, and then he flexed his finger across the air to point at the center of Jiang Ming's eyebrows. The aura rushed into Jiang Ming's brain to wake him up. Jiang Ming coughed, and both eyes opened with dilated pupils. Coming to his senses, looking at the ceiling of the Great Luo Hall that appeared in front of his eyes where the tiles were somewhat leaking, Jiang Ming sat up. Didn't I jump into the crater and die? The next moment he saw sitting in front of him, Lu Yuan in the center of the hall. Jiang Ming had a jolt, recognizing Lu Yuan, having just seen him on the clouds. Knowing that he was that immortal from De Luo Mountain, he knelt down and bowed. Many thanks to Immortal Master for saving my life. Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming, whose attitude was always respectful, and honored him like a god. Lu Yuan was satisfied in his heart. He spoke. Jiang Ming, I have a question for you. Just now I asked you to jump off the volcano. Why did you jump without a moment's hesitation? Were you not afraid? Facing Lu Yuan's question, Jiang Ming firmly said, not afraid. Both my parents and relatives were killed by the devil cult, and now I am alone on this earth alone. Today to come to Daluo Mountain to worship the teacher to seek Taoism is a desperate attempt to be cultivated after the success of the evil demon to sacrifice the spirit of loved ones in heaven. I'm not afraid to die, but I'm afraid I won't have this chance. The Immortal Master told me to jump into the volcano. It's all about opportunity for me. I'm betting that you, Immortal Master, are just testing me and not really letting me die. Even if I do die, at least they died fighting for the opportunity to have the face to see their parents and siblings in hell. Besides, the Immortal Master alone swept away the Black Dragon Village and killed the elder of the Devil's Heart sect. You helped me to avenge the death of my parents. You are not only a hope for me to avenge the death of my parents, but also a benefactor. With this great favor, I'll jump all the more if you let me. Lu Yuan listened to Jiang Ming's reply. This kid is not very old, logical and not afraid of life and death. Such a thought obviously would not have come to me on the spur of the moment, but should have been decided upon long before coming. Good. Not only is his Taoism unwavering and his heart excellent, but he also knows how to repay kindness. has a clear goal, and is not afraid of life and death. Lu Yuan's face was expressionless on the surface, but inwardly, he was on the verge of crying out. This is a dream lover's apprentice. No, since being tortured by Chen Nanxian Xiaofire for so long, Lu Yuan wouldn't dare to do that even in his dreams. This is the real cultivated male lead. Why didn't you kids come earlier? If the first disciple taken in at that time had been Jiang Ming instead of Chen Nanxian, one would have taken off long ago. Good Taoism, good heart, good character, Lu Yuan directly announced. From today onwards, you are a disciple of my great Luo sect, Mr. Lu's second disciple. Listening to his master's words, Xiao Huang, who had been eating melon next to him, raised his head at this moment. A second apprentice? Xiao Huang, how do I remember? It seems like there are a total of 5 people in our De Luo sect at the moment. Yellow looked over at him suspiciously. Lu Yuan said, the second true disciple. Those 2 handymen don't count. In Lu Yuan's mind, Chen Nanxian Xiaohua had already been relegated to the status of a handyman, not allowed to eat at the table kind. With the dog sitting at the table is not qualified. Little Yellow, 6. Jiang Ming did not expect happiness to come so suddenly. He actually didn't even expect the immortals to look at him and accept him as a disciple this time when he came to Mount Diluo. He had originally thought that he'd be lucky enough to stay with the immortals as an errand boy disciple, as long as he could learn some Taoism in his spare time as well, and cultivate for a few decades. Even killing 1 or 2 demon cultists wouldn't be a loss. But now, not only did the immortal leave him behind, he even accepted him as a true disciple? Jiang Ming felt his brain buzzing. Granted, he had a strong mental capacity, but it was hard to suppress the excitement inside for a while. For a moment he was a little skeptical that it was all true. It couldn't have been a deathbed fantasy before he fell into the molten flames of the volcano, could it? Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming, who had some difficulty suppressing his excitement. He could understand. A country boy, poor and without background since childhood, enjoying no special treatment whatsoever. A country boy has never been looked upon favorably in his life, and the inferiority complex has always been in his bones. It was true that Jiang Ming's Taoist heart was firm and his heart was strong, but all of a sudden being immortalized is like being hit by a first-class jackpot. Jiang Ming was a 16-year-old after all. It would be odd if he could be as steady as an old dog. Lu Yuan said, don't get excited first. The so-called master leads the door. Cultivation depends on the individual. The master is only looking at your resolute character and thinks that you are a good seedling that can be cultivated to take you in. Whether or not you'll finally make it, how far you can go in the future and how far you can ultimately go is still up to you. It's not because I took you in that you'll be a success. I'm a mess in the Delo clan. It's not as if there are no scum of the division who are mongrels. You will see them in the future. And I hope you will take this as a warning for your teacher. Lu Yuan reminded Jiang Ming that worshipping the master was only the first step. It's still up to you how far you can go in the future. If you're like those 2s, Chen Nanxian Xiaohua, after you've started, and you're just waiting for death to play with tawdry maneuvers, then you're really waiting to die. Jiang Ming nodded his head heavily. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I've taken note of it. He then performs the rite of worship and completes the worship. Chapter 70, From the Inside to the Subtle Mortal Dust Skill. Congratulations to the host for taking in his 4th disciple, and issuing a new quest. Teach your disciples cultivation techniques and help them to successfully step onto the path of cultivation. The completion of this mission is divided into 3 grades of specifications. Grade 1, your disciple reaches the first stage of the specified technique, 100 mortal dust particles, within 3 months, and receives the rewards of, one of the 3 choices of Yuaning martial arts, 1 drop of time spirit liquid, and plus 50,000 points. Grade 2, your disciple reaches the first stage of the specified technique, 100 mortal dust particles, within 1 month. You can obtain the rewards, 3 choices of Supreme Yuaning martial arts, 5 drops of time spirit liquid, and plus 100,000 points. Grade 3, your apprentice reaches the first stage of the specified technique, 100 mortal dust particles, within 10 days. You can obtain the rewards, Taiku God Body Dao Fetus Mortal Dust Dao Body, 5 drops of time spirit liquid, and plus 200,000 points. This quest designates the merit technique Mortal Dust Technique, with Jiang Ming being enrolled as Lu Yuan's 4th disciple. The system prompt for the introductory quest issued by Jiang Ming rang out. Having taken in 4 disciples, Lu Yuan was basically able to figure out some of the system's laws now. For every new disciple that is initiated, the system will release a mission to pass on the power of. Often the rewards for the first transmission quest of a new disciple's initiation are the most generous. It's a shame I've never gotten it once myself. The little yellow one doesn't count. When Little Yellow first entered the Deluo sect, Lu Yuan didn't confiscate it as a disciple. It had accidentally eaten Chen Nanxuan's great piece of heavenly immortal skill, and gradually had its talent discovered by Lu Yuan. It belongs to the category of getting on the bus first and making up the ticket later, and it already has a major cultivation technique before entering the gate. That's why the system didn't release the new disciples transmission quest at that time. Jiang Ming's mission for this transmission was divided into 3 grades. The higher the degree of completion, the faster it was completed, the more generous the rewards. You have 10 days to complete it, and you can take the top tier reward, the ancient god body Dao fetus and 10 drops of time spirit liquid. Lu Yuan was breathing heavily. Taiku god body Dao fetus mortal dust Dao body, born close to the Dao god body. The early stage of cultivation is not particularly useful, but the later it gets, the fiercer it becomes, and it belongs to the late stage of the ultimate divine body. This divine body innate had an incomparably thorough and clear understanding of all types of great Dao and laws. System introduction at a later stage of cultivation, whether it's fighting or raising the realm. What was being looked at was the degree of the higher cultivator's comprehension of the laws of the great Dao. Normally a higher cultivator can only realize one path in a time period. The mortal dust Dao body could enlighten dozens of Daos at the same time, and the efficiency of enlightenment was extremely high and extremely perverse. This is the legendary innate enlightenment sacred body. This body of God is unattainable. This time in the new disciple transmission task brush out this level of reward is purely outrageous. This time missed. The next time you want to brush out this reward don't know monkey years and months. Lu Yuan wants it badly, but he also knew that the system had taken this reward out and put it in the prize pool at this time. So he guessed that the system had felt that it was impossible to complete this third-class mission and had just put it out to bask in the sun. Lu Yuan wanted it badly, but he also knew that it depended on fate. Although he had high hopes for Jiang Ming, he was also clear that Jiang Ming had only just begun his cultivation. You can't put too much pressure on him when you're just starting out. Lu Yuan's expectation of him is that as long as he completes the first gear within the allotted time, just reach the first stage of Kung Fu in 3 months. If you can, try to sprint for a second gear assignment and just make it to keep 1 or 2. As for the third gear, Lu Yuan just wants it, but not too much. After all, Chen Nanxian Shaofire pitted him badly enough before. If this task had been left to Chen Nanxian Shaohua, Lu Yuan would probably have simply given up by now. Receiving the mission of preaching, Lu Yuan preached in the hall of the Great Luo. He extracted the system's designated merit technique, mortal dust skill. After reading all the cultivation methods of this mortal dust technique and having a full understanding of this gong method, Lu Yuan said to Jiang Ming, "Disciple, you are in a special situation, a rare spirit rootless physique among all cultivators throughout the ages. To put it plainly, mortals without spiritual roots cultivate immortality. Originally, according to the normal situation, you can't step into the cultivation world with such a condition, but there are always exceptions to the rule. Since ancient times, there are always some geniuses who do something against the heavens, creating an incredible method. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a mortal like you in the north, unwilling to live a life of mediocrity, creating a heaven-defying cultivation method. He created this heaven-defying method that could develop a mortal's body to its limits, and then break through the limits until you ascend to immortality. This heaven-defying technique was called the mortal dust technique, also known as the griffin technique. It's a discipline that specializes in developing mortal flesh. As Lu Yuan preached, he drew out the mortal dust technique from the perspective of mortals cultivating immortality, and before preaching, first, Jiang Ming was given the concept of this gong method. He said, in this Gongfu philosophy, all living beings under the sky are regarded as ants, as small as a mosquito, an ant, a mortal human, as large as rivers, lakes and seas, the world of the heavens. In this Gongfu concept, heavenly true immortals are just bigger ants. The Qiankuan Avenue is the larger griffin head. The mortal dust secret says that mortals cultivate immortality by starting with sensing the organs of the periphery. Visualize each human organ as an individual mortal molecule. The hands and feet of the limbs, the eyebrows, eyes, ears, nose and mouth of the 5 senses, and the heart, liver, spleen, stomach and kidneys of the 5 organs. The 6 bowels of the stomach, intestines, san jiao, bladder and gallbladder, the 12 meridians of the human body, the 206 bones of the human body, and the 720 acupoints of the human body. From the outside to the inside, from the inside to the micro, and then to the cell, and then to the microdust. Countless human organs to particles are reduced to a single individual mole cricket individual. That is horrible. The human body itself is a treasure trove that can be explored endlessly, and the power of mortals is like that of ants. But a gigantic body made up of billions and billions of mortals can also open the gates of heaven with a single punch. Let the true immortals of heaven and the great Tao tremble, Lu Yuan said as he flipped his hand and took out a book. This book looks mediocre, ordinary, like one of those pirated books that hang out at the ground floor. The covers are looking incredibly dated. On the cover were written the words Mortal Dust Secrets, and the book was like its name, The Plain and simple. Lu Yuan, master just happens to have such a mortal dust skill on hand, which is just right for you to cultivate. It's not clear how far the people who created it back then actually ended up going. However, my master hopes that this gongfu in your hands will pass down some stories to future generations. Lu Yuan passed the mortal dust skill into Jiang Ming's hands. Jiang Ming looked at this mortal dust skill in his hand. Mortals cultivate immortality. It turns out that mortals can really cultivate immortality. And indeed the sky is the limit. Jiang Ming obtained this mortal dust skill and didn't mind its external appearance, as if it was a treasure. It was clearly the most precious thing to him. The foundation for a reversal of fortune. Jiang Ming kowtowed to his master. I will definitely cultivate my heart well and live up to master's great grace of transmitting kung fu. Lu Yuan nodded his head as he continued. At the beginning of your cultivation, master sends you a few words. You remember, first, do not be overly ambitious, second, do not compare yourself with others, third, do not make friends with Chen Nanxian Xiaofire. As for Chen Nanxian, who is Xiao Hua? They're my other two disciples. They joined before you. Is this door too big and small lovely? If you come together with them, even if it is for the teacher to practice to waste another number. Remember master's words and go. Chapter 71. Master has a new student. Lu Yuan arranged for Jiang Ming to stay first. The De Luo sect is now dilapidated, but after all, it is an immortal cultivation sect, and once a little brilliant for a period of time. It is the clan that has taken the reward of the Emperor of Dakian, and has produced a great cultivator of the foundation establishment stage. After getting the reward from the Dakian Emperor back then, the ancestors of the De Luo sect built quite a few courtyards on the main peak. These courtyards used to be for sect elders and personal disciples, passed down to this generation. There are only a few people in the big Luo sect, and the courtyard is naturally picked at random. Lu Yuan arranged Jiang Ming to be next door to Xiao Huang, nearer to Zhu, nearer to. I hope Jiang Ming can learn and practice well. After leaving the great Luo hall, as a rule, it was Little Yellow who led Jiang Ming to recognize the way to his courtyard. On the way, Jiang Ming looked at the little yellow dog that was leading the way. This dog, according to what the master said before, is actually the first true disciple under the master's seat. Name's Yellow. According to seniority, Jiang Ming was the latest disciple to enter the sect, and was also the junior master of the great Luo sect. He should call Yellow a big brother. Don't look at the fact that this big brother is only a dog in his body. However, it was rumored that this senior brother had condensed a divine golden pill and was the highest cultivator amongst the current disciples of the great Luo sect. Lu Yuan told Jiang Ming to learn well from this big senior brother. Little Yellow was definitely a role model for him to follow. On top of that, Master also mentioned the other two senior brothers of the clan. The other two senior brothers. One was named Chen Nanxian and the other was named Xiao Hua. Jiang Ming hadn't met them yet, and he didn't know how their personalities were. I don't know if it's good to get along either, but Master gave him a rule when he was in the Dalo Palace, telling him to keep his dealings with those two guys to a minimum. It's best not to interact. According to the master, those two senior brothers seemed to be deviating from the rules, uneducated and untalented. It led to a great distaste for the master, and even seemed to leave a not-so-small psychological shadow on the master, causing Jiang Ming to just begin. Lu Yuan then gave a stern warning to stay away from those two great evils. Jiang Ming inwardly, it doesn't look as if it's what Uncle San said in the great Luo sect. All of them are selected by thousands of people, and there are also mixed. Led by Xiao Huang, Jiang Ming entered his courtyard. Along the way, he had also seen how broken the De Luo sect was nowadays. This yard of his was also in a state of disrepair and had obviously not been cleaned or lived in for a long time. When Jiang Ming was working as an odd job man in a secular restaurant, he used to listen to the storyteller invited by the owner of the restaurant to tell stories. The worldly immortal sects in the mouth of Mr. Storyteller, the cultivation of the immortal Taoist tradition are all Cheongtai in Jade Pavilion, Jade Building in Golden Palace, with rainbow bridges rising in all directions. The cranes come in and out through the fog with their wings. Originally, Jiang Ming imagined that the great Luo immortal sect was the residence of immortals, and he felt that it should be so. It's just that now, looking at the actual situation, it does seem quite different from what was imagined. However, Jiang Ming quickly accepted that imagination was imagination, and reality was reality. Everyone's physique is different, and the environment of each immortal clan is also different. Maybe the Dala sect is going for this kind of plain and simple, rustic and vintage style. He came here to cultivate immortality, not to enjoy himself. Jiang Ming, who came from a poor background since childhood, circumstances mattered the least to him. Jiang Ming turned to thank Xiao Huang who had guided him. Many thanks to eldest brother for showing me the way. Little Yellow nodded slightly, followed by a wave of its paw, and a green light flew out and, the green light transformed into a Dan bottle that appeared in front of Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming grabbed these several white porcelain Dan bottles, each of which had 3 words written on them: grain-resistant Dan. Xiao Huang writes on the ground, pure grain pill, eat one and you won't be hungry in January. Cultivation of immortality is a long road, and carrying hunger is the first lesson for newcomers. When you enter the Great Luo sect, you will basically be cut off from grains in the future. After all, this big mountain, who's free to buy food and cook for you? Besides, it's not good for immortal cultivators to eat too much secular grains. It affects the sensing of spiritual qi in the early stages of cultivation. Except for spiritual rice and meat, of course, if you don't want to eat human food, you can go down the mountain and buy it yourself. Jiang Ming had climbed a mountain and jumped from a volcano all day today. 9 deaths. Now after slowing down he did feel a bit hungry, and after receiving the grain-expelling elixir he swallowed a capsule. The elixir transformed into mild energy and entered the abdomen, and the hunger in the abdomen really disappeared after a few moments. And Jiang Ming was also surprised to find that the pioneer pill that he had just eaten was surprisingly braised beef flavored. I only tasted its flavor, but not its meat. I don't know which alchemy immortal refined it. It's awesome. He had originally thought that the rescue pill would be hard to eat, but he hadn't realized that immortals also knew quite a bit about life. Jiang Ming collected the rescue pill, and Little Yellow had instructed everything it should. It then turned its head and left. Senior dog brother walked out of the courtyard, and Jiang Ming then closed the courtyard door. Then he turned to look at this small courtyard of his own in the dilation, which, though dilapidated, was, but instead, it gave Jiang Ming a sense of solidity. When he first entered the Dala sect, it was not as opulent as he had imagined. With the heavenly palace on the mountain, worshipping an immortal as a teacher, the master was not as high and mighty as he thought he was. The dog brother who had just shown himself the way was also very nice and approachable. The small courtyard was shabby, but it was the shabbiness that gave him a sense of groundedness. Jiang Ming rolled up his sleeves. Let's clean up first. This will be his home from now on. Jiang Ming's hands and feet were nimble, and he finished cleaning after half an hour. The yard is a lot neater and cleaner after the cleaning. Having solved the housing problem, the food problem, Jiang Ming now couldn't wait to start cultivating. He entered the room and flipped open the book of mortal dust secrets to study it carefully. A few words were written on the first page of the gongfu when he turned it over. You all treat mortals like ants. Don't you know that the anger of an ant can stir up the heavens and the earth? Lu Yuan had already given him the idea of this gong method before he passed it on. Jiang Ming himself looked more carefully at the gongfu once more, but he was even more directly immersed in it. He was deeply convinced by this gongfu, and he admired the person who created this technique back then. The person who created this mortal dust skill was also a mortal with no spiritual roots, having seen countless cultivators treating mortals like ants and human lives like grass. Therefore, this technique was created. And the kernel of this technique is to develop the physical body of a spirit-rootless mortal, considering every inch of cellular dust of the body as a single body, cultivating it into countless individual molecular particles, and superimposing the billions of mortal molecular particles. It will have the power to open up the sky, so that even a mole-like mortal can open a mountain with a single punch and kill an immortal with a single punch. At this moment, Jiang Ming's state of mind was the same as that of his predecessor who created this technique back then. Because Jiang Ming recalled those demonic heart cultists who killed people to make human pills. That group of demonic cultivators were the ones who held their power high above the rest, and they viewed mortals like ants. Jiang Ming, I must cultivate this griffin technique, and one day, it will show these cultivators who have power and don't control themselves and don't respect life that mole crickets have anger too. He started practicing, following the cultivation route recorded in the mortal dust technique to make one action after another. He began to develop his physical body, and at this moment, on the other side, Chen Nanyuan and Xiaohua had already received the news. Chen Nanchuan's soul returned to Xiaohua's body and said, Senior brother Xiao, do you know? Master has taken on a new apprentice. Chapter 72 King of the Great Luo sect in charge of suffering. Chen Nanxian had gotten into big trouble earlier by forcibly peering into the future. Being crushed by the mysterious man across the shore with one hand killed his spring and autumn cicada, causing his soul to lose the shelter of the spring and autumn cicada to become incredibly weak. Therefore, his soul detached from Xiaohuo in the past few days and practiced alone at the top of the back of Mount Diluo. Although Diluo Mountain is not a high-grade immortal mountain treasure, it is still considered a spiritual mountain. At least it's much better than some of the common mountain ranges. There are many underground veins in the immortal cultivation world, and there are veins underneath Mount Diluo, albeit weaker ones, but a mosquito leg is still neat. The aura of the earth's veins under Mount Diluo nourishes the living spirits and grasses on Mount Diluo to thrive and grow. That's why the natural ecology of Mt. Aro is much stronger than any other mountain in the vicinity. So Chen Nanxian pondered stealing some of the Great Luo Mountain Earth Vein aura to replenish his soul. Everything was fine for the first couple of days, except for today when there was an accident. A blazing sun the size of a wheel has suddenly appeared on Mount Dala, and all know that souls fear light. Lu Yuan tested Jiang Ming's exam question but nearly killed Chen Nanxian, who was stealing the Earth Vein aura at the top of the mountain. Chen Nanxian cursed and drilled into the cracks of the stone before surviving. After the blazing sun disappeared, he went out to check it out and realized that it was the aura sun that Lu Yuan had straightened out. Chen Nanxian had been secretly observing, and he realized that his master had taken on a new disciple. That Reiki sun is what examines new disciples. And later, Lu Yuan took his new disciple Jiang Ming into the hall of the Great Luo to conspire for a long time before he came out. It was finally led back to the residence by Yellow. Chen Nanxian, who had spied on the entire process, folded back to Xiaohua's courtyard and shared the news with Elder Xiaohua Xian. After Xiaohua and Elder Xian learned of this news, they asked, "A new junior apprentice brother? So what?" Xiaohua did not quite understand what Chen Nanyuan meant. "You seem happy? I've offended my master enough with my 2 deviations. Don't you know what position you and I have in the big Luo sect? A great power outcast, a fringe member of the great Luo sect. Now that master has taken on a new disciple, his mind is even more fully focused on his new pupil. You and I are even lower. What are you so happy about?" Chen Nanxian said. "Young people are still too young and think too one-sidedly. Based on the experience of both you and I, don't you see? Masters don't care who the final cultivator of the Gongfu is after passing it on. Immortal destiny is given to those who are destined to receive it. Didn't the original Kung Fu of the two of us end up all belonging to Xiao Huang? So the competition for the immortal edge should have been tacitly recognized in the Great Luo sect. This newly initiated junior apprentice brother should have gotten the Gongfu passed on to him by his master by now. The level of the feats must not be weak. This is a new immortal fate." Chen Nanxian paused for a moment and continued. "Little Yellow can intercept the immortal destiny of you and me. There is no reason why we can't cut off this new entry young master. Think about it. Xiao Huan got the immortal destiny of you and me. The future ascension to the immortal world. The achievement is not limited. If we can intercept the immortal destiny of this newly initiated young master, can our achievements still be below Little Yellow?" What Chen Nanxian meant was that he was going to cut off the chance, and that Little Yellow could take their chance. There's no reason they can't take this new junior division. Xiaohua frowned as he listened to Chen Nanyuan's words. This is not good. Intercepting a fellow disciple's chance? Xiao Huang that was eaten by mistake, without knowing it. The second time was also discarded by Xiaohua on his own initiative, neither of which was a deliberate act, but both of them now know full well that what their master is passed down to them is the real thing. It's too much to take someone's immortal destiny so unconscionably, or a fellow disciple. Chen Nanxian said with a cold smile. Those who wish to accomplish great things do not restrict themselves to small details. You haven't crossed the thunder tribulation. Having never seen the Heaven's Gate, I don't know how terrifying the Ascension Thunder Tribulation is and how narrow that Heaven's Gate is. There are billions of immortal cultivators in the world. How many of them can ascend? Everyone is fighting to get across. If you don't fight for your chance to become a saint and an ancestor, you'll be turned into yellow earth. You realize how ridiculous the idea is now. Besides, if we lie to him, he can lie to those who come after him. Who hasn't suffered losses before? It's good to suffer. I'm giving him a lesson today for his own good. It's better to be lied to by one of your own than by an outsider. Chen Nanchuan's previous life cultivation. 500 years can become a fairy robbery. Relying on the means hard enough. He did everything he could. If not, how could he stand out amongst the same batch of 1 million elite disciples of the true martial immortal sect? He wasn't Xiaohuo looking ahead and preaching benevolence. Chen Nanxian discussed with Elder Xian. Elder Xian, you should understand that history only remembers the victors. Elder Xian was also at the transitional stage, and it was easier for him and Elder Xian to communicate. Elder Xian thought for a moment and agreed with Chen Nanchuan's approach. It's immoral, but what's a conscience in the face of great profit? Ascending to the upper realms. The great benefits of becoming a god and an immortal are enough to cover the conscience. Although Xiaohua felt that it was immoral, Elder Xian didn't listen to him this time. Straight away the ghost took over and forced him to go. Meanwhile, in the room where Jiang Ming was, Jiang Ming followed the cultivation diagram described on the mortal dust skill to make a single cultivation movement. These movements are tricky and odd, but they allude to the mysteries of the human body. Every movement was cultivating a physical body, and the mortal dust gong emphasized from the outside to the inside, from the macro to the micro. Initial exercise for hands and feet, 5 senses, skin and hair, and then the 5 internal organs. Then to the human body 9 orifices, 12 meridians, 206 bones, 720 acupoints, billions of cells. Every organ, every cell can be transformed into a little bit of mortal dust particles. Now Jiang Ming practiced the outer body limbs and flesh. He refined his hands and feet, his 5 senses and 5 internal organs into particles of mortal dust according to the Gong method. The initial cultivation process was extremely painful. Jiang Ming felt like his entire body was being torn apart and reorganized. The average person wouldn't have been able to take it anymore. But Jiang Ming since childhood from a difficult background, the countryside children from childhood to eat hard to eat, then other cannot be. But suffering he never lost. He is extremely strong-willed, and he remembers drinking medicine as a child that, my mother said that the more bitter the medicine was the more effective it tended to be. Cultivation of immortality is the same. The more pain in the body proves that the effect is better, the more it proves that he practiced correctly. After all, immortalism is the process of evolution of life. Mortal cultivation to flying immortals. This if it does not hurt. Jiang Ming, on the contrary, is not solid. Pain point is good. Pain is solid. The more pain, the more down to earth, the more Jiang Ming suffered, the happier he became. His limbs, hair, skin and bones were like being stuffed into a meat grinder and crushed inch by inch. This feels right. I don't know how many times I've passed out in one night. However, Jiang Ming quickly awoke and then continued to do his movement cultivation. It was so hard to enter the Great Luo sect and get the immortal laws to cultivate. Wasting an ounce of time would be a waste of life. As the night passed, Jiang Ming experienced 12 times of pain to the point of fainting. When the first light of morning dawns, Jiang Ming realized that he had refined 12 mortal dust particles in his body in one night. He had managed to refine his limbs, head, skin, hair, and organs into mortal particles. Jiang Ming felt his body's qi and blood rushing like a great river, and his qi had skyrocketed overnight. A huge boulder in the Desperation mountain. Jiang Ming estimated that it had about 1,000 pounds. He operated the 12 mortal dust particles in his body, and his hands were already able to lift a 1,000-pound boulder. According to the mortal dust secret, each particle of mortal dust can bring about 100 pounds of qi. 12 grains, that's 1,200 pounds. Don't underestimate the 200 pounds of strength. It's just the beginning. The target for the first stage of the mortal dust technique is 100 particles of mortal dust. It stacks up to 10,000 pounds of strength and 100 times the physicality. A casual punch was a huge force of 10,000 pounds, enough to be comparable to the 9th level of qi refining. Moreover, the upper limit of mortal particles is unknown. Human cells and dust can coalesce indefinitely. 12 particles of mortal dust increase insignificantly. But what if it's 120,000? What about 120,000 grains? Jiang Ming put down the boulder and turned around to go back to the house. Last night I could endeavor to coalesce 12 particles of mortal dust. My body and I have gotten stronger and I don't feel tired even when I don't sleep. Redoubling my efforts tonight. It should not be difficult to coalesce 24 particles of mortal dust. I can keep getting increases if I keep trying. By analogy, on the 3rd day you'll be able to condense 48 grains. On the 4th day 96 grains. And so double to live up to master's expectations. Jiang Ming continued to cultivate bitterly. The Great Luo sect was in charge of the king of hard work and endurance. Chapter 73, Are you two here for some food? By noon, Jiang Ming had already finished cultivating the 6 internal organs. The 6 internal organs of the gallbladder, stomach, small intestine, large intestine, bladder and triple jiao, upper, middle and lower triple jiao. All of them were successfully refined into mortal particles by him. The number of mortal dust particles in Jiang Ming's body reached the number of 20 grains. Just as Jiang Ming was preparing to continue his cultivation, wanting to break through the number 30 in one fell swoop before nightfall today, there was a knock at his yard door. Jiang Ming heard a knock on the door and got up to walk out to open it. Who could it be at this point in time? Master, eldest brother? Jiang Ming opened the door and saw a black-clothed teenager standing in the doorway, the very same Xiaohua who was possessed by a ghost. There was also a golden light soul floating next to Xiaohua. It was Chen Nanxian. This is the first time in his life that Jiang Ming has seen a ghost, although he has often heard of ghosts and monsters in the world before. Chatelaine. But I've never seen a ghost in real life before. The immortal gate is really the immortal gate. Just the 2nd day of initiation and I saw things I hadn't seen before. Open the door to the devil. Right. Jiang Ming took a deep breath. The first time to hit the ghost heart is still a little apprehensive. But the other party should have no malice, after all. If they did, they wouldn't have knocked on the door. Moreover, this was within the immortal sect, and with the master present, there should be no evil spirits running rampant in this place. Jiang Ming inquired, And you two are? Xiaohua said. My name is Xiaohua. This is our 2nd senior brother of the Great Luo sect. Senior brother Chen Nanxian Chen. The two of us have heard that master has taken in a new disciple today and have come to pay a visit. You are the youngest disciple, aren't you? When Xiaohua said this, Jiang Ming instantly knew who they were. These two guys are the two big and small cuties that Shifu has told us so much about. Master, Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua? What are those two doing here? Jiang Ming had 100% trust in Lu Yuan. After all, it was his master who gave him a second life. If you don't believe in your master's words, who else can you believe in? The master said that these two guys are deviant, de Luo's own jerks, and told himself to have less contact with them. The moment Jiang Ming knew their identities, his heart was already on guard. However, there should still be manners. After all, people are also considered sect masters. Jiang Ming stood in the doorway and said, "So it's the two senior brothers. I heard my master mention the two of you when I was just initiated, and today I am fortunate enough to see the real face, and it is indeed the same as what my master described." Xiao Wei, oh, master mentioned us? What did master, his old man, say about us? Chen Nanxian also pricked up his ears to listen. Wanted to see what his old man, master, had to say about the two of them now. After all, although the two of them have now become the fringe of the clan, but now no master his old man is the upper realm of great powers down to extradite disciples, the heart still holds the illusion. If there is an opportunity they still want to mix with the master ass. Jiang Ming said, master said that the two elder brothers are dragons and phoenixes among men, a rare talent on earth. The future will be great. Jiang Ming inwardly felt that he wasn't really making any nonsense up. The master did say that these two brothers are the two cuties of the crouching dragon and the phoenix, and he was right when he said they're the best of the best. After all, he didn't explicitly say that here among the people was a compliment. Chen Nanxian Xiao's face showed joy when he heard this. If this young master isn't lying, then it looks like master hasn't completely given up on them. They still have a chance. With that, Chen Nanxian said, "Senior brother, you're new to the city, and the senior brothers came over to see you today. What? You won't invite us in for a cup of tea? We're not welcome?" Chen Nanxian looked at Jiang Ming, the kid who had been standing at the door and blocking it. "Doesn't seem to want to let them in? You're just blocking the girls from entering the house, aren't you?" Jiang Ming actually really didn't want these two guys to come in. After all, master had told him to stay away from them, and he was planning to continue his hard work in the afternoon. These two guys come visiting in the middle of the day, and they don't know what they're doing here. Jiang Ming didn't know how long they were going to come in and sit, but Chen Nanxian has directly singled out the need to come in and sit down. We are all fellow disciples. Jiang Ming is not good enough to really not give in to the house. He hurriedly opened the door all the way. "Two senior brothers, please." Xiaohua stepped into Jiang Ming's courtyard, and Chen Nanxian floated in after him. Jiang Ming hit some well water to light the stove to boil water. Half an hour later, the water boiled. He poured a glass of water for each of the two brothers. "Two senior brothers. I just started yesterday, and I didn't bring anything with me when I started. There's not much good tea in this house, so I'll take water instead of tea. Please forgive me for any hospitality." Listening to Jiang Ming's words, Xiaohua and Shen Nanyuan said that it was fine, and that they hadn't come to drink tea in the first place. Jiang Ming then asked the two senior brothers what exactly they were here for today. Elder Xian and Chen Nanxian inside Xiaohua exchanged a glance and then said, "Senior brother, after master took you as his disciple and brought you within the sect's great Luo Hall, in addition to performing the rite of worship, he should have also passed on your introductory techniques, right?" Jiang Ming listened to both of them. Nodding, "Master has passed me a set of cultivation techniques, told me to come back to practice properly. I practiced overnight yesterday until noon today. Originally intended to continue practicing in the afternoon. The two brothers then came to visit. What's wrong with that?" Chen Nanxian said. "It's like this. In our great Luo sect there has always been an amicable relationship between masters and brothers. It is a sect tradition to support each other's progress. And the two of us have heard that senior brother has just been initiated and has no previous experience in cultivation. I am worried that you will have a lot of things you don't understand when you first start practicing, and if you don't have anyone to guide you, you will inevitably go astray. Master Xiao and I happen to be free again in the past 2 days, so we came to take a look at you and give you some pointers. We're all in the same family," Chen Nanxian said, using his hand to serve the water that Jiang Ming had just poured for him on the table. It turns out that after half a day of grabbing the soul body can't grab the cup. A little embarrassed, he continued, "Senior brother, what technique did master pass on to you yesterday? If you take it out and show it to the two of us, senior brother Xiao and I can also instruct you in your cultivation. With our guidance you'll be able to get started faster." Next to him, Xiao Huan nodded, and both of them turned their gazes toward Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming listened to Chen Nanchuan's words and sort of understood what they meant. "So you two came over just to see the kung fu that master passed on to me?" Although Jiang Ming was not very old, he was 16, not 6. "Jiang Ming, you too. Are you looking at me to fool me? They say the children of poor families are born early. I've been working at the restaurant since I was 13 with Uncle Sam. so I've never seen anything like this before. Although Jiang Ming's restaurant is not big, there are many customers coming and going every day. As a store assistant, he often walked in the front hall and served the customers. What kind of people hadn't he seen before? My eyes are the ruler. Good people and bad people, poor people and rich people. Are they here to eat food that's not good for them? Jiang Ming could tell at a glance. He's been working in a restaurant for 3 years. How can he continue to work without this kind of eyesight and resourcefulness? Jiang Ming was looking at the tone and eyes of his 2 senior brothers at the moment. Obviously almost the same as the guests who used to want to come to the tavern for a bully meal. Jiang Ming, are you 2 not here to eat food today? You 2 are not trying to cheat me out of my skills, are you? Chapter 74, you can't fool me. So you're going to rob me instead, right? Chen Nanxian lied well, but Jiang Ming wasn't stupid either. He is not the kind of fledgling rash. The worldly tavern human affairs grinding for 3 years. What have you never seen before? Jiang Ming naturally knew how important cultivation techniques were. The feats were the equivalent of the ledger in his part-time restaurant. Can you just show an outsider something like a ledger? When he was at the tavern's bookkeeper who managed the books was a part-time job for the shopkeeper's daughter-in-law. These 2 are so discreet that they're close to sewing their ledgers in their pants pockets. Once the shopkeeper's daughter-in-law counting, Jiang Ming passed by to peek at 2 eyes. The result of the evening dinner directly lost. These 2 senior brothers asked themselves to take out their own gung fu for them to see. What about the kids? Jiang Ming said. 2 senior brothers. This isn't too good. The gung fu was given to me by my master. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to show you the kung fu until master agrees that I can show it to outsiders. It's against the rules. Besides, you 2 have to practice yourself. How would senior brother dare to delay your 2 senior brothers' cultivation progress for you to labor to instruct me? If I have any questions I can just go and ask master directly. Jiang Ming directly exterminated Chen Nanxian with 2 words. If you want to see my kung fu, unless master personally speaks to me and agrees to show it to you, otherwise don't even think about it. I won't say a word more to you until master agrees. And what do I want you to point out? Why don't I just ask master if I have questions? Master lives not far next door. I'll leave the genuine store alone and ask you 2 for a little pheasant store? Am I crazy or are you 2 crazy? Don't you know what kind of reputation you 2 have in the big Luo sect? Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Chen Nanxuan's face darkened. The Shen Lao inside Xiaohua also felt troubled. This kid is not easy to fool. I originally thought that this new junior apprentice was a newbie, and that once he was fooled into I didn't realize it was so discreet. Chen Nanxian said, Senior brother, you're wrong. We're all your senior brothers. Do you know more about cultivation than we do? It's enough for the 2 of us to guide you. Master is usually quite busy. Don't bother master is old man when you're fine. We're also sharing master's worries. Yes, it's hard to believe that we can't rob you of your gongfu. Besides, we're all from the same sect. Can't we still look at feats between fellow disciples? Zoom out a bit. We're doing this for your own good. Jiang Ming said, I've already studied the gongfu once last night. There's nothing I don't understand. I really don't need you 2 to take the trouble for me. If you 2 don't have anything else to do, I won't keep you 2. I'm going to keep practicing. Jiang Ming looked at Chen Nanyuan. After he refined the mortal dust particles, the mortal dust technique was considered to be initiated. Basically, you can also feel the strength and weakness of the person in front of you. Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua, these 2 guys. Xiaohua is still a little bit of strength. Jiang Ming feels that Xiaohua's strength should be that much stronger than himself, but not much. But this Chen Nanxian in front of him, in his soul body state, without a trace of aura fluctuation on his body. You're a chi refining level 0 player. You're not as strong as me. When is it your turn to tell me what to do? Jiang Ming didn't want to bull with these 2 guys anymore as he got up to see them off. After a brief encounter with these 2 senior brothers, he now felt more and more that master was right. Can't really have any contact with these 2 guys. Spend a lot of time with them. One does have to waste sooner or later. Originally, I thought these 2 guys were looking for them for something serious. He also gave them a special pot of water to entertain them. But as a result, the 2 people came in and talked for half a day, saying all nonsense, and there was also the suspicion of swindling the gong method, half-assed, and wasting close to half an hour of his own time. Half an hour. If Jiang Ming had used it for cultivation, he might have already refined another particle of mortal dust. Jiang Ming, you 2 aren't here specifically to waste my time, are you? As he watched Jiang Ming get up to see off his guests, Chen Nanyuan and the Xian Lao inside Xiaohua became anxious. The gongfu has not been snubbed. Why is this still kicking people out? Elder Xian, senior brother, what can you do if you show us the technique? Senior brother can still harm you? Chen Nanxian, we're all from the same sect. We can't even look at feats between fellow sect members? How can you cultivate fellowship in the future if you are so petty? It's not too late to apologize. Jiang Ming, I won't see you off. Apologize? Apologize? I'm not done with you two for wasting my time. Get lost. It was the first time Chen Nanxian had been swept away like this, and he was enraged. Junior brother, you've only just joined the master's sect and you're so disrespectful to the two of us, with no respect in your eyes. Disrespecting senior brother. Since that's the case, don't blame me for teaching you how to respect your senior brother properly today. If you don't take out the gongfu, then I'll come and get it myself. Chen Nanxian charged towards Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming watched as the ghost lunged towards him. What do you mean? You can't fool me. So you're going to rob me? What's wrong with that? But you, a chi refining level 0, robbing me, a cultivator who has opened 20 particles of mortal dust. Isn't it a bit of a reverse Big Dipper? Jiang Ming, I'm still afraid of others who robbed me. But what class are you? How dare you? Chen Nanxian made the first move, so naturally Jiang Ming didn't have to hold back, only to see him punch out. A punch that utilized the power of 20 mortal dust particles around him. A wave of chi instantly blasted out from his fist. And although the mortal dust particles did not absorb aura, but it does exist in an extremely special way. This punch was not only a physical attack, it could also attack the soul. Chen Nanxian never thought that this kid was still immortal yesterday, and had just been initiated. You're this strong after only one night? The power of this punch was enough to rival that of the second level of chi refining, which was not strong, though, but it was also not something that his current feeble soul could resist. Chen Nanxian was directly blown away, like a fly being swatted against a wall. Chen Nanxian looked towards Elder Xian inside Xiaohua. You're not going to do it yet? Elder Xian was just about to make his move. Jiang Ming wasn't stupid. He naturally knew the reasoning behind bullying. Chen Nanxian is good at bullying at the 0th level of chi refinement, but next to him is Xiaohua at the 6th level of chi refinement. It's not a good fight for yourself these days. So the Xian Lao inside Xiaohua was just about to move when Jiang Ming roared. Eldest brother. Someone is trying to rob me. Jiang Ming's yard was connected to Xiao Huang's yard next door, and at this moment Jiang Ming shouted. Little Yellow's ears perked up and he jumped right over the wall. Instantly the divine golden Dan aura swept through Jiang Ming's small courtyard. Yellow, woof? Who dares to mess around in broad daylight? Are you tired of living? Elder Xian instantly softened as he took a look at Jiang Ming directly shaking Little Yellow over. That's fine. Before Little Yellow had broken through the Jin Dan, Elder Xian hadn't put it in his eyes, but Little Yellow later directly condensed the divine golden Dan. Divine golden Dan. That's something that can level with a Yuaning, and that's within the Deluo sect. It was impossible for Elder Xian to throw everything away to rob a fellow disciple. Looks like today's plan is a bust. Little Yellow currently cocked his head and looked at Chen Nanyuan and Xiaohua. What do you two want? Elder Xian retreated 2 steps back. Little, big senior brother. Misunderstanding? It's a misunderstanding. Jiang Ming walked directly next to Xiao Huang and said, Eldest brother, the two of them want to rob me of my gongfu, and trying to come out hard on me. Yellow, is there such a thing? Chapter 75, these two already have a way to take their lives. Little Yellow looked at the two fellows, Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua. You two guys have nothing better to do than to come and wreak havoc on Junior Master. And you want to rob Junior Master's technique? What way? Chen Nanxian, Xiaohua and Elder Xian knew that they couldn't afford to mess with Xiao Huang, and with regard to Xiao Huang's current realm, a slap on the wall could gouge them. Xiaohua hastily stepped back and said, Eldest senior brother, there is a misunderstanding here. Chen Nanxian, we just thought that Junior Master had just been initiated. I'm afraid that he'll go astray when he first starts practicing, so I've come to give him a few pointers. How can you call it robbing when you're just trying to be nice? A friend from the same school. A friend from the same school. Can you call it robbing? At most, it's a loan. Yellow, just the two of you. You've been initiated for half a year, and one of you still hasn't set foot on the threshold of cultivation. A man of the people who has strongly cultivated from the foundation stage to the 6th level of chi refining. Who are you going to instruct? You haven't understood your own practice yet, and you want to teach others? What kind of devious ways? Master said little brother is a good seed. If you two teach him, he'll be useless. Little Yellow swung up a paw, and his Jindan breath was released from his palm. A golden sun true fire condensed into a small sun. Xiao Huang, are you two getting out of here? If not, I'll give you a ride. Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua were terrified by the sun essence flame, and the current ones could not receive it. Eldest senior brother, we'll leave you alone if there's nothing else. The two hurriedly exited the courtyard and brought the door with them before leaving. Little Yellow watched the two guys leave, and it turned its head to tell Jiang Ming, if they both come back to harass, just let yourself know. Yellow then left. After eldest brother left, Jiang Ming glanced at the closed courtyard door in thought. At this moment, Chen Nanyuan, Xiao Hua, and old man Xian, who had been driven away by Little Yellow, left Jiang Ming's courtyard. On the way back to his place, Chen Nanxian said, "What is certain now is that the Jiang Ming's body does have an immortal skill passed down from his master, but it's a pity that this kid is too slippery to be fooled. Xiao Huang is also living next to him, so it's hard to grab it even if you want to." Elder Xian, unfortunately, just now, if Xiao Huang hadn't made a move, old man would have already taken him down. Xiao Hua asked, "Teacher, senior brother Chen, is a merit law really that important?" Senior brother is in the end our fellow disciple, and for us to be senior brothers who pitched a fit and now are even robbing its chances, it's too much. Old man Xian listened to his disciple's words and said, "You don't understand, disciple. If it was an ordinary gongfu naturally wouldn't do such a despicable thing, but this time it's different. This is a gongfu that can directly certify a true immortal. If you can save 10 million years of hard cultivation straight to the true immortal. This chance is too big. How can not grab?" Elder Xian used to think highly of himself and disdained villainous behavior, but now he realizes that when the stakes are high enough, any innocence is all bull ********. Xiao Hua didn't want to go through with it because he didn't have enough vision. Chen Nanxian and Elder Xian were both high-level cultivators, knowing how difficult the road ahead is. Having a top-notch gongfu that is a qualitative change. Elder Xian and Chen Nanxian discussed what to do next. Chen Nanxian said, "If you can't cheat and rob, then you can only not blame senior brother for not speaking martial virtues. Tonight we'll go and steal the stuff." Elder Xian, stealing the gong method is indeed feasible, but Xiao Huang lives next door, and the Jindan cultivator's divine sense is sensitive. I'm afraid it's just hard to get started. Elder Xian felt that although the move of stealing the technique from the door at night was feasible, but the problem was that Jiang Ming lived next door to Xiao Huang, and Xiao Huang himself was a dog, a Jindan stage dog guarding the house. Who dares to come to the door for this? I could smell the three of them from a long way off. Chen Nanxian, I have a secret art that allows me to sneak around in the dark and hide my breath. Not to mention Jindan. It is the refining of the virtual ensemble to come are not necessarily able to detect, but is to pay some price. At what cost? To burn a little longevity. Xian Lao? Elder Xian also couldn't figure out why all of the secret arts that Chen Nanxian had collected were ones that required the burning of longevity. What longevity incinerator? Do you think your life is too long? So you specialize in collecting this type of secret art? Chen Nanxian, all three of you and I are low in strength nowadays, and high-level secret arts require the burning of great mana. Do you and I have it? What can the three of us get out of it right now besides our longevity? Chen Nanxian expressed his speechlessness. The three of them together had a cultivation level of only the 6th level of qi refining. Xian Lao burned his soul power in order to occasionally exert his Jindan Yuaning strength. But the last time on the Black Dragon Wall to bring Xiao Hua to escape has already forcefully catalyzed the Yuaning cultivation once, and now has not slowed down. Cannot always overdraft. All the three of them could take now was longevity. Xian Lao, the problem is that you and I are both ghosts. Where does longevity come from? Chen Nanxian turned his gaze towards Xiao Hua. You're the only one alive. Senior brother Xiao, lend you your lifespan? Xiao Hui, burn me? Xiao Hua man went numb. You've burned all yours. Now you're burning mine, right? Xiao Hui, teacher, this. Chen Nanxian, after obtaining the technique, it will first be given to you to cultivate. What is some longevity in the area compared to true immortal techniques? You masters and disciples can figure it out yourselves. Elder Xian nodded his head as well. Indeed, even if 10,000 years of lifespan and true immortal feats are compared to there is also no comparison. Disciple, pattern enlargement, longevity is irrelevant. Longevity will increase after breaking the boundary. Chen Nanxian and Elder Xian both said so. Shaw fire, okay. The three of them agreed to make their move tonight. And with Chen Nanxuan's secret art and Xiao was longevity. It's basically 9 out of 10. Master, they came to rob me of my gongfu today, and if it wasn't for eldest brother's help, I'm afraid that my disciple's gong method has already been snatched by them. I'm worried that they'll come back later to pester me, so please do it for me. Master, De Luo Hall. Jiang Ming came directly to the teacher to complain. After Chen Nanxian and Xiao Hua left, Jiang Ming always felt uneasy. Every one of these two brothers looks like a good guy, and if they can't cheat, they'll just rob instead. Who knows what else they could do subsequently. Just now, if Xiao Huang hadn't stepped in to help shock them back, Jiang Ming would probably have been robbed. Jiang Ming only sought a quiet environment to cultivate, and if those two senior brothers harassed him again, inevitably, he'll be wasting his time again. In the past, when he was working in a restaurant, he came across punks eating bully meals and causing trouble. If they can't solve the problem once and for all, they will come back later. It's all about experience. Jiang Ming, if you don't learn, others will have to learn. So he figured he'd go straight to the root of the problem and tell his master about it. Let the master take care of it. After all, he was the one who told him to stay away from those two brothers at that time as well. Lu Yuan's brows also furrowed as he listened to Jiang Ming's words. Those 2s don't let others learn even if they don't learn themselves? You want to take someone with you before you die, don't you? Lu Yuan Hong warmed up. Just as Lu Yuan was getting angry, he suddenly sensed that the aura on Jiang Ming in front of him seemed a little different from when he had just been initiated. Lu Yuan, huh? Wait, disciple, why is the aura on your body not quite right? You've already condensed mortal particles? He sensed that Jiang Ming's aura seemed to have become non-mundane. You have condensed mortal particles. You've stepped into the threshold of immortal cultivation? Jiang Ming, master passed on my gong method. I didn't dare to slack off when I got back and practiced all night long. It is a pity that my qualifications are dull and I have only been able to condense 20 particles of mortal dust from last night to noon today. I was thinking of continuing to practice hard in the afternoon, but unfortunately, I was interrupted by 2 senior brothers in the middle of the day. Otherwise, you should be able to condense about 30 mortal dust particles by now. Lu Yuan, are you saying that you condensed 20 particles of mortal dust in the 10 hours between last night and noon? Lu Yuan was stunned. What kind of speed was this? He opened that system quest about Jiang Ming again at this moment. Grade 1, your disciple reaches the first stage of the specified technique, 100 mortal dust particles, within 3 months, and receives the rewards of, one of the 3 choices of Yuaning martial arts, 1 drop of time spirit liquid, and plus 50,000 points. Grade 2, your disciple reaches the first stage of the specified technique, 100 mortal dust particles, within 1 month. You can obtain the rewards, 3 choices of supreme Yuaning martial arts, 5 drops of time spirit liquid, and plus 100,000 points. Grade 3, your apprentice reaches the first stage of the specified technique, 100 mortal dust particles, within 10 days. You can obtain the rewards, ancient divine body Dao fetus mortal dust Dao body, 5 drops of time spirit liquid, and plus 200,000 points. Originally, Lu Yuan was not talking about the 3rd grade rewards, with Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua, Hook Stone, in front of him. His expectations of his new disciples, 2nd gear he doesn't quite dare to think about. But now you're telling me that you coalesce 20 particles of mortal dust in one night? Lu Yuan thinks about a 3rd gear mission. There are 9 more days to go. His breath caught in an instant. Thinking about the 3 grades of rewards, and then thinking about those 2 piles of hook stones, idly harassing Jiang Ming in his cultivation. You still want to steal the technique? Lu Yuan couldn't tense up and got up violently. If just now there was just some red warmth, then Lu Yuan's face was now a crab completely steamed. These 2. They already have a way to take death. Chapter 76, don't worry, he's pretending. In fact, he can't see, sense. Don't worry, just cultivate well. The master will personally protect your path this time. I'd like to see who dares to harass you. Lu Yuan directly stayed at Jiang Ming's courtyard. Seeing that the completion of the 3rd gear task is expected, whoever comes at this juncture will die. Lu Yuan directly stayed in the courtyard of Jiang Ming, so that he could concentrate on cultivation, and the master personally gave you protection. Jiang Ming originally just wanted to make a small report. Letting the master warn those 2 senior brothers to restrain themselves a little was just a matter of letting the master warn them. But it turned out that he never expected the master to be so emotional all of a sudden, and came directly to protect himself. Master, it's not appropriate for you to guard my night watch, is it? How is this inappropriate? This is very appropriate. You go and cultivate quickly and don't let these little things keep you from your business. A 3-stage reward. That's a Taiku divine body Dao fetus. If he could really complete the 3rd grade mission and take the reward, Lu Yuan would have to kowtow to Jiang Ming. Don't ever care about this little thing for your teacher. That's the main thing for you. Looking at his master taking such care of himself and being so attentive to his own affairs, Jiang Ming's eyes reddened. Heartwarming. Ever since I was a child, only my biological parents and Uncle Sam had cared so much about me. Now that master has not only taught himself the way of immortal cultivation, but also treats himself as if he were his own son, and personally protects the Dharma. There is no way to repay this great kindness, but to keep practicing and to repay it with achievements. Jiang Ming thanked his master and then rushed into the house to close the door. With the master guarding the path outside and the big brother right next door, it was finally time to cultivate in peace. Jiang Ming went into the house to cultivate, and Lu Yuan stood guard outside. At night, the weather turned cooler. Lu Yuan had the sun golden body in Jindan cultivation and had no fear of the night cold, but he was bored with his night watch. Still, I made myself a pot of tea and roasted some cinnamon, sweet potatoes and chestnuts to use. These worldly foods were what Lu Yuan had asked the Green Mountain governor to get for himself in the city of Green Mountain. Immortal cultivators do not eat earthly food, and it is better for them to abstain from the 5 grains for cultivation. But Lu Yuan was a traveler after all, and still retained part of his habit of tasting earthly food, so these simple little things brought some back. Xiao Huan's nose is sensitive. smelled the fragrance, jumped over the courtyard wall and came. Lu Yuan smiled and it was then given a share of some chestnut sweet potatoes. The two divine Pin Jindan cultivators just gathered around the stove to enjoy the steaming hot snacks. Lu Yuan said, "This is called cooking tea around a stove in my master's hometown. It is derived from the local specialty fire pit roasted tea, also known as paste rice roasted tea, actually using the fire from the fire pit in the house where the water is boiled or the food is cooked. The earthenware pots are first roasted over a fire, then the rice is toasted and the tea is roasted before use. Later, it was gradually developed by young people into cooking tea around the stove, replacing the fire pit with a charcoal stove. Tea, on the other hand, can be black tea, fruit tea, milk tea, etc. In addition to some snacks such as roasted chestnuts. It's a great atmosphere to gather 3 or 5 friends around the fire, drinking tea and chatting away the chill." Before Lu Yuan crossed over, he used to meet his friends for tea and talk about the world. "Too bad you don't get a chance after crossing over. But I got a little bit of the feeling back today by sharing a cup of tea with Xiao Huang. It's late at night, and the fire is strong." On the other side, Xiao Hua had already changed into a black robe, and there were 2 golden and white ghostly shadows lurking in his mind. 7 words to tell him to be careful. "Chen Nanxian, I've already passed on the burning life subterfuge method to you. All you need to do is to activate the spell and no one will be able to detect you. After entering Jiang Ming's courtyard, I will release the refined sleepy insects. It only takes one sleepyhead to keep him awake for 7 or 8 days. When he wakes up again, the raw rice will already be cooked, and the technique will already be in your and my pocket." Jia, Elder Xian, I've read about this subterfuge, and it's truly subtle. The only drawback is that it burns more longevity. A minute will burn 5 years of longevity. The faster you do it, the better. Xiao Huan nodded. Understood. He directly activated the Dharma sect that Chen Nanxian had passed on to him. His form then gradually darkened until it blended into the night. Only, while Xiao Hua was activating the subterfuge method, threads of blood were constantly seeping out of his body. These filaments of blood are the ever-burning longevity. Xiao Hua could feel that something had been drained out of his body, and the feeling was very disturbing. He knew it was longevity, and he had to move fast on his own. He didn't have a few 5 years to burn in a minute. Xiao Hua was so fast that he arrived outside Jiang Ming's courtyard in a few steps. Not waiting for him to enter the courtyard, he found that there was actually a hearth fire rising in the courtyard, with flames dancing. Chen Nanxian frowned. "It's so late. Jiang Ming is roasting a fire in the courtyard?" Chen Nanxian and Elder Xian were both hiding inside Xiao Hua and did not dare to come out, because the burning subterfuge method was only useful to Xiao Hua. If they came out at this time, Xiao Huan would only be able to immediately discover their soul fluctuations. Xiao Hua stopped outside the courtyard, not daring to make a move. He looked towards Xiao Huang's courtyard and there was no movement within the small yellow yard, so it seemed that the lurking method was still working. What now? Jiang Ming was roasting a fire in the courtyard, and the gongfu was 80% on him. Chen Nanxian, there's no rush. Wait until I release the refined sleepy bug. As long as the sleepy bug gets on him, he'll go back to his room and sleep on his own, and we'll do it when he gets back. Chen Nanxian asked Xiao Hua to release the refined bugs. This sleepyhead was refined with a special method, without spiritual fluctuations. It didn't matter even if it was detected by Xiao Huang, who would just think it was a common flying insect. But sleepyheads release their breath as soon as they attach themselves to a person. The breath released can create drowsiness, or at least a big sleep for days. A little blue bug flapped its wings and flew into the yard. Lu Yuan and Xiao Huang were roasting a fire in the yard when a sudden sound of vibrating wings came from the. A man and a dog noticed something and looked up as a blue bug flew in with such purpose. This blue flying insect locked onto the scent of a living person in the courtyard, and eventually hovered above Lu Yuan's head for a week. The wobble stopped at his nose. Lu Yuan looked at this blue flying insect resting on his nose. In the next second, the flying insect released a special breath of light blue smoke with a poof. This kind of breath contained toxins, and foundation stage cultivators would become sleepy after inhaling it. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on Jindan. Lu Yuan breathlessly stretched out his hand and grabbed this blue sleepy worm with 2 fingers. The pop crushed right through. At the same time, there was a fluctuation in Lu Yuan's body's god-level Jindan, and along with this blue sleepy worm, sensing someone tugging at this flying insect from behind, Lu Yuan instantly locked onto the person hiding behind the insect control outside the courtyard. He got up and looked out into the courtyard and took a step out. The moment Lu Yuan pinched and exploded the sleepyhead, Chen Nanxian, who was secretly controlling the sleepy insects, awoke with a jolt from his insect-controlling state. This feeling of being pinched and popped, it directly caused Chen Nanyuan to recall the image of when his spring and autumn cicada was pinched to death at that time. First a mysterious person pinched his spring and autumn cicada, and now someone else has pinched his sleepyhead. Both are almost identical in their approach. Chen Nanxian, bad. Exposed. Before he could greet Xiaohua and leave, he only saw a blur before his eyes and Lu Yuan had already arrived in front of them. At the same time, his gaze looked in the direction where Xiaohua, whose body was fused with the darkness, was located. Xiaohua saw that the one who appeared here was actually Lu Yuan. Never in a million years would I have thought that the one roasting on the fire in the yard was actually the master. Maru Spice. Xiaohua looked at Lu Yuan's gaze as if he was looking at himself, and he said, Senior brother Chen, are you sure no one can detect your spell? Why do I get the feeling that master can see us? Chen Nanxian, don't worry, he's pretending. In fact he can't see. Xiaohui, then I'm relieved. Xiaohua gently stepped back and wanted to withdraw. Unexpectedly the next second Lu Yuan directly reached out and grabbed Xiaohua. Singled him straight out of the darkness. Lu Yuan looked at Xiaohua who had already manifested. Think I can't see you guys? Sneaking out here to release bugs at night when you're not sleeping. You guys are lost, aren't you? Xiaohua was directly caught by Lu Yuan, and his scalp went numb. Xiaohui, I told you he could see. Chen Nanxian, quack, hang on. Chapter 77, pick up if you have nothing else to do. Outside Jiang Ming's courtyard, the two little guys, Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua, stood upright. Chen Nanxian was a bit skeptical. He couldn't figure out why Lu Yuan could see through his sneaking technique. It doesn't make sense. In truth, he didn't realize that Lu Yuan had a higher level sneaking technique, the flying body tortrace method, in his hands. If you control a high level sneaking technique in your hand, you can't see through a low level sneaking technique at a glance? In addition to the two divine golden pills, they were extremely sensitive to the fluctuations of the external aura. You think you're hiding it well? Lu Yuan looked at them. Tell me. Staying up all night. Don't tell me you two are here for a trip. I heard you tried to steal Jiang Ming's technique during the day? What? You didn't get it during the day, so you came here to steal it at night? Chen Nanxian Xiaohua sweated, locking his head and not daring to say a word. If I hadn't been caught, I would have been able to argue, but now that I've been caught in flagrante delicto, how can I struggle? Lu Yuan came to them and patted Xiaohua's shoulder. He said gravely to the two fellows, You two. It doesn't matter if you don't learn things properly after you've joined the school. I won't bother with you. But Jiang Ming is my new disciple. He's a diligent student. Lust for the avenue. If you two fellows dare to come over and harass him again, this is what you'll get. After Lu Yuan finished speaking, he stretched out a finger and flexed it at Chen Nanchuan's soul. Chen Nanchuan's golden soul floated in the air like a balloon. Lu Yuan flicked out a finger, directly sending him flying out dozens of meters away, as if poking a balloon. It almost didn't bounce Chen Nanchuan's soul off the spot. Xiaohua looked at Chen Nanyuan who was sweating profusely as he was almost flicked to death by a single finger. Don't worry, master. I don't dare. Never dare again. I won't dare to harass junior brother in the future. Lu Yuan listened to Xiaohua's assurances and saw Chen Nanyuan rise from the ground. Xiaohua. This kid has to be a little more honest than Chen Nanxian. Xiaohua promises that he won't dare in the future. Lu Yuan was convinced. But Chen Nanxian is not necessarily. Not a single punctuation mark of the words of such an old oily man can be trusted. Lu Yuan then said, Anyway, since there is no business, master will arrange something for you to do. We can't leave the two of them idling around the clan anymore. As long as these two goods are idle in the sect every now and then, they will be able to make some noise. Lu Yuan decided to give them both some assignments to go out and do. Of course it couldn't be a task issued by the system. The quests issued by the system usually come with big rewards that. The system tasked the two of them to do that purely for nothing. Lu Yuan has a personal mission to send them. He said, Master has recently planned to open a furnace for alchemy, and there are still quite a few medicinal herbs missing under his hand. You two have nothing to do, so go into the mountains for me and find me all the herbs I need. Lu Yuan arranged a job for them to go into the mountains to collect medicines. Xiaohua and Chen Nanxian brightened up when they heard this. Master has sent another mission. Every time the master sends out a mission accompanied by a notable reward. It's just a pity that they didn't do those missions before. But before that, they didn't take those missions seriously because they didn't know master's true identity. It didn't even take Lu Yuan seriously. So all those previous missions didn't get done. But it's different now, knowing that the master has the real thing, and that what he passes down is the real thing. Chen Nanxian Xiaohua's attitude was naturally different. This time, master had sent another task. Xiaohua hurriedly said, What medicinal herbs does master need? I will do my best to collect it for master. Lu Yuan then took out a list of medicinal herbs. He had the idea of alchemy before when he completed the system mission to get the reward alchemy. He had exchanged some prescriptions in the system mall, but there had been quite a few herbs missing in his hands that he hadn't found. Some herbs were expensive and rare, and Lu Yuan wanted a large quantity. He'd been trying to figure out how to get it before. Seeing these two guys now, Lu Yuan instantly felt that these two goods didn't seem to be completely without redeeming qualities, and having them get themselves medicinal herbs, that was still somewhat useful. Anyway, picking medicine is not a system task, at best. It's just that the medicine can't be picked back. It didn't matter then. It wasn't like he had anything to lose. The point was to keep them both busy. Lu Yuan wrote the list of herbs needed to these two guys. Xiaohuo looked at the prescription. Ghost arrow feather, ding gong tongue, 7-flower snakeskin, chuan tong bark, wang yu sand, xia ku chow, purple ling ginseng, overgrown dragon, 5-spirit resin, night brightening sand, wang yu sand, white clove, silkworm sand, chicken yar white, and man zhong huang. Xiaohua had followed Elder Xian to learn pill refining, and he knew the names of some of the medicines very well, but part of him just didn't understand. Xiaohua asked Elder Xian, and Elder Xian and Chen Nanxian were very knowledgeable, and after reading the prescription, both of them didn't look too good at the same time. The first half of this prescription is normal. It's all about spiritual treasures and herbs from the mountains, though rare, but not so hard to come by that you just need a dedicated person to pick it. But the second half of this is not generally abstract. Nightshade sand, moonwatch sand, white clove, silkworm sand, chicken yat white, manjong yellow. What's all this nonsense? Nightshade sand, bat droppings, moonwatch sand, rabbit droppings, white lilac, tit droppings, silkworm sand, silkworm moth droppings. The most abstract are chicken yard white and man in the middle yellow. One is a pinch of white on a mountain chicken turd. The other one is even more so. The production process of man's hungwang is, cut off the big bamboo, leave the two ends of the joints, cut off the outer skin, and, pong drill a hole, with licorice finely ground into the full in the middle, to banana fan handle cut round plug hole, winter solstice dip F pool, remove after spring, hang to dry in a breezy place, and take. Chen Nanxian inquired, Master, what do you need so much dung for? Lu Yuan, Master wants to refine the 6 flavors of the earth pill, which can cure 1,000 poisons after it's made. It's all about using these materials. Lu Yuan said, this is how the formula for the 6 flavors Di Huang pill is written. So who am I asking if you ask me? And also because of this material is odd. Things are rare and expensive. 6 flavors of groundnut pills are rare on the market. So the price was quite high. And if Lu Yuan could mass produce this elixir, it would be a good way to make money. 6 flavored Di Huang pills cure 1,000 poisons. And not only cultivators but also mortals need to always have them on hand. The sinking market. The sinking market is the largest plate. Lu Yuan saw the business opportunity at a glance. You two are idle anyway. You have nothing to do but pick up. Chen Nanxian had nothing to say, for indeed these things, though abstract, were indeed medicinal herbs. This kind of medicinal herb was also quite hard to buy. It was just a little hard for Chen Nanxian to accept. I'm at least an immortal master. I'm going to do this? Lu Yuan said. It's fine if you don't go. Then let's count the crime of robbing and stealing from your fellow disciples this time. Then Master will press you under Mount Diluo for 50 years to atone for your sins. Attempted robbery and burglary of a fellow gang member is not much of a sentence for 50 years. Picking medicine or going to jail. Pick one of the two. When Lu Yuan said that, the two of them had nothing to say. Who can stand 50 years of confinement? The two brothers made a decision almost immediately and went to collect medicine. We'll leave first thing in the morning. Lu Yuan also thoughtfully gave each of them a medicine-picking basket and hoe as well as 2 large altars of grain-preventing pills. Don't say I'm shortchanging you. There's at least 400 or 500 pills in 2 jars. Enough for both of him to eat for decades. Even if they were trapped and died in the mountains, they wouldn't starve for at least 30 or 40 years. Chen Nanxian Xiaohuo led the mission and left. Meanwhile, in the house, Jiang Ming, the 12 meridians around his body were like the 12 great rivers in his body being flushed open as much as they could at this moment. Like opening the gates of a great river, instantly releasing torrents of water. He refined the limbs and organs, the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the body, hair and skin. Now at last to the 12th chakra, half the night. Jiang Ming refined another 12 mortal dust particles. Nowadays, he had opened 32 particles of mortal dust in 2 days with the mortal dust technique. This speed is unbelievable. Jiang Ming opened his eyes and watched as the power in his body received another significant increase, and he was satisfied. At this rate of cultivation, why is it necessary to open 100 mortal particles in 10 days? As the master said? In 2 more days, he would fulfill his master's target. Jiang Ming, master has been so kind to me. After 10 days, I must surprise him. Chapter 78, Double-Eared Cow, greatly loaded. As it turned out, Lu Yuan getting these 2 guys, Chen Nanxian, out to pick was indeed a good idea. Without these 2 guys finding trouble for Lu Yuan and the Great Luo sect, the sect was much more tranquil. It was enough for Lu Yuan to leave Jiangming's protection work to Little Yellow to keep an eye on. Lu Yuan himself went to clear out the De Luo Sect's alchemy courtyard. When Chen Nanxian Xiao Fire got the medicinal materials back, he could open the furnace to make pills. Pills are hard currency in the immortal cultivation world, and if you can get them in bulk, the good days of the Great Luo Sect had truly come. Lu Yuan cleared out the alchemy small courtyard. The small alchemy compound on Mount De Luo has been deserted for many years. There wasn't really much inside the cleared out alchemy small courtyard. It was empty. It was because the Great Luo Sect had never had an alchemist at all. It's supposed to be a ninth-rate clan, and the clan's strongest record is only at the foundation establishment stage. How can there be an alchemist? The reason for building this alchemy courtyard is frankly a face-saving project. It may be that the De Luo Sect patriarch who built the house back then felt that there were no alchemists, but the place for alchemy still had to be built out. At least it still looks like it can be bluffed. Unfortunately, you can fool others but not yourself. Lu Yuan stood in this small deserted alchemy courtyard of the Great Luo Sect. There was a plaque hanging at the entrance of this place called Alchemy House, but there wasn't even an alchemy furnace inside. Lu Yuan, he didn't even bother to buy a Dan furnace. Originally, Lu Yuan wanted to rub a Dan furnace for use, but now it seemed that he still had to buy his own. Open the system mall. The tutelary mall is packed with everything. Lu Yuan found the Dan furnace mall and browsed through the furnaces inside. I have to say, the system is the system. All kinds of fancy stuff. Lu Yuan's eyes were dazzled by the various prices of the Dan furnaces. The medium-grade ones are 100 Beasts Melting Furnace, 1000 Mountains Furnace, Divine Sea Furnace, Kyushu 1 Chi Furnace, and Dragon Flame Furnace. The more upscale ones are awesome and intimidating just by their names. For example, What Heaven and Earth Chinkuan Furnace, All Things Creation Furnace, Stars, Sun and Moon Furnace, Ancient and Modern Future Furnace, 2 on the 8 trigrams Furnace. One is better than the other. It's a pity that the price is too expensive. The points needed for a medium-grade Dan furnace are already in the tens of millions. Not to mention the kind of individual high-grade and top-grade. Lu Yuan looked at the price of one of the top-grade Dan furnaces, the Taishang Bagua Furnace. This stove appears to be the same model as the Taisho, and looking at the price of the, Lu Yuan counted several times but couldn't count how many zeros were behind that. Who can afford this? Lu Yuan changes the price alignment directly. Select price ascending, price from lowest to highest, plus system intelligent recommendation. He'll just look at the cheap ones straight away. This time, the system screened out a batch of Dan furnaces whose targets were more suitable for Lu Yuan and whose price points were cheap. For once he was quite satisfied, because the prices are all better. Only, with the price being knocked down, Lu Yuan found that the names of these Dan furnaces had also become gradually grounded. Unlike the mid to high grade which was so forced, at first glance, it has a deja vu style. Rizhao Purple Smoke Oversized Capacity Furnace, Double Ear Cow Giant Can Load Furnace, a mouthful of bag out of the Dan Furnace, 9 Fire Mouth Hot Fast Furnace, Fire Toadstools Do Not Extinguish the Fire Furnace. If you don't say that cheap is the absolute value for money, Lu Yuan has just looked at those middle and high grade top tier Dan furnaces. The names are one more handsome than the other, and one more atmospheric than the other. It does look awesome at first glance, but it's more or less fancy and the name alone doesn't quite tell you the features and strengths of the Danberator. Not so with the cheaper ones. The system codifies the advantages of the Danmaku directly in the name. The main one is competitive and clear at a glance. Just for example, extra large capacity, huge capacity, packs out Dan, heats up fast, doesn't go off, it's all character. He even suspected that these characteristics prefixed those names that, such as Sunshine Purple Smoke, 2-eared Cow, 1 Breath, 9 Firemouths, and Fire Toad. This isn't supposed to be a brand name, is it? Lu Yuan instantly had the vestigial feeling of having crossed the line from a high-end customization store into a spelling UUU. But these cheap dandies are really grounded and affordable. The price of a single Dan furnace was not that expensive. Between 100,000 and a few 100,000 points. Lu Yuan's current points were completely affordable. And he could even pick whatever he wanted. He thought about his needs for a moment. With a foreign flame in his hand, he didn't worry about the fire source or the problem of alchemy flame out. The foreign fire directly provides him with a stable and powerful flame, so unquenchable and hotter can be eliminated right out of the gate. In addition, he had top-notch alchemy techniques, so as long as the techniques were in place he wouldn't worry about the rate of pills being formed. So the one that packs out Dan in 1 breath can be ruled out as well. There is no lack of fire source does not need a furnace to enhance the success rate of alchemy. What Lu Yuan needed most was a large capacity Dan furnace to ensure his alchemy efficiency. Preferably the bigger the better. As a big rice pot cooks more and a big stove refines more, Lu Yuan began to compare who had the greater capacity of the Dan furnace between the two brands, Sunshine Purple Smoke and Double-Eared Cow. It's hard to choose between one that claims to be extra large and one that claims to be huge. Eventually, Lu Yuan discovered a detail that is the binaural ox brand giant can load Dan Furnace peculiar shape, in addition to the original Dan Furnace shape, but also made two more big ox horns. These two bullhorns are also hollow inside and are capable of holding elixirs, equivalent to an extra portion of space. Lu Yuan directly decided to exclude the sunlit violet smoke. Enter the pit binaural bull. One double-eared cow giant energy-loaded Dan Furnace was priced at 300,000 points, and Lu Yuan took it in full. With a boom, a huge Dan Furnace appeared in front of him. Looking at this huge ox horn Dan Furnace appearing in front of him, Lu Yuan knew he hadn't made a mistake the first time he saw the real thing. The furnace itself alone was 6 meters high and 12 meters horizontally, and I don't know what kind of material it was made of. It fell directly from the sky and collapsed one of the courtyard walls of the big Luo Sex Alchemy small courtyard. This big Dan Furnace from the outside without knowing thought it was a house. The exterior really isn't any smaller than the house. Lu Yuan stood on the lid of the furnace and looked at a huge house-sized space inside. Awesome! It really is a giant load. He instantly felt that the $300,000 had not been spent in vain, and that it had all been well spent. How many pills must be made in this furnace? There must be tens of thousands of them in this furnace. However, the furnace is not just big on the line, but also depends on the casting materials. If the material is not good, also in vain. Can't carry the burn. Lu Yuan knocked on the outer body of this binaural ox giant energy-filled Dan Furnace. The outer body casting material is good. The knocking sound is crisp and thick, not crude. Lu Yuan opened the huge lid of the furnace and jumped into the Dan Furnace. The interior materials of the stove are consistent with the exterior and are not black cotton on the outside. And surprisingly, there were quite a few formations carved inside. Fire-blowing formations, constant temperature formations, ventilation formations, more than a dozen spirit-gathering formations, and even a size self-contained formation. Having the size freedom formation meant that Lu Yuan could put it away and carry it with him wherever he wanted. This formation was a fifth-order higher formation, and the difficulty of inscribing it was not low. Conscience. A big conscience. 300,000 points. Forget about such a big furnace. The materials are over the top. There are even little surprises inside. Lu Yuan was truly in tears. The binaural cow is a true artisanal enterprise. It's a huge labor of love. Chapter 79, You Pass. A few days have passed in the twinkling of an eye. Lu Yuan was fiddling with the Dan Furnace, refining and familiarizing himself with the formations inside the Dan Furnace. While Little Yellow was protecting Jiang Ming, he was incidentally practicing himself. Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua had gone into the mountains for a few days without any news. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, was practicing in his own house, and he didn't even leave the door for a few days without outsiders disturbing him. Extremely focused, wholeheartedly pounced on the cultivation of the mortal dust skill, frantically condensing the mortal dust particles. Jiang Ming has always believed in one thing: when a person does something to the extreme, that's not far from success. In the last few days of his initiation, he has been opening up particles of mortal dust daily, and as he refines more and more of them himself, his own flesh would also become stronger, and opening up particles would be easier. Nowadays, Jiang Ming had already refined his limbs and organs, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and his body's hair and skin, 12 meridians and dozens of bones around the body. On the 4th day of cultivation, he had managed to open up 100 mortal dust particles. At that time, he had already accomplished the goal set for him by his master of opening 100 particles of mortal dust. Only at that time, Jiang Ming didn't choose to complete his goal and leave the gate, because he thought the master had set a time limit of 10 days, and it was only the 4th day now, and there were still 6 days left to. He can't be complacent and slack off because of this small achievement. Jiang Ming thought 100 mortal particles was just a goal given to him by his master. It's the bottom line given to him by his master. One can't step on the bottom line given to him by his master to accomplish his mission. Accomplishing the master's goal is only the most basic thing. Someone who is truly worthy of the division needs to exceed their goals and push their limits. That's why Jiang Ming didn't get out until the last day. And on the 10th day the 204 bones and more than 200 acupoints around his body vibrated in unison like the sound of bells and drums. And the 204 bones in his body were all refined into mortal dust particles at this moment. The cultivation of the mortal dust technique becomes more painful the earlier it is practiced, and easier the later it is practiced. It's like starting a train. It's hardest when it's just starting and easier when the wheels are running. After the dust particles have coalesced above 100, the subsequent refining process was far less painful than the early stages, and the speed naturally came up. 204 bones, each as if transformed into a separate individual. A special kind of mortal dust air linked these bones together. integrating them as one source to continuously supply Jiang Ming's body with power. The limbs, the 5 senses, the 5 organs, the body's hair and skin, the 12 meridians, 204 bones plus more than 200 acupoints refined and completed. It's the 10th day. It's time for the debriefing as explained by the master. Jiang Ming opened his eyes and let out a breath of air. Getting ready to go report on your practice. He felt these several hundred particles of mortal dust within his body, and his heart was still a little apprehensive. Although Master told him that opening 100 mortal dust particles in 10 days was considered accomplishing the goal, he had already fulfilled his master's target by opening a few hundred mortal particles now, but Jiang Ming was still a little worried that his master would be dissatisfied. After all, this was like an introductory feeler test, and Jiang Ming wanted to try to make a good impression on his teacher. Although his teacher told him in advance that he would be qualified if he turned on 100 particles in 10 days, Jiang Ming felt that 100 particles in 10 days is probably like passing an exam paper with 60 marks almost. He passed, but he didn't know how many points were the good line and how many were the excellent line. I don't know if I'm trying to open up enough of these mortal particles. Apprehensive as he was, he pushed his way out of the door. In Jiang Ming's courtyard, Lu Yuan was more apprehensive than he was in his heart. Looking at Jiang Ming's last day and still late, Lu Yuan panicked a batch, walking back and forth in the courtyard, looking at Jiang Ming's room from time to time. It's day 10, the last day of the third gear mission cutoff settlement. Has this kid opened up 100 mortal particles or not? Seeing that the time limit ended today, could Lu Yuan not be anxious? There's a world of difference in the rewards he can get for completing the mission within today and completing it after today. Lu Yuan definitely wanted the third rank of mission rewards. Yellow was just lying on the ground watching Master walk around. The tail wagged to the rhythm of the Master. Apparently it didn't understand why Master was so anxious. Just at this moment, movement finally came from Jiang Ming's house, and Jiang Ming opened the door and walked out. Seeing Jiang Ming come out, Lu Yuan's gaze instantly looked over. As soon as Jiang Ming opened the door, he saw both Master and Xiao Huang waiting in his yard. He understood that Master had come to hear him report on the progress of his cultivation. He said, "Master, eldest brother, good noon." Yellow responded, "Woof." Lu Yuan looked at him and asked, "Disciple, it's been 10 days, how is your cultivation progress?" He was still nervous when he inquired about it and, after all, there are 3 levels of reward gained or lost involved. Lu Yuan, this is the closest I've come to succeeding in my master's mission of perfectly completing his apprenticeship, and it's all up to you. Jiang Ming saluted. Disciple is fortunate to be able to honor his orders. Having condensed 100 mortal dust particles on the 4th day, it is considered to fulfill the bottom line goal set for me by Master. At this moment, Lu Yuan froze. What did you say? You accomplished your goal of 100 particles of mortal dust on your 4th day? Then what have you been doing for the remaining 6 days? And, who told you that 100 mortal dust particles is the bottom line goal for you set by Master? Jiang Ming, I'm still trying to impact more mortal particles with 6 days left. Ha? Isn't the goal of 100 mortal particles that Master set for me the bottom line? I thought that was the bottom line. Jiang Ming was also confused. Isn't that the bottom line goal? Am I overthinking this? Lu Yuan. So, how many mortal particles have you coalesced in total now? Jiang Ming said. A total of 472 mortal dust particles were opened up. As he listened to Jiang Ming report the numbers, Lu Yuan felt his brain buzzing. That number is a little on the nose. He himself had just been worried about whether Jiang Ming would be able to open up 100 mortal dust particles in another 10 days. So it's all just worrying? You accomplished your 3rd gear goal on the 4th day, didn't you? 6 days left to challenge yourself by purely suffocating yourself in the house? What kind of disciple is this? PUA others have seen a lot. Their own PUA their own. Lu Yuan is indeed the first time to see. He was a little uncomfortable for a moment, comparing the two that went up to the mountains to pick. There was a world of difference between the personalities and dependability of the several disciples. One practicing to death and one practicing to death? In 10 days, from being mortal to opening 472 mortal particles and doubling his strength by 472 times. Is this kid a mule? No, mules can't do this kind of hard work. Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming, not knowing what to say for a moment. In his eyes, Jiang Ming's face became just like a mule's. Jiang Ming, so Master, opening 472 mortal particles. Am I qualified? Lu Yuan seriously patted Jiang Ming's shoulder and looked at him earnestly. You pass. 100 mortal particles in 10 days. The system all felt it was unlikely that one person could pull off the whole job. You did in 4 days what a normal person would normally do in 3 months. 10 days to coalesce 472 particles of mortal dust. 4 times the anticlimactic completion of the task of, if you don't pass, who will? Chapter 80, New Mission. 72 Holy Bodies. Congratulations to the host for completing the third class of mission within 10 days, exceeding the quota. Ancient Divine Body Dao Fetus Mortal Dust Dao Body, plus, Hotian Holy Body, Swift Thunder Body. Time Spiritual Liquid 5 drops plus 2 drops. Additional reward of, Advanced Sword Intent Dripping Sword Intent, and 200. 000 points plus 200. 000 points. Jiang Ming had overcompleted his mission, and when the system finally settled, he coalesced 100 mortal dust particles on the 4th day, and 472 on the 10th, which is considered excessive. That's why the rewards handed out to Lu Yuan were also in excess. The Taiku God Body Dao Fetus is normally issued, among other things, extra access to the Swift Thunder Body, one of the 72 holy bodies. The Time Spirit Liquid was originally 5 drops, with 2 extra drops added. 1 additional high-level Sword Intent, Dripping Sword Intent. Points also increased from 200, 000 to 400, 000 settlements. Lu Yuan looked at the rich and full rewards he had obtained this time, and he earned numbness. It turns out that the task rewards will stack when the disciple overshoots. Tearfully. Then, a new system mission was released. New mission issued. Teach each of the 4 major disciples under the host 1 Hotian Sacred Body Cultivation Technique. This mission is divided into 4 classes. Stage 1, a disciple cultivates to Stage 1 of the Sacred Body Initiation plus Sacred Body with any one of the martial arts and secret arts in a minor way, within 3 months. Receive the rewards, Hotian Holy Body Great Round 72 choices, Time Spirit Liquid 2 drops, and plus 200, 000 points. Second gear, 2 disciples to cultivate the Sacred Body within 3 months. Getting the prize gets rewarded with 72 choices for Hotian Holy Body Great Perfection, 2 drops of Time Spirit Liquid, Sect Protector Divine Beast Raffle Ticket plus 1, and plus 400, 000 points. Third gear, 3 disciples. Receive the rewards, Hotian Sacred Body Great Circle 72 choices of 3, Time Spiritual Liquid 3 drops, Sect Protector Divine Beast Raffle Ticket plus 2, Ancient Lost Mysterious Dan Formula plus 1, and points plus 600, 000. Fourth gear, 4 disciples. Ladder Heavenly Sacred Body Great Circle 72 choices of 4. Innate Sacred Body Great Circle 36 choices of 1. Time Spiritual Liquid 5 drops. Sect Protector Divine Beast Raffle Tickets plus 3. Ancient Lost Mysterious Elixir Formulas plus 2. And points plus 1. 000. This quest designates the Holy Body 72 Hotian Holy Bodies of your choice, to be decided by the host. Listening to the new quests and looking at the new quest content and rewards, it was similar to Jiang Ming's 3-grade quest from before. And again, the higher the degree of completion, the better the rewards. It was only a bit different from Jiang Ming's 3rd-grade mission again, as this time it was another group mission. 4 disciples will each have 1 sacred body cultivation method, with a limit of 3 months. The degree of completion reaches the sacred body I stage, and the more disciples who complete the task, the more rewards they receive. Lu Yuan's head was spinning just looking at this kind of group mission, because he hasn't had a single group assignment so far that he's done perfectly. So when looking at the mission rewards, Lu Yuan felt pretty much the same after looking at the first 2. The 3rd gear 4th gear reward pressed him not he dared to look, because the probability is that you can't get it even if you look at it, and then you can't get it even if you look at it. Isn't that a bitter pill to swallow? Lu Yuan had already figured it out when he saw this mission. 4 gears of tasks. It's impossible to complete all 4 gears. Keep a 2nd gear. Xiao Huang and Jiang Ming, with their 2 hearts and attitudes towards cultivation. Cultivating the sacred body in 3 months shouldn't be much of a problem. 2nd gear rewards should be available. As for the other 2, let it go. Lu Yuan asked Xiao Huang and Jiang Ming to come with him and go to the hall of the Great Luo to listen to the lecture. Inside the Great Luo Hall, Lu Yuan closed his eyes and, in his mind, he began to browse the 72 Hotian saint bodies designated by the system. The heaven and earth sacred body, divided into 2 types, innate and acquired. An innate is a holy body that is possessed by nature and cannot be cultivated through cultivation. This kind of saint body was also generally the most powerful, stronger than the acquired saint body after its great completion. As for the acquired sacred body, it is the sacred body that can be cultivated through the acquired sacred body. The most precious thing about the Hotian sacred body was the cultivation method, which was usually only kept within the great immortal sects or top ancient countries, and was never spread out. Inside the great world plane of the green sky where they are located, a total of 21 native Hotian sacred bodies had appeared since ancient times, and of the 72 Hotian sacred bodies listed in the system, 51 of them came from the upper realm and the other heavens. But where the source comes from is out of Lu Yuan's hands. He could pick any of these 72 Hotian saint bodies and pass them on to his disciples for cultivation. Lu Yuan first looked at his eldest apprentice, Xiao Huang, who was a dog in essence. Among the 72 holy bodies, there were quite a few that had to have a human physique in order to cultivate them. The many obstacles Little Yellow couldn't repair, unless it broke through yuaning and transformation of God in situ at this moment and transformed into an adult. But that was impossible. In the end, Lu Yuan selected one of the remaining sacred bodies that Little Yellow could cultivate. The Hotian sacred body that Lu Yuan had chosen for Little Huan was the same as the Hotian sacred body that the system had rewarded him with. 72 Hotian holy bodies, the Swift Thunder body. This sacred body, as you can tell from the name, is an attack plus speed stream sacred body, fast and explosive. Xiao Huang practiced the Great Grade Heavenly Immortal technique, the full set of Sun Swallowing techniques, and the Great Sun Burning Heaven technique. Its cultivation speed, fighting ability are not weak, and defense is already strong with the Sun Golden body. The only weakness is speed, and the Thunder body can make up for this shortcoming substantially in terms of speed. In addition, Xiao Huang practiced the Great Sun Burning Heavenly Kung Fu. The flame attribute of its fighting style is the explosion of explosive damage flow, and the flame attribute of its fighting style is the explosion of explosive damage flow. The Heavenly Thunder attribute of the Swift Thunder body was also suitable for explosive stream cultivators to cultivate. After cultivation it was left thunder and right fire, left hand explosive damage, right hand still explosive damage, and with speed, Little Yellow's miles tracking technique could be put to better use, plus the 3 choices of advanced martial arts given to Xiao Huang earlier. At that time, one of the 3 advanced martial arts was named 9 Heavenly Thunder Hands. At that time, Lu Yuan didn't recommend it to learn because Little Yellow didn't have a foundation in lightning learning. It comes after practicing the Swift Thunder body. By then, the 9 Heavenly Thunder Hands can be practiced as well. Lu Yuan flexed his fingers and a thunderworm shot directly into Little Yellow's mind. It burrowed along its brow. Little Yellow instantly obtained the Swift Thunder body cultivation method. The 3 big words of thunder and lightning, Swift Thunder body, appeared within his mind. The Swift Thunder body also came with 2 martial arts, a domain secret art within it. Thunder and Lightning Blade, Running Thunder Fist plus Secret Art, Skyburst Thunder Domain. Explosive Injury Martial Arts plus Domain Secret Arts. Small Yellow take a look at a not squeak. In addition to strong, no words. Then Lu Yuan looked at Jiang Ming. Although Jiang Ming is a new apprentice, he has a tough and hard-working character. The fact that the Mortal Dust skill was able to cultivate 472 Mortal Dust particles in 10 days was enough to illustrate his ability. He was of mortal constitution, and he couldn't cultivate the holy bodies that some spiritual root cultivators could cultivate, because he couldn't carry aura in his body. Lu Yuan sifted through his conditions and eventually sifted through an extremely powerful Hotian saint body, Little Pango's sacred body. This holy body needs no introduction. Who is Pango? The law of force opens up the heavens and the earth. Powerful gods and demons birthed in the chaos. The strength of their fleshly bodies unique in ancient times. This holy body is a copy of Pango's physical body, walking the law of pure physical force, developing the use of force for the physical body. It's nowhere near as good as the real pancake body, though with the word small in front of it. But to be able to hook up with Pangu, and to be included in the 72 Hotian holy bodies, it just can't be weak. Chapter 81, Diamond. Do you want the sacred body or not? Jiang Ming was immortal. An immortal's physique was born unable to absorb heaven and earth's aura. Everything that had attributes of the latter-day saint body he couldn't cultivate. That was why the little Discordian body was the most suitable sacred body for him to cultivate. After practicing it, you can use all the power around your body perfectly, and your use of force reaches the ultimate. This was just right for Jiang Ming's mortal dust skill, and the two worked together seamlessly. Lu Yuan passed the little Discordian body to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming instantly comprehended the Hotian sacred body cultivation method. When he saw that set of little Pango body cultivation method in the middle of his mind, he was astonished. If he could cultivate this set of sacred bodies to great perfection, the power of his mortal particles could be utilized to the extreme. The great accomplishment of the physical body martial way would not be inferior to any peak cultivator in the slightest. The little Pango sacred body came with 3 sets of martial arts and 1 set of secret techniques. Open Sky Fist, Bracing Palm, Pango Axe Technique plus Explosive Blood Secret Technique. For both of them, Lu Yuan had already picked out the sacred body cultivation method for them and urged the two of them to cultivate it properly. Lu Yuan said, 3 months time to cultivate the sacred body to the introductory level. Cultivate at least 1 martial art or sacred body secret skill to a small degree of success. This is your test from your master. Yellow nodded and harumphed. Woof woof. Jiang Ming, many thanks to master for granting me the law. I will not dishonor you. The two of him then retired. Lu Yuan then started to get anxious. A 4-stage mission. 1 more person completing the task earns 1 more slot. The attraction of high-grade rewards is too strong. And each step up in the obtaining 1 more latter-day saint body. If we can complete all 4 grades, It will prove that Lu Yuan has taught his disciples to the point of perfection. The system also rewarded an additional set of innate sacred bodies. The strength of an innate sacred body could be much stronger than an acquired sacred body. Who minds having too many holy bodies when you have too many skills? But the problem in front of him now was that the two fellows Chen Nanxian and Xiaohua could not be relied upon. Especially Chen Nanxian. Not only was he unreliable as a person, he couldn't even be considered a person now. Almost a year after joining the clan, the more I practiced, the more I went back. And so far I'm still struggling in the sea of bitterness at the first level of refining qi. It was even outrageous when it even played itself out of flesh a while back. You've been away for half your life and you're still a teenager, right? How could he cultivate the sacred body without a physical body? Lu Yuan rummaged through the 72 Hotian holy bodies. Although there were holy bodies for ghosts to cultivate, the name is Yellow Spring's ghost ancestor body, but for that physique to cultivate, the starting point would have to be the Ghost Dao foundation stage. Chen Nanxian had better let it go. If you do the math this way, you were lacking a disciple to cultivate the sacred body to begin with. Doomed to fail in the fourth-rate task? Lu Yuan was a bit unwilling. He left the Great Luo Hall and headed for his residence. As we walked back, we tried to see if there was any remedy. Xiaohua could have counted on it. But the problem was, where would one find a fourth disciple if one really wanted to hit the fourth rank reward? Chen Nanxian is not counting on it. The physical body has not even practiced chicken hair holy body? Go home and raise pigs. Should I take on a temporary apprentice? But the question is where to find someone. Apprentices aren't that easy to find, and good ones aren't just picked. After accepting a disciple, he could not just expel him from his master's school, so Lu Yuan had to be cautious. His brow furrowed, and a few moments later, some movement caught his attention and Lu Yuan looked to a corner of the courtyard where he lived. In the corner, the pangolin is sprawled out on the floor, huffing and puffing. The small area of the belly wrapped in dense scale armor rose and fell in small increments with the change of breath. He suddenly had a flash of light. Right. How did I forget about this guy myself? Pangolin. Oh no. The diamondback. This guy is a divine beast bloodline. Although this kind of divine beast spirit wisdom is not high, but one can take advantage of its characteristic habits. This guy, the mountain drilling dragon, has to drill and break mountains every day. And after Lu Yuan draws it out, this one is about to drill out the inside of that hill next door to Mte. Dallas 9 times over, 12 hours a day. This guy's got to be drilling and digging for 4 of them. 4 hours of smashing rocks and beating ash with a meteor hammer on his tail as a way to hone the strength of his tail hammer. 1 hour left to eat, 3 hours to sleep, and a day of terrible self-discipline. Like it's engraved in the genes. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Since this pangolin was so self-disciplined, he could make use of it himself. He remembered that among the 72 saint bodies of the Hotian, there was one called the heaven-breaking vault body. It's specialized in practicing fists. When you're done, 1 punch will open a mountain, 1 punch will break the sky, and 1 punch will shatter an immortal. The name is Skybreaker. While a good thick meter pangolin doesn't have fists, no one says you can't train your tail, right? Who says people can't practice with a meteor hammer on their tail? That thing is so hard. Lu Yuan looked at lying on his back and taking a nap in the yard, his tail still wagging in the air from time to time. The drilling dragon whose meteor hammer on the tip of its tail grinds out quite a few sparks when it lightly touches the ground. He pondered, if I take it on as a disciple, it's a sure thing. The diamond dragon itself is a divine beast, and even if it doesn't cultivate, it eats and drinks every day, growing up according to the rules of life, and reaching adulthood if not much better. Ancient beasts, evolutionary cultivation is engraved in the genes of the race. The beast race is like that. There was no need for deliberate cultivation. Growing up was powerful enough on its own. In other words, this guy comes with his own pension insurance. Took it in myself. Although it might not be as powerful as Xiao Huang or Jiang Ming, and the ceiling wasn't as high, but the lower limit couldn't be any lower than Chen Nanxian. And now that you're really short of an apprentice to hit the 4th grade quest yourself, you're it. Lu Yuan walked over and gently squatted in front of the good thick meter-wearing Diamond Mountain Dragon. Gently ran his hand over the armored scales on the Diamond Dragon. Aaron, wake up. Don't sleep. Eucharistic lag, help me. The Diamond Dragon feels someone touching its mighty armor, and it opens its eyes and the first thing he saw was Lu Yuan who was squatting in front of him. Diamondback shakes his body and climbs to his feet. For stubby little short legs braced themselves against the thick body. It raised its head to look at Lu Yuan. Woohoo! What's bothering me? Lu Yuan watched as the Diamond Dragon whimpered at him. That's when it occurred to me that this was another one that couldn't speak human. In the front, there was Little Yellow, a golden Dan that didn't speak human language. And in the back, there was the Taiku low intelligence earth planning divine beast, the Drill Mountain Dragon. Lu Yuan had a headache. Little Yellow was expected to speak as soon as he was a Yuaning. But he really didn't know when the Diamond Mountain Dragon would speak. Lu Yuan had no choice but to spend what he had to spend. 100,000 points to exchange for the Diamond Mountain Dragon's exclusive racial language. Trying to get things done with it and having to hitch a ride is the furthest thing from the truth. But at least make sure there's no communication barrier first. After Lu Yuan exchanged his exclusive racial language, he was instantly able to understand the words of the Diamond Mountain Dragon. It's also possible to communicate with it normally. In fact, Lu Yuan could have spent some money on exchanging Xiao Huang's exclusive language at that time. Do communicate with Yellow without barriers, but he didn't redeem it. And here's why. That's just pure racism. Yellow could say the same thing to him, but he could never say the same thing to Yellow. For a while, a woo sound was heard in Lu Yuan's small courtyard. Lu Yuan, woo, woo, diamond. You want the holy body or not? Diamond Dragon, oh. Chapter 82 Time Spirit Liquid. Diamond Dragon, woo. Doubt was written all over its dragon face. What is the Eucharist? Nowadays, all it does every day is drill, dig, hammer rocks, beat dust, eat and sleep. Which mountain is the Eucharist? Can you dig? Lu Yuan. It seems he still needs to educate himself on what a holy body is. It took Lu Yuan half an hour to explain to the Diamond Mountain Dragon what a sacred body was. At first he wanted to talk about the concepts and theories of the Eucharist, but then he realized that after half a dozen lectures, this guy can't understand a thing. In the end, Lu Yuan simply whimpered twice and expounded on the holy body in the most succinct sentence. Powerful flesh. Diamond Dragon, oh. Diamond, why don't you just say that earlier? With my intelligence I can't understand what powerful flesh means? You mean I practiced this holy body? The hammer on my tail and my body will get stronger, right? No problem. Open practice. The Diamond Mountain Dragon nodded its head in agreement. And then Lu Yuan accepted it as his disciple. Lu Yuan asked the system in advance before accepting his disciple. Accepting the Diamond Mountain Dragon as a disciple as well as the ability to temporarily accept disciples to participate in the 4 grades of sacred body quests. The system's response is yes. That's fine. Lu Yuan directly transmitted it the cultivation method of the heaven-breaking vault body. Because given the guy's intellectual shortcomings on the, Lu Yuan directly needed the gong method and transmitted it into its muscles. The heaven-breaking vault body belongs to the reckless saint body among the 72 saint bodies in the Hotian. It was even simpler and rougher than Jiang Ming's little pango body. It didn't need complicated cultivation, just sharpening his body and fists every day. This perfectly avoids Diamond's IQ shortcomings and comes right around to its reckless physical strengths. That is, the legend says that you have a low IQ, but your flesh makes up for it just fine. This holy body, dry and finished, as long as the drilling dragon smashed the stone every day. 3 months no problem to get started. The heaven-breaking dome body, in addition to the physique cultivation method itself, also came with 3 martial arts and 1 secret art. The Fist of the Collapsing Mountain, the Fist of the Breaking Sky, the Fist of the Exorcist plus secret technique Void Shattering method. The Diamond Mountain Dragon comprehended the 3 fist techniques and 1 secret skill that came with the heaven-breaking dome body. Its eyes lit up for a moment. So there are 3 ways to smash a rock with your tail? This holy body is kind of awesome. That set of self-contained secret techniques that, if cultivated, could hammer open space and shatter the void? Diamond Dragon, woohoo! Wouldn't it be even better to smash rocks in the future? Lu Yuan, don't you have any other ambition in that walnut brain of yours than to smash rocks? The Mountain Breaking Fist, the Heaven Breaking Fist, the Immortal Punishing Fist, such dominating names for punches. It's all about the rock and the dust with you, isn't it? At least it is a Taiku divine beast, even if it has no ink. It also has no ambition. But it's also because this guy has the self-disciplined habit of smashing rocks and drilling to sharpen his flesh. It fits right into the heaven-breaking dome body. Lu Yuan was speechless for a while. As long as it gets the job done. Whatever. The sacred body was taught to 3 disciples, and 1 Xiao Hui is still in the mountains and has not returned. Currently I don't know when I'll be able to return to the clan. It's a good thing that the system calculates time by pinching the clock only after imparting the feats. Otherwise Lu Yuan would still have to go to him. Right now there's no rush to get Xiao Hui back, just let him be. Lu Yuan sat down on a futon in his courtyard. He opened the system warehouse and start collecting the rewards for Jiang Ming's Mortal Dust skill quest. After Jiang Ming had overcompleted the mission, the system released a new mission immediately afterward. Lu Yuan hadn't even had a chance to collect the reward from his last mission yet. Only now do I have time to sit down and collect it. Overachievement. Gained rewards, Swift God Body Dao Fetus Mortal Dust Dao Body, plus, Hotian Holy Body, Swift Thunder Body. 7 drops of Time Spiritual Liquid. Additional rewards, Advanced Sword Intent Dripping Sword Intent. 400,000 points. The Ancient God Body Dao Fetus and the Hotian Swift Thunder Body. Lu Yuan directly installed them with a single click after receiving them. The installed Taigo God Body Dao fetus directly began to operate. Lu Yuan instantly felt that he was invariably closer to the entire heaven and earth. Countless auras around him also approached towards him, and it seemed that wherever he went, he was the favorite of all things, the focus of heaven and earth. This feeling was wonderful, and this was what the God Body Dao fetus mortal dust Dao body bestowed upon him. Only now, because Lu Yuan didn't have enough cultivation, it is still far from enough to reach the point of perceiving Dao, approaching Dao, and comprehending Dao. So this innate affinity with Dao, it was mistakenly felt by him as closeness to all things in heaven and earth. This kind of God body is a late-stage God body, and one's cultivation has to reach a certain point. It was only after it began to enlighten itself that its power could be manifested. And right now Lu Yuan wasn't strong enough. Compared to the mundane Dao body divine body Dao fetus, the perception given to Lu Yuan by the Hotian holy body swift thunder body could be much stronger. The experience brought to Lu Yuan was also the most intuitive, because what the Hotian sacred body brought to him directly was the enhancement of his own battle power. After the swift thunder sacred body fusion, Lu Yuan sensed that there was an additional purple orb next to the two jindans in his body. This isn't a jindan, it's a thunder core. The source of energy for the swift thunder body came from this thunder core, and Lu Yuan took one step out. Purple thunder instantly wrapped around his body. His form snapped into a thunderous explosion, then disappeared in place. When he reappeared he was already 100 meters away. Thunderbolt. It's too fast. At the same time, Lu Yuan realized that when he activated the sacred body, his own power was enhanced. It was a pity that he had just fused his saint body, and the thunder core in his body did not have many reserves of thunder source energy. In layman's terms, no charge. He's got to recharge his batteries if he wants to utilize the abilities of a full-level swift thunder body. Otherwise, your body will definitely not be fast enough in a state of power loss. That one follows up. Lu Yuan looked towards the next reward. Advanced sword intent, dripping sword intent. This was a kind of sword intent, a direct fusion of sword intent, and Lu Yuan finally knew what was meant by advanced sword intent. Sword cultivator's sword intent was categorized into 4 types: low level, intermediate level, high level, and supreme level. Supreme level sword intent was time, space, life, death, destruction, and other nebulous sword intent. That sword intent was too strong for Lu Yuan to grasp. The ones he had access to and were more practical right now were the intermediate and advanced sword intent. Sword technique determined the lower limit of sword cultivation, and sword intent determined the upper limit of sword cultivation. Dripping sword intent, ranked 7th on the top 100 list of advanced sword intent in the lower plane. Dripping through the stone. The sword intent merged into the sword dipper and chopped out, transforming into water droplets in the air, and wherever the water droplets passed, they were indestructible. Nothing is broken. A point can break all things. Lu Yuan straight away called out the outrageousness. The name is dripping water. You're really dripping water. With this sword intent, who in the lower realm sword cultivator dares to pretend in front of me? After fusing the dripping sword intent, Lu Yuan looked towards the last physical reward. 7 drops of time spirit liquid. It was something that he really had to study what it was. System description: time spirit liquid, also known as time concentrate. It can enhance the growth time of medicine and plants, and 1 drop can enhance the growth period of 10,000 years, which is extremely precious. Lu Yuan looked at the 7 drops of time spirit liquid in the warehouse. That is to say, this stuff has a similar effect to the hypnotic green liquid in the palm heaven vase of the Heavenly Father of Salvation Han, both accelerating the growth of plants. Lu Yuan looked at these 7 drops of time spirit liquid in the warehouse, and then looked at the corner of the courtyard. The 7-colored gourd seed that had been planted for a long time and hadn't moved. He'd always wondered what that thing would end up growing. How about hyping it up with the time spirit liquid? Lu Yuan pondered. 1 drop should be almost enough, right?